Chapter 1 Reborn? China, Jiangnan City, Tomato Community. In the living room of a penthouse duplex, Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes. Beer bottles were scattered all over the floor, the marble coffee table was covered in cream, an empty cake box was crushed, and there were several glasses with half a glass of beer next to it. This is? Lu Yi's dark pupils were filled with shock. He frantically searched his body and pulled out his phone to take a look. August 31st, 2025. Holy crap! I was reborn? I was reborn on the day I turned 18. Lu Yi suddenly stood up, not even noticing that his phone had slipped to the ground. If I were reborn, then Sister Xia, Sister Chingi, and Shanshan would definitely still be alive. Lu Yi couldn't help but tremble. In his previous life, because of his rebellion, he broke the hearts of his 3 older sisters, and in the end, they all suffered disgrace and died tragically. Now that God has given him a second chance, he will absolutely not let the tragedy repeat itself. Ding! System activated. Ha! There's another cheat? The pampered wife system has been successfully bound. Lu Yi was stunned. What the hell is this system? Where did I get a wife? Dude, you've already lost, can't you give me something better? What a $1 trillion start! What kind of primordial sacred body is this as a reward? A wife doting system? That's incredibly sweet and charming. Just as Lu Yi was about to open the system to check, footsteps came from upstairs. He looked up abruptly, and a stunningly beautiful woman walked down from upstairs. She has a classic oval face, with expressive almond-shaped eyes beneath her willow leaf eyebrows, a straight and smooth nose, and full, rounded lips. She wore a simple, thin white 2-piece pajama set with plum blossom patterns printed on it, her long black hair draped over her shoulders, and every smile and frown exuded a gentle and soothing charm. The moment he saw the other person clearly, Lu Yi's eyes immediately welled up with tears, his dark pupils glistening with moisture. Shu Chingi, the gentle older sister he longed for. Xiao Yi is awake? Shan is really something, she didn't even know to help you into your room. Does your head hurt? Sit down for a while, I'll go make you some hangover soup. Shu Chingi's gentle voice rang out as she spoke, walking up to Lu Yi and raising her hand to rub his head. Why are you crying? Is it because you don't want to go to university? If you really don't want to go, I'll talk to Sister Xia. Lu Yi shook his head slightly, then reached out and pulled Shu Chingi into his arms. Chingi, it's so good that you're all right. The sudden hug startled Shu Chingi. Feeling the warmth in her arms, a gentle smile appeared on her lips as she lightly patted Lu Yi's shoulder. What's wrong, sister? What could possibly be wrong with me? Her tone was calm, which instantly soothed the listener. No, I just had a dream. Lu Yi released Shu Chingi and wiped away the tears in his eyes. Sit down and rest for a bit, I'll go make you some soup. Shu Chingi patted his head before turning and walking into the kitchen. Looking at Shu Chingi's retreating figure, Lu Yi felt like he was a beast. In my previous life, I was rebellious and didn't want to go to university. All I wanted to do was play video games. He ran away from home on the last day of university registration, when he turned 18. This departure lasted for more than a year, during which he spent all his time and nights in internet cafes, enjoying the pleasure brought by virtual games. During this time, Sister Chingi came to me several times, asking me to come back. But he didn't care about anything and squandered the money given to him by Chingi and the others. Until that day, Chingi brought the devastating news about Xia and Shanshan. Lu Yi suddenly realized what he had done. Later, when they went with Sister Chingi to pay respects to Sister Xia, Shanshan, and their own parents, they encountered a flash flood. The two could only survive by swimming to the other side of the river, but the murky floodwaters were like a ferocious beast, ready to swallow them up at any moment. Because Chingi couldn't swim, even though she was very disappointed in herself, she still believed in herself and bravely risked suffocation to crawl into the bag. Lu Yi tied one end of the rope tightly to the bag, wrapped the other end around his neck, and plunged into the river with Shu Chingi in tow. Finally, exhausted, he sank to the bottom of the river with Shu Chingi. Seeing Shu Chingi again now, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Ding, a suitable binding object has been found. Bind now? The voice in his mind startled Lu Yi. He looked at Shu Chingi, who was busy in the kitchen, and his throat tightened. Sister becomes wife? He has no blood relation to Sister Xia, Sister Chingi, or Shanshan. Sister Xia said it was her mother's friend. 3 years ago, his parents died in a car accident. He was supposed to stay at his aunt's house, but his uncle kicked him out. Then Sister Xia appeared and brought me here. Sister Chingi was brought by Sister Xie 2 years ago, while Sister Lingshan came a year ago. It's just that because of my rebellious phase, and because Sister Xie is very strict, like a harsh stepmother, I have a bad temper towards the three of them. But no matter what happened to him, the three of them still took care of him without diminishing their efforts. Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh, thinking that he was born into such a beastly state, and that he should repay them in this lifetime. Ding, the selected time has arrived. The system will automatically bind the target, Chu Chingi. Binding successful. Host, silently recite this in your mind to check. The voice in his mind pulled Lu Yi back to reality. I felt a bit amused and exasperated, especially since there was a time limit. Now he has no choice. Open the system. Host, Lu Yi. Stamina, 5. Endurance, 5. Charm, 6. Appearance rating, 7. Ability, none. Item, none. Money, 1314.52. Bound to, Chu Chingi. Click to view. The panel was unremarkable. The average value for a normal male was around 10. I never expected my physical condition to be so poor. Lu Yi also knew that this was all due to his staying up late every night reading tomato novels. The first step to getting back on track is to uninstall tomato novels. He turned his gaze to the bound object, Chu Chingi, and silently ordered to click to view. Name, Chu Chingi. Age, 26. Appearance, 98 points. Detailed information, 168 centimeters, 52 kilograms, c. Dating history, 0 times. Favorability, 3399. Adoration level, 320. Tasks, daily tasks. Click to view. Strategy tasks unlocked when charm and appearance reach 10. Looking at Chu Chingi's panel, Lu Yi was somewhat surprised. He highly approves of her looks, which score as high as 98 points. Chingi's beauty is unforgettable after just one glance. But her dating history is 0. Chingi has never been in a relationship. This made Lu Yi a little dazed, as if things shouldn't be the same. After all, in this society, any woman who is even slightly pretty will have countless suitors. I guess Chingi has high standards. Lu Yi chuckled inwardly, then looked puzzled by the two numbers that followed. System, what do favorability and admiration mean? And there are two values for them? Affection level refers to how much this person likes you, including familial and platonic affection. 33 is the current affection level, and 99 is the previous affection level. Though affection value is how much this person's affection for you is, both values are the same as above. After reading it, Lu Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. It's all my own doing over the years that has caused Chingi's favorability rating to drop from 99 to 33. Just how disappointed she is in herself. Xiao Yi, come and have some soup. Chu Chingi's gentle voice came from the kitchen. Chapter 2, Insufficient Favorability. Chingi, wait a moment, I'll be right there, Lu Yi called out, and quickly checked his daily tasks. Daily Task 1, have Chu Chingi feed you once. Daily Task 2, have Chu Chingi give you one massage. Daily Task 3, have Chu Chingi do your laundry once. Note, refreshes daily at midnight. Tasks or random rewards are given upon completion. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment. Is this some kind of wife doting system? This whole process involves the other person doing all the work, feeding and massaging, while you just enjoy yourself? This has left Lu Yi completely bewildered. What's wrong? Does your head still hurt a little? Let me massage it for you. Before Lu Yi could react, a voice sounded in his ear, followed by a pair of soft little hands placed on his temples and gently pressing them. Daily Task 2 completed, reward, 520 yuan. Lu Yi was a little confused. The mission was completed just like that? Rewarding people with money instead of increasing their favorability? It seems I still need to take action to improve myself. Thinking of this, Lu Yi chuckled, reached out and took Chu Chingi's hand, and said gently, Chingi, I'm fine. Chu Chingi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She had a feeling that Lu Yi was acting a little strange today. From embracing myself just now to speaking softly now, there's less hostility compared to before. Are you really all right? Chu Chingi asked with concern, her eyes showing worry. Of course. Lu Yi stood up, took Chu Chingi's hand, and led her to the dining table to sit down. I want Sister Chingi to feed me. Okay. Chu Chingi agreed without hesitation. She never refused Lu Yi's requests, but Lu Yi always went against their wishes. Last night was the same. I told him to drink less, but he wouldn't listen. Instead, he dragged Shanshan into drinking with him. When Shanshan couldn't drink, he pinched her cheeks, picked up the glass, and forced the wine down her throat. Chingi couldn't stop it at all. With Sister Xie gone, no one can control things. But Lu Yi is being unusually well behaved today. Did he suddenly realize something after turning 18? Or perhaps, they drank fake alcohol and haven't sobered up yet. Regardless, at least this version of Lu Yi made Chingi feel at ease. She picked up the bowl of plum juice that was on the table, stirred it gently with a spoon, and scooped up a spoonful to Lu Yi's lips. Lu Yi opened his mouth slightly, and Chingi moved slowly and gently, the plum juice flowing into Lu Yi's mouth along the spoon, the sweet and sour taste instantly filling his mouth. The moment he swallowed, a voice in his mind rang out, indicating that the mission was complete. Daily Quest 1 completed. Reward, +1 stamina. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected there to be such a thing. It seemed that the reward was more than just money. Just then, footsteps came from upstairs again. Lu Yi looked up and saw a girl wearing a blue camisole nightgown walking down. Her skin was as white as jade, her lips were small and delicate, her innocent doe eyes revealed a foolishness, and her face had just the right amount of plumpness, like a porcelain doll. Zhu Lingshan is 1 year older than Lu Yi and is a sophomore this year. Lu Yi, don't you have hands? You still need Chingi to feed you. I get angry just seeing you. I told you yesterday that I couldn't drink anymore, but you still forced me to drink more. When Zhu Lingshan got downstairs, she couldn't help but chatter when she saw Lu Yi. Lu Yi shrank back, and for the first time, he didn't argue. Instead, he snatched the bowl from Chingi's hand and gulped it down. Xiao Yi, slow down. Chingi gently reminded her, then turned to Zhu Lingshan reproachfully, Shanshan, you're not allowed to talk to Xiao Yi like that. Zhu Lingshan pouted, looking disgusted, you'll spoil him all you want, he'll be ruined sooner or later. That's none of your business. Hurry up and apologize to Xiao Yi. Chingi stared coldly at Zhu Lingshan, her gentle tone carrying a hint of iciness. No need, Sister Chingi is fine. Lu Yi put down the bowl and hurriedly said. He still felt very guilty towards Zhu Lingshan. When I was rebellious, I always teased her, and since she was naturally outspoken, we often got into fights. After she ran away from home, she secretly transferred money to him a few times, but then disappeared. Later, I heard from Sister Chingi that she had been falsely accused and cyberbullied, and had developed Yu syndrome. He lost a lot of weight, dropping to 60 pounds, and became as thin as skin and bones. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and ended his life on a dark and stormy night. According to Sister Chingi, during her illness, the thing she talked about most was her own name. He felt no aversion to Zhu Lingshan's words instead, he felt a touch of sweetness and nostalgia. Oh my, did the sun rise in the west today? You're really that kind? Zhu Lingshan looked at Lu Yi warily. Something unusual is bound to happen, this guy is probably plotting something bigger. There's no sun today, Lu Yi said, pointing out the window. The sky outside was overcast, and the air was damp. If he remembered correctly, there would be torrential rain for the next 3 days. The day he ran away from home was also the day of the torrential rain. So I knew you had ill intentions. Zhu Lingshan snorted and tilted her head back as she walked into the kitchen to find something to eat. Xiao Yi, don't take it to heart with Shanshan, that's just her personality, Chingi comforted softly. Sister Chingi, I won't hold it against her. We're all family. Lu Yi grinned, his eyes full of sweetness. A family? Chingi's eyes were somewhat dazed. It was incredibly rare to hear this word from Xiao Yi. Perhaps it really is true. 18-year-old Ono has grown up. Chingi's favorability has increased. Upon hearing this sound, Lu Yi's eyes lit up with joy, and he hurriedly went to check. It was increased from 33 to 34. Even if it's just a little bit, it's still progress. There's still a long way to go. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Zhu Lingshan in front of the refrigerator, wondering if he could bind her to his account? Sister Chingi, there's nothing left to eat. I'm so hungry. Zhu Lingshan closed the refrigerator door, looked at Chingi pitifully, and her doe eyes welled up with tears. Okay, I'll cook for you. What would you like to eat? Chingi said as she got up and walked towards the kitchen. I want tomato and egg noodles, and I want an extra sausage, Zhu Lingshan said excitedly. What about you, Xiao Yi? Chingi turned her head and looked at Lu Yi gently. Me too. You're copying me? Zhu Lingshan tried to widen her eyes as much as possible to make herself look fierce. Lu Yi rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay her any attention, and began to ask the system in his mind. System, can I bind another one? Yes, the host only needs to silently recite bind to the target person, and the binding will be successful as long as the conditions are met. Lu Yi nodded slightly. Since that was the case, he looked at Zhu Lingshan and silently recited the binding in his mind. Ding, Zhu Lingshan's favorability is insufficient, and binding cannot be completed at this time. The sudden sound startled Lu Yi. How could he have failed? Can I view her information? Can. Lu Yi wanted to see just how low this guy's affection for him really was. Name, Zhu Lingshan. Age, 19. Appearance, 95 points. Detailed information, 166 centimeters, 50 kilograms, B. Dating history, 0 times. Favorability, 95. Admiration level, 50. Chapter 3 Foodie Zhu Lingshan. Lu Yi was a little confused. What the hell was this can't see thing? System, aren't you going to come out and explain yourself? Those who are not linked cannot see the other person's current affection level. How much favorability is needed to bind? Once the affinity level reaches 30, you can become a bonded partner. Lu Yi pursed his lips, not expecting that Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating towards him had dropped below 30, whereas it used to be as high as 95. However, Lu Yi did not expect that the peak of this admiration value was even higher than that of Chingi. Could it be because we are close in age and we often joke around that she has such a high level of affection for me? Perhaps that's really possible, but right now it's probably all in the single digits, huh? Lu Yi stared at her favorability rating and admiration rating. The former had 2 asterisks and the latter had 1 asterisk. Did this mean that her favorability rating was in the double digits? Looks like I need to work on improving her favorability rating. Thinking of this, Lu Yi's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Zhu Lingshan sitting across the table and asked softly, Shan, are you sober yet? Zhu Lingshan was startled, and suddenly shrank back, her bright doe eyes filled with vigilance. Lu Yi, what are you going to do? I was just worried about you. I was wrong last night. I drank too much and that's why I acted that way. I promise I'll never do it again. Lu Yi said, raising his right hand as if making a vow. Zhu Lingshan stared at him without saying a word. The horrific scene of last night involuntarily flashed through my mind. Yesterday was Lu Yi's 18th birthday. Originally, Sister Shia was on a business trip out of town, but she made a special trip back to celebrate Lu Yi's birthday together. Everything was fine at first, but after eating the cake, Sister Shia left to continue her business trip. The moment Shia left, Lu Yi revealed his true colors. He went downstairs and bought several cases of beer, then dragged himself to drink with him. Even Sister Chingi was given some by Lu Yi. The 3 of them were quite drunk. Even though they said they couldn't drink anymore, Lu Yi still forced his mouth open and forced down a few more bottles, with beer spurting out of his nostrils. For a moment, she thought she was going to die. Having finally escaped, she pulled Chingi upstairs and closed the door, thus avoiding a disaster. This wasn't the first time Lu Yi had done something like this, but the fact that he was apologizing for what happened last night was unprecedented. Did you drink fake alcohol? Zhu Lingshan suddenly asked. I am perfectly sober right now. Lu Yi's eyes were firm, and his tone was gentle. Then swear it, Zhu Lingshan asked tentatively, her bright doe eyes fixed on him. I, Lu Yi, swear that I will never do what I did to Zhu Lingshan last night again. Just as Lu Yi finished speaking, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky outside the window, followed by a loud clap of thunder, which made the chandelier on the ceiling sway slightly. I knew it, you were lying to me. Zhu Lingshan said, her doe eyes welling up with tears again. After she finished speaking, she ran quickly to the sofa, picked up a large pillow, walked over to Lu Yi, and smashed it down on his head. You bad guy, I'll beat you to death. Lu Yi covered his head with his hands and did not resist, but he couldn't help but mutter to himself. What was with that lightning just now? For a moment, he really thought it was coming to strike him. He wasn't lying at all. Why don't you dodge? Zhu Lingshan hit him a few times and found that Lu Yi neither dodged nor resisted, which was completely different from before. In the past, he would have already spewed up a rage, snatched the pillow, and chased after himself, spanking his own bottom. Why should I hide? Lu Yi asked, releasing his hand from his head. This kind of pillow doesn't hurt when you hit someone, and Zhu Lingshan's strength wasn't great either. It was like tickling her. You're driving me crazy. Zhu Lingshan's cheeks were puffed out, as if she had eaten 2 angry pufferfish. Shan, when we go out later, I'll treat you to something delicious as an apology. Lu Yi leaned close to Zhu Lingshan, his clear eyes filled with sincerity. Zhu Lingshan's puffed-out cheeks immediately deflated, and her bright eyes filled with joy. Really? Of course, you can eat whatever you want, Lu Yi continued. WH. Anything is fine? Zhu Lingshan's eyes widened again, filled with joy and anticipation. Yeah, I'll take you to KFC, 4 grilled squid, then milk tea, dessert, and… Please, stop talking, let's go now. Zhu Lingshan wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, her eyes pleading. These were all things she had always dreamed of. Sister Xie is very strict and doesn't allow her to eat junk food. In addition, Sister Xie doesn't give her much living expenses each month, so she can't afford to eat it more than a few times. Just listening to Lu Yi talk about it now, she can still picture those scenes in her mind and savor the taste of what she ate 2 months ago. Not now. Lu Yi shook his head. So, you big bad guy were lying to me? Zhu Lingshan's cheeks puffed out instantly, and she glared at him fiercely. Of course not. Lu Yi shook his head. You asked Chingi to cook something. If we go out now, wouldn't we be hurting Chingi's feelings? Huh? Zhu Lingshan's eyes widened like saucers. She never expected Lu Yi to say such a thing. Did this chill Chingi's heart? When did he become so caring? Wasn't he always so carefree before? There's a problem, something's definitely not right. Unsolicited kindness is either a sign of malice or theft. Then let's finish eating before we go out. Zhu Lingshan put the pillow back on the sofa, then sat down opposite Lu Yi, staring intently at him. Regardless, we still need to eat. It's been a year, and this is the first time this guy has offered to treat me to something to eat. Go out with him and you'll find out what his scheme is. Zhu Lingshan thought she was very smart, scoring 666 points on the college entrance exam. I will absolutely not be deceived by Lu Yi. Lu Yi was speechless. This little girl was surprisingly wary. Thinking about what he had done over the past year, he could understand. As long as Zhu Lingshan agrees to go out with him, he can easily control her. Just a little foodie. A moment later, Zhu Chingi brought out 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles and placed them in front of the 2 of them, each with a sausage on top. Thank you, Sister Chingi. Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan said in unison. Zhu Lingshan suddenly looked at Lu Yi. Did she hear that right? Lu Yi actually said thank you? Zhu Chingi's favorability has increased. Xiao Yi, why are you being so polite with your older sister? Zhu Chingi's gentle voice rang out. Chingi, you've worked so hard, it's only right that I say thank you. Lu Yi grinned and gave a simple, honest smile. I never expected that simply saying thank you to Sister Chingi would elevate my status so much. He glanced at it and thought that although it was only 1 point, it was still progress. Good, Xiao Yi has grown up. Zhu Chingi's lips curled up slightly, and her eyebrows curved into a crescent moon. Zhu Lingshan got up and ran to Lu Yi, placed the back of her hand on Lu Yi's forehead, and muttered something in a puzzled tone. You don't have a fever. Chapter 4. A boy's blush speaks louder than any sweet words. Lu Yi was both amused and exasperated. He had only said something nice, but it not only increased Chingi's favorability towards him, but also made Shanshan think he was talking nonsense. Let me tell you, I'm perfectly normal now. I'm sober and don't have a fever. Lu Yi gently slapped away Zhu Lingshan's small hand. So, were you possessed? Or were you impersonated and transmigrated by someone else? Or were you reborn? Zhu Lingshan stared at Lu Yi with her bright doe eyes, as if trying to see right through him. Right now, immediately, uninstall tomato novels from your phone. Lu Yi rolled his eyes, his tone full of disdain. She actually guessed it, but luckily I kept a straight face. You're acting so strangely. Zhu Lingshan pouted, returned to her seat, picked up her chopsticks, and stuffed a large mouthful of noodles into her mouth. Chingi, do you also think I'm abnormal? Lu Yi ignored Zhu Lingshan and instead looked at Zhu Chingi. The latter reached out and gently rubbed his head, whispering, no matter what, you will always be my Xiao Yi. Well, Lu Yi knew Chingi would say that. She was like a gentle mother, unconditionally trusting and agreeing to whatever I did or whatever I asked for. It's the kind of unconditional pampering. That's why Lu Yi felt increasingly guilty. Fortunately, he had a second chance, and he would make sure that Sister Chingi lived happily every day. After finishing his noodles in a few bites, Lu Yi picked up the empty bowl and went into the kitchen. Xiao Yi, I can handle this. Zhu Chingi walked over and took the bowl from Lu Yi's hand. Chingi, I can wash it myself. Don't you have to prepare for tomorrow's admissions? You can go ahead and do your thing. Lu Yi said, while trying to snatch the bowl back. Unexpectedly, Chingi pulled her hand holding the bowl back, causing Lu Yi to miss his target and take a step forward. He turned his head slightly and met Chingi's stunning face. Their noses were less than a centimeter apart, and they could feel each other's warm breath. Lu Yi's ears immediately turned red, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back, lowering his head and remaining silent. Although he was rebellious in his previous life, he didn't have much experience with relationships between men and women, as he was too busy playing video games. Now that he was facing Sister Chingi so closely, his heart couldn't help but race. Lu Yi gave a wry smile. He knew that perhaps it was the appearance of that system that made him have a different attitude towards Sister Chingi. Besides making amends, there's also a different kind of feeling involved. Xiao Yi, what's wrong with you? Chingi noticed something was off about his expression and touched his cheek with the back of her hand. She immediately felt a warm sensation, even a bit hot. Why is it so hot? Do you have a fever? She asked with concern, her voice full of worry. And nothing. I'll go back to my room now. Lu Yi lowered his head, quickly brushed past Chingi, and ran back to his room in a somewhat disheveled manner. Oh no. Sister Chingi, stop calling him. Lu Yi doesn't have a fever, he's just horny. Zhu Lingshan wiped the soup from the corner of her mouth and spoke slowly. Aren't they all the same? Chingi frowned, not understanding Zhu Lingshan's words. Anyway, Xiao Yi is fine, so you don't need to worry. Zhu Lingshan got up and put her empty bowl into the empty bowl in Chingi's hand to stack them up. I'll go and comfort him for you. After saying that, Zhu Lingshan skipped and hopped towards Lu Yi's room, a playful smile playing on her lips. Shanshan, don't fight with Xiaoye, Chingi cautioned. Oh no, that can't be. Zhu Lingshan responded and ran to Lu Yi's door. She raised her hand and knocked 3 times. Lu Yi, open the door. I know you're inside. Lu Yi opened the door, looked at Zhu Lingshan outside, and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Didn't you promise to take me out to eat? Are you going back on your word? Zhu Lingshan put her hands on her hips, looking arrogant. How could that be? I'll take you there after Chingi leaves, Lu Yi said softly. Sneaking around like this, are you afraid Chingi will get jealous? Zhu Lingshan tilted her head forward slightly, her nose almost touching Lu Yi's. Lu Yi tilted his head back slightly and retorted, how could that be? What kind of logic is that? A young man's blush speaks louder than any sweet words. Zhu Lingshan stepped forward, pressing closer with each step. You're talking nonsense. Lu Yi took 2 steps back, his neck turning red. Zhu Lingshan is standing too close. He could smell the faint fragrance emanating from her, and feel the lingering warmth of her youthful scent on his face. Then why are you blushing? Zhu Lingshan continued forward, completely unaware that she had already entered Lu Yi's room. I'm just feeling stuffy, Lu Yi retorted, while issuing a warning, let me tell you, if you come any closer, don't blame me for being impolite. What, are you going to hit me? Zhu Lingshan looked smug. I'll go tell Sister Xia later that you have other ideas about Sister Chingi. You dare! Lu Yi exclaimed in shock. If Zhu Lingshan told Sister Xia, Lu Yi would probably really get beaten up. He had been beaten by Sister Xia quite a few times before because of his rebellious nature. He didn't dare to resist. After his parents left, Sister Xia became his guardian, and he controlled everything from eating and drinking to sleeping. Even when she was beaten, she could only secretly wipe away her tears in bed. I never expected Zhu Lingshan to use this to threaten me. Let's see how you try to please me then. Zhu Lingshan raised her chin, looking smug. Lu Yi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he said gently, how about I provide you with snacks for a week? No. 1 month. No. Zhu Lingshan, don't push your luck. Then I'll tell Sister Xia now. After saying that, Zhu Lingshan took out her phone and was about to call Xiao Xia. Lu Yi's pupils dilated, and he hurriedly reached out to snatch Zhu Lingshan's phone. Then, he grabbed her arm with one hand, pulled her onto the bed with a slight force, and hooked the door with his right foot, all in one smooth motion. Lu Yi, what are you doing? Zhu Lingshan suddenly jumped out of bed, her doe-like eyes staring at Lu Yi with some fear. A month's worth of snacks, and don't tell Sister Xia about this, or don't blame me for being impolite, Lu Yi threatened fiercely. No. Zhu Lingshan crossed her arms, raised her neck high, and a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Okay, is this how you play it? Lu Yi tossed Zhu Lingshan's phone onto the bed, stepped forward, grabbed her arm, bent her body down sharply so her back was to him, and gently slapped her. Smack! Zhu Lingshan's eyes widened, and the blush from her ears quickly spread to her cheeks and neck. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating increases. The sudden notification left Lu Yi completely bewildered. Chapter 5 Reward, Piano Mastery. Lu Yi, you're a pervert. Zhu Lingshan suddenly raised her head, grabbed Lu Yi's arm, and bit him. Hiss. Lu Yi gasped, letting out a painful sound. Zhu Lingshan was taken aback, then immediately released her mouth, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She didn't use much force. Are you alright? Zhu Lingshan asked with concern. Although she and Lu Yi often bicker and tease each other, she would never actually do anything to hurt Lu Yi. It's okay. If you bite me, you can't go and complain to Sister Xia, okay? Lu Yi reached out and wiped the glistening saliva off his arm, which still had a row of faint, cute little teeth marks on it. Humph, we'll see. Zhu Lingshan snorted, then pushed Lu Yi away, raised her head, and walked out of the room. Lu Yi chuckled lightly. This little girl is really stubborn and arrogant. He sat on the bed, curiously checking Zhu Lingshan's information to see how much her favorability rating had increased. Name, Zhu Lingshan. Favorability, 95. Admiration level, 50. Goodness, it's best to keep it a secret. If it were like what Chingi did, the improvement would probably only be slight. Lu Yi was having a bit of a headache. Should it be around 10 or 20? In the living room, Zhu Lingshan sat on the sofa, staring absent-mindedly at the kitchen. Chingi untied her apron, dried her hands with a towel, and came out. Seeing Zhu Lingshan staring at her, she asked in confusion, Shan, what's wrong with you? Oh no, Chingi, when are you going out? Zhu Lingshan quickly asked. Now, tomorrow is the first, I need to go to school to prepare. Chingi said as she walked towards Lu Ye's room. She knocked on Lu Ye's door. Xiaoyi, take off your clothes, I'll help you wash them. Hearing the noise from inside, Lu Yi quickly took off his clothes and opened the door. Thank you, Sister Chingi. Chingi's ears turned red. She didn't say anything, silently took the clothes in her hands, and then turned and left. Lu Yi noticed the blush on her ears, scratched his head, and then suddenly remembered something. He looked down and realized he was only wearing shorts, no wonder Chingi's ears turned red. With a bang, Lu Yi slammed the door shut, then covered his burning cheeks with his hand, his heart pounding and his love burning. It seems like I can't go back. I can no longer treat her like an older sister. What's there to be afraid of? We're not related by blood anyway. Rather than letting outsiders benefit, it's better to do it ourselves. Daily Quest 3 completed. Reward, Piano Mastery. The voice in his head brought Lu Yi back to his senses. The last task for today is complete. It's a skill? But this seems a bit useless. Since I was preparing to enroll in the music department of Jiangnan University, I naturally knew a little about these instruments. He closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, and was immediately overjoyed. He felt he had become more proficient in some piano techniques, which was not bad. Lu Yi chuckled, took out a set of black clothes from the wardrobe and put them on before leaving the room and sitting down next to Zhu Lingshan on the sofa in the living room. When is Sister Chingi going out? He asked in a low voice. She said she'd throw the clothes in the washing machine and then go out, Zhu Lingshan replied softly. The two were extremely cautious, like spies making a rendezvous. Should we ask the housekeeper to clean up these things? Lu Yi pointed to the messy coffee table and the chaotic floor. Yes, I just called Auntie over, Zhu Lingshan replied, then suddenly looked at Lu Yi. No, is this something you're concerned about? Lu Yi used to never concern himself with these kinds of things. Today is so strange. I'm part of this family too. Lu Yi shrugged and continued, I was saying that if there is no housekeeper to clean, we can clean it ourselves. Zhu Lingshan's mouth widened, her doe-like eyes filled with confusion. She turned around, crossed her legs to face Lu Yi, and said seriously, Lu Yi, have you really been possessed? Which planet are you from? Earth? Blue Star? Mercury? Lu Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes, then reached out and grabbed Zhu Lingshan's phone from the sofa, entering his birthday to unlock it. Not only Zhu Lingshan, but Xiao Xie and Chingi's lock screen passwords are also his birthday. What are you doing? Zhu Lingshan reached out to snatch it. Lu Yi held his phone high, then found Tomato Novels and clicked to uninstall it. Only after finishing did he return the phone to Zhu Lingshan, saying, watch less of this kind of stuff. What's it to you? Zhu Lingshan puffed out her cheeks, her eyes fierce. I'm doing this for your own good. TCH, Sister Xia and Sister Chingi say they're doing this for your own good every day, but you still don't listen." These words silenced Lu Yi. Just as Zhu Lingshan said, he hadn't listened to a word the three of them said. "That was before, I won't do it now." Lu Yi raised his head, his eyes serious and his tone firm. Zhu Lingshan looked puzzled, sensing that something was off about Lu Yi, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Today, Lu Yi is no different from before, except that he is obedient. But being obedient is abnormal in itself. Could it be true, as Sister Chingi said, that one grows up overnight at 18? "I'm going out." "Don't fight, okay?" Shu Chingi's gentle voice rang out. "No." Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan answered in unison. Shu Chingi nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk towards the main gate. "Chingi, are you going out like this?" Lu Yi called out. "What's wrong?" Shu Chingi turned her head, a hint of doubt in her gentle eyes. "Your clothes." Lu Yi pointed to the clothes on Shu Chingi's body. "Oh no, I just said I'd change after I finished washing my clothes, I forgot." Shu Chingi looked at her pajamas and hurriedly ran upstairs. Lu Yi shook his head. That's just how Chingi is. He often forgets his own things, but he never misses a single thing about his. A short while later, Shu Chingi changed into a white tank top, revealing her delicate collarbone, and wore a sky blue sun protective shirt, hiding her fair arms inside. She wore a matching white skirt with a mesh hem that draped naturally over her white sneakers. Her long, jet black hair fell naturally down her back, giving her the air of a gentle older sister. "I'm leaving now, come back for dinner tonight." Shu Chingi said goodbye to the two of them and then opened the door to leave. After Shu Chingi left, Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan stared at each other blankly. "Walk?" The two spoke at the same time, as if in perfect unison. "I'm going to change my clothes," Zhu Lingshan said, and ran upstairs as fast as she could. Lu Yi leaned back on the sofa, watching Zhu Lingshan go upstairs. A flash of white appeared against her blue skirt. Upstairs there are 3 rooms, one for each of the 3 girls, Shia and her 2 friends. There are 4 rooms downstairs, and Lu Yi lives in the master bedroom. The other 3 rooms are a workout room, a yoga room, and a music room. The former is for Lu Yi to enjoy all by himself, while the yoga room is shared by 3 girls. As for the music room, it was a place he often used with Shu Chingi and Zhu Lingshan. Shu Chingi is a music teacher at Jiangnan University and also Lu Yi's teacher. Zhu Lingshan is also a music major and is now a member of an idol trainee program. In my previous life, I heard Shu Chingi say that Zhu Lingshan became famous suddenly and was then betrayed and slandered, which caused her to be unable to withstand the pressure. Calculating the timeline, it was about a month before Zhu Lingshan became a sensation, and then in November, rumors were spread about her. But he didn't know exactly who spread the rumor. At the time, Chingi only told him that it was Shanshan's friend. It seems we'll only know once Shanshan becomes famous. Or, to put it another way, get to know her friends beforehand. Chapter 6: The Shy Zhu Lingshan. The sound of de rang out. Lu Yi looked up and saw Zhu Lingshan coming down from upstairs. She wore a black sleeveless dress, and her exposed arms were as white as warm jade. The skirt wasn't very long, just 5 centimeters above the knee, revealing a section of fair and shapely thighs. White stockings covered her calves, making her legs appear even more slender. She wore a pair of black leather shoes with slightly shiny toes. As she walked down the stairs, the hem of her skirt swayed gently, giving her an air of sweet yet cool charm. If you look again I'll gouge your eyes out." Zhu Lingshan walked up to Lu Yi, put her hands on her hips, and said in a cute but fierce tone, but a hint of smugness flashed in her eyes. "What, you're dressed so beautifully and you don't want people to look at you?" Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze freely sweeping over her legs. Zhu Lingshan was speechless, she couldn't think of a rebuttal. "There's nothing I can do," Lu Yi just said, "I'm pretty." Noticing his gaze, Zhu Lingshan moved her legs slightly, as if she were posing. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Although these legs weren't long, they were slender and graceful. If only he could. He didn't dwell on it. Instead, he got up, walked over to Zhu Lingshan, and patted her head. "Let's go, beautiful lady." Lu Yi is 1.85 meters tall, more than half a head taller than Zhu Lingshan. The latter looked up at him and said, "Don't touch my head, or I'll stunt my growth." "You're already 19, can you still have a second growth spurt?" "They're over 20 and still doing well." "I think you're just fine as you are, you're so cute being so small." Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Zhu Lingshan was taken aback. Her doe-like eyes showed a hint of panic, and her ears flushed slightly. She lowered her head, turned around, and ran towards the door in a somewhat disheveled manner. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating increases. Zhu Lingshan's affection level has increased. Now it was Lu Ye's turn to be stunned. A simple compliment actually boosted his performance by 2 points? He hurriedly checked, but unfortunately it was still confidential. It seems his favorability rating is still a bit low. Hey, are you coming or not? Are you going to go back on your word? Zhu Lingshan shouted from outside the door. They're here. The two arrived at the underground parking lot, and Zhu Lingshan led Lu Yi toward an Audi A6. This is the vehicle that Sister Xia provided for their trip. Lu Yi hasn't taken his driving test yet, while Zhu Lingshan just got hers a month ago. As for whether he had ever driven on the road, Lu Yi didn't know either, as Chingi had always driven when they went out in the past. Shanshan, are you sure you can handle this? Lu Yi asked nervously from the passenger seat. Don't worry, I passed all 4 parts of my exams on my first try. As Zhu Lingshan spoke, she pulled out the seatbelt and plugged it into the socket on Lu Yi's side. Just then, Lu Yi turned around, pulled out his seatbelt, and was about to put it on when he realized something was wrong. Shanshan, how can I feel at ease if you do this? Lu Yi pointed to the seatbelt buckle. Zhu Lingshan blushed and coughed a few times. I was just testing you to see if you understood. Lu Yi was speechless. How could someone be so self-righteous after doing something wrong? He didn't say anything more. After buckling the seatbelt, he turned off the windshield wipers for Zhu Lingshan and pushed the rearview mirror out for her. After doing all this, he took out his ID card from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and gripped the handrail on the roof of the car tightly with both hands, looking as if he was ready to die. Lu Yi, am I that scary? Zhu Lingshan turned to look at Lu Yi, her voice rising with a hint of anger. Does Lu Yi distrust himself that much? It's not that you're scary, it's that I want people to be able to quickly discover our identity information, Lu Yi said seriously. You don't trust me? Zhu Lingshan asked, her eyes filled with grievance. How could that be? If I didn't trust you, would I have gotten in the car? Zhu Lingshan was taken aback. It seemed that was indeed the case. Then. Don't talk, let's drive. Lu Yi was ready. In the end, the two were still unable to drive the car away. Zhu Lingshan felt that Lu Yi trusted her so much that it didn't matter if something happened to her, but she couldn't let something happen to Lu Yi. After all, she and Xia came here to repay a debt of gratitude. Even after spending time with Lu Yi, she discovered that he was a complete jerk. But in her heart, Lu Yi's safety was still more important than anything else. Lu Yi lives in the tomato community, which is just across the street from Jiangnan University. The two walked out of the community gate, crossed a traffic light intersection, and arrived at a snack street next to it. No, it's so close, why did you have to drive? Lu Yi stood at the entrance of the snack street and couldn't help but complain. School hasn't started yet, so there's not much food here, Zhu Lingshan grumbled. I originally planned to go to a more bustling pedestrian street, but now I can only make do here. The two strode into the food street. The road underfoot was not shiny. The ground had long been stained dark brown by years of oil stains, and you could clearly feel a sticky, gritty texture when you stepped on it. Apart from that, the road was fairly clean, with no scattered litter. Most of the shops on both sides were closed, with their roller shutters half drawn, giving the place a somewhat deserted feel. Occasionally, a few scattered pedestrians could be seen strolling by slowly. The two walked a short distance before they saw a Stinky tofu shop with its doors open. Dim yellow light shone through the glass window, and they could vaguely smell that familiar, pungent yet fragrant aroma. Lu Yi, with his sharp eyes, turned around first and asked, Shanshan, do you want some Stinky tofu? Eat. Zhu Lingshan said without hesitation. As soon as she finished speaking, she started running over, her little black leather shoes making a light tap-tap sound on the sticky ground. Lu Yi quickly followed. Boss, 2 servings of Stinky tofu, please, Zhu Lingshan said in a crisp voice. Okay, that'll be 10 yuan in total. After the owner finished speaking, he took the Stinky tofu out of the oil pot and put it into a box. Then he sprinkled chopped green onions and chili peppers on top, scooped up a spoonful of pickled cowpeas, and drizzled on his secret sauce. While Lu Yi was paying, the 2 servings of Stinky tofu were already ready. Lu Yi didn't know whether it was authentic or not, but it looked pretty good and smelled nice. Here, have one for you too. Zhu Lingshan generously handed a box of Stinky tofu to Lu Yi. This guy actually paid for it. He'd never treated me to anything before. That's really strange. I won't eat it, you can have it all. Lu Yi looked at her and said gently. Ha? Zhu Lingshan's doe-like eyes were filled with surprise. You're really Lu Yi? Of course, I'm all grown up now that I'm over 18. A gentle smile curved Lu Yi's lips. Then you hold this for me first, I can't eat it with both hands. After saying that, Zhu Lingshan stuffed one of the bowls into Lu Yi's hands, and then quickly turned around so that Lu Yi wouldn't see her red ears. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating increases. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Yi smiled calmly. Small acts of kindness can touch a person's heart unexpectedly. Chapter 7, A Crazy Rise in Favorability. Zhu Lingshan eats very quickly. She had only taken a few steps when the stinky tofu in her hand was already empty. She stopped and turned to look at Lu Yi. Here, do you want me to feed you? Lu Yi's eyes were warm. Huh? Zhu Lingshan exclaimed in surprise, then quickly shook her head, no. No need. After saying that, she quickly snatched the stinky tofu from Lu Yi's hand, turned around and continued eating as she walked. Lu Yi's sudden gentleness is really unusual. But this feeling seems pretty good. 18 years old, can it really change a person that much? A box of stinky tofu only costs 5 or 6 yuan. Zhu Lingshan threw the box in her hand into the trash can and looked up to find that Lu Yi had already run to a grilled squid shop in front of her. Zhu Lingshan stopped in her tracks, her innocent doe eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Lu Yi walked up to her without her noticing. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Lu Yi waved 2 large skewers of squid in front of her. Ah, no. Of course I like to eat it. Zhu Lingshan came back to her senses, snatched the squid skewer from Lu Yi's hand, and took a bite. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I should eat first. Zhu Lingshan has a small mouth, but she eats very quickly, leaving a lot of oil stains on the corners of her mouth. Lu Yi took out a tissue he had prepared in advance and, taking advantage of Zhu Lingshan's inattention, gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating increases. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating increases. Zhu Lingshan's affection level has increased. Zhu Lingshan's affection level has increased. The ding 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 sound kept ringing in my mind. Lu Yi was shocked. Just this small gesture had caused his favorability and admiration to increase so much. Ding, a suitable binding object has been found. Bind now? Another voice rang out, filling Lu Yi with immense joy. Does this mean that Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating has reached 30? Bind. Lu Yi silently recited in his mind, without any hesitation. Ding, successful binding of target, Zhu Lingshan. Finally, it's linked. Besides being able to farm rewards, I can also see more intuitively how it changes some of my stats. Where did you get these tissues? Zhu Lingshan's crisp voice rang out. Oh, when I bought the squid, I asked the vendor for a few extra. Lu Yi looked at Zhu Lingshan, his tone gentle. Zhu Lingshan's ears were already pink. She lowered her head and slowly walked forward. Lu Yi was so gentle he actually wiped his own mouth for him and even asked the boss for it beforehand. That's so thoughtful. Sigh, I hope none of this is an illusion. Zhu Lingshan sighed, looked at the squid skewers in her hand, and her face showed a hint of annoyance. Seriously, how can you be distracted while eating? It's all Lu Yi's fault he suddenly became so considerate. Lu Yi followed behind her, but in his mind he was checking Zhu Lingshan's profile. Name, Zhu Lingshan. Favorability, 3095. Adoration level, 1250. Tasks, daily tasks click to view, strategy tasks unlocked when charm and appearance reach 10. My favorability rating barely reached 30. It rang so many times just now, it seems it had already dropped by more than 10 points before. Fortunately, it has now improved, and the admiration value has reached 12. Lu Yi was quite satisfied, and then checked Zhu Lingshan's daily tasks. Daily Task 1, get a massage from Zhu Lingshan. Daily Task 2, get Zhu Lingshan to call him brother. Daily Task 3, get Zhu Lingshan to take your hand. There were still 3 tasks, and Lu Yi felt that these were much more difficult than those for Chingi. Fortunately, he had something to hold against Zhu Lingshan. Lu Yi, I want to eat that. Zhu Lingshan stopped and pointed to an ice cream shop next door. Sure, just call me brother and I'll buy it for you, Lu Yi chuckled, his tone slightly teasing. Zhu Lingshan's eyes were immediately filled with doubt. Everything was fine just now, but why does Lu Yi seem to have changed back to his old self? Shan, it's not too much to call me brother, is it? It's not like we haven't called you that before. And you know, calling someone brother will get you a sweet ice cream. Sweet and sour strawberry flavor? Or tart lime flavor? Or perhaps chocolate that's sweet to the core? Lu Ye's voice was like that of a demon from hell, carrying an allure. Zhu Lingshan's throat bobbed incessantly as she reached out the back of her small hand to wipe the drool that had spilled from the corner of her mouth. If I order, I'll want to. She looked at Lu Yi, swallowed her saliva, and then spoke. No problem. Lu Yi readily agreed. Elder brother. Zhu Lingshan blurted out, her voice crisp and sweet. Daily Quest 2 completed, reward, charisma +1. Lu Yi closed his eyes, looking completely relaxed. Aside from the allure of the system's rewards, what truly made his heart race was Zhu Lingshan's calling him brother. He had forced Zhu Lingshan to call him brother before, but he had never felt so comfortable with it. You can't cheat on buying ice cream. Zhu Lingshan looked at Lu Yi warily. The world is vast, but the food we eat must be delivered. Of course I won't go back on my word, but I want you to take me with you. Lu Yi opened his eyes, a sly glint in them. The third task was to get Zhu Lingshan to hold his hand, which he accomplished conveniently. If you don't buy it for me, I'll bite you to death. Zhu Lingshan tried her best to sound fierce. Lu Yi remained silent, but simply extended his hand. Zhu Lingshan raised her delicate hand, gently grasped Lu Ye's hand, and pulled him towards the ice cream shop with a little force. Daily Task 3 completed, reward, 1,044 yuan. This time, only money was awarded as a reward, so it's not a big problem. Lu Yi felt the warmth in her palm, her soft little hand felt boneless. He couldn't resist taking her little hand in his own. Zhu Lingshan was startled and hurriedly pulled her hand back, the blush spreading from her ears to her neck and cheeks. It's strange. She and Lu Yi had been playing around and had a lot of physical contact before, so why does she feel this way this time? She didn't understand, nor did she want to think about it. She walked hurriedly to the store and asked the waiter for a strawberry flavor and a mango flavor. Lu Yi followed behind Zhu Lingshan, and seeing her hurried steps and reddened ears, he could tell at a glance that the girl was shy. He couldn't help but smile. This girl was actually quite cute when she was shy. Thinking back to her in the past, she was always a bit rough around the edges, and when she got into a fight with me, she was fearless, throwing punches at me without hesitation. This slightly shy demeanor has a unique charm. Sure enough, the reason why Zhu Lingshan used to be so aggressive was probably because she was too beastly. Back then, I always liked to provoke her and spoke without thinking, which forced her to resort to violence to fight against me. But as for myself, I only restrain myself in front of Sister Xia. I'm always fearless in front of others. So the two of them started arguing and fighting every few days. Looking back now, it seems like a naive yet precious tug of war. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and pay. Zhu Lingshan, holding an ice cream in her hand, turned to look at Lu Yi. They're here. Chapter 8 Agreement. Lu Yi followed behind Zhu Lingshan, acting as a payment machine. In addition to this, he also carried a lot of things that Zhu Lingshan hadn't had time to eat. Although there were many items, they weren't expensive. In total, it only cost less than 200 yuan, while the reward was over 1,000 yuan. Shan, is that enough? Be careful not to get fat if you eat so much. Lu Yi said softly as he looked at Zhu Lingshan, who was still trying to walk towards the savory pancake stall. I'm naturally beautiful, I won't gain weight no matter how much I eat. Zhu Lingshan raised an eyebrow, her face full of smugness. If you eat so much, will you still be able to eat when Chingi comes back to cook dinner tonight? Lu Yi walked up to her. Zhu Lingshan looked down at what she was holding, then at what Lu Yi was holding. It did seem like she had a lot. But I haven't had enough to eat yet, Zhu Lingshan said softly, her head down. Here's what we'll do, go back and give me a massage, and I'll bring you here for a meal. Lu Yi brought his mouth close to her ear and whispered, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Zhu Lingshan subconsciously took 2 steps back, her innocent doe eyes filled with confusion. You can choose any place we go tomorrow, Lu Yi continued to tempt. She's just a foodie, I can easily control her. Zun do as fake do? Lu Yi, keep my word. Good. After fulfilling their agreement, the two turned around and headed home, with Zhu Lingshan eating as she walked. Hurry up, let's eat when we get back, it's going to rain soon. Lu Yi looked up at the churning dark clouds in the distance, with lightning flashing through them. Judging by the distance, it will probably drift over in less than 5 minutes. No, if I take it back to eat, Chingi will see it. Zhu Lingshan shook her head vigorously. If Chingi finds out that I ate these things, she will definitely tell Xia, and then I'll be in big trouble. What are you afraid of? I'm here, Lu Yi reassured her. Just say I ate it. You said it yourself. Of course, I'll take the blame for you. Just remember to give me a massage later. Zhu Lingshan didn't speak, not understanding why Lu Yi was so insistent on massaging her, since she wasn't a professional. Well, considering how much food he took me to eat today, and how he'll take me again tomorrow, and how he covered for me, I'll give him a good massage when we get back. Zhu Lingshan put everything she was carrying into a bag. Let me help you with that, we need to get back quickly. Lu Yi extended his hand. Zhu Lingshan handed him what she was holding, then lifted her skirt and started running. Lu Yi carried a lot of things in both hands and followed Zhu Lingshan with a slightly faster pace. A thunderclap exploded in their ears, making their eardrums vibrate. Immediately afterwards, a strong wind swept in, carrying sand and gravel, and the branches of the trees on both sides of the road rustled loudly. The branches and leaves shook violently, and many leaves were forcibly torn off, swirling and dancing in the air, some even landing on the heads of running pedestrians. As soon as Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan crossed the road, large raindrops began to pelt down, causing a stinging sensation on their skin. In the blink of an eye, the rain became torrential, and the rain poured down on the two of them like beads from a broken string. Although the distance from the traffic light intersection to the entrance of the underground parking garage in the community is less than 100 meters, the sudden downpour caused the two of them to run all the way, and their clothes were still soaked and their hair was stuck to their cheeks. As soon as they hid inside the underground parking garage entrance, the two shook off the water, which dripped down their clothes. Zhu Lingshan tilted her head, wringing out water from the ends of her hair with her small hands, muttering softly with a hint of grievance and helplessness, "I just washed my hair this morning, really." "Stop doing that for now, go back and take a hot shower, or you'll easily catch a cold," Lu Yi said as he pulled her arm and led her towards the elevator. "Slow down." Zhu Lingshan was pulled into the elevator by Lu Yi. The mess that had previously littered the living room had been cleaned up. After taking a shower and changing into a bathrobe, Lu Yi sat down on the sofa and took out his phone to call Chingi. Beep beep beep. The call was answered after only 3 rings. "Hey, Shia, what's wrong?" Chingi's voice came from the other end of the phone, mixed with the sound of rain. "Chingi, when are you coming back?" "I'll come pick you up then," Lu Yi said softly. "Not so fast. I have an umbrella, I can go back by myself." "Don't come out, the rain is too heavy," Chingi said gently, feeling a warmth in her heart. "It's so rare that Ono would care about me. Chingi's favorability has increased. It's just that the rain is too heavy, that's why I'm worried about you." Lu Yi's tone was firm. "Chingi, if you don't let me go, I won't eat dinner tonight, and I won't go to register tomorrow." "Okay, I promise you." Chingi blurted out, "I'll tell you when I'm done with my work." Chingi's favorability has increased. "Okay, I remember." Lu Yi hung up the phone after saying that. In the past, I could always get Chingi to give in by using this method. Lu Yi knew it was because Chingi cared about him too much. "I used to use this method to go to internet cafes to play games, and now I'm using this method to care for her, which isn't bad at all." Anyway, the favorability rating has increased by 2 points, taking another step forward. Lu Yi chuckled softly, lay down on the sofa, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. After hanging up the phone, Chingi's expression was somewhat complicated. "Ono is acting really strange today, showing such concern for me. What a naughty child, threatening himself in this way." Chingi's brows were full of smiles. This was the sensible Xiao Yi she knew. "Teacher Chu, what are you thinking about? You seem so happy." A bald man wearing glasses asked softly from the side. "Oh, the cat at home gave birth." Chingi's smile faded, her expression turning cold. "How many kittens did they have?" "I quite like cats too," the man persisted. "Teacherly, this is working hours." Chingi glanced at him coldly, and the latter smiled awkwardly and lowered his head to attend to his own business. Some teachers nearby, seeing this, simply smiled slightly. 2 years ago, after Teacher Chu came to Jiangnan University, she immediately won the title of the most beautiful woman, and even the 3 most beautiful girls in the school paled in comparison to her. Such a gentle beauty naturally attracts countless suitors. However, despite her seemingly gentle beauty, she is actually a cold and ruthless woman. No matter who it was, she always had a calm and indifferent demeanor, and it was rare to see a smile on her face. Over time, many suitors gave up in the face of difficulties. But many are still persisting. At least that's how it was with Teacher Li just now, but unfortunately, Teacher Chu coldly rejected her every time. I wonder what kind of man can win Teacher Chu's heart. The teachers nearby lowered their heads again and went back to their own work. Chapter 9: The Wind of Love. In the small house, Zhu Lingshan came downstairs, still wearing the same blue spaghetti strap nightgown she wore that morning, her long, black hair draped over her back, swaying gently as she walked. Wearing white rabbit head slippers, she quickly sat down on the sofa, picked up a skewer from the coffee table, and stuffed it into her mouth. Hey Shanshan, slow down, no one's going to take it from you, Li Yi chuckled. If we don't eat quickly, what if Sister Chingi comes back? Zhu Lingshan continued, chewing meat, her words muffled. Besides, I feel uncomfortable if I don't eat what I see. Lu Yi shook his head. He didn't understand the world of foodies. His gaze fell on Zhu Lingshan. Perhaps because she had just taken a shower, her fair, jade-like skin had a faint pinkish hue, and her rounded, fragrant shoulders gleamed under the light. Her hair had clearly just been washed, still damp and carrying a faint scent of shampoo. Occasionally, a drop or two of water would drip from the ends of her hair onto the sofa. Lu Yi realized this wouldn't do. Leaving hair exposed without drying it would easily lead to catching a cold. He got up, went into the bathroom, took out a hairdryer, and sat down next to Zhu Lingshan again. Come on, Shanshan, let me dry your hair for you. Lu Yi plugged in the hairdryer and said gently. Ha! Zhu Lingshan was tearing at the beef skewers with her mouth, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. What do you mean, oh? You just got caught in the rain, and you didn't dry your hair after the shower. What if you catch a cold? Lu Yi said, already turning on the hairdryer, and warm air immediately blew out. He reached out and grabbed a handful of Zhu Lingshan's hair, carefully blowing on the ends of her hair bit by bit. Zhu Lingshan silently put down the beef skewers in her hand, her doe-like eyes filled with complex emotions. Lu Yi is acting very strangely today. Why is he suddenly so concerned about me? Normally, if he saw his hair was wet, he might deliberately bring a basin of cold water over and pour it over his head, then laugh out loud. But now, the way he's earnestly blow-drying my hair doesn't seem like he's faking it at all. This sudden tenderness made Zhu Lingshan feel flustered, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. She didn't even realize that she had subtly shifted her body so that she was facing away from Lu Yi, making it easier for him to blow-dry her hair. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating increases. Zhu Lingshan's affection level has increased. The sound of ding 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 kept ringing in Lu Yi's mind. The favorability and admiration levels are rising way too fast. Lu Yi multitasked with checking Zhu Lingshan's current information. Favorability, 3695. Adoration level, 1850. Wow, my favorability rating increased by 6 points, and my affection rating also increased by 6 points. She just blow-dried her hair, and it grew so much. Is she imagining a whole novel in her head? Lu Yi chuckled and continued to focus on drying her hair. As we all know, when blow-drying a girl's hair, the hairdryer does more than just dry the hair. At the same time, it will also bring the winds of love. Lu Yi saw it. Although there aren't many, and the view from the summit isn't visible, the outline at the foot of the mountain suggests that it's no ordinary mountain, towering into the clouds. Is it all done? Zhu Lingshan's voice sounded a little unnatural. Oh, okay. Lu Yi came back to his senses, his ears turning slightly red. He had actually been distracted. Humph. Zhu Lingshan snorted lightly, as if to cover something up. She put down the food in her hand, turned around and ran to the first floor bathroom, slamming the door shut with a bang. She walked to the sink, placed her hands on the countertop, and brought her head close to the mirror. The girl in the mirror had cheeks as red as ripe apples. Zhu Lingshan felt a surge of shyness. She touched her cheek with her fingers and could still feel the lingering warmth. She couldn't sense where the warm air from the hairdryer was blowing. Was Lu Yi doing this on purpose or by accident? She looked down, tugged at the straps of her nightgown, and peered at what was underneath, wondering to herself, is it really that alluring? She didn't understand, but Lu Yi seemed to like it a lot. No, Shanshan, you can't fall into this state. Maybe Lu Yi will get better someday. I'll observe him for a few more days to see if he has truly reformed. When Zhu Lingshan came out, her complexion had returned to normal. Lu Yi had cleaned up the food she had just finished eating on the coffee table, leaving only a few escaped fish waiting for Zhu Lingshan's favor. There's one more thing, hurry up and eat so you can give me a massage after you finish. Lu Yi lay on the sofa, his face full of comfort. Oh, Zhu Lingshan responded casually, finishing her food in a few bites. After wiping her mouth, she looked at Lu Yi and asked, which part of your body are you massaging? Down there. Lu Yi pointed downwards. Ha! Zhu Lingshan subconsciously looked down at Lu Yi's lower abdomen. Lu Yi, you're a pervert. She let out a furious cry, picked up a nearby cushion, and smashed it at Luya's head. I asked you to massage my legs, what are you thinking? Luyi took the pillow with one hand, his eyes full of contempt. That leg? Zhu Lingshan widened her eyes, trying to look fierce. Calf? Which leg is it? Luyi was speechless and retorted, seriously, is there only one color in your head? I'm Asian, so what if I'm a little yellow? Zhu Lingshan wrinkled her nose, then squatted down in front of the sofa, placed her small hands on his calves, and pressed down gently. Daily task 1 completed. Reward, lucky card. Luya's eyes lit up. Damn, there are props too. Lucky card, disappears after use, increases luck for the day. Okay, it's just a concept, there's no real improvement. I wonder if using a lucky card will make me win the lottery. Forget it, there's a high chance I won't win. After all, this isn't something you can calculate based on luck. Ring ring ring, a cell phone rang. Luyi took out his phone and saw that it was Chingi calling, so she must have finished her work. Hey Chingi, are you done with your work over there? Luyi asked with concern as he answered the phone. Okay, I'll send you my location. Chingi's gentle voice rang out on the phone. Okay, I'll be right there. Luyi hung up the phone and got up from the sofa. You're going to pick up Sister Chingi? Zhu Lingshan, who was squatting in front of the sofa, asked with surprise. Yes, it's raining so hard, it's not safe for Chingi to be alone. Luyi said as he went into the room to change his clothes. Zhu Lingshan's mouth is so wide open you could fit an egg in it. Luyi has changed so much. He actually cares so much about Sister Chingi. Wrong. Zhu Lingshan recalled the blushing expression on Luya's face during his close contact with Chingi that afternoon, along with the questions she had asked him in the room. Could Luyi really like Chingi? Although Sister Chingi is very gentle, very beautiful, very understanding, and very, well, perfect in every way. Zhu Lingshan pursed her lips, her expression turning somewhat unpleasant. Luyi changed his clothes and came out, casually taking the trash out of the bin next to the coffee table so he could take it down and throw it away later. What's wrong with you? Luyi asked curiously, looking at the sullen Zhu Lingshan. I'm fine, you should go pick up Chingi. Zhu Lingshan stood up, put her hands on Luya's back, and pushed him towards the door. Regardless of the circumstances, it's a good thing that Luyi took such action. It's completely different from before. Chapter 10, a figure in the downpour. The rain kept falling, and the atmosphere wasn't exactly harmonious. Especially under the eaves. Chingi looked at the torrential rain in front of her, the rain curtain obscuring the view outside. The wind howled wildly, and the branches of the trees along the roadside shook violently, making a creaking sound. Some puddles formed on the ground, and rainwater flowed down the terrain, forming small rivers. She took 2 steps back to avoid the wind blowing the rain onto her. Teacher Chu, it's raining so hard, let me take you home. A gentle voice came from behind, and Teacher Li walked over with a black umbrella in her hand. Chingi didn't even glance at him, her gaze fixed on the direction of the main entrance, her heart filled with concern and worry. With such heavy rain, if Ono came over, he would definitely get soaked. Sai, when he arrives, I need to quickly make him some ginger tea and prepare some cold medicine so he doesn't catch a cold. Teacher Chu, are you waiting for someone? When Teacher Li saw that she didn't respond, she took 2 more steps closer and continued to ask. Chingi frowned, glanced at him coldly, and said in a flat tone, yes, waiting for someone. After speaking, she moved a few steps to the side, widening the distance between herself and Teacher Li, her eyes distant. Waiting for whom? My student. Student? Teacher Li couldn't help but wonder, since tomorrow was only the first day of registration, why did Teacher Chu send a student to pick her up? His eyes were probing, and his tone was serious, just a student? Still the younger brother. Just a younger brother? He's also my husband. Teacher Li smiled, not believing Chingi's answer. He took it as just an excuse to brush him off. Husband? Impossible. He'll be at most a younger brother. He didn't leave, he wanted to see who this younger brother was. If we give him some preferential treatment, we might be able to use him as a springboard to target and destroy Chingi. The rain pattered down, and a dark figure gradually became clear in the rain. The strong wind whipped his clothes into a fluttering mess, and the umbrella in his hand was tossed about as if it were about to be completely overturned at any moment. Chingi's heart clenched, her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with worry, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her clothes. Lu Yi rushed to the eaves, shook off his soaked clothes, water droplets dripping from the hem, and then put down his umbrella before walking up to Chingi and asking softly, "Sister Chingi, am I not late?" "You silly child, I already told you can go back by yourself." Chingi reached out and gently patted his soaked clothes, her tone full of reproach, but the worry in her eyes was unmistakable. "Look at you, you're completely soaked." "It's alright, I'm in great shape, I won't get cold." Lu Yi waved his hand with a smile and took out a bag from his pocket, inside which was a dark leather jacket. He opened the bag and shook out his coat. "Chingi, put this on quickly, it's raining heavily outside." As he spoke, he personally helped Chingi put her coat on. The coat was large, just covering her hips and gently wrapping her up. Chingi's clothes today are quite thin, mainly white and blue. Once they get wet, they will definitely become transparent. With this coat, her delicate body could be covered up, preventing any accidental exposure. Chingi felt a warmth in her heart. She reached out and gently stroked Lu Yi's cheek, her eyes filled with relief. "Xiao Yi, you've really grown up." Chingi's favorability has increased. Chingi's affection level has increased. Lu Yi ignored the voice in his mind and instead placed his hand on Chingi's cold hand, saying gently, "Sister Chingi, you protected me before, now it's my turn to protect you." Chingi's favorability has increased. Chingi's affection level has increased. With just one simple sentence, Chingi's dual stats continued to rise. "Okay." Chingi nodded slightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She felt like today was a dream. The rebellious Ono from before was so sensible. If Aunt Zhang knew about Xiaoya's transformation from beyond the grave, she would surely be happy. "Chingi, let's go." After Lu Yi finished speaking, he raised his hand and held the umbrella over their heads, while putting his other arm around Chingi's shoulder, protecting her to his side. Chingi lifted her skirt a little higher, tightened the coat draped over her shoulders, and snuggled into Lu Yi's arms. The two lifted their legs at the same time and rushed into the rain. After taking only a couple of steps, Lu Yi quietly tilted the umbrella mostly towards Chingi. His shoulder was instantly exposed to the rain, and the cold rain quickly soaked his clothes, which clung tightly to his skin. But he seemed oblivious, focusing only on protecting the person in his arms as they walked forward. Under the eaves, Teacher Li watched the two figures leave, her eyes filled with satisfaction, and she couldn't help but sigh softly. What a deep bond between siblings. This sentiment is truly touching. When Chingi arrived at the entrance of the building, she realized that Lu Yi was soaked to the bone, even more so than when he had picked her up. "Hurry home and take a hot shower." Chingi took his hand and walked quickly to the elevator. She pressed the open button several times, as if the faster she pressed it, the faster the elevator door would open. Back home, Lu Yi was pushed into the bathroom by Chingi. Lu Yi was both amused and exasperated. He had just finished showering an hour ago, and now he had to come in again. He was practically scrubbing off a layer of skin. While he was taking a shower, he checked Chingi's information. Favorability, 4599. Adorability rating, 620. The favorability rating increased by 8 points, but the affection value remained low at only 3 points. If you calculate it that way, Chingi's love for her is more like that of an older sister for her younger brother. This made Lu Yi feel a little guilty. She treats him like a younger brother, but he wants to treat her like a wife? Even without blood ties, who wouldn't be moved by a woman who treats them so well? Lu Yi chuckled. Being in a good position, he believed he could definitely increase Chingi's admiration level as well. She can only protect herself for the rest of her life. In the living room, Zhu Lingshan followed Chingi upstairs and squeezed in the room the moment Chingi entered. "Shan, what's wrong?" Chingi asked, puzzled. "Chingi, don't you really think Lu Yi is acting strangely?" Zhu Lingshan whispered. "I think this is normal." Chingi reached out and rubbed her head, and continued softly, Xiaoyi was not yet an adult before, so it was normal for her to be a little rebellious. Now that Xiaoyi is 18, it is only natural for her to be sensible. Zhu Lingshan pouted, realizing she had asked the wrong question. Well, maybe it's true what Chingi said, Lu Yi has grown up. I hope Lu Yi continues to be like this in the future. Aunt Zhan can rest in peace now, knowing this in the afterlife. Chapter 11. Lu Yi is so good. When Lu Yi came out of the shower, Zhu Lingshan was sitting on the sofa, hugging a pillow, her fingers flying across the screen. In the kitchen, Chingi had changed into her home clothes and was preparing food. Lu Yi sat down next to Zhu Lingshan, their arms pressed tightly together. He leaned in and asked, "What game are you playing?" "Are you blind, King?" Zhu Lingshan didn't even look up, not minding that Lu Yi was so close, her two small hands clicking rapidly on the screen. Less than a minute later, a huge failure appeared on her screen. Honestly, my 4 teammates are as stupid as pigs. Zhu Lingshan's cheeks were puffed out, her tone full of helplessness. Lu Yi nodded silently. He looked at the results page. Zhu Lingshan's Xiao had a score of 3.4, while the other 4 teammates all had scores of at least 8. No matter how you look at it, she herself is the one who's as stupid as a pig. Come on, I'll show you. Lu Yi took out his phone and raised an eyebrow as he spoke. Really? Zhu Lingshan turned her head sharply, and the two of them touched nose to nose. Immediately, she tilted her head back slightly, creating a small distance between herself and Lu Yi, but only a tiny bit. Of course. Lu Yi's eyes were sincere. Then you can't call me stupid, Zhu Lingshan added. Absolutely not. Lu Yi's tone was firm. Zhu Lingshan looked somewhat suspicious, but still pulled Lu Yi in. I remember when she first came here with Sister Xia, Lu Yi saw that she was bad at playing games and mocked her from morning till night. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and challenged Lu Yi to a duel, only to be utterly defeated. But after witnessing Lu Yi's prowess, she always begged him to take her out to play. At first, Lu Yi agreed to take her out to play, but later he complained that she was bad at the game. It had been almost half a year since the two of them last played together. As the game began, Lu Yi instantly locked in Han Xian on the first floor. This hero has both red and blue buffs at level 2, so getting a double kill shouldn't be a problem. Zhu Lingshan is still her little sister Qiao, and she even uses an adorable lilac knot skin. The main reason is that this skin can be obtained for free. She doesn't have much money and can't afford other skins. Shanshan, do you want to cosplay this sometime? Lu Yi whispered. Zhu Lingshan's eyes were a little strange. She didn't answer, neither refusing nor agreeing. She really enjoys cosplay and has quite a few costumes of game characters in her wardrobe. Shia gave her pocket money, and she spent almost all of it on this, otherwise, she wouldn't have run out of snacks to eat. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 2.5 seconds. Seeing that Zhu Lingshan did not answer, Lu Yi did not pay much attention to her and instead focused on the game. For 3 years of high school, he was almost entirely immersed in the world of games. He played all kinds of games, whether they were mobile games, PC games, single-player games, or online games. In my previous life, because I was over 18, I didn't go to university. Instead, I ran away from home and spent all my time in internet cafes, becoming an internet addict. It was only because Chingi and Zhu Lingshan secretly gave him money every month that he didn't starve to death. But he didn't take their silent sacrifices to heart at all. 3 months after Lu Yi ran away from home, Sister Shia took the initiative to find him. He was blinded by his emotions at the time and accidentally hit Sister Xia. This commotion left Shia, who was already exhausted, in a daze, making her vulnerable to being set up by someone with ulterior motives. In the end, she not only lost her position as general manager, but also incurred debts of over 100 million yuan. What's even more heartbreaking is that a week after Shanshan left, Shia also passed away. These past events were all told to Lu Yi by Chingi little by little when she later found him. Every word he spoke felt like a scratch on Lu Yi's heart, making even breathing painful. But now, he has a chance to start over. As the local crystal explodes, the victory page pops up. He seemed to see his own life, just like this scene, reduced to nothing more than the word victory. Start. What are you thinking about? Lu Yi nudged Zhu Lingshan's arm with his elbow when she didn't click start. Zhu Lingshan glanced at Lu Yi with a complicated expression, said nothing, and silently clicked start. Lu Yi just scored 24-5, carrying the team to victory. As for his Xiao, with a score of 0-13-5, if it were any other time, she would have been ridiculed mercilessly by Lu Yi. But just now, she couldn't detect the slightest bit of disgust in Lu Yi's eyes. She deliberately waited a while, wanting to see if Lu Yi would scold her, but it was obviously a bit unexpected. Yes, Lu Yi is really good like this. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating increases. Zhu Lingshan's affection level has increased. Lu Yi's eyelashes twitched slightly. He hadn't expected that this would increase his duel stats by 1 point. Not bad at all. The two played a few rounds and, unsurprisingly, won consecutively. Zhu Lingshan's doe eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Yi, you're awesome. Of course. I've helped you win so many games, so how about you grant me one request tomorrow? A sly glint flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. The daily tasks will refresh tomorrow, which will be just in time to complete them. What are the conditions? Zhu Lingshan asked warily. I don't know yet, but it's nothing serious. Okay, as long as it's not excessive, it's fine. Zhu Lingshan was still a little scared. After all, Lu Yi had come up with so many tricks before. Especially when Sister Xie and Sister Chingi are not at home. Every time I fight with Lu Yi, I am punished in various ways. I was too ashamed to talk about it. Given Lu Yi's personality today, he probably wouldn't make any unreasonable demands. Come and eat. Shu Chingi called out to the two of them. A simple homestyle meal, mapo tofu, sweet and sour pork ribs, boiled shrimp, plus a plate of boiled lettuce. 3 people, for dishes that's an extremely lavish spread. After all, there are still many people who will never be able to eat 4 dishes in their entire lives. Come on, Xiaoyi, drink this bowl of ginger and brown sugar water later. Shu Chingi placed a bowl of ginger and brown sugar water next to Lu Yi's bowl. Chingi, give Shanshan a bowl. The weather is humid, so it'll be good to warm her up, Lu Yi said softly. Shu Chingi glanced at Zhu Lingshan, unaware that the two had gone out that afternoon. But since Ono had already spoken, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Good. Thank you, Sister Chingi, Zhu Lingshan said sweetly immediately. She really wanted to drink, and she wanted to eat anything that was food. But she had no excuse, and now Lu Yi gave her one. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating increases. Lu Yi was quite satisfied. When Shu Chingi came out, he asked softly, Chingi, have you had your drink? I'll drink it in a bit. Shu Chingi was taken aback, somewhat surprised that Lu Yi had specifically reminded her. Her tense brows instantly relaxed, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved upwards, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. Shu Chingi's favorability has increased. Another 1 o'clock has arrived, that feels good. After dinner, Lu Yi played games with Zhu Lingshan for a while before Shu Chingi came over and reminded him that it was time to go to sleep. Lu Yi glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock, and he still had to register tomorrow. He missed out on university life in his previous life, so he's determined to enjoy it this time. I wonder how the senior students from Jiangnan are doing. Lu Yi wanted to slap himself. He already has 2 children at home, yet he still thinks about going out and having affairs. Damn it. Chapter 12 Mission Refresh. The next day, Lu Yi slowly woke up, glanced out the window, and saw that the sky was still gloomy. It won't rain heavily for the next 2 days. The storm will only come the day after tomorrow. Lu Yi leaned against the headboard and immediately checked his information. Host, Lu Yi. Stamina, 6. Endurance, 5. Charm, 7. Appearance rating, 7. Skills, proficient in piano. Item, lucky card. Money, 2,624.52. Bound to, Shu Chingi. Click to view. Zhu Lingshan. Click to view. 6 tasks, 2 stats, 1 ability, 1 item, plus 2 sums of money. Not bad at all. Lu Yi just doesn't know when he'll be able to raise his looks and charm to a double 10. He's really looking forward to completing the mission. Click to view Shu Chingi's daily tasks. Daily task 1, get Shu Chingi to kiss you once. Daily task 2, get Shu Chingi to treat you to a meal once. Daily task 3, increase Shu Chingi's favorability once. Tasks 1 and 2 were quite simple. Based on Shu Chingi's attitude towards him, she would never refuse any request he made. As for mission 3, Lu Yi wasn't sure either, but it would definitely be good to keep an eye on her. Lu Yi then checked Zhu Lingshan's mission. Daily task 1, make Zhu Lingshan wear a JK mini skirt and over-the-knee socks. Daily task 2, get Zhu Lingshan to feed you voluntarily. Daily task 3, fulfill one of Zhu Lingshan's wishes. Lu Yi's eyelashes twitched slightly. Task 2 was easy. He could complete it with ease. As for task 1, I asked him for a condition yesterday, so it shouldn't be a big problem. But this third task gave Lu Yi a headache. Fulfill a wish? What if she wants world peace? Okay, that's a bit outrageous. Let's take it one step at a time. Sign up first, and complete Shu Chingi's task. As Shu Chingi stepped out of the living room, she was just bringing breakfast out of the kitchen. She wore a simple white 2-piece loungewear set with an apron around her waist, and a few stray hairs clung to her cheeks, exuding the charm of a gentle and demure wife. Xiao Yi is awake. Come and eat. Shu Chingi waved to Lu Yi. Chingi, is this your treat? Lu Yi walked over and asked softly. It's on me, Shu Chingi said gently. Lu Yi pulled out a chair and sat down, picked up a steamed bun, and asked with concern, Chingi, have you eaten? Not yet, I'll go wake Shanshan up. Shu Chingi untied her apron and walked upstairs. Chingi, wait a moment, Lu Yi called out hurriedly. What's wrong? Chingi turned around and looked at Lu Yi curiously. Sister Chingi, can you give me a kiss? Lu Yi's voice was a little hesitant, and his ears were slightly red. If we don't bring up this condition now before Zhu Lingshan comes down, the three of us will feel even more awkward later. Chingi didn't think much of it. She took a few steps to Lu Yi, cupped his cheeks in her hands, leaned down slightly, and kissed him on the forehead. Daily Quest 1 completed. Reward, Basic Combat Skill. Are you satisfied now, my little Yi? After saying that, she patted Lu Yi's head, her eyes gentle and tender. A kiss from Chingi makes my whole day happy. Lu Yi grinned. Not only this kiss, but also the reward of basic combat skills. Although I'm only at the beginner level, I dare say I know a little bit about martial arts. From now on, I'll reward you with a loving kiss every morning when you wake up, Chingi said gently, her eyes full of doting affection. Lu Yi felt a little shy under Chingi's gaze. It was too gentle. If he hadn't been able to see Chingi's message, he would have definitely thought it was an expression of love. But those 6 points of affection made Lu Yi realize that Chingi's feelings were just a sister's love for her younger brother. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Chingi went up to wake Zhu Lingshan up. Lu Yi picked up a steamed bun and took a bite. It was filled with pork and scallions, and tasted delicious. Daily Quest 2 completed. Reward, Stamina +1. Lu Yi thought to himself, just as I thought. This is Chingi treating me to a meal. Endurance +1, not bad at all. Having just finished eating 2 steamed buns, Zhu Lingshan, with her hair disheveled, was pulled down by Chingi. Hey Shanshan, why do you look like a female ghost? Lu Yi teased. If I were a female ghost, I'd be the first to suck your young energy. Zhu Lingshan raised her 2 small hands, bent them into claws, glared at him, and spoke in a fierce tone. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, looking like he was saying, if you're a female ghost, I'll learn from Brother Ning. You're a pervert. Zhu Lingshan glared at him fiercely, turned around, pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him, grabbing a steamed bun from the table and taking a big bite. She bit down hard, her cheeks bulging, as if the bun in her hand wasn't breakfast, but Lu Yi himself. Lu Yi, not to be outdone, picked up a steamed bun. Unlike Zhu Lingshan, he didn't take a big bite. Instead, he first lowered his head and gently licked the bun's skin, then sucked on it a few times with his lips. The soft bun was slightly deformed in his mouth. Zhu Lingshan caught a glimpse of his action out of the corner of her eye, and her cheeks flushed red instantly. You pervert, she scolded, both angry and embarrassed, and subconsciously raised her hand to adjust her clothes. Lu Yi pretended to be aggrieved, turned to look at Chingi sitting next to him, and said in an innocent tone, Sister Chingi, you be the judge, I was just eating a steamed bun normally, and Shanshan called me a pervert. Chingi glanced at Zhu Lingshan, whose face was burning red, and then at Lu Yi, who was feigning innocence. She shook her head helplessly and gently reminded Zhu Lingshan, Shanshan, say less and eat properly first. Zhu Lingshan said pitifully, her bright doe eyes welling up with tears. Seeing her like this, Lu Yi decided not to tease her anymore. If she went too far, he would have to coax her. He secretly took out his phone and sent Zhu Lingshan a green bubble message. Lu Yi, when I get back from registering, I'll take you out for a nice meal. I haven't forgotten our promise from yesterday. Feeling her phone vibrate, Zhu Lingshan took it out and saw Lu Yi's message. Her grievances vanished the moment she saw it. Shanshan, is Zundu fake do? Stinky Lu Yi, Zundu. Zhu Lingshan didn't reply. She put down her phone and happily ate her steamed bun, her face full of joy. This scene left Chingi somewhat amused and exasperated, and she naturally noticed the two's subtle interactions. It must have been Lu Yi who coaxed Shanshan. That's great, even Lu Yi knows how to coax people now. Chingi's favorability has increased. Daily Quest 3 completed. Reward, Charm +1. Lu Yi? He didn't do anything himself. He was just trying to win over Zhu Lingshan. Shouldn't that have increased Zhu Lingshan's favorability towards him? How did it become Chingi now? This left Lu Yi feeling both amused and exasperated. His charm level has now reached 8 points, and he's not far from unlocking the strategy mission. Even with the increase of 2 points in charm, Chingi and Zhu Lingshan didn't notice anything particularly unusual. Lu Yi estimates that significant changes will only occur after the threshold of 10 is reached. Or perhaps, in Chingi and Zhu Lingshan's eyes, he was already a perfect person. Chapter 13 Registration. Jiangnan University is a well-known school. Although the female students here are not as good as those at Jiangcheng University. But in Jiangnan there is her At this moment, the school gate was bustling with noise. The boys and girls dragged their bags and suitcases, their faces beaming with anticipation for the next 4 years. Many of them were accompanied by their parents, showing that their parents were worried about them and came to help them since it was their first time traveling so far. Chingi walked beside Lu Yi with a smile on her face and amusement in her eyes. She wore a pure white long dress with a sky blue sun protective shirt on top. The fitted waist design accentuated her perfect figure. The skirt wasn't very long, ending 3 centimeters below her knees, revealing her slender, fair calves. She wore white sandals, showing off her delicate white toes. It makes one want to. The appearance of the two immediately attracted the attention of everyone at the school gate. Holy crap, she's a fairy. Her eyes are so gentle that you want to cherish them. Are you a senior student? People around whispered among themselves, but no one dared to approach her. After all, Lu Yi was with Chingi. He appears to be an ordinary man at the moment. But he is also a man. To flirt with a man's female companion in front of him is tantamount to slapping him in the face. Chingi, look at the way people are looking at me. They look like they want to tear me to pieces, Lu Yi teased in a low voice. Chingi glanced at the people around her, then her eyes turned cold, and her previous gentleness vanished instantly, emanating a chill from her. It was like a domain, causing many people to lower their heads and dare not look directly at it. Is it okay now? Chingi asked Lu Yi gently. Lu Yi was both amused and exasperated. Chingi was really protecting him. He didn't feel uncomfortable with these people's gazes. On the contrary, he felt somewhat proud. After all, the woman beside him is the envy of countless people, which makes a man's face shine. The two walked into the campus, where students were coming and going on both sides of the road. Handsome senior students and beautiful senior students each search for their prey in the crowd. The bustling sounds drowned out the cicadas chirping in the trees. Because of yesterday's rain, the air still carried the fresh scent of earth, and there was still a lot of water on the roads. Passing vehicles slowed down, and there were no splashes of water. Some female students would respectfully call out Teacher Chu when passing by Chingi. Before long, the registration area came into view. In the open space in front of the teaching building, rows of red awnings lined up, each major had a sign, and next to the sign was a mahogany chair, where a teacher and a student sat at a table, operating the computer in front of them. In front of them, students lined up in long queues, creating a lively and bustling scene. Chingi didn't take Lu Yi to queue up, but went straight to the teaching building, pushed open the door and entered a classroom. Several teachers looked up and were surprised to see Chingi. The main thing is that there was a boy following behind her. Many teachers had a strong gossip-loving look in their eyes. This is the first time in 2 years that the most beautiful girl at Jiangnan University has been so close to a boy. There was only one exception. Teacher Li stood up, walked up to Chingi with a smile, and said softly, "Teacher Chu, this must be your younger brother." After speaking, he looked at Lu Yi and nodded slightly in greeting. Chingi hummed softly, walked to the computer next to her, sat down, and began to operate the system to help Lu Yi enroll in school. Lu Yi also politely greeted Teacher Li and hurriedly walked behind Chingi. Lu Yi vaguely remembered this bald man. He was standing next to Chingi when he picked her up yesterday. Teacher Li stroked her chin, watching the two figures disappear into the distance. Instead of being angry, she nodded in satisfaction. His purpose in coming here was simply to make an impression and let Lu Yi become more familiar with him. After all, he would need Lu Yi as a breakthrough point in the future to target and destroy Chingi. Before long, Chingi finished dealing with Lu Yi's problem. She turned to Lu Yi and said, "You should go back first. I still have some things to take care of here." "Chingi, do I not have to live at school?" Lu Yi asked in a low voice. "No need, Sister Xia said you can't live on campus," Chingi refused outright. Xiao Xia had specifically mentioned this matter, so she made an application to the school leaders. She shared the same thoughts as Xiao Xia on this matter. If Lu Yi lived in the dormitory, given his personality, he would definitely be addicted to games every day and wouldn't study properly at all. Lu Yi was just asking a question. He didn't want to live on campus at all. The smelly boys' dormitory is nowhere near as comfortable as a fragrant home. "Chingi, I'll head back now." Lu Yi said goodbye to Chingi and turned to leave. Teacher Li's eyelashes fluttered slightly. If he hadn't misheard, Lu Yi didn't live on campus. Could it be that Teacher Chu lived with him? If that's the case, then Lu Yi knows a great deal about Teacher Chu's situation. This further strengthened his resolve, leading him to take better care of Lu Yi and treat him like his brother-in-law. On the other side, in a 5-star hotel. A woman with delicate features and a cool demeanor stepped out of the elevator. She was wearing a black blazer over a white shirt, black straight leg pants, and high heels. With each step, the heels tapped lightly on the ground, producing a crisp sound. She exuded a capable and sophisticated aura, like a queen descending to earth. Behind her were 3 employees. They kept their heads down, not daring to look up even as they followed behind, and even their breathing became much softer. The woman walked to the door of room 3006, took out her room card, and said, "Go back and rest. We'll meet downstairs at 4 o'clock this afternoon." No sooner had he finished speaking than he stepped into the hotel room and slammed the door shut. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief as the woman entered the room. "I will never dare to go on a business trip with Manager Shia again. That's right, my back is all wet. Let's go back and get some rest. Don't be late for 4 o'clock, or you'll be out of a job." The 3 of them discussed it with wry smiles for a while, then returned to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, inside room 3006, the woman took off her suit jacket, revealing her stunning figure. The buttons on her white shirt looked like they might pop open at any moment, revealing her slender waist that could be encircled with one hand, exuding an alluring charm. The woman walked to the sofa, sat down, took out her phone, and opened Green Bubble. "It's the first already. I wonder if Ono has registered yet," she muttered to herself, her tone somewhat helpless. "It's been 3 years. The first month or 2 after I brought Ono over were fine, he was very obedient. But later on, he became more and more rebellious, always going against my wishes." This left her feeling quite helpless. The woman sighed, took out her phone, and texted Chingi to ask about the situation. Then she transferred 3,000 yuan each to Zhu Lingshan and Lu Yi as their allowance for the month. Chapter 14 JK Suit. Lu Yi had just reached his front door when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Shia who had transferred pocket money to him, which warmed his heart. "For the past 3 years, no matter how rebellious I have been, Sister Shia has never reduced her care for me." However, the disappointment in her eyes became even more obvious. Lu Yi sighed. He would apologize to Shia when she returned in a few days and listen to her advice. Of the 3 women, Lu Yi felt he had wronged her the most. "Even though they are not related by blood, she treats me like her own sister." Lu Yi smiled, replied to Xiao Xia with "Thank you, Sister Xia," and then used his facial recognition to knock on the door and go inside. Meanwhile, Xiao Xia, who was thousands of miles away, twitched her eyelashes slightly upon seeing Lu Yi's reply. Ono had never said thank you before, which was rather unusual. She found Chingi's phone number and dialed it to inquire about Lu Yi's situation. Inside the house, Lu Yi did not see Zhu Lingshan in the living room. He walked up to the second floor, stopped at the door of the room on the right side of the stairwell, and knocked on it. After waiting a while without the door being opened, he knocked a few more times, but still received no response. So he put his hand on the doorknob and turned it slightly. With a click, the door lock opened. Not only Zhu Lingshan, but Chingi and Xiao Xia's rooms were also never locked from the inside. They always trusted themselves so much. This wasn't the first time Lu Yi had entered Zhu Lingshan's room. He had come a few times before and deliberately damaged several of her precious cosplay outfits. Each time, Zhu Lingshan would cry for a long time, Chingi would comfort her, and Xiao Xia would punish herself. Lu Yi felt like a beast when he thought about it. Looking around the pink girl's room, Lu Yi looked around and saw that apart from the walls, the desk, cabinets, curtains, floor, and even the bed sheets and duvet covers were all pink. At this moment, the blankets on the bed were bulging high, and only a small head could be seen exposed on the pillow, with long, black hair spread out casually. Lu Yi walked to the bedside, gently patted the blanket, and said softly, "Shan, get up." After calling out a few times, Zhu Lingshan buried her head completely in the blankets. Lu Yi pursed his lips and continued patting the blanket. "Shan, get up and eat." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Lingshan suddenly threw off the covers, opened her eyes only a crack, and asked in a soft, sweet voice, "What do you want to eat?" Lu Yi did not answer. He was absorbed in the scenery. Zhu Lingshan was still wearing that blue nightgown, but now both shoulder straps had slipped down to her arms, revealing a large expanse of her fair skin. Coupled with her dreamy eyes and messy hair, she exudes a languid allure. Gulp. Lu Yi's throat moved. Zhu Lingshan strained to open her eyes wide before she could see that it was Lu Yi. Her puzzled yet languid gaze followed Lu Yi's gaze as she lowered her head slightly. Upon seeing him clearly, her face flushed crimson. "Ah!" She gasped, pulled the blanket over herself, and lay back down, burying her head under the covers. Zhu Lingshan's affection level has increased. Lu Yi was taken aback. Good heavens! Instead of increasing favorability, it increased admiration. That's interesting. Shanshan, I'm back from registering. Get up quickly so we can go out for something to eat later. Lu Yi continued to pat the blanket. Zhu Lingshan stirred under the covers and said in a shy voice, You go out first. I'll change my clothes. Hearing about changing clothes, Lu Yi's lips curled up slightly, and he said softly, Shanshan, you promised me something yesterday, you haven't forgotten, have you? Of course I haven't forgotten, just tell me. Zhu Lingshan was still hidden under the covers. That means you have to wear a JK skirt today, and then wear a pair of over-the-knee socks. Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Zhu Lingshan suddenly poked her head out from under the covers, her face still flushed, her innocent doe eyes staring at Lu Yi. You pervert, she snapped angrily. You've worn them before, it's fine for others to see, but not for me, right? Lu Yi snorted coldly, deliberately keeping a straight face. No. Zhu Lingshan hurriedly denied, it's just that why did you make me dress like this? Later I'm going to take you to eat stinky tofu, grilled squid, cold noodles, soy sauce pancakes, and cream cakes. Please stop talking, I'll put it on. I'll go put it on right now. Zhu Lingshan wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, jumped out of bed, and rushed to the wardrobe without even bothering to pull up her slipped bra strap. She flung the wardrobe door open with a loud whoosh. This was a feast for Lu Yi's eyes. But what happened next stunned him so much that he stood there dumbfounded. Zhu Lingshan pulled out a JK uniform from the closet and lifted her nightgown right in front of him, instantly revealing her snow-white thighs and slender waist. Just as she was halfway through taking off her nightgown, Zhu Lingshan's hand suddenly froze. As if only belatedly remembering something, she stiffly turned her neck slowly towards Lu Yi, her previously rosy cheeks now turning so red they seemed about to bleed. Could you go out for a moment? Her voice was barely audible, filled with shyness, and she dared not meet Lu Yi's gaze. Ah. Oh. I'll wait for you outside. Lu Yi suddenly realized what was happening, his cheeks flushed red, and he rushed out of the room in a few steps, gently closing the door behind him. His heart was pounding in his chest. Goodness gracious, this girl has such a great figure. The scene he had just witnessed kept replaying in his mind. It was simply amazing. Lu Yi took a few deep breaths to calm his excited heart before walking downstairs. I sat on the sofa for a while before I heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Lu Yi looked up, his mouth immediately forming an O shape. Zhu Lingshan was wearing a black stretchy short-sleeved top with a matching bow tie at the neckline. She wore a brown plaid mini skirt, the hem of which was short, stopping just 5 centimeters above her knees, revealing a section of her fair thighs. Black over-the-knee stockings covered her calves, making her already smooth calves appear even more shapely and alluring. She wore a pair of black leather shoes, and as she walked, the heels lightly touched the ground, making a crisp tap-tap sound. She looked cute and lively, with a touch of girlish charm. Zhu Lingshan came up to Lu Yi, looked at the stunned Lu Yi, pursed her lips, and her doe eyes sparkled with smugness. Little brat, I'll make you swoon. She stretched out her fair hand and waved it in front of Lu Yi's eyes, her light voice ringing out, Idiot, are you stunned? Lu Yi snapped out of his daze, his ears turning red, and said shyly, Shanshan, you look really beautiful in this outfit. The boy's voice was sincere. Daily Quest 1 completed. Reward, +1 stamina. Zhu Lingshan's affection level has increased. Zhu Lingshan turned around, her back to Lu Yi, so that Lu Yi wouldn't see her flushed face. She put her hands behind her back, lifted her leg and walked towards the front door, making a crisp sound. What, you weren't beautiful before? Chapter 15 Zhu Lingshan's feeding. Lu Yi smiled, but did not answer. Instead, he quickly followed. Shanshan, you can eat without worry today. Sister Xia has transferred your living expenses. Really? Zhu Lingshan exclaimed in surprise, quickly took out her phone and checked, and sure enough, 3,000 yuan had been deposited into her account. Damn, I'm going to buy some clothes, this is awesome. So, eat whatever you want today, eat your fill. Lu Yi said, patting his stomach. You said it yourself. Zhu Lingshan's lips curled up slightly, her eyes full of smiles. Lu Yi smiled without saying a word and followed Zhu Lingshan into the elevator. A monthly living allowance of 3,000 yuan is more than 80% of the allowances for college students. This is just pocket money, it doesn't include everyday expenses like food, drink, and toileting. But this amount of money was far from enough for Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan. The former involves spending money on games, while the latter involves buying clothes and snacks, and then donating half of the money to charity to those in need. Lu Yi had previously scoffed at her actions, but now he felt that something was amiss. Because it's not just Zhu Lingshan, but also Shia and Chingi do the same, spending a sum of money on charity every month. It's like a kind of inheritance. Neither of them had a car. One knew how to drive but was too afraid to, and the other dared to drive but didn't have a driver's license. I hailed a taxi and headed straight for the largest pedestrian street in Jiangnan City. Zhangyang Pedestrian Street. With a history of over a century, the retro buildings along the street, with their upturned eaves, black tiles, and white walls, exude a sense of time and give this neighborhood a rustic charm. The two got out of the car and followed the flow of people to the entrance of the pedestrian street. The bluestone slabs underfoot stretched all the way to the end of the street, worn smooth by the passing pedestrians. The street was bustling with people, and every now and then you could hear apologetic "excuse me" or "sorry." It was obvious that someone had accidentally stepped on another person's foot in the crowd. The ancient buildings and shops on both sides of the road were crowded with people. The shouts of shop owners and the bargaining of customers were all mixed together, and the sound from the loudspeakers was drowned out by the voices of people. In front of the second-floor corridor of the ancient building, many young women dressed in hanfu were taking photos. Holding a round fan and draped in a light veil, they struck graceful poses, their flowing garments blending seamlessly with the retro architecture behind them, creating a striking scene on the pedestrian street. Is it pretty? Zhu Lingshan looked at Lu Yi beside her. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the hanfu-clad young lady on the second floor. It's all right. I was thinking that you would look even more charming in this dress, Lu Yi said seriously. Zhu Lingshan's ears turned slightly red. Her gaze was fixed on the young lady in hanfu above her, her innocent doe eyes filled with confusion. She had never worn hanfu before, but it seemed to look quite nice on her at this moment. Yeah, I'll buy one when I have time. Humph, I'll shock Lu Yi for 10,000 years. The two did not linger, but walked quickly forward, and after passing through a roundabout, they turned right, and the food street in the pedestrian street came into view. The air was filled with the rich aroma of cumin, mixed with the meaty fragrance of grilled meat and fried skewers, making one's mouth water. Zhu Lingshan's eyes lit up, and she rushed straight to the frontmost stall. It's a shop that sells layered cakes. She had just opened her mouth when she said, "Lao. Boss, 6 yuan." Before he could finish speaking, a pre-packaged layered pancake was tossed over. Zhu Lingshan instinctively took the millefeuille from her hand, stunned for several seconds before she came to her senses, her eyes filled with shock. Lu Yi, this. Payment received, 12 yuan. The phone notification tone sounded at the right time. Lu Yi put down his phone, turned to look at her, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhu Lingshan pointed at the bag of millefeuille pastries that Lu Yi was also holding, opened her mouth, but couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. This boss is incredibly fast. Let's go, next one. Lu Yi shrugged, secretly admiring the boss. At this rate, even a passing dog would have to drop 6 yuan before it could leave. Fortunately, the stalls behind weren't as outrageous as the layered pancake vendor from before. Before long, Zhu Lingshan and Lu Yi's hands were full of various snacks. "Shanshan, let's go sit over there." Lu Yi pointed to the stone bench next to them, where the person who had been sitting had just left, leaving 2 empty seats. Okay. Zhu Lingshan agreed excitedly, quickly walked over and sat on the stone bench, casually placing the things she was carrying on the stone table next to her. Lu Yi sat down opposite her and spread out his things on the stone table, instantly filling the small stone table with food. Zhu Lingshan used a bamboo skewer to pick up a piece of stinky tofu with her left hand and chopsticks to pick up a piece of cold skin noodles with her right hand. She then stuffed the noodles into her mouth, her already slightly chubby cheeks puffing up instantly, making her look like a little hamster. "Slow down, don't choke," Lu Yi said with concern. Zhu Lingshan's mouth was stuffed full, and she couldn't say a complete sentence. Lu Yi was both amused and exasperated. He couldn't help but wonder, Zhu Lingshan's mouth wasn't big, it was more like a cherry-like small mouth, so how could she fit so many things in at the same time? After Zhu Lingshan had almost finished eating, he opened his mouth slightly and said, "Shanshan, you've eaten so much, and I haven't even eaten yet. Go ahead and eat, it's not like I'm not letting you eat." Zhu Lingshan looked puzzled, not understanding what Lu Yi meant by that. "I've been carrying your things for so long, my arms are a bit sore and I don't have any strength left. Why don't you feed me?" Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Zhu Lingshan froze, her eyes filled with a complex expression. Feed him? This seems a bit too ambiguous. Besides, there are so many people here, it's kind of embarrassing. But looking at Lu Yi's expectant eyes, Zhu Lingshan couldn't bear to refuse. She took a deep breath, picked up a bamboo skewer, poked around in the hot pot, and then forked a piece of pork skin. The pork skin is crystal clear, with a surface covered with tiny honeycomb holes, and bright red chili oil is still dripping down, splashing tiny oil droplets into the bowl. Look, open your mouth. Zhu Lingshan's voice was barely audible, her ears flushed red, and her eyes darted away, avoiding Lu Ye's gaze. Lu Ye didn't care about that. He leaned down slightly, opened his mouth, and took the meat skin into his mouth. He chewed the chewy meat skin a few times and then swallowed it. Daily task 2 completed, reward, 1044 yuan. Lu Ye was a little disappointed. He hadn't expected the reward to be monetary. I now have a little money. The remaining amount, plus what Sister Xia transferred, and this reward from just now, totals over 6,000 yuan. This money should be enough to fulfill Zhu Lingshan's wish, right? Thinking of this, Lu Ye's lips curled into a gentle smile, his eyes filled with cunning. Shan, since you just fed me, I can grant you one wish. Chapter 16 Wish. Grant me one wish? Zhu Lingshan's expression was somewhat strange, not understanding why Lu Ye would suddenly say such a thing. That's right, one wish. Lu Ye repeated. Then Zhu Lingshan raised her head slightly, thought for a moment, and then blurted out, I want world peace. Lu Ye was speechless. This little girl actually said something like that. Do you think I can do it? Then I'll change it. Everyone has eaten their fill. Change to another one. That way, all children can feel their parents' love. Taiwan is back. Your wish is good, but I can't fulfill it right now, Lu Ye said helplessly. These wishes are indeed good, but they are beyond his capabilities. TCH, I thought you were Aladdin's lamp. Zhu Lingshan pouted, feigning sarcasm. Let's get practical. Then, go buy me a dress with Xiao Xiao's lilac knot design. Zhu Lingshan said, her ears turning slightly red, and she lowered her head shyly. Lu Ye's eyelashes twitched slightly. If he remembered correctly, he had just told Zhu Lingshan yesterday to cosplay this. Okay, let us go now. After Lu Ye finished speaking, he got up, cleaned up the things on the stone table, and then took Zhu Lingshan's hand and walked towards the exit of the snack street. Lu Ye, slow down. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhu Lingshan was pulled along by Lu Ye, running all the way. Her legs weren't as long as Lu Ye's. For every step Lu Ye took, she had to take 2. Buying things for you is urgent, Lu Ye said firmly. Zhu Lingshan was both amused and exasperated. Lu Ye was really taking it to heart. He was even more anxious than she was. That stinky Lu Ye, he definitely wants to buy it back quickly so I can wear it for him to see. All I know is that it's astringent. However, Lu Ye, despite his shyness, is also quite adorable. Zhu Lingshan's favorability has increased. Zhu Lingshan's affection level has increased. Lu Ye was taken aback. What had this little girl imagined this time? She had improved again. The needle is good. Do you know where they sell them? Zhu Lingshan asked in a crisp voice, letting Lu Ye hold her hand. I don't know, but you do. Lu Ye stopped and turned to look at her. I thought you knew, that's why you're walking so fast. Zhu Lingshan took the opportunity to break free from Lu Ye's grasp and went straight to the stall next to her, asking the owner for 2 crispy grilled sausages. Seeing this, Lu Ye was both amused and exasperated, and obediently went over to pay. Zhu Lingshan took the sausage from the owner and handed one to Lu Ye, saying, Here, have one. Let's go. Lu Ye didn't stand on ceremony, took the sausage and took a bite. It tasted pretty good. The two walked out of the food street and came to the side of the road. Lu Ye asked, Where are we going? Go to the anime mall, there are specialty stores there, maybe they'll sell it. Zhu Lingshan wasn't sure either. After all, this is a relatively niche cosplay outfit. If a physical store doesn't carry it, you can only buy it online, but the quality of those isn't very good. The two hailed a taxi and went straight to the animation city next to Jiangnan University. As soon as he got off the car, Lu Ye saw a number of anime teachers standing in the square not far away, posing for photos in various ways. Lu Ye doesn't watch anime much and can't recognize many characters, only Elena, my senpai, and Rem. Oh, and he also knows someone, that Yuzuriha Inori from the Sword Drawing Divine Songs series. Is it pretty? Zhu Lingshan asked with a hint of resentment. Lu Ye's eyes were practically glued to the other person. Ahem, Lu Ye coughed lightly a few times, it's so-so. I think if you were to cosplay those characters, you would definitely look better than them. I can't do it, there are some cosplays I can't pull off. Zhu Lingshan shook her head. Why? Lu Ye asked, puzzled. Zhu Lingshan glanced at him, then shook her chest. Mine are big, some people need to flatten their chests. After saying that, she strode away towards the front door without looking back. Luya's throat moved, and he looked at the cosplay teachers not far away. Many of them were indeed flat-chested, and it was impossible to tell the front from the back. Holy crap, could it be a guy? Lu shivered and quickly followed Zhu Lingshan. The situation was actually a bit more normal inside the arcade. Of course, Lu was referring to the clothing, not the character's behavior. He saw several men shouting for the tribe and some strange girls saying things like, "In the name of the moon, I will punish you." Fortunately, Shanshan wouldn't do that. Just as Lu finished thinking, he saw Zhu Lingshan run up to a cosplay teacher and say something he didn't understand. In just a few words, Zhu Lingshan got into a fight with that group of people, took several photos, and then returned. "What's wrong with you?" Lu asked, puzzled. "I call this stamp collecting, never mind, you wouldn't understand anyway." Zhu Lingshan waved her hand, too lazy to explain further. "Stamp collecting?" Lu scratched his head. He had only heard his grandfather mention this word when he was a child. It referred to old-fashioned postage stamps. He doesn't understand the world of anime and manga, but he respects it. Upon arriving on the third floor, Zhu Lingshan explained that the third floor was dedicated to mobile games, including titles like Honor of Kings, Peacekeeper Elite, 5th Class, and Onmyoji. Lu looked around, and the clothes hanging in the shops next door were indeed quite realistic. The two arrived at the King of Glory section, and Zhu Lingshan asked around at each store, but unfortunately none of them had it, as it was too niche. "Shanshan, why don't you change to something else, like that cyan one? Or the wedding dress?" Lu pointed to the clothes on the mannequin next to him and said softly. "These two are alright, several stores sell them, and they're even prettier." "No, I don't like it." Zhu Lingshan refused outright. Lu only asked her to cosplay as a lilac knot, but he didn't say that he liked it. These words gave Lu a huge headache. He had no idea what Zhu Lingshan was thinking, otherwise he would definitely have retorted, "Who told you to only have the lilac knot skin?" With no other option, Lu could only follow Zhu Lingshan as they wandered aimlessly through the mall. Fortunately, their efforts paid off, and the two finally found one in a store. However, the owner said it was not for sale. "Gentlemen, the quality of these clothes is top-notch. There are very few of these niche clothes, so their value cannot be measured by price alone." Hearing the boss's endless chatter, Lu was speechless and blurted out, "I'll pay more." 10,000, the boss said firmly. Lu pulled Zhu Lingshan and turned to leave. "Brother, let's talk this out." The shopkeeper quickly caught up with him. "You can bargain, right? In business, I'll set a price, you bargain, and maybe I'll agree once you bargain." Luya's eyes lit up with suspicion. This boss was no ordinary person. "Are you sure? My offer isn't high." "Don't worry, go ahead and chop." Seeing the boss's calm and composed expression, Lu knew that the other party must have asked for a high price. According to common sense, cutting the price in half would be a huge loss. Since that's the case, then I'll use my ultimate move. 200. Sell. Chapter 17. New Clothes. Even after leaving the arcade, Lu was still in a daze. "We lost money, we asked for too much. Cutting 200 off 10,000 is indeed impressive, but a loss is a loss. I should have cut it by 50, Lu said regretfully. 50? Are you even willing to give that away? Zhu Lingshan said, feigning disdain. These words made Luya's eyes light up. "Oh right, this isn't for my own use, it's a gift. If it's a gift, I'm willing to pay a higher price." Lu handed the things in his hand to Zhu Lingshan and said gently, "Shanshan, I've granted your wish." "It's your wish, isn't it?" Zhu Lingshan took it with both hands, then whispered, "I'll wear it for you when I get back." After saying that, she lowered her head and quickly walked to the side of the road, opened the passenger door of a taxi, and got in. Daily Task 3 completed. Reward, never get drunk. Lu was taken aback there was such a thing. Wouldn't that make me the god of wine? That's interesting. Zhu Lingshan waited in the car for a while, and when she saw that Lu was still there, she called out, "Hurry up and get in, let's go home." "Coming." Lu responded excitedly and ran over quickly. Little family. Lu sat on the sofa, glancing upstairs every now and then. After returning from the arcade, Zhu Lingshan quickly disappeared into her room. Lu knew that the girl was definitely changing clothes, and he wondered what the clothes would look like on her. With a slight creak, the door opened, which alerted Lu, but he didn't hear any footsteps. He didn't look up, but pretended to be playing on his phone. A faint fragrance wafted into Luya's nostrils, and he turned his head, his eyes lighting up immediately. Zhu Lingshan wore low double ponytails, loosely secured with only a wooden hairpin, the ends of her hair falling naturally over her shoulders. She wore a gradient purple strapless dress that revealed her slender shoulders and neck, as well as her rounded shoulders. A light purple semi-transparent shawl was draped over her arm, with white tassels hanging down naturally at the ends. A purple bow was tied at the waist of her skirt, making her waistline appear even slimmer. The white ribbon that hung down was just the right length to her knees, revealing her smooth and slender calves. She stood barefoot on the floor, her 5 white and plump toes twitching slightly from time to time. She exudes a lively and ethereal aura, just like the character in the game. Luya's throat bobbed repeatedly, his eyes filled with surprise. Does it look good? Zhu Lingshan said, then spun around on the spot, her white skirt billowing out like an umbrella. Excellent, excellent, it suits you perfectly. Lu Yi exclaimed sincerely. He felt that Zhu Lingshan's most accurate features were her rounded shoulders, delicate collarbones, and slender neck and shoulder lines, as if they were sculpted by nature's masterful hand. Luya's hand unconsciously rose, wanting to touch this perfect work of art. Zhu Lingshan naturally noticed Luya's movement and subconsciously took a step back, but then she pulled her foot back. Zhu Lingshan's favorability has increased. Zhu Lingshan's affection level has increased. The dinging sound brought Lu Yi back to his senses, and he awkwardly touched his nose. The unique fragrance on his hands instantly filled his nostrils, making him feel a little restless. Even his ears turned red involuntarily, and the blush spread to his neck and cheeks. I'm going back to my room. Zhu Lingshan lowered her head, blushed, turned around and ran upstairs, her back looking somewhat disheveled. Lu Yi chuckled lightly. This little girl hadn't even stopped him just now. He looked down at his palm, as if he could still feel the warmth and smoothness of it, just like a freshly peeled egg. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Yi opened Zhu Lingshan's messages. Favorability, 4495. Adoration level, 2950. Both of my external stats increased by a point. Just now, my favorability increased by 5 points and my affection increased by 7 points. Although her favorability rating isn't as high as Chingi's, her admiration rating is almost at 30. Lu Yi rubbed his chin with one hand, wondering how many points of favorability he needed to eat, i.e., gain favor. Inside the room, Zhu Lingshan leaned against the doorway, her small hands patting her chest incessantly, causing a tremor. It took a while for the redness on her face to gradually fade. She looked down at her shoulder, reached out and touched it, but didn't feel anything. But just now, she felt her heart racing, the thump-thump-thump sound echoing in her mind, and her whole body tensing up. That stinky Lu Yi is really something. Zhu Lingshan thought to herself with annoyance, but a gentle smile appeared on her lips. Considering he treated me to a meal and bought me clothes today, I won't hold it against him. Humph. That evening, Chingi returned with her things and saw Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan playing games harmoniously on the living room sofa. A moment of daze flashed across her face. This was a scene she had always dreamed of. The two stopped bickering and started playing together quietly, like a picture of peaceful tranquility. Chingi, you're back. Lu Yi looked up and greeted Chingi loudly. Sister Chingi, I'm hungry. Zhu Lingshan looked at Chingi pitifully, like a little girl crying for food. Don't rush, I'll go cook now, Chingi said gently. After changing her shoes, she carried the things into the kitchen. Hey Shanshan, you just ate so much this afternoon, are you hungry again? Lu Yi whispered into Zhu Lingshan's ear. You said it yourself, it was afternoon, but it's evening now. Zhu Lingshan didn't even glance at Lu Yi, focusing intently on her game. Okay, since you're hungry, I'll go help Chingi. After saying that, Lu Yi put down his phone and got up to walk towards the kitchen. Hey. Don't hang up. Zhu Lingshan exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly reached out to pull Lu Yi. It's just a game. I'll get you back tonight. Lu Yi dodged Zhu Lingshan's outstretched hand, left those words, and walked into the kitchen without looking back. Chingi, let me help you with this. He walked to Chingi's side and said softly. It's alright, I can manage on my own. Chingi's tone was gentle, but there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. This was the first time Ono had ever entered the kitchen to help her. Recalling her conversation with Sister Xie today, and considering yesterday's situation, it seems that Xiaoye has really changed for the better. More people means more help, Lu Yi said casually, reaching into the vegetable washing basin to carefully prepare the vegetables. He used to help his mom with these things when he was in elementary and middle school, but he hasn't done it since he came here in high school. Somewhat inexperienced and clumsy, but exceptionally earnest. Chingi, who was standing next to her, looked on with great satisfaction. If Ono continues to be this sensible in the future, then she will have done right by Aunt Zhang in the afterlife. Chingi's favorability has increased. 3 slams rang out in a row, which Lu Yi hadn't expected. He glanced at it and saw that Chingi's favorability had increased to 50, but her affection value was still stuck at 6 points. However, Lu Yi wasn't in a hurry, it was only the second day. With their combined efforts, dinner was quickly served on the table. Chingi watched the two of them wolfing down their food, her eyes filled with happiness. Chapter 18: A Kiss of Love. The next day, the first thing Lu Yi did upon waking up was to check the day's tasks. Daily Task 1, help Chingi put on her shoes once. Daily Task 2, have Chingi help you get dressed once. Daily Task 3, wash Chingi's socks once. Lu Yi looked at Chingi's task with a strange expression. The first 2 were fine, but the third task really stumped him. The weather isn't cold now, and it's been raining these past 2 days, so there's a lot of water on the roads. Chingi is used to wearing sandals, so where would she get socks? I need to think of a way to get her to wear socks out today, and then when she comes back, I'll find an excuse to wash them for her. Well, it's just to complete the task, not because I'm a pervert. Lu Yi took a deep breath, hoping that Zhu Lingshan would be able to return to normal. Daily Task 1, have Zhu Lingshan cook a meal herself. Daily Task 2, help Zhu Lingshan get dressed. Daily Task 3, make Zhu Lingshan bark like a dog. Holy crap! Lu Yi exclaimed. That's a bit insulting. He felt that the tasks assigned by the system were becoming increasingly strange. Garlic bird, if you can finish it, then finish it. If you can't, then forget it. After getting up and washing up, Lu Yi walked into the living room and looked towards the kitchen, where he indeed saw Chingi. Good morning, Chingi. Lu Yi walked up behind her and said softly. Good morning, Xiao Yi. Chingi turned around and looked at Lu Yi, who was standing close to her. She reached out and ruffled Lu Yi's hair, saying gently, go sit outside. Breakfast will be ready soon. Okay. Lu Yi nodded slightly. Breakfast was simple, just a bowl of noodles. After eating and drinking her fill, Chingi prepared to go upstairs to change her clothes. Today was the second day of enrollment, and she still needed to greet the students. Chingi, don't wear sandals today. It's cold in the rain, and you'll catch a cold. Lu Yi came up with a terrible excuse. Okay. Although Chingi was puzzled, she still agreed, since it was Ono who suggested it. Lu Yi sighed inwardly, realizing his excuse had been futile. He knew that as long as he made a request, Chingi would agree. A short while later, Chingi changed her clothes and also helped the still sleepy Zhu Lingshan out of bed. As soon as she got downstairs, Zhu Lingshan twitched her nose, broke free from Chingi's hand, quickly ran to the dining table and sat down. She opened her eyes only a slit, grabbed her chopsticks, picked up some noodles and stuffed them into her mouth. Lu Yi chuckled and shook his head, then got up and walked to the shoe cabinet, saying to Chingi, Sister Chingi, let me help you pick out a pair. Chingi looked somewhat surprised, but didn't say anything more, only nodding slightly. Lu Yi opened the shoe cabinet, which was divided into 4 layers. The top layer was for his own shoes, which included various running shoes. The second layer belonged to Shia, all of them high heels, while the third layer belonged to Chingi, mainly sandals and white sneakers. As for Zhu Lingshan, she was on the bottom floor, where all kinds of shoes were available. Lu Yi took out a pair of white flat shoes from the 3rd floor, then squatted down in front of Chingi. Sister Chingi, lift your leg. Chingi's eyelashes fluttered. She opened her mouth, but swallowed back the words she wanted to say in refusal. How could he refuse Ono's request? A faint smile appeared on her lips as she gently pulled her left leg out of her slipper and lifted it slightly upwards. She wore flesh-colored ankle socks that only covered her ankles. If she wore shoes, the socks would be completely invisible. Lu Yi looked at her beautifully shaped feet, her skin as white as jade, with even the tiny veins faintly visible on them. He took a deep breath, reached out and gently grasped the area slightly above her ankle, and carefully helped her put on her shoes. He did the same with the other foot. Daily Task 1 completed, reward, appearance +1. Good looks, that's a great thing. Lu Yi looked up at Chingi and said softly, Chingi, when I go out later, could you help me decide which outfit to wear? Okay, take it out and I'll take a look. Chingi nodded slightly. Looking at Lu Yi's back, she was a little puzzled. Why did Lu Yi seem to have become a little more handsome? She had sensed before that Ono seemed more attractive than before. This feeling is becoming increasingly apparent. Perhaps it's because Ono's temper has improved. She hasn't been staying up late these past 2 days, and her energy has returned, which is why she feels this way. Chingi thought this reason was excellent. A moment later, Lu Yi came out with 2 shirts, one black and one white. Sister Chingi, look at which one I'm wearing. Lu Yi felt a little guilty. It's just black and white in reality, neither of them matters. Chingi didn't notice Lu Yi's guilty conscience, but pointed to the white one and said, this one is clean, sunny, and handsome. Chingi, can you help me put it on? Lu Yi asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Okay, Chingi said gently. She naturally took the clothes in her hands, gave them a gentle shake to open them, and Lu Yi raised his hand in response. Aren't you going to take off your clothes? Chingi asked, puzzled, looking at Lu Yi who was still wearing his bathrobe. No, I'm just trying it out. Hearing this, Chingi had no doubts and skillfully helped Lu Yi put on his clothes, but he was wrapped in a bathrobe underneath, so she couldn't button it up. Daily Quest 1 completed, reward, stamina +1. Both tasks involved attribute points, which filled Lu Yi with immense joy. In his opinion, nothing money, items, or skills is as valuable as attribute points. At the very least, you need to raise your attribute points to 10, reaching the level of a normal person. Okay, I'm going to school now. You and Shanshan can take care of yourselves for lunch. I'll cook dinner when I get back. After saying that, Chingi gently ruffled Lu Yi's hair, then tiptoed and gave him a light peck on the forehead as a reward of affection, her eyes full of doting smiles. Lu Yi's ears turned red, and then, in a moment of impulse, he returned the kiss with a kiss on Chingi's forehead. Chingi, you're so kind. Chingi was taken aback, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes, her ears turning slightly red. Naughty. After saying that, she turned around, opened the door, and left. Chingi's affection level has increased. Lu Yi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. It was really difficult to raise Chingi's affection level. If it were Zhu Lingshan, her actions just now would have improved her performance by at least 3 or 4 points. But now, Chingi has only increased by 1 point. Thinking of this, Lu Yi subconsciously looked at Zhu Lingshan eating at the dining table and was immediately stunned. Zhu Lingshan stared wide-eyed at the camera, her face filled with surprise. Ahem. Lu Yi coughed twice to cover his embarrassment, walked over and said softly, Hey Shanshan, how about I give you a loving kiss too? No. Zhu Lingshan shook her head without thinking, her head shaking like a rattle drum, but her eyes held a hint of expectation. Really don't want it? Lu Yi smiled and walked closer, leaning down to bring his head close to hers, his warm breath brushing against her cheek as he spoke. Feeling the warmth on her face, Zhu Lingshan's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded subconsciously. Seeing this, Lu Yi gently cupped her cheeks in his hands and gave her a polite kiss on her smooth forehead. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating increases. Zhu Lingshan's affection level has increased. Chapter 19, Tricks to Scheme Zhu Lingshan. Lu Yi's lips curled up slightly, and the ding-ding-ding sound kept ringing out. He glanced at it and saw that his favorability rating had increased by 3 points and his affection rating had increased by 4 points. A gentle kiss was enough to touch her heart. Lu Yi looked at Zhu Lingshan, whose face was flushed, with gentle eyes. How does it feel? These words snapped Zhu Lingshan out of her reverie. She quickly pulled away from Lu Yi's hands that were cupping her cheeks, lowered her head, and whispered, I don't feel anything. Seeing that Zhu Lingshan was still stubborn despite being so shy, Lu Yi said in a playful tone, Shall I try again? No, Zhu Lingshan said hurriedly, Go away, I want to eat. Lu Yi stopped teasing her and instead sat down on the sofa, pondering how to complete the task. This little girl can cook, she's just a bit lazy, but she can talk to herself without much trouble. This can help her get dressed. The coat is fine, but if it's underwear? Lu Yi hasn't considered this issue yet. It's very difficult. Another one is barking like a dog, which is even more of a headache. Just as Lu Yi was still thinking, Zhu Lingshan's voice rang out behind him, I'm full, I'm going back to sleep. Shanshan, wait a minute. Lu Yi called out to her as she was about to go upstairs. Zhu Lingshan stopped in her tracks, her innocent doe eyes filled with confusion. Shanshan, you can cook lunch. Lu Yi blurted out. No. Zhu Lingshan refused without any surprise. She'd rather order takeout than cook. Lu Yi thought to himself, I knew this little girl would refuse. However, he already had a very good idea in mind. Shanshan, if you cook lunch, I'll bark like a dog for you, okay? Lu Yi was going all out. No, the bark you're imitating is definitely, I don't want to. You think I don't know your tricks? Zhu Lingshan's eyes flashed with a sly glint, and a smug expression appeared on her face. Lu Yi was speechless, he really hadn't expected this. Shan, absolutely not, I'm very serious. Lu Yi's clear eyes were filled with earnestness. Zhu Lingshan frowned slightly. What tricks was Lu Yi playing? Humph, with his intelligence, no tricks can hide from him. Okay, then learn it for me. Zhu Lingshan crossed her arms, leaned against the stair railing, and looked at Lu Yi with great interest. Lu Yi cleared his throat and then made a meow sound. Zhu Lingshan's forehead creased with exasperation. Lu Yi, do you think I'm an idiot? Is that a dog barking? Ahem. Lu Yi coughed lightly a few times. Isn't that how dogs bark? Of course not. Oh? Then teach me how to say it? Of course it's woof woof woof. Daily Quest 3 completed, reward, stamina +1. A playful smile curved Lu Yi's lips, the reward was in hand. Zhu Lingshan only realized this belatedly at this moment. Lu Yi, how dare you play me? Zhu Lingshan said angrily as she walked over, her steps heavy and her chest heaving. No, I. Just as Lu Yi was about to explain, Zhu Lingshan grabbed a white pillow and threw it at his head. The pillow was soft and harmless, and Lu Yi instinctively tilted his head to avoid it. Zhu Lingshan missed several times, so she simply leaned half her body out from behind the sofa and stretched her arm forward to reach him. As she bent over, her spaghetti strap nightgown slipped down slightly, inadvertently revealing a tempting glimpse of her chest. Lu Yi was immediately subdued, subjected to dizziness, immobilization, and knockback, but not blindness. Zhu Lingshan raised the pillow high and hit Lu Yi on the head, instantly depleting his health bar. Humph. Zhu Lingshan raised her neck, like a proud white swan, and walked upstairs in her slippers with a clack clack clack. Lu Yi touched his nose, then looked at the bloodstains on the pillow. Thankfully, Zhu Lingshan hadn't discovered it, or he would have been utterly humiliated. There are still 2 tasks left. He already has an idea in mind, to get her dressed. Now he just needs to figure out how to coax her into cooking. Inside a restaurant. Shia walked in, wearing high heels, and went straight to the corner. The 3 people behind her, one of whom was a man, quickly ran to the front desk to order. The other man and woman walked over and sat down next to Shia, their expressions somewhat unpleasant. The man's name is Zhang Wei, and the woman's name is Shin Na. The man who went to order food was named Shirley. Manager Xiao, Mr. Zhang really went too far today, raising the price at the last minute. Zhang Wei's tone was full of indignation. That's right. They finalized the deal for 40 million yesterday, but today it suddenly jumped to 80 million, doubling in value. This shows a complete lack of sincerity in their cooperation. Shin Na chimed in, her eyes filled with resentment. If this deal goes through, she will not only receive a generous commission, but also add another impressive achievement to her performance record. But now it looks like it's going to fall through. Shia seemed not to hear their complaints, neither responding nor expressing her opinion. She sat upright in her chair, her face still showing a calm and indifferent expression, her eyes even revealing a hint of cold indifference, as if she didn't care about the matter at all. Seeing that Shia remained unresponsive, Zhang Wei and Shin Na exchanged a helpless glance. They simply couldn't understand it. This deal was crucial to the company's future development, and the president had repeatedly emphasized that they absolutely had to secure it. Now that such a big problem has occurred, how can Manager Xiao still remain so calm? After ordering, Shirley returned and sat down next to Zhang Wei, whispering, "Let's keep quiet. If the deal falls through, Manager Xiao is under more pressure than any of us." Zhang Wei pursed his lips. It's normal that the leaders who used to make the most money are now under a lot of pressure. He didn't know what Shia was thinking, but he absolutely couldn't lose this deal. He needs the prize money from this deal to pay for his mother's medical treatment. Shin Na, standing next to her, also showed a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Shia didn't care about the situation of the 3 people at all. She had already anticipated Mr. Shang's last-minute price increase today. Recently, 2 competitors have indeed been secretly vying for this project, and Mr. Zhang wants to use this opportunity to raise his own value. Aside from this position, Mr. Zhang also wanted to use the price increase tactic to force himself to make concessions, and incidentally, to gain some extra benefits from the cooperation terms. Moreover, she already knew everything about General Manager Zhang's company. The other party is currently experiencing some cash flow problems and urgently needs a strong partner to revitalize a key project, and our company happens to be the most suitable choice. To put it bluntly, in this game, no one can do without the other. It's just a matter of who can remain calm and who will lose their composure first. Shia picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip, and her eyes remained calm. She had plenty of patience and spent her time with Mr. Zhang. You can each go out and have fun for a day tomorrow, and go home the day after tomorrow, Shia said to the three of them. Mr. Xiao, regarding the contract with Mr. Zhang. Zhang Wei was about to say something when Shirley covered his mouth. Zhang Wei, Manager Xiao has her own plans, we just need to follow them. Shirley's words made Zhang Wei sigh deeply, his eyes filled with helplessness. Shia ignored the three of them, her thoughts had already drifted back to her small home. Chingi said that Ono has changed a lot. She can't wait to go back now. Chapter 20, Overtaking in Favorability. Lu Yi took a nap and woke up after 2 p.m. He walked around the living room but didn't find Zhu Lingshan. He figured the girl must be sleeping. Looking up at the building, Lu Yi's lips curved into a gentle smile. He lifted his leg and walked upstairs, stopping in front of Zhu Lingshan's door. He placed his hand on the doorknob and pushed the door open with a little force. Inside the room, Zhu Lingshan was indeed still fast asleep. This girl must have secretly stayed up all night last night. Lu Yi walked to the wardrobe, opened the door, and found a white Chanel-style jacket among the many colorful clothes. Turning to look at Zhu Lingshan lying in bed, he sat on the edge of the bed and gently patted her shoulder. Shan, get up and eat. Zhu Lingshan, who was in bed, suddenly opened her eyes and sat up with a whoosh. What do you want to eat? Lu Yi remained silent, not even glancing at Zhu Lingshan's exposed body, and quickly draped his Chanel-style jacket over her shoulders. Before Zhu Lingshan could react, he quickly took her small hand and gently tucked it into the sleeve of his coat. He did the same on the other side, his movements swift and efficient. Daily Quest 2 completed, reward, 955. Well, this reward is just so-so. But even a small mosquito is still meat. What are you doing? Zhu Lingshan asked in a puzzled voice. She turned her head, her bewildered doe eyes filled with confusion. Isn't this to prevent you from accidentally exposing yourself? Lu Yi had already prepared an excuse. Zhu Lingshan rolled her eyes and gave Lu Yi a disdainful look. It's just you and me here, why are you pretending to be a gentleman? Ahem. Lu Yi coughed lightly a few times. I'm a man too, you know. You know you're a man, and you're not happy that I'm showing too much skin? Zhu Lingshan stared straight at Lu Yi, a hint of cunning in her eyes. I am a gentleman. A true gentleman? Really? As soon as Lu Yi finished speaking, Zhu Lingshan suddenly took off her coat. The straps of her camisole nightgown were still slipping off her arms and hadn't been pulled back up, instantly revealing her cleavage. Lu Yi's eyes locked on him as if he were aiming down sights. Seeing this, Zhu Lingshan immediately pulled her coat back over her shoulders, a fleeting, almost imperceptible sweetness flashing across her lips, but her tone carried a deliberate disdain as she gave a light scoff. Heh. Lu Yi snapped out of his daze, lowered his head somewhat awkwardly, stood up without a word, turned around and quickly walked out of the room, his ears turning red. This action left Zhu Lingshan completely dumbfounded. No, she was just teasing Lu Yi, why would she get angry? That shouldn't be the case. When Lu Yi was really angry before, he would directly tear off his own clothes and hit himself. Yeah, the really heavy kind. They would never leave without saying a word like this. She took off her coat, tidied her clothes, and ran quickly out of the room without even putting on her slippers. By this time, Lu Yi had already reached the bottom of the stairs. She held onto the stair railing and took 2 steps at a time. Lu Yi, what's wrong? She grabbed Lu Yi's hand as he walked to the sofa and asked with concern. I'm fine, I'm just hungry. Lu Yi pulled his hand away from hers, then sat on the sofa with a look of utter despair. Then shall I order takeout? Zhu Lingshan sat down next to him and said softly. No, I want to eat what you cook. Lu Yi seized the opportunity to make his condition, a sly glint in his eyes. Okay, I'll cook for you right away. What do you want to eat? Zhu Lingshan was completely oblivious to Lu Yi's gaze. All she wanted to do was make him happy. Otherwise, when Chingi comes back and finds out that she has angered Lu Yi, she'll be finished. I want to eat noodles, a simple egg noodle dish. Okay, I'll make it for you right away. After Zhu Lingshan finished speaking, she quickly got up and walked out of the kitchen. She deftly turned on the stove to boil water, and then, slightly on tiptoe, rummaged through the cupboard to find the noodles. She then ran to the refrigerator, took out 2 eggs, and turned to Lu Yi, asking, Lu Yi, would you like a poached egg or a fried egg? I'll eat anything you cook. Hearing Lu Yi's response, Zhu Lingshan pursed her lips, didn't think too much about it, and turned back to the kitchen to start busying herself. Lu Yi got up and quietly went upstairs. He had just noticed that Zhu Lingshan wasn't wearing shoes. The little girl was so careless. Arriving at her room, Lu Yi bent down and took her white-balled slippers in his hand, and a faint fragrance immediately wafted into his nostrils. Lu Yi's eyelashes twitched slightly. There was actually a fragrance? I wonder if Chingi will have her socks when she comes back. Thinking about this, Lu Yi mentally slapped himself, thinking, what a little pervert. Upon entering the kitchen, Lu Yi squatted down and placed the shoes next to Zhu Lingshan's feet, glancing at them casually. Yes, her feet were smooth and delicate, like jade. Her 5 toes were not as long as Chingi's, but they were more rounded and white. What are you doing? Zhu Lingshan asked, puzzled, as she looked at Lu Yi squatting beside her. Oh, I noticed you weren't wearing shoes and was worried you'd catch a cold, so I took them off for you. Lu Yi said, then stood up without changing his expression. Zhu Lingshan's eyes flickered slightly, a flash of surprise crossing her face. Lu Yi is so thoughtful, he's really considerate. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating increases. Zhu Lingshan's affection level has increased. Another series of messages arrived. Lu Yi calculated that his favorability had increased by 3 points and his affection had increased by 5 points. Wow, that's pretty intense. Lu Yi returned to the sofa and looked at it. Favorability, 5095. Adoration level, 3850. Her favorability rating is now on par with Chingi's, and more importantly, her admiration rating has reached 38 points. We're not far from returning to normal. By the way, system, will my affection and favorability points drop? Lu Yi thought of something and hurriedly asked in his mind. Won't. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Since they don't know how, the system thoughtfully marked the previous favorability and affection levels. If he hadn't seen the original level of favorability, he wouldn't have believed how Zhu Lingshan and Chingi went from being overjoyed with him to being utterly disappointed. If these two are like this, what about Xiao Xie? Lu Yi knew that she had very high expectations of him, but over the past 3 years, he must have turned her expectations into despair. When she comes back the day after tomorrow, Lu Yi will check if her duel score is above 10, and also see how high her duel score used to be. Lu Yi, come and eat. Zhu Lingshan's clear voice pulled Lu Yi back to reality. Here you are. Lu Yi got up and walked over. A simple bowl of egg noodles, with a poached egg and a sausage, garnished with chopped green onions and sesame oil, exudes an enticing aroma that makes your mouth water just by smelling it. Zhu Lingshan's cooking skills are no worse than Chingi's, she's just too lazy to cook. Lu Yi chuckled and thought about it. After all, it wouldn't make sense for a foodie to say he couldn't cook. Daily task 1 completed, reward, guitar mastery. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. This thing is pretty good, it's a perfect match for my major. Zhu Lingshan looked at Lu Yi, whose eyes were shining as he ate, and a sweet smile appeared on her lips. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating increases. There's another unexpected surprise? Lu Yi looked up at Zhu Lingshan, who was grinning foolishly, and then looked down at his noodles. He ate it in big mouthfuls. This is the greatest respect you can show to a chef. Chapter 21, Washing the mud off my feet. The two played games all afternoon and didn't lose a single game. The main problem is that Zhu Lingshan's rank is too low, only diamond. Lu Yi, on the other hand, is one of the top 100 Hanzins. Although not top tier, they were absolutely dominant in this kind of situation. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and Chingi walked in from outside. Lu Yi immediately put down his phone and rushed to her like a gust of wind, smiling as he said, Sister Chingi, thank you for your hard work. Before Chingi could react, he quickly squatted down, took out a pair of bear-patterned slippers from the shoe cabinet, gently lifted one of her legs, carefully took off her white shoes, pulled off her socks as well, and then put the slippers on her feet. He did the same with the other foot, his movements swift and decisive, without giving her feet a second glance. After doing all this, Lu Yi immediately stood up, turned around, and rushed into the bathroom, leaving only his slightly reddened back view. Chingi stood there, stunned, her face full of confusion. She looked down at her bare feet, her delicate toes twitching unconsciously. Her socks were gone? Oh no, do you have some kind of fetish? This won't do. If this continues, they'll go astray in the future. Chingi put down her bag and quickly ran to the bathroom. At this moment, in the bathroom, Lu Yi threw his socks into the basin, turned on the tap to soak them, and the faint scent of sweat in his nostrils gradually dissipated. He took out some laundry detergent, poured some into the basin, and then started rubbing with both hands. Daily Quest 3 completed, reward, stamina +1. Hearing the notification that the mission was complete, Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad. It increased his physique. If it had only brought money, he would have lost a lot. Xiao Yi, you. Shu Qingyi walked in and saw Lu Yi washing her socks. She swallowed the words she wanted to say. Lu Yi turned around and said sincerely, Sister Qingyi, I saw a video today that said helping your sister wash her socks can clean the mud off her feet, so that every step she takes from now on will be on happiness. Shu Qingyi was taken aback, a warm feeling welling up inside her. So that's what Xiao Yi meant. No wonder he made himself wear white sneakers today, it was all premeditated. After washing away the mud from your feet, will every step from now on be treading on happiness? That oh no, he's really good at talking. Shu Qingyi's favorability has increased. Shu Qingyi's affection level has increased. Lu Yi was secretly delighted it had indeed worked. He glanced at it, and his favorability increased by 3 points, while his admiration increased by 1 point. Favorability, 53.99. Adorability rating, 820. Not bad, not bad. Qingyi, go and cook. I'll come help you after I've finished washing up, Lu Yi said gently as he saw Shu Qingyi still standing at the door. Okay. Shu Qingyi responded gently, then turned and left with a complicated expression. As Shu Qingyi came out, Zhu Lingshan's eyes darted around on the sofa. If she wasn't mistaken, Lu Yi took off Qingyi's socks and ran into the bathroom. He. That Lu Yi is such a pervert, he actually has this kind of hobby. But I wore socks yesterday and the day before. Why didn't he ask himself for it? Could it be that he has a special affection for Sister Qingyi? Zhu Lingshan's innocent doe eyes are full of wisdom. After taking a shower, Lu Yi lay on the bed and checked his system panel. Host, Lu Yi. Stamina, 8. Endurance, 7. Charm, 8. Appearance, 8. Abilities, proficient in piano, basic martial arts, immune to alcoholism, proficient in guitar. Item, lucky card. Money, 6,214.52. Bound to, Shu Qingyi click to view, Zhu Lingshan click to view. In 3 days, I've improved my stats quite a bit, acquired some skills, and have enough money to live on. The future is long, and Lu Yi sees a bright future ahead of him. I wonder what new tasks will appear tomorrow. What will the strategy missions be like after your charm and appearance reach 10? After that, he also wants to see who among Zhu Lingshan's friends is the one who stabbed her in the back when school starts. He will absolutely not let that person get away with it. Not only Shan, but also those who plotted to frame Sister Xie, he will absolutely not let them get away with it. According to Qingyi, Xie fell into the trap after she hit her. That was in December, when it was still early. He still has plenty of time to improve himself. He must become strong to have the ability to protect them. The second floor, Shu Qingyi's room. A knocking sound rang out on the door. Shu Qingyi put down the book in her hand and went to open the door. Standing outside was Zhu Lingshan. What's wrong? She opened her mouth slightly, her voice still gentle and calm. Zhu Lingshan squeezed in from the side, closed the door behind her, and then pulled Shu Qingyi to sit down on the bed, staring at her with unusual seriousness. Qingyi, have you noticed that Lu Yi's feelings for you seem a little different? Upon hearing this, Shu Qingyi casually shrugged, her tone as indifferent as if she were talking about something ordinary. If I have one, then I can take care of Xiao Yi for the rest of my life. Zhu Lingshan froze on the spot, her face filled with. She leaned forward instinctively, her tone becoming serious. Qingyi, are you serious? Aren't you one? Shu Qingyi retorted. These words left Zhu Lingshan speechless. Putting aside the fact that she herself had different feelings for Lu Yi, her purpose in coming here was also to take care of Lu Yi. If it weren't for Lu Yi's mother, Aunt Zhang, she would have starved to death in some corner long ago. I owe my life to Aunt Zhang. If I can't repay her, I'll repay her to her son. However, Lu Yi had disappointed her too much before, even making her feel disheartened. But after spending the last 2 days together, Lu Yi's performance rekindled her hope. Shan, just let things take their course. If Lu Yi likes it, just give it to him, Shu Qingyi said softly, raising her hand to rub her little head. I'm not ready yet. Zhu Lingshan shrank her neck. It wasn't that she was unwilling, it's just that she hadn't yet processed Lu Yi's transformation. Go back to sleep, don't think too much. Shu Qingyi's lips curved into a gentle smile. Zhu Lingshan pursed her lips, got up and left. Watching her departing figure, Shu Qingyi's brows were full of smiles. Zhu Lingshan is still young, only 19 years old, so it's normal that she's not ready. But she was already prepared, and she wouldn't refuse Lu Yi if he needed her. If it weren't for Aunt Zhang's appearance, she would have died when she was 3 years old. Aunt Zhang gave her a second life, and also found someone to take care of her and let her receive a good education, which is why she has the life she has now. Now that Aunt Zhang is gone, she will naturally do everything in her power to take good care of Lu Yi. Seeing the changes in Lu Yi over the past 2 days, Chingi was genuinely happy. I really hope that he can live a peaceful and happy life like this in the future. Chapter 22, Sending Chingi to Work. The rain outside the window has been falling for a whole day and night. Lu Yi got up and went into the bathroom. He squeezed toothpaste onto his toothbrush and started washing his face, while also checking his personal information. Host, Lu Yi. Stamina, 8. Endurance, 7. Charm, 8. Appearance, 8. Abilities, proficient in piano, basic martial arts, immune to alcoholism, proficient in guitar. Item, lucky card. Money, 6,214.52. Bound to, Chingi, click to view. Zhu Lingshan, click to view. With his 4-dimensional attributes approaching 10 points, he can achieve the expression of a normal person, which already makes him stand out among college students. After all, too many college students these days are in poor health. I wonder if I'll be able to break 10 in any single attribute after completing today's tasks. Lu Yi opened Chingi's mission information. Daily Task 1, wash Chingi's feet. Daily Task 2, feed Chingi once. Daily Task 3, drive her to work once. The task was fairly simple, with almost no difficulty. He then turned his attention to Zhu Lingshan's task, and his pupils widened in surprise. Daily Task 1, give Zhu Lingshan a massage. Daily Task 2, make Zhu Lingshan call you dad once. Daily Task 3, call Zhu Lingshan mom once. This is getting more and more ridiculous. The first one was alright, but the latter two were practically impossible. For Task 2, Lu Yi didn't know if he could successfully lure Zhu Lingshan with snacks, but Task 3 required him to make her scream. Although Lu Yi also hit the tiles, he still found it difficult to say mom. I have a bit of a headache. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. After washing up, Lu Yi walked into the living room and immediately saw Chingi sitting on the sofa with her laptop on her lap, her slender fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard. He walked over and sat down next to her, their arms pressed tightly together, the warmth of their touch spreading through their arms. Chingi, what are you busy with? He asked, tilting his head. Take care of the students' problems in class. Chingi stopped what she was doing, turned around and smiled gently at him. By the way, I cooked you some 3-ingredient wontons, come and try them. After saying that, she put the laptop on the coffee table, took Lu Yi's hand, stood up, and led him to the dining table to sit down. She then turned and went into the kitchen, and soon came out with a bowl of steaming wontons, which she gently placed in front of Lu Yi. The wontons in the bowl were plump and full, with bright green scallions and a few drops of sesame oil floating on the surface of the soup, and the fresh and fragrant aroma instantly filled the air. Chingi, have you eaten? Lu Yi asked, stirring the food gently with a spoon. I've already eaten, you should eat quickly, it'll get cold soon, Chingi urged. Lu Yi scooped up a wonton with a spoon, looked up at Chingi, and said with a smile, Chingi, you should have the first bite. Seeing his thoughtful gesture, Chingi's eyes were full of doting affection. She leaned down slightly, bringing her head close to Lu Yi's face, and opened her soft, sweet lips. Lu Yi then held the spoon to her lips, and the wonton slid into her mouth. Chingi gently closed her mouth, chewed a few times, swallowed, and then reached out to ruffle Lu Yi's hair, saying in a gentle voice, Thank you for the wontons, Xiao Yi. They taste really good. Daily Quest 2 completed, reward, stamina +1. Lu Yi was secretly pleased his stamina had also reached 8, not bad at all. Immediately afterward, his gaze swept across the scene, and a patch of snow white came into view. His ears immediately turned red, and he gave an awkward laugh, quickly lowering his head to pick at the wontons in his bowl. Chingi looked at Lu Yi's reddened ears, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes at first, then as if she had thought of something, a gentle smile appeared on her lips. She stood up, straightened her clothes slightly, pretended nothing had happened, and turned to sit back down on the sofa. She was only wearing a 2-piece ice silk nightgown today, so normally you wouldn't see anything, but she had just bent over, and Ono must have seen everything in front of her. This little wild one can actually be shy. It's so much cuter than when she was rebellious. Chingi reopened her laptop, but her typing speed was a few seconds slower than before. After Lu Yi finished eating and drinking, he washed one and then sat down next to Chingi. Chingi, where's Shanshan? Is she still sleeping? He asked curiously. Shanshan went to the company today, Chingi said gently. Lu Yi suddenly remembered, oh right, Zhu Lingshan wasn't home all day today. In her previous life, she ran away because Zhu Lingshan wasn't home and Chingi hadn't returned. It seems Zhu Lingshan's task can only be completed tonight. Chingi, when are you going to school? Lu Yi asked softly. I'll be there soon. I'll go as soon as I finish what I'm doing. Chingi's fingers didn't stop typing. Lu Yi didn't say anything more, leaning back on the sofa, thinking about how to complete Zhu Lingshan's task that night. After a while, Chingi put the laptop on her lap on the coffee table, got up and went upstairs. Lu Yi knew that Chingi was about to change her clothes and go out. He also got up, walked to the door, and waited with an umbrella. Anyway, I don't have anything to do today, so I'll go to school with Sister Chingi and meet up with my classmates. After a while, light footsteps were heard. Lu Yi looked up, his eyes lighting up. Chingi was wearing a mustard yellow square neck t-shirt, revealing her slender collarbone, and casually wore a simple white jacket over it. She paired it with a white tulle skirt. The layers of tulle on the skirt were light and flowing, and it fluttered slightly when she walked, giving off a touch of ethereal beauty. Her long, black hair cascaded naturally down her back, making her appear gentle and refreshing. Xiao Yi, what's going on? Chingi walked up to Lu Yi, her eyes filled with doubt. Chingi, it's raining outside. Let me take you to school. After Lu Yi finished speaking, as if afraid that Chingi would refuse, he added, Shanshan isn't home, and I'm bored by myself. It's a good opportunity to go to school with you and get to know your classmates in advance. Okay. Chingi nodded slightly. Ono is so sensible. Not only is she worried about herself, but she also wants to get to know her classmates in advance. That's really good. He wasn't very sociable in high school, so hopefully he'll have a few close friends in college. Chingi walked to the shoe cabinet, about to bend down to get the shoes, but Lu Yi beat her to it. He squatted down, opened the shoe cabinet, and turned to look at Chingi. Chingi, let me help you. What shoes do you want to wear today? These sandals. Chingi pointed to the second pair of shoes on the third shelf. These are white sandals with a simple upper adorned with a few sparkling crystals. Lu Yi took out the shoes and kindly helped her put them on. He ran his palm across her cold feet and helped her fasten the buckles on her shoes. All right, Chingi, let's go out. Lu Yi put her slippers in the shoe cabinet, turned around, opened the door, and gestured for her to go. Naughty! Chingi reached out and gently tapped his forehead, her eyes full of doting affection. How could she not know about Lu Yi's little tricks just now? As long as he's happy. Chapter 23 The Most Beautiful Woman at Jiangnan University. The rain in September is like a heartless woman. They didn't come when they were supposed to, and they came when they shouldn't have. It's a pity the rain will stop in a couple of days, otherwise, if it rained, there would most likely be no need for military training. After all, this isn't Guangxi, where military training isn't as intense. Fortunately, the rain wasn't too heavy today. Lu Yi put one arm around Chingi's shoulder and held the umbrella with the other, tilting it as much as possible towards her. I don't care if I get wet, but I can't let Sister Chingi get wet too. The two crossed the road, and there were still quite a few students at the main gate of Jiangnan University, braving the rain to register. Chingi kept her head down today, not letting these people see her stunningly beautiful face, otherwise it would have caused another sensation. The two walked through the crowd and arrived at the registration area. Reaching the eaves in front of the teaching building, Lu Yi shook the water off his umbrella, leaned it against the wall, and followed Chingi into the office. Daily Quest 3 completed, reward, Charisma +1. Lu Yi thought to himself, this is a good thing. It's only a little short of 10. The appearance of the two attracted the attention of many teachers. Some of them had a vague impression of Lu Yi, as Chingi had brought him on the first. However, many teachers who had never met Lu Yi looked at him with surprise, realizing that the relationship between the two was not simple. At that moment, a bald man wearing glasses stood up. Seeing Teacher Li get up, some of the teachers cast expectant glances their way. Teacher Li walked to the water dispenser next to her, filled a paper cup with warm water, turned around and walked to Lu Yi, and said softly, "Come on, student, have some water to warm yourself up." His action left some teachers who were watching the spectacle completely dumbfounded. Why is Teacher Li being so gentle? As colleagues, they all knew what kind of person Teacher Li was. She was very strict with people, and when had she ever spoken to them so softly? Who exactly is the man next to Teacher Chu? Thank you, Lu Yi said softly. At least he doesn't feel any malice from this teacher right now. You're welcome. Are you here today to help Teacher Chu with something? Teacher Li sat down next to Lu Yi and started chatting. Lu Yi was also bored, so he sat down and started chatting with him. Seeing how harmoniously Teacher Li and Lu Yi chatted, many teachers felt that Lu Yi must have some kind of background. Chingi merely glanced at it indifferently and didn't take it to heart, focusing intently on her work on the computer. Time passed slowly, and Chingi shut down her computer and got up. Lu Yi immediately stood up as well. "Let's go, Xiao Yi, meet your new classmates." After saying that, Chingi took Lu Yi's hand and walked towards the door. Teacher Li looked pleased. Teacher Chu really took good care of her younger brother. Chingi's action aroused the curiosity of many teachers. Did I see that right? Teacher Chu actually took that boy's hand? Who would have thought that Teacher Chu would also be dating a young girl? Ha ha ha. That guy was just so-so, and he wasn't particularly handsome. Ignoring the teacher's whispers, Teacher Li slammed her hand on the table, her face grim. What nonsense are you talking about? That boy just now is Teacher Chu's younger brother. Upon hearing Teacher Li's words, the other teachers suddenly realized, so that's how it is. That makes sense. The rain outside had lessened a bit, and Lu Yi and Chingi stood under the red awning next to the registration area. Chingi's stunning beauty drew many glances, their eyes filled with amazement and shock. Two particularly bold boys even tried to approach her and strike up a conversation. Before they could get close, Lu Yi immediately stepped forward, his tall figure blocking Chingi's path. His height of 1.85 meters exuded a sense of oppression. The two men exchanged a glance, immediately abandoned their idea, and slunk away. Knowing when to back down from a relationship indicates a promising future. But less than 2 seconds later, two more boys walked over. Lu Yi frowned, his eyes instantly turned cold, and he let out a warning groan. Hello? We'd like to ask, are you Teacher Chu? The boy with glasses was a little nervous, intimidated by his imposing manner, and cautiously asked, My name is Xiang Tuosher. The boy next to him with a buzz cut quickly chimed in, My name is Hao Yotsu. Xiao Yi, don't scare him, this is a new classmate. Chingi gently tugged at Lu Yi's arm, pulling him back half a step, and looked at the two of them with a gentle gaze. I am Teacher Chu, come with me. After saying that, she turned to Xiang Tuosher and Hao Yotsu and introduced them, This is Lu Yi, my younger brother, and also your classmate. Hello, Brother Lu, the two shouted in unison. His voice was so loud it sounded like he was shouting slogans, and his manner was inexplicably like someone paying homage to the boss, which made Lu Yi both laugh and cry. Let's go, I'll take you to the dormitory. Chingi smiled and took the lead. Lu Yi quickly opened his umbrella and protected her as they walked outside. Xiang Tuosher and Hao Yotsu also quickly opened their own umbrellas and followed closely behind. On the way, Lu Yi chatted with the two for a while and learned that they were from the same place, Yunnan province. He wasn't very tall, about 1.7 meters, and had a slightly shifty look with his glasses on. Hao Yotsu was very handsome, comparable to Koen Gu. Chingi also carefully introduced the school to the two of them. Along the way, many senior students would come up to greet Chingi. Teacher Chu, you are so popular at school. Xiang Tuosher exclaimed sincerely. It's all right. Chingi simply replied, her tone still gentle, without saying anything more. After taking the two to the student dormitory building, Chingi explained the precautions to Xiang Tuosher and Hao Yotsu, and reminded them to remember to go to the classroom on time for the class meeting the next day. She turned around and explained the two's accommodation situation to the dormitory manager, Uncle Zhang, before leaving with Lu Yi. As the two were carrying their luggage and preparing to enter the dormitory building, they heard Grandpa Zhang say with a smile, You two are really lucky to have been assigned to Teacher Chu's class. Uncle Zhang, why do you say that? Xiang Tuosher stopped and asked with a face full of curiosity. Hao Yotsu immediately came over, his eyes full of doubt. You guys don't know, do you? Teacher Chu is the undisputed #1 beauty at Jiangnan University. Grandpa Zhang stroked his chin, his tone filled with admiration. She usually seems indifferent to everyone, but she's incredibly gentle and caring towards her students. So many people in the school envy you for being her students. As he spoke, he closed his eyes slightly, as if reliving the way Chingi greeted him earlier. Xiang Tuosher and Hao Yotsu exchanged a glance, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes, before they felt it was only natural. When they first saw Chingi, they were stunned by her unparalleled beauty and hesitated for a while before daring to approach and acknowledge her. The thought that the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan University was actually their teacher, and that they could study under such a teacher for the next 4 years, filled them with joy, and they couldn't help but smile at each other. It looks like these 4 years of university will definitely be very interesting. Chapter 24 Washing Feet. Lu Yi and Chu Qingyi spent the entire day going back and forth between the registration point and the student dormitory. Each time, Chu Qingyi would gently introduce Lu Yi to the new classmates, adding the phrase, "He's my younger brother." Lu Yi knew that she wanted her new classmates to take better care of her. After all, the teacher's younger brother was her classmate, so she had to curry favor with him. Most of the students in the music department were girls. Apart from Xiang Tuosher and Hayotsu, Lu Yi only saw 3 boys, the other dozen or so were girls. The little girls were calling him brother this and brother that, which made Lu Yi a little embarrassed. He secretly observed Chu Qingyi's expression and found no dissatisfaction. Come to think of it, given how tolerant Chu Qingyi is of her, she'd be more than happy to be popular. Unfortunately, Lu Yi just wants to live a good life with the 3 people in his family now. He had no particular interest in the women outside. As dusk settled over the night sky, the 2 students, having seen off their last student of the day, began their journey home. "Xiao Yi, are you tired?" Chu Qingyi looked up and asked with concern. "I'm not tired, but Qingyi, you must be exhausted today." "I'll give you a reward tonight," Lu Yi said mysteriously. Chu Qingyi's eyes held a hint of anticipation. Whatever it was, she would be happy with Xiao Yi's reward. Okay, I'll be waiting." After saying that, she pulled Lu Yi into the supermarket near the entrance of the residential area. "What do you want to eat tonight?" She turned to look at Lu Yi as they approached the meat section. "Braised pork belly, plus eggplant with minced pork, and a corn and pork rib soup," Lu Yi announced the menu. "Okay," Chu Qingyi replied excitedly. The 2 walked to the pork stall. Chu Qingyi's eyes swept across the meat on the cutting board and quickly locked onto a piece of pork belly from the tip of the pig's rump. This cut of meat is best suited for braised pork. The meat has distinct layers of fat and lean meat with clear textures, somewhat resembling marble patterns, and the skin is thin and elastic. She gently pressed her delicate hand on the meat. As soon as her fingertips left, a faint white mark was left on the surface of the meat, which quickly returned to its original state. It was clearly a freshly slaughtered, high-quality piece of meat. "Boss, wrap this up for me." Chu Qingyi's tone was calm but decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Watching her skillful way of selecting ingredients, choosing meat, checking freshness, and making purchases all in one go, clean, efficient, and organized, she was simply the ideal wife and loving mother of my dreams. Lu Yi naturally took on the role of the waiter carrying the groceries, and soon his hands were full. When the 2 returned home, Zhu Lingshan was still not back. As for Xiao Xia, she'll be back tomorrow, judging by the time. Chu Qingyi took off her sandals and put on slippers with a bear pattern. Lu Yi had already carried the groceries into the kitchen. Working together, the 2 of them served a table full of delicious dishes. Lu Yi picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. The soft and tender meat melted in his mouth and was coated with a rich sauce. It was fatty but not greasy and lean but not dry. He couldn't help but close his eyes and savor the taste. Seeing his satisfied expression, Chu Qingyi's brows were full of gentle smiles. She picked up her chopsticks and added a piece of braised pork to Lu Yi's bowl. Then she put down her chopsticks, ladled out a bowl of corn and pork rib soup, and handed it to him. "Eat slowly, have some soup to cleanse your palate. Qingyi, don't just take care of me, you should eat too." Lu Yi swallowed the meat in his mouth and immediately picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into Chu Qingyi's bowl. "Okay," Chu Qingyi replied softly, her voice filled with warmth and happiness. Ono is becoming more and more sensible. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of braised pork from the bowl, opened her pink lips and bit off a third of it, the rich broth sticking to the corner of her lips. Unlike Lu Yi, who ate slowly and leisurely, she ate each bite with relish. The meal was warm and pleasant, and a sense of happiness filled the restaurant. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Yi lay on the sofa and asked Chu Qingyi, who was coming out of the kitchen, "Qingyi, when is Shanshan coming back?" "It should be around 10 o'clock, Chu Qingyi said, not entirely sure. Lu Yi glanced at the time. It was only a little past 8 o'clock, 2 more hours to go, that would be plenty of time. "Qingyi, come sit down here. I'll go prepare a surprise for you." After saying that, Lu Yi ran into the bathroom like a gust of wind. Chu Qingyi's gentle almond-shaped eyes held a hint of doubt. Though she didn't understand, she respected. She sat upright on the sofa, ready to greet Lu Yi's surprise in her best condition. A moment later, Lu Yi came out carrying a basin of warm water. He went to the sofa, squatted down and placed the basin next to Chu Qingyi's feet. He looked up at Chu Qingyi with sincere eyes and a gentle tone and said, "Sister Qingyi, you must be exhausted after walking all day. Let me wash your feet for you." Chu Qingyi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She hadn't expected that the surprise Lu Yi had mentioned would be this. "Xiao Yi, I can do it myself," Chu Qingyi said softly, her tone gentle as she refused. Lu Yi had spent the whole day with her and was already tired enough. How could she let him take care of her in return? If anyone should be washing, it should be me washing him myself. Thinking of this, Chingi immediately stood up and, without giving Lu Yi a chance to refute, said first, "Come on, let me help you wash." No, Sister Chingi, I must help you wash today." Lu Yi hurriedly waved his hand, his tone exceptionally firm. Chingi, nicknamed Xiao Yi, wanted to say something more, but Lu Yi gently interrupted her. He looked up at her, his eyes full of sincerity. "Sister Chingi, you've taken such good care of me these past 2 years, but I was so immature before and always made you angry. Now I've figured it out and I'm slowly changing. This time, consider it a little compensation for my transformation, okay?" Upon hearing these words, a flicker of emotion flashed in Chingi's almond-shaped eyes, as if something had gently touched her heart. Looking at Lu Yi's serious expression, she remained silent for a few seconds before finally nodding slowly, her voice trembling slightly. "Okay." Chingi's favorability has increased. Chingi's affection level has increased. Lu Yi was secretly delighted. The voice in his mind kept ringing, and he took the opportunity to take a look. Favorability, 6099. Adoration level, 1820. Wow, my favorability has increased by 7 points, and my affection has increased by 10 points. This is higher than Zhu Lingshan's previous score. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Lu Yi took a deep breath, and after Chingi sat down, he reached out and held her delicate foot. The touch was cool and refreshing, and the skin was as delicate as the finest silk, with a slightly slippery feel, as if it were a small fish that could easily slip away. Her feet were as white as jade, with tiny blood vessels faintly visible beneath the skin. Her 5 plump toes were slightly curled, giving her a charmingly naive look. With a clear mind, Lu Yi carefully placed those exquisite jade feet into the basin of water, the water covering their feet at a comfortable temperature. He washed his feet very carefully, cleaning between each toe. Seeing Lu Yi's focused expression, Chingi's brows were full of doting affection, and a gentle smile curved her lips. Her heart skipped a beat. Daily task 1 completed, reward, unlimited data SIM card. Chingi's affection level has increased. Chapter 25 2 Props. Lu Yi was taken aback, there was even a prop card. He curiously examined it. Brainless data boost card, disappears after use, can be used to boost the exposure of a designated post by 10 million, and includes 100,000 paid followers. Lu Yi was overjoyed. With this, there was now a guarantee that Shan would be safe from being betrayed. Even if you didn't prevent things from happening beforehand, once the matter is exposed, issuing a whitewashing card can have a very useful effect, if not actually clear your name. There are still 2 months left, and maybe I can get this kind of item card again, so what am I afraid of? Lu Yi couldn't help but smile. Apart from the props, Chingi's admiration level increased by 2 points, reaching 20 points. He felt that he had figured out Chingi's pattern. As long as he treated her sincerely, her favorability and admiration would increase rapidly. On the other hand, Zhu Lingshan needs to do some intimate things with him to increase her favorability and admiration. Now that he knew the trick, Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Putting everything else aside, the improvement in these 2 values alone was enough to prove the joy in their hearts. As long as they were happy, that was enough. After washing Chingi's feet, Lu Yi patiently dried them for her. "Come here, Xiao Yi, let me help you wash." Chingi rubbed Lu Yi's head, her gentle tone leaving no room for argument. Lu Yi did not refuse. He knew that if he refused, Chingi would probably start overthinking things again. Chingi squatted down, carried the basin into the bathroom, and soon came out with a fresh basin of water. She walked up to Lu Yi, put down the basin of water, reached out and tucked the stray hairs behind her ear, then took off her coat, revealing a ginger yellow square neck t-shirt underneath. Then, quite naturally, he squatted down, lifted Lu Yi's legs, and placed them in the basin of warm water. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Yi looked down at a snow-capped mountain. He couldn't see the summit, but he could see the mountainside and the foot of the mountain. He glanced at it a few times before looking away. Do not look at what is improper. He wanted to be a gentleman. But it wasn't taken. Their eyes always lock on automatically. Chingi naturally noticed Lu Yi's gaze. Her expression remained calm, and her hands continued moving without pause, though her ears turned slightly red. Chingi carefully washed Lu Yi's feet, just as Lu Yi had washed hers earlier. She rubbed each toe several times to make sure it was clean. The force caused her body to sway slightly, and her soft skin rippled like waves on the surface of water. Lu Yi was shocked. Goodness, how soft it must be. He secretly opened his palm, thinking. Alright, get some rest early tonight. You have to go to school early tomorrow morning. Chingi's voice pulled Lu Yi back to reality. Okay, I'll go to sleep when Shanshan comes back. Lu Yi lifted his leg so that Chingi could wipe her feet. Chingi looked somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Lu Yi to wait for Shanshan. He really cared about her. A gentle smile curved her lips. Without saying another word, she thoughtfully dried Lu Yi's feet, then picked up the basin and went into the bathroom. A short while later, Chingi returned to the sofa, sat down next to Lu Yi, picked up the laptop on the coffee table, and began working. Lu Yi leaned his head on her shoulder, their cheeks almost touching, the warmth of each other's skin clearly palpable. He opened his mouth slightly, his voice as soft as a whisper. Sister Chingi, how many students are in our class? 40, Chingi answered with a smile while staring at the computer screen and typing on the keyboard. There are only 10 boys, and the remaining 30 are all very eye-catching beauties. After saying that, she turned her head and looked at Lu Yi, who was so close to her, with gentle eyes. Our Shia is so handsome, he will definitely be very popular in class. I'm not interested in anyone else. Having Chingi with me is enough for me. Lu Yi said, reaching out to wrap his arms around her slender waist and rubbing his cheek against hers. The delicate and soft touch made all the hairs on his body stand on end in comfort. Chingi chuckled as he nuzzled her, then reached out and pinched his cheek, her tone teasing. What, do you want your sister Chingi to have your baby? Lu Yi was taken aback, not expecting Chingi to be so direct, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. In the past, he would never have considered this kind of question. But at this moment, this thought popped into his mind. But he couldn't figure out Chingi's true thoughts. What if he rashly nodded and offended her? He didn't dare to think about the consequences. I'll wait until my affection level increases a bit more before telling her. He silently calculated in his mind, then frowned self-deprecatingly. What am I compared to this? He's such a scumbag, always wanting more than he has. Seeing that Lu Yi did not answer, Chingi did not speak again, but focused on her work. She knew what Lu Yi was thinking. He simply had the desire but not the courage. However, once I had this thought, I would give it to him later after his mindset changed, so that he wouldn't feel so guilty. Or, how about letting Shanshan give him a taste of the flesh first? After all, a puppy that has tasted the sweetness of meat has no resistance whatsoever. After an unknown amount of time, the door opened with a bang, and Zhu Lingshan walked in wearily. Ugh, I'm so tired. Zhu Lingshan changed into slippers, her complaints filling the room. She walked listlessly to the sofa and collapsed onto the soft surface like a zombie. You're so tired? Let me give you a massage. After saying that, Lu Yi reluctantly released Chingi's slender waist and looked at Zhu Lingshan seriously. He hadn't forgotten that Zhu Lingshan still had 3 tasks to complete, and there were less than 2 hours left until midnight. Come on, give me a massage. Zhu Lingshan rolled over and lay face down on the sofa, her body taut. Lu Yi stood up, walked to her, squatted down, placed his hands on her smooth and delicate calves, and slowly began to massage them. Daily Task 1 completed. Reward, VIP Summoning Card. The moment the system notification sounded, Lu Yi's breath hitched slightly. Just hearing the name makes it sound incredibly impressive. He immediately mentally retrieved the item details to check. Big Shot Summoning Card, disappears upon use. Randomly summons an influential figure in the relevant field to assist in one task. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. This was practically a life-saving card. However, the phrase related field made him think more deeply. If I go to a place where I'm not living a good life and something happens and I go missing, will this card be useful? Will it violate any rules? After thinking about it, he quickly shook his head and gave up the idea. It's highly unlikely that such an extreme situation will be used, and the card clearly states that it only refers to an influential benefactor, not someone with extraordinary connections. Lu Yi, what are you laughing at? Zhu Lingshan turned her head from the sofa when she heard his laughter, blinked her curious eyes, and stared straight at him. Oh, it's nothing. Lu Yi snapped out of his reverie and made up an excuse. I suddenly remembered a video I watched today. It was a riddle, and the question seemed pretty ordinary, but the answers were really interesting. Oh? What is it? Tell me quickly. Zhu Lingshan suddenly became interested and simply climbed up from the sofa, sat cross-legged, and stared at him expectantly. Chapter 26 Mission completed. A sly glint flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. He got up and sat on the sofa, crossing his legs to face Zhu Lingshan. Tell me, what is the tallest animal in the world? A giraffe? Zhu Lingshan blurted out, anyone would know about this. To everyone's surprise, Lu shook his head and slowly said, "That's not right." Zhu Lingshan's doe eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. "What's that?" Even Chingi, who was standing next to her, looked over curiously. Luya's lips curled into a playful smile as he spoke in a low, resolute tone. "It's a pig, a mother wolf, a wasp." "What are you talking about? There are 3 animals now, and where are these 3 tall?" Zhu Lingshan retorted on the spot. "Oh no, something's not right here," Chingi asked curiously. "What's wrong? Read it quickly once you put it all together." Upon hearing Luya's words, the 2 of them quickly repeated them in their minds several times. Mount Everest. Chingi couldn't help but chuckle. "Where did Xiaoyi learn that? It's quite interesting. This is a riddle." Zhu Lingshan muttered unconvinced, "Let's try again, I don't believe it." She scored 666 points on the college entrance exam, how could she be stumped by such a trivial question? Seeing that Zhu Lingshan had taken the bait, Lu took a deep breath. "It seems we need to dig another hole for her." His brain was racing, searching for a suitable topic, when suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. "Then let me ask you, which vegetable is the busiest?" He raised an eyebrow, looked at Zhu Lingshan, and asked in a deliberately mysterious tone. "Xia, this kind of question can't stump me?" Zhu Lingshan tilted her chin up, looking smug and confident, and rattled off a string of names: radish, cucumber, bitter melon, eggplant, and lotus root. "There's bound to be one of these right." Lu suppressed a laugh and shook his head. "None of them are correct. The answer is mango." "Ha? Mango is okay too?" Zhu Lingshan's eyes widened instantly, and she exclaimed in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Upon hearing this, the living room fell into a moment of silence, the air seeming to freeze for a few seconds. "Shan, watch fewer movies." Chingi scolded playfully, her ears turning slightly red as she got up and took her laptop upstairs. "It's all your fault. What a terrible question you gave me." Zhu Lingshan's cheeks turned as red as ripe apples. She grabbed a cushion next to her and threw it at Lu. Lu blocked with his hand, grabbed the cushion in the process, and retorted with a smile, "It was clearly you who misunderstood, why are you blaming me?" Your question is so misleading." Zhu Lingshan angrily put down the cushion, put her hands on her hips, and raised her chin high, like a cat with its fur standing on end. "I have another one here, it's absolutely legitimate and super simple." Lu deliberately teased her. "I won't fall for that." Zhu Lingshan turned her head to the side. "It's really simple, definitely not the fancy kind. Besides, don't you want to prove your intelligence?" Luya's tone was slightly teasing. Hearing this, Zhu Lingshan pursed her lips, a hint of hesitation flashing in her innocent doe eyes. In the end, she reluctantly nodded. "Let me make this clear, if you continue to be inappropriate, I'm really going to get angry. Rest assured, this is a genuinely honest and reliable product." "Then go ahead and ask." Lu took a deep breath, his eyes feigning utter clarity, and asked rapidly, "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, which one is closest to you by blood?" "Dad." Zhu Lingshan blurted out without thinking. "Yes." Lu responded immediately. Daily Quest 2 completed. Reward, 1,355 coins. The system notification had barely finished when Lu, before he could even feel a surge of joy, saw a dark figure rushing towards him. He was caught off guard and was pinned down on the sofa by Zhu Lingshan. The latter opened her cherry-like mouth and gave his arm a quick bite. "Hiss." Lu groaned in a low voice. Zhu Lingshan didn't hear Luya's muffled groan. After letting go, she grabbed the cushion next to her and started hitting him all over the face, shouting angrily. "You dare take advantage of me? You stinky Lu Yi! You wicked Lu Yi! Stop hitting Shan, I'll call you mom then, and we'll be even, okay?" Zhu Lingshan stopped what she was doing and looked at Lu Yi with a strange expression. She had only heard the word from those Washueti, a nickname for a student. Oh right, Lu Yi also plays cards. She'd seen him play a few times, she hadn't expected him to like it too. That's a pretty good deal. Zhu Lingshan got up from Lu Yi and sat back down on the sofa, her innocent doe eyes staring straight at him. Lu Yi sat up straight, looked at her intently, and after a moment of preparation, he called out in an extremely cute puppy voice. "Mother!" "Why?" Zhu Lingshan subconsciously responded with a sound of agreement, then her face flushed red, and she jumped up from the sofa, put on her slippers, and ran upstairs. At that moment, a voice rang in Luya's mind. Daily Quest 3 completed. Reward, +1 stamina. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yi can now clearly feel that he has become stronger. He ignored Zhu Lingshan and got up to go to the gym. He walked over to the dumbbells, reached out and picked up a 10-kilogram dumbbell, lifting it with ease and doing a few reps without breaking a sweat. Before, my arms would ache terribly after doing 3 or 4 exercises with 10 kilograms of weight. Sure enough, a stamina level of 5 is nowhere near as good as a stamina level of 9. If you can increase your stamina by 1 point every day, what will happen when your stamina reaches 20 or 30? I could probably kill an elephant with 1 punch. Ha, he's almost like Superman. After a short workout to loosen up his muscles, Lu Yi went into his room. I have a class meeting tomorrow morning, and university life is about to officially begin. I can no longer sleep in. On the other side, Zhu Lingshan rushed into the room, slammed the door shut, and kept patting her chest with her small hands. Lu Yi actually called out, and he agreed? That's outrageous. He calls me mom, so shouldn't I give him milk? Thinking of this, Zhu Lingshan looked down at her granary, which was quite full and would definitely be enough for Lu Yi to eat. Oh dear, Zhu Lingshan, what are you thinking about? Zhu Lingshan slapped her cheek in annoyance. Perhaps Lu Yi didn't mean it that way? Is he simply trying to make amends to himself? Zhu Lingshan pursed her lips, walked to the bed and sat down, feeling her mind was in a mess. Ding dong. My phone beeped with a notification sound. She took out her phone and found that it was sent by her best friend Zhang Yunyan. The two worked at the same company and in the same training camp. Shanshan, I'm exhausted today. You go pick up Yang Yun tomorrow, I won't go. Okay, I'll pick her up tomorrow. Zhu Lingshan put down her phone and sent a message to Yang Yun, arranging a meeting time for tomorrow. Yang Yun was not in the same major as her, but after a chance encounter, the two became good friends. The other person was blind. Chapter 27 is very easy. The warm morning sun shone through the glass onto Lu Yi's face. His eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes, instinctively using his hand to shield his eyes from the warm sun. After 3 days, we finally saw the sun. But this is not a good thing. After today's meeting and class meeting, we will have to prepare for military training. If the scorching sun lasts for all 14 days of military training, then it's going to be tough. Lu Yi got up, stretched, and his bones cracked. I quickly checked Chu Chingi's tasks for the day. Daily Task 1, carry Chu Chingi on your back once. Daily Task 2, be intimate with Chu Chingi once. Daily Task 3, have Chu Chingi feed you once. Okay, today's task couldn't be simpler. Lu Yi felt he could finish it in 1 morning. Immediately afterwards, he turned his gaze to Zhu Lingshan's task. Daily Task 1, make Zhu Lingshan dance. Daily Task 2, make Zhu Lingshan do a handstand. Daily Task 3, wash Zhu Lingshan's feet. These 3 tasks don't seem too difficult. Lu Yi had roughly figured out some of the situation. These daily tasks are very simple and seem to be repetitive. Simply put, it's about farming rewards. He glanced at his panel. With a charm score of 9 and a look score of 8, you only need 3 more points to unlock the next strategy mission. I wonder if I can finish today. Lu Yi was still quite looking forward to it. A knocking sound rang out on the door, followed by Chu Chingi's gentle voice from outside. Xiao Yi, wake up, you'll be late. Coming. Lu Yi responded and went into the bathroom to start washing up. When he arrived at the restaurant, he did not see Zhu Lingshan. Lu Yi sat in the dining chair and looked at Chu Chingi, who was busy in the kitchen, and said, Chingi, Shanshan hasn't gotten up yet? She went out to pick up her friend at the train station, Chu Chingi said as she came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of steamed buns. What classmate does she need to pick up personally? Lu Yi asked curiously. A blind man. After saying that, Chu Chingi turned and went into the kitchen. Lu Yi frowned. How come he had never heard Zhu Lingshan mention having such a friend? Could this blind friend be the one who betrayed Shan? As soon as the idea came to mind, Lu Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly, thinking, probably not. Although society is advanced nowadays and blind people can surf the internet, he doesn't believe that a blind person would betray their friend. When I have time, I'll go and see him. What are you thinking about? Aren't you going to eat? Chu Chingi walked over with a bowl of soy milk and placed it on the table in front of Lu Yi. I wasn't thinking anything, I was just waiting for Sister Chingi to eat together. Lu Yi chuckled, then opened his mouth wide as he spoke. Chu Chingi understood immediately upon seeing his expression, and shook her head with a mixture of helplessness and amusement. She picked up a steamed bun and held it to Lu Yi's mouth. The steamed bun wasn't very big, slightly smaller than an adult's palm, and it was white and tender, steaming hot. Lu Yi took a big bite and chewed it carefully. The sweetness of the corn mixed with the savory aroma of the pork instantly spread in his mouth. Just then, a familiar notification sound suddenly rang in my mind. Daily Task 3 completed. Reward, information card. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. They'd actually produced another prop. He then began to examine it. Information card disappears after use. Allows you to designate one person to view some of their previously unknown information. This is really great stuff. Lu Yi was secretly delighted. He thought that when he got back, he would have Zhu Lingshan take him to see her blind friend and use this information card to check, and maybe he could find out more about the other person. Xiao Yi, eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. Don't choke. Chingi gently reminded him as she handed him a cup of soy milk, watching him wolf down his food. With his mouth full of steamed buns, Lu Yi couldn't speak, so he could only nod vigorously and mumble ahem to indicate that he understood. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lu Yi stood at the main gate, waiting for Chingi to change her clothes. A short while later, Chingi, having changed her clothes, came downstairs. She wore a black spaghetti strap dress, the fitted waist of which perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, and the hem of the dress reached her calves, revealing a small section of her fair and slender legs. She wore a light white chiffon blouse over her clothes, which just covered her rounded shoulders and fair arms, adding a touch of gentleness without being too revealing. Chingi walked straight to the shoe cabinet, bent down and took out a pair of white low-heeled sandals. She first took off her slippers, revealing her small, fair feet, then gently slipped her feet into the sandals, and then slightly curled her toes to fasten the heel straps at her ankles. The whole set of movements was elegant and natural, which made Lu Yi pause for a moment. Chingi grabbed a small bag and opened the door, only to find Lu Yi still standing there, stunned. Her eyes were filled with doubt, but then she seemed to remember something. She ran to Lu Yi in a few steps, stood on tiptoe, and lightly touched his forehead with her lips. The moist and soft touch on his forehead brought Lu Yi back to his senses. Let's go. Chingi reached out and pinched Lu Yi's cheek again, her eyes full of doting affection. Chingi, I'll give you one too. After saying that, Lu Yi lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Daily Quest 2 completed. Reward, stamina +1. Lu Yi's eyelashes twitched slightly. Was it to increase his stamina? Would the next thing be to increase his looks? After all, his physical strength, endurance, and charm are all 9s, but his looks are only 8s. Never mind, there aren't that many. We'll find out after completing another task. Lu Yi and Chingi walked out of the door. While waiting for the elevator, Lu Yi turned to look at the person next to him. Chingi, let me carry you into the elevator. As Lu Yi spoke, he squatted down with his back to Chingi, naturally stretching his hands behind him, ready to go. A hint of doubt flashed in Chingi's eyes, wondering why he would suddenly make such a request. But she didn't refuse. Instead, she stretched out her hands, leaned forward slightly, and gently lay on Lu Yi's back. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, carefully steadying herself, afraid of falling. The moment Chingi's body pressed completely against him, Lu Yi felt a weight on his back, as if he were being pressed down by two soft mountains, and his heartbeat slowed down. He quickly took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the agitation in his heart and calming himself down. Immediately afterwards, he firmly supported Chingi's thighs with both hands. Even through a thin layer of fabric, you can clearly feel its delicate and soft texture, as if it has no bones. Lu Yi exerted his strength with his legs and easily stood up, carrying Chingi steadily on his back. At the same time, a voice in my mind also rang out at that moment. Daily Task 1 completed, reward, appearance +1. Upon seeing the reward, Lu Yi thought to himself, just as I expected. His attributes are developing steadily. It seems that with just 4 more attribute bonuses, he will be able to unlock the strategy missions with 100% certainty. Chapter 28 Class Meeting. Downstairs in the classroom building, Chingi let go of Lu Yi's hand and said softly, "You go to the classroom first, I'm going to the office to get something. Oh, and by the way, get along well with your classmates, okay?" Hearing this nagging, Lu Yi obediently replied, "I know." Chingi rubbed his head before turning and leaving. Lu Yi shrugged. This motherly care, along with the nagging, made him feel both pain and joy. He turned around and was startled by the 4 people who appeared behind him. Holy crap, do you two walk without making a sound? Looking at Xiang Tuosher and Hao Yotsu, Lu Yi couldn't help but complain. As for the other man, he did not know him. Brother Lu, you were just too focused on thinking about things. Xiang Tuosher shrugged. Hao Yotsu then leaned close to Lu Yi and said in a cheeky tone, "Brother Lu, what does it feel like to get a head pat from Teacher Chu?" "It's so-so, you'll never experience it anyway," Lu Yi said jokingly, putting his arm around Hao Yotsu's shoulder. Hao Yotsu simply smiled, not caring about Lu Yi's words. He wouldn't even dare to dream of such an honor. Lu Yi chatted and laughed with the four of them as they walked upstairs. After being introduced, he also learned the names of the other two people. A bespectacled young man, less than 1.7 meters tall, named Du Ziting. Because his name contained the character Tang, Xiang Tuosher and Hao Yotsu gave him the nickname the Great Emperor. The other bamboo pole, about 1.8 meters tall, looked to weigh less than 100 pounds, skin and bones. It had an uncommon surname, Diao, courtesy name Mao, and full name Diao Mao. Lu Yi thought to himself, this place really is full of hidden talents. Compared to these two, Xiang Tuosher and Hao Yotsu were relatively normal. However, the two of them were also given nicknames by the Emperor and Diao Mao respectively. Xiang Tuosher was called a rat because he had a shifty appearance and was unworthy of the surname Xiang. He could only be considered a rat from Jiangdong. Hao Yotsu was called Brother Koan. Simply put, he's really handsome. The fact that she can be given the title Koan is enough to prove everything. The five of them almost became sworn brothers while they were on the 5th floor. Arriving at the classroom door, I pushed it open and found that many students had already entered. "Brother Lu is here. Wow, there's such a handsome guy in our class? A man? A handsome man? Holy crap! I think Brother Lu is more handsome." Some of the female classmates who had met Lu Yi yesterday got up and surrounded him. Many people were also captivated by Hao Yotsu's good looks. The two were surrounded by a dense crowd, while Xiang Tuosher, Du Ziting, and Diao Mao were pushed aside. In the end, it's all about the hard factors that determine everything. Xiang Tuo sighed, looking at Lu Yi and his companions surrounded by girls with envy in his eyes. "Heh, a bunch of shallow women, what do they know? Interesting souls are the real rare species." Du Ziting pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, a confident smile curving his lips. "You? An interesting soul?" Xiang Tuosher glanced at him sideways, his eyes filled with contempt. "No. I didn't. I was just saying it offhand." Du Ziting shrugged awkwardly and turned to talk to Diao Mao next to him, only to see that the guy had pulled out a stack of red envelopes from somewhere and was handing them out to his classmates one by one. "Wishing you prosperity. My name is Diao Mao, and I hope you will all take good care of me in the future." He would hand a red envelope to each classmate he walked up to, and introduce himself with a smile. Xiang Tuosher nudged Du Ziting with his elbow and gestured towards Diao Mao with his lip. "Look, that's what you call an interesting soul." Du Ziting shrugged helplessly and didn't reply. He doesn't have that much soul to squander. The two walked to the back of the classroom and looked at Lu Yi and his two companions, who were surrounded by girls, with resentment in their eyes. Just then, the sound of sandals clicking away grew louder. Chingi walked into the classroom from the doorway, carrying a roster, and glanced at the messy scene inside. She walked straight to the podium, picked up the blackboard eraser, and gently tapped the podium. "Class, please return to your seats." Her tone remained gentle, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. The previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent, and the girls surrounding Lu Yi and his two companions dispersed. Lu Yi and Hao Yotsu were finally freed. The two followed Diao Mao and quickly ran to the last row, where they sat down in the empty seats next to Xiang Tuosher. "Now, let's take attendance. Students whose names are called, please come up and introduce yourselves." After saying this, Chingi scanned the crowd. "Shen Yusen." A girl with a big head of hair stood up, raised her neck, and walked arrogantly to the podium. Lu Yi vaguely remembered this girl. He and Chingi greeted her yesterday. She had an arrogant and aloof expression, as if she didn't care about anyone. Wu Meng Meng. Arrive. Bai Shi Yu. Arrive. Su Qingge. Arrive. Xiang Tuosher. Arrive. As soon as Xiang Tuosher finished answering, the students burst into snickers. He curled his lip, walked arrogantly to the front of the podium, placed his hands on the podium, looked sharply at the students below, and spoke in a deep tone. "I am from Sichuan in Chongqing. I won first place in singing competitions for 3 consecutive years in junior high school and 3 consecutive years in high school. I also won first place in violin and cello competitions." After saying that, he ignored the students' surprise and turned around to walk gracefully off the stage. "Show off." Du Ziting muttered under his breath as he looked at Zhang Yang's arrogant demeanor. If I had that honor, I'd pretend too. Lu Yi didn't think there was anything wrong with it. TCH, he was the only one who signed up for those competitions, Hao Yotsu said, revealing his secret. Lu Ye's lips twitched involuntarily. Well, looking at it this way, it really did seem a bit contrived. But it must be said that the effect was immediate, and many female classmates were secretly looking at Xiang Tuosher. Just then, Xu Qingyi's gentle gaze swept over from the podium, and she softly called out, "The last one, Lu Yi." Lu Yi stood up, walked to the podium, and spoke gently to the students below. "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Yi, I just turned 18 this year, and I am Teacher Chu's younger brother. From now on, everyone should take good care of Xiao Yi," Xu Qingyi added with a smile, her eyes filled with affection. The audience erupted in cheers, with students exclaiming in surprise. No one expected that this seemingly refreshing and sunny young man was actually Teacher Chu's younger brother. No wonder several people surrounded him and called him brother as soon as he entered the classroom. They must have known the inside story beforehand. In an instant, many curious and envious gazes fell upon Lu Yi. Lu Yi ignored the stares and went straight back to his seat. Xu Qingyi made some arrangements and then selected some class officers. Class Monitor, Wu Mengmeng. Youth League Branch Secretary, Su Qingge. Life Committee Member, Diao Mao. Arts and Literature Committee Member, Shen Yusen. Psychological Counselor, Hao Yotsu. Sports Committee Member, Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't want to be the sports committee member, but he was the strongest looking boy in the class. As for the psychology committee member, Hao Yotsu was the obvious choice, and all the girls in the class voted for him. After all, you can always find an excuse to say you're feeling unwell and have a heart-to-heart talk with this handsome guy. Just thinking about it is exciting. Diao Mao, with his magnanimous nature, was naturally chosen as the class's life committee member. Class Monitor, Youth League Secretary, come with me to get your military training uniforms. The rest of you, wait on the playground. After giving these crisp and efficient instructions, Xu Qingyi ended the first class meeting of her university life. Chapter 29 Jiangnan University Beauty Ranking. The sports field of Jiangnan University was packed with people at this time. To sum it up in 2 words, no seats. Lu Yi and his classmates from Class 1 of the music department arrived at a shady spot. Logically speaking, this place actually belongs to the School of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering, but Shen Yusen stepped in and instantly charmed 50 male students from that school, who obediently gave up the place. Lu Yi couldn't help but secretly give her a thumbs up. This woman really knew how to manipulate men. As soon as I sat down, the female classmates surrounded me. "Brother Lu, are you and Teacher Chu siblings? If they're not related, their surnames are different. One takes the mother's surname, and the other takes the father's surname. Isn't that normal? I think it should be adopted younger brother, the kind with the 4th tone." Lu Yi felt overwhelmed by the chattering around him. "Everyone, let's calm down for a bit, okay? Go find Brother Cohen, he's so handsome, go surround him," he said, pointing to Hao Yotsu beside him. The women were reluctant, but Lu Yi finally brought up Xu Qingyi, which made them back down. As for Hao Yotsu, he was thoroughly enjoying himself at that moment. Lu Yi got up and sat down next to Xiang Tuosher. The 3 of them were gathered around the phone, laughing lewdly. "What are you looking at?" Lu Yi curiously leaned closer. "Look. This is the list of campus beauties at Jiangnan University. I think any one of them is just as good as Teacher Chu," Du Ziteng said, pointing to his phone screen. Xiang Tuosher tactfully moved his phone closer to Lu Yi so that he could see it more clearly. Lu Yi looked down and saw a post on the Jiangnan University confession wall with the title in bold red on the screen. Jiangnan University's Most Beautiful Girls Ranking. A post published 5 years ago, supposedly created by a computer expert, uses a public vote format, tallied annually, and is open to all faculty and students. Besides people, even the school's Big Yellow Dog and Little Yellow Dog can vote. This year's rankings haven't been updated yet. They're usually released in October. Although it's from last year, its value goes without saying. The number 1 spot was taken by Xu Qingyi, and the post included a stunning photo of her looking back. She wore a white dress, with wisps of hair gently blowing in the wind, her delicate face seemingly sculpted, and her eyes as gentle as water, a true white moonlight goddess. She firmly holds the top spot with an absolute advantage of 3,000 votes over the second-place candidate. The second-place name is very common. Lu Ruyan, her name reflects her character, need no further explanation. When Lu Yi saw the 3rd place, he was stunned for a moment. It was Zhu Lingshan. In the photo, she is wearing a pink princess dress, making a cute peace sign, her chubby face with a touch of baby fat, paired with her innocent doe eyes, she is an incredibly sweet and adorable girl. As for the girls at the bottom of the list, although they each have their own unique charm, none of them can shake the top 3 positions. The first place was a clear and decisive lead, while the second and third place were very close in votes, but their combined votes were twice that of the fourth place. Fault. I've made up my mind, Zhu Lingshan is my goddess. Xiang Tuosher slapped his thigh, his tone resolute. Get lost. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Do you even deserve to be my goddess's dog? Du Ziting raised an eyebrow and retorted, his eyes filled with contempt. At least I'm qualified to be a dog, you're not even close to being a dog. Xiang Tuosher retorted, his neck stiff with pride. The two started arguing, their saliva almost splashing onto each other's faces. Lu Yi frowned as he watched, inwardly complaining. These two are really spineless, arguing so fiercely over being a dog. He turned to look at Diao Mao, who hadn't said a word, and casually asked, and you? Diao Mao flicked his bangs, a confident smile curving his lips, and said slowly, I want to be Lu Ruyan's dog. Lu Yi thought to himself, 6 out of 10. It turns out none of these 3 are normal, they all aim to become the goddess's dog. That's incredibly impressive. He couldn't help but ask again, then why don't you go and be teacher choose dogs? Being the dog of the number 1 beauty at Jiangnan University is much more prestigious than being the second or third. We are not worthy. Xiang Tuosher, Du Ziting, and Diao Mao answered in unison. Lu Yi was completely speechless, and even felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Well, at least these 3 people have some self-awareness. A short while later, class monitor Wu Mengmeng and Youth League secretary Su Qingge returned, followed by 5 boys, each carrying a large suitcase. Inside were military training uniforms from Class 1 of the music department. Lu Yi also learned that these 4 boys were all senior students who liked to help others. The 4 of them lost themselves in the girls' repeated "thank you, brother." Superficial, Du Ziting said dismissively, pushing up his glasses. You're just being a sour grapes, Xiang Tuosher retorted, and the two began a war of words. Lu Yi ignored him and went over to get the camouflage uniform. He tried it on and it fit him fairly well. A short while later, Chingi walked over with a man. Everyone knew that this was their instructor, surnamed Zhang. After a brief explanation of the situation, the students scattered in all directions. Today is the last precious day of leisure. Chingi had some things to take care of, so she told Lu Yi to go back on his own. Lu Yi walked to a nearby bench and sat down. He took out his phone and texted Zhu Lingshan to ask where she was and to check on her friend's situation. Lu Yi, my dear Shan, where are you? Zhu Lingshan, who was spending time with her best friend, heard her phone ring. She took it out and her ears immediately turned red. Lu Yi, just speak properly, why a darling? It makes people feel awkward. Shan, I'm with a friend. Is your class meeting over? Lu Yi, yeah, Chingi is busy, and I'm a little bored. Seeing Lu Yi say he was bored, Zhu Lingshan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then she sent Lu Yi a message, asking him to wait for her downstairs at the third canteen. After making the appointment with Lu Yi, Zhu Lingshan put away her phone and turned to look at the girl sitting next to her. The girl looked exceptionally quiet, but her eyes were empty and lifeless, lacking any of the vitality that a young person should have. She is Yang Yun, Zhu Lingshan's best friend, and she is blind. Yun, shall we go to the cafeteria for lunch? Zhu Lingshan asked excitedly. Okay, it's been a long time since I've had cafeteria food. Yang Yun's voice was soft and melodious, like a clear mountain spring. Let's go. Zhu Lingshan said, standing up without reaching out to help Yang Yun. Yang Yun didn't care at all. She fumbled for the guide cane on the table, tapped it lightly on the ground a few times, and then quietly followed behind Zhu Lingshan. The two walked out of the dormitory one after the other. Chapter 30 Zhu Lingshan's blind best friend. Zhu Lingshan arrived downstairs first, turned around and looked upstairs, her expression calm, and waited quietly. A moment later, the sound of a white cane tapping came from the stairwell, and Yang Yun carefully came downstairs. The students coming in and out from the side all made way for them. Some classmates made a joke about it. Yang, out walking the dog again? The voice was filled with joy, and there was no discrimination whatsoever. Zhu Lingshan opened her small mouth and pretended to be fierce to them, which made everyone burst into laughter. You guys, stop talking about Shan like that, Yang Yun said angrily. Yun is fine, I don't mind. Zhu Lingshan chuckled. The phrase walking the dog is more of a self-affirmation. She, Zhu Lingshan, is a guide dog with the highest academic qualifications. This is Jiangnan University, a title recognized by everyone. After exchanging a few jokes with everyone, Zhu Lingshan walked in front of Yang Yun, humming a little tune softly. "Shan, which cafeteria are we going to?" Yang Yun followed behind her, tapping her guide cane on the ground. "The usual place, you go get the food later," Zhu Lingshan said without turning her head, only glancing at her out of the corner of her eye. "Okay, but I'm afraid you won't be able to finish it." Yang Yun chuckled, not minding at all. Every time she went to the cafeteria to get food, the cafeteria ladies would always give her extra. After Zhu Lingshan found out about this, she always asked me to get her food. The two walked not far apart, one in front of the other, and some classmates on the road greeted them. Soon, the third canteen came into view. At the entrance, Lu Yi sat on the steps. "Shan, over here." Seeing Zhu Lingshan coming over, he stood up and waved his hands, as if afraid that Zhu Lingshan would not see him. "I saw it." Zhu Lingshan waved excitedly in response. Many students were shocked when they saw this. Although Zhu Lingshan is kind, she always keeps a distant relationship with boys. It's quite rare that this one, apart from being a bit taller, is otherwise rather ordinary, yet it elicited such an excited response from Zhu Lingshan. "Shan, is there a man?" Yang Yun had also heard the voice and asked curiously. "Yes, he is my younger brother." Zhu Lingshan explained excitedly, "His name is Lu Yi. He is a freshman in the music department, class 1. He is 1.85 meters tall, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, and a very imposing presence." "I know, he is handsome, right?" Yang Yun interrupted Zhu Lingshan. Zhu Lingshan, caught red-handed, gave an awkward laugh. Instead of immediately running over to Lu Yi, she walked slowly over with Yang Yun. Lu Yi also noticed the little girl with the white cane. He stared at Yang Yun, silently reciting the instructions to use the information card. Name, Yang Yun. Age, 20. Appearance, 82 points. Safety value, 100. Note, due to neurological reasons, I have been blind since childhood. My inner thoughts, I'm grateful to Zhu Lingshan. I consider her the closest person to me besides my mother. Lu Yi was a little confused. He asked himself, "System, what does this security value mean?" The higher the security level, the less likely the other party will do anything to harm the host or the person the host is bound to. Goodness, after that explanation, Lu Yi understood that Yang Yun was at full strength and posed no danger whatsoever. It seems that someone else betrayed Zhu Lingshan. There was only one information card. I didn't know there would be such a reward later. When the time comes, we'll thoroughly investigate everyone around Zhu Lingshan and surely find the traitor. At that moment, Zhu Lingshan led Yang Yun to Lu Yi. She briefly introduced Yang Yun's situation to Lu Yi, and the two exchanged initial greetings. As they walked upstairs, Lu Yi noticed that Zhu Lingshan hadn't offered Yang Yun a hand, so he couldn't help but ask, "Shan, aren't you holding Senior Yang's hand? Isn't that a bit inconvenient?" "Junior Lu, thank you for your concern, but I can manage on my own." Yang Yun smiled first, her tone gentle yet firm. "I walk this building 3 times a day, and I know it by heart. Even without a guide cane, I can walk up safely." That's right, calm down." Zhu Lingshan waved her hand casually. Yun isn't as fragile as you think, she can handle these little things herself." Lu Yi still had some doubts, but he didn't say anything more. He just couldn't help but steal glances at Yang Yun's footsteps. But after walking up a few steps, he realized that his worries were completely unnecessary. Yang Yun held her guide cane, taking each step steadily and rhythmically, without any sign of unease or panic. The three of them arrived at the cafeteria. Looking around, there were hardly any people queuing at the dozen or so windows, and only a few students were scattered around the dining area. We hadn't arrived at the restaurant yet, and since it was just the start of the semester, it was normal to have few classmates. Zhu Lingshan led Lu Yi to a seat in the first row of the cafeteria against the wall, then turned to him and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Lu Yi was taken aback, a little puzzled. "Shouldn't we go to the food window together to get our food? Why did you just ask me what I wanted to eat?" But he still honestly ordered the dishes. "I want a serving of sweet and sour pork ribs, minced pork and eggplant, and a sweet and sour fried egg." Zhu Lingshan nodded slightly, then looked at Yang Yun, who was still standing at the table, and asked, "Yun, have you memorized everything?" "Okay, I've got it." Yang Yun's voice remained calm as she added, "Is yours still the same?" "Yes." Zhu Lingshan immediately smiled sweetly and specially reminded, "Remember to tell the lady serving the food to give me more meat." Yang Yun nodded, and just as she was about to turn around, she heard Lu Yi's voice, "Senior Yang, are you going to get food?" He was somewhat surprised. Zhu Lingshan had asked a blind person to fetch food? That was a bit disrespectful. It's okay, I can manage. Yang Yun's tone remained gentle, clearly not taking the small matter to heart. But Lu Yi wanted to say something more, but Yang Yun interrupted him. Lu, Shan has never treated me as a blind person. Lu Yi opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know how to respond to those words. Of course, she didn't treat me like a human being either. Yang Yun added with a smile, then turned around, gently tapping the ground with her guide cane, and slowly walked towards the cafeteria's food-serving window. Lu Yi turned to look at Zhu Lingshan, his tone tinged with confusion. Shan, it's one thing if you don't treat her like a blind person, but why don't you treat her like a human being? Zhu Lingshan kept her gaze fixed on Yang Yun's back and replied without turning her head, because she doesn't treat me like a human being either. Lu Yi was completely stunned, and frowned as he asked, what do you mean? Do you know I have a nickname at Jiangnan University? Zhu Lingshan asked calmly, her gaze still fixed on me. What is it? Yang's guide dog. These 5 short words sent a jolt through Lu Yi's heart. He immediately shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. The significance of the term guide dog is self-evident. Where did Zhu Lingshan disrespect Yang Yun? She clearly cares about Yang Yun more than anyone else, otherwise she wouldn't have been given such a title by everyone. Chapter 31 Shia. After having dinner with Zhu Lingshan and Yang Yun, Lu Yi strolled around the campus with them. During this time, Zhu Lingshan really didn't treat Yang Yun as a blind person, but as a normal person. Whenever he saw something interesting, he would vividly describe it to Yang Yun. From a person's outfit to a single leaf. Many classmates would come over and jokingly say, Yang, out walking the dog again? Zhu Lingshan and Yang Yun would both respond with a smile and a few words. Lu Yi followed behind the 2 girls, and what he saw were 2 normal girls playing happily. Both of them had excited smiles on their faces. The sky gradually darkened. After Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan escorted Yang Yun back to her dormitory, they turned and headed home. Shan, you must have more than just Yang Yun as a friend, right? Lu Yi slowed his pace and asked softly. Of course. I have lots of friends. Zhu Lingshan's cheerful voice rang out, and she skipped and hopped as she walked, like a lively little deer. I didn't mean ordinary friends, I was asking about your best friend, Lu Yi corrected with a smile. Zhu Lingshan suddenly stopped and turned around, blinking at him in confusion. Why are you asking this? It's nothing, just chatting casually, Lu Yi chuckled, trying to hide his curiosity. Oh, as for my best friends, they're alright. I have a few I get along with quite well. Zhu Lingshan turned back and continued walking forward, her voice softer. Besides Yang Yun, there are a few others. I'll introduce you to them another day. As she said this, she suddenly turned around abruptly, and Lu Yi almost bumped into her. Zhu Lingshan stared intently at him with her bright, doe-like eyes, her tone slightly wary. I'm telling you, I can introduce you to Lu Yi, but you're not allowed to have any ulterior motives just because he's pretty. TCH, I only need you. I don't care about anyone else. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. Zhu Lingshan was stunned for a moment, her eyes darting away, and her ears turning red. She quickly turned her back to Lu Yi, put her hands behind her back, walked lightly, and said in a slightly muffled voice, I knew you were after my good looks. Hearing this, Lu Yi touched his nose, did not refute, but looked at her reddened ears and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. When the 2 returned home, the air felt cold and desolate. Lu Yi knew that Shia, the mistress of this house, had returned. Sister Xia, I've missed you so much. Zhu Lingshan changed into slippers, opened her arms, and ran to the sofa in the living room, where a woman was sitting. Where's Xiao Yi? Xia gently rubbed Zhu Lingshan's head and asked casually. Look, Shia's at the door. After saying that, Zhu Lingshan looked up at Lu Yi and said, Lu Yi, come over here quickly and greet Sister Xia. Lu Yi changed into slippers and walked straight to the sofa, where he stood and looked at Xia sitting on it. She was wearing a standard business suit today. The black blazer accentuated the sharp shoulder line, while the white shirt underneath made the chest appear so full it seemed the buttons would burst at any moment. She wore a bodycon skirt that accentuated her beautiful waist and hip curves, paired with black stockings. Her long, shapely legs were drool-worthy, and she was still wearing a pair of silver stilettos that she hadn't had time to take off. She sat slightly to the side, her expression still as aloof as ever, but her features were as exquisite as a meticulously sculpted work of art. Her eyes are slightly upturned at the corners, her nose is high and straight, and her lips are clearly defined. Every feature is just right, as if she has stepped out of a classical painting. Her exposed skin was delicate, fair, and smooth like the finest mutton fat jade. Every gesture she made exuded the unique elegance and languor of a mature woman. Sit down. Xiao Xie glanced at Lu Yi, her tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Lu Yi obediently sat down on the single sofa next to him, his expression naturally tense. Xiao Xie's aura was too strong. Even though he had been with her for 3 years, he still couldn't get used to the oppressive feeling. Moreover, she has a very strong personality and schedules her days to the brim, leaving her with no freedom whatsoever. In his previous life, Lu Yi always blamed his rebelliousness on Xiao Xie's excessive control. Looking back now, it was just an excuse. Chingi said you've changed a lot these past few days? Xiao Xie leaned back on the sofa, resting one hand on the armrest, supporting her cheek, and looked at him calmly, as if scrutinizing him or confirming his identity. Sister Xie, saying change is too much of an exaggeration. Lu Yi met her gaze, his tone gentle, his eyes clear and sincere. I just feel that I'm an adult now, and I shouldn't be as willful and immature as before. I should learn to take responsibility. Xiao Xie trembled slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Is this still the same Lu Yi who always goes against her? After a moment, she looked away, her tone still cold. I hope you keep your word. After saying that, she got up, walked to the shoe cabinet in the entryway, changed out of her high heels and into comfortable slippers, then turned and went straight upstairs without saying another word. Lu Yi only breathed a sigh of relief after Xiao Xie left. He felt his back was completely soaked. Hee, Lu Yi, you're such a good boy. Zhu Lingshan leaned closer and said playfully. Lu Yi turned his head and looked at her face so close to his, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Shan, I want to talk to you about something. What is it? Zhu Lingshan pulled her head back and looked at Lu Yi warily. Every time he says that, I feel like I'm digging a hole for myself. Ahem. Lu Yi coughed a few times and said in a low voice, well, you dance for me later, and then do a handstand, and I'll wash your feet for you, how about that? Lu Yi, you're such a pervert, trying to touch my feet. Zhu Lingshan pretended to look disgusted. Lu Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't talk nonsense, this is an equal exchange with you, he hurriedly explained. Hee, I can agree to what you're saying, but... Zhu Lingshan deliberately dragged out her words, teasing Lu Yi. But what? Lu Yi asked hurriedly. You also have to promise to pack me snacks for a week. A smug glint flashed in Zhu Lingshan's eyes. Lu Yi's eyes were a little strange. That's it? Make a deal. Okay, then I'll let you touch it. After saying that, Zhu Lingshan took off her slippers, lifted her 2 fair and delicate little feet, and placed them directly on Lu Yi's legs. Lu Yi subconsciously looked down. Unlike Chingi's slender feet, Zhu Lingshan's feet were a bit fleshy and must have felt soft to the touch. Her 5 toes were pink and tender, round like little pearls strung together, and her nails were neatly trimmed. What's worse, as if Zhu Lingshan was deliberately teasing him, she slightly curled her toes and then mischievously spread them open again. Hey! Stop messing around. Lu Yi quickly cleared his throat and righteously moved her leg away. I meant to properly wash your feet, not to let you cause trouble. After saying that, he turned around and quickly ran into the bathroom. Chapter 32 Double Value 100? Watching Lu Yi's disheveled figure, Zhu Lingshan's lips curled into a playful smile. Ha, is this how Chu Nan is? She unconsciously recalled Chu Chingi's words, telling her to give it a try first. Zhu Lingshan rested her chin on her hand. There were 3 girls in her family. With Xiao's aura, even Lu Yi probably wouldn't be able to stand up to her. Lu Yi probably wouldn't be willing to part with Chingi. After thinking it over, I realized that I'm the only one who's right for me. But she was also shy. Chu Nan and Chu Lu, the eldest brother, doesn't laugh at the second brother. What are you thinking about? Lu Yi's voice brought Zhu Lingshan back to her senses. No. No. Zhu Lingshan's ears turned bright red instantly, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Lu Yi. Lu Yi's eyes looked a little strange, but he didn't think much of it. He put the basin of warm water on the ground, then squatted down naturally and looked up at Zhu Lingshan. Come here, Shan. Zhu Lingshan buried her head deep in the water, slowly raised her legs, and placed her exquisite feet into the basin. The temperature was just right, neither too cold nor too hot. Lu Yi had no other thoughts, and instead carefully helped Zhu Lingshan clean up. Daily Task 3 completed, reward, 1344 yuan. Okay, it turns out it's a monetary reward. This disappointed Lu Yi a little, but it wasn't a big problem. Consider this money as a week's worth of snacks for Zhu Lingshan. After washing, Li took a clean towel and carefully dried Zhu Lingshan's feet, even taking meticulous care of the spaces between her toes. All right. He put down the towel, looked at Zhu Lingshan, and said with a hint of amusement, "You can't go back on your promise to me." "Don't worry, I keep my word." The blush on Zhu Lingshan's face had faded, and her eyes revealed a generous confidence. She put on her slippers, stood up, walked to the open space in front of the coffee table, and winked at Lu Yi, "Look good, but don't blink." After saying that, she took out her phone and turned on some music. As the upbeat music started, Zhu Lingshan began to move to the beat. She walked briskly to the beat, her arms tracing graceful arcs in the air, sometimes raising her hand to toss her hair, sometimes twisting her waist and swaying her hips. Every movement was perfectly timed, displaying both girlish agility and an irresistible charm that left Lu Yi completely mesmerized. Daily Task 1 completed, reward, appearance +1. By the time Lu Yi came to his senses, Zhu Lingshan had already finished her song. She walked up to Lu Yi, put her hands on her hips, tilted her head back, and spoke with confidence, "Well, are you captivated by me?" "Ahem." Lu Yi coughed a few times, then gave her a thumbs up, "Awesome, absolutely gorgeous." "Of course. I'm the center of our idol group." Zhu Lingshan raised her chin, her tone full of pride. "All right, center position. Next up, second one, show me how to do a handstand." Lu Yi grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "Oomph, no big deal." Zhu Lingshan said smugly, turning around and walking to the wall next to the TV cabinet. She bent over in knees, her hands firmly supporting her on the floor. Using her waist and legs simultaneously, she effortlessly placed her legs against the wall, achieving a perfect wall handstand. Daily Quest 2 completed. Reward, +1 stamina. The system notification sounded in his mind, but Lu Yi had no interest in paying attention to it at all. Because Zhu Lingshan neglected her outfit for today. She wore a loose short-sleeved top and a pleated skirt. As soon as she turned upside down, gravity took effect, and the pleated skirt slid down her thighs, revealing a section of her fair and delicate legs. Her short-sleeved top slid down, just covering her face, but revealing her slender waist, flat stomach, and the white inner layer underneath. "Shanshan, what are you doing?" a cold voice rang out. Zhu Lingshan immediately put her legs down, straightened her clothes, and didn't dare to look up with her flushed face. Lu Ye's eyes instantly cleared as he looked down at his toes. "So careless and disorderly, what kind of behavior is this?" Shia said, then walked downstairs in her slippers. As Shia walked down the stairs, Zhu Lingshan hurriedly ran up to her, casually adding, "Sister Xia, I'm going to take a shower." Xia glanced at him briefly, then said nothing more and sat down next to Lu Yi. He then picked up his laptop from the coffee table, placed it on his lap, and leaned back on the sofa to get busy. Lu Yi looked at Xia beside him. She was wearing a purple silk slip dress, which exposed her rounded shoulders and perfect shoulder line, as well as her collarbone that looked like it could hold a fish. Every part of her was alluring. He hadn't even had a chance to check yet, but he wanted to see what the other party's information was like. Lu Yi silently checked the information. Name, Xia. Age, 30. Appearance, 99 points. Detailed information, 174 centimeters, 57 kilograms, c. Dating history, 0 times. Affection level, 100. Admiration level, 100. After seeing Xia's information, Lu Ye's heart was filled with turbulent emotions. What the hell is going on? The double value used to be full? But now, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh at himself, thinking to himself that he had truly been the worst of the worst over the past 3 years. It's amazing how someone whose double values are both full can be reduced to single digits. How disappointed must Xia be in herself to act like this? Thinking of this, Lu Yi took a deep breath. He needed to raise this favorability rating. He didn't want to disappoint Xia again. "Sister Yaya, you must be exhausted from your business trip. Shall I give you a massage?" Lu Yi asked tentatively. "No need." Xia coldly refused, without stopping what she was doing. "It's okay, Sister Yaya. I've been practicing some techniques lately, and they feel very comfortable." Lu Yi carefully placed his hand on Xia's shoulder. "I said no need." Xia turned her head, her cold eyes devoid of emotion. "You'd be better off using that energy to study or exercise." Lu Yi pulled his hand back and smiled awkwardly, then, "Sister Yaya, I'll go exercise." After saying that, he got up and quickly ran into the gym. However, Lu Yi felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that he couldn't use the same gentleness he showed Chingi or the physical contact he used with Zhu Lingshan to increase Xiao Xia's favorability. This is a bit tricky, it's giving me a headache. He sighed softly, walked to the exercise equipment, and began to exercise. Outside the living room, Xiao Xia's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Lu Yi had actually gone to exercise? I used to tell him 10 times, and he would only go once at most, and even then, he would slack off. Could this be the change Chingi was talking about? Looking back on the situation when he returned, Lu Yi had indeed never disagreed with him even once. Thinking of this, Xiao Xia put her laptop on the coffee table, got up and walked to the gym entrance. She gently pushed open the door and looked at Lu Yi, who was working out diligently, and a sense of relief welled up inside her. Xiao Xia's favorability has increased. Chapter 33 3 Clowns. Stand at attention. At ease. Stand for 10 minutes. Instructor Zhang's loud voice rang in my ears. Sweat dripped from Lu Yi's forehead down his cheeks to his chin, then onto the cement floor, where it evaporated instantly. Despite the torrential rain and strong winds just 2 days ago, the first day of military training is now under a blazing sun. The camouflage uniform was soaked. If you took it off and wrung it out, water would definitely come out. Compared to Lu Yi, Diao Mao, who was next to him, was already asleep. Indeed, he was standing ramrod straight, his eyes tightly closed, and a soft snoring sound caught Instructor Zhang's attention. He walked up to Diao Mao, looking at this man who could fall asleep standing up, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Diao Mao! Instructor Zhang shouted. Here! Diao Mao's voice rang out before he even opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt like the sky had fallen. Suddenly everything went black, and he fainted. This terrified Instructor Zhang. He quickly supported Diao Mao's thin body and turned to Lu Yi. Lu Yi, take him to the infirmary. Reporting to the instructor, I'm with Lu Yi. Xiang Tuosher raised his hand to signal. Okay, go and come back quickly, Instructor Zhang agreed. This scene made stomachaches and how Yotsu regret their actions. They should have spoken first. The two looked at Lu Yi and Xiang Tuosher with envy, and then left with Diao Mao. Hey Lu Yi, slow down. Why are you walking so fast? Xiang Tuosher said leisurely, supporting Diao Mao. If we don't hurry, what if something happens to him? Lu Yi asked, puzzled. TCH, what could he possibly have done? He just stayed up all night last night. Xiang Tuosher shrugged. Last night, the 4 of us fought until dawn. Then how come the 3 of you are alright? Because we're awesome. Lu Yi had nothing to say, but he kept walking, because if something really happened, it would be a big problem. The two arrived at the infirmary, where the doctor examined them and said they had fallen into a deep sleep due to overwork, which immediately relieved Lu Yi. See? I told you he was fine. Xiang Tuosher sat on the stool next to him, leaning against the white wall, looking completely at ease. Let's go back. Seeing that Diao Mao was alright, Lu Yi prepared to leave. Brother, why are you going back so quickly? Aren't you tired from training? Xiang Tuosher didn't understand. Lu Yi flicked his bangs and said in a very flamboyant way, I'm tired, but I'm happy despite the tiredness. After saying that, he left the ward without looking back. Xiang Tuosher was speechless and could only get up and follow Lu Yi. After leaving the infirmary, I walked through the teaching building where the sound of students reading aloud filled the air. The camphor trees lining the road scatter sunlight in dappled patterns on the ground. The sound of cicadas mingled with Xiang Tuosher's nagging in response. Lu Yi ignored it and instead thought about his agreement with Zhu Lingshan. Today's task was very simple. Chingi's only task was to kiss, hug, and lift her up high, which she had already completed. The rewards weren't great, just 2 monetary rewards totaling 2,455 yuan, and there was still a bit of patience involved. Now that I've calculated it, my only missing point in my 4 dimensions is charm, which is 9 points away from being maxed out. Based on previous experience, the next reward attribute will definitely be charisma, at which point the strategy quest will be unlocked. Today, Zhu Lingshan's daily tasks, tasks 1 and 2, were relatively easy, just simple feeding of each other. However, when Lu Yi went out in the morning, he did not see Zhu Lingshan. He had no choice but to put the 2 tasks aside for the time being and plan to complete them together when he returned in the evening. What truly surprised Lu Yi was Mission 3. Daily Task 3, have Zhu Lingshan deliver water in front of more than 50 people. On his way here this morning, he had already sent a message to Zhu Lingshan, asking her to come over and deliver some water when she had some free time. After all, there are so many students on the military training field that the requirement of more than 50 people can definitely be met, so this task should not be difficult to complete. But this little girl actually gave him an additional condition. Even though Louis felt that this girl was pushing her luck, he could only agree with tears in his eyes in order to complete the mission. Back on the playground, the students from Class 1 of the music department were already resting under a banyan tree. Louis explained the situation to the instructor and then plopped down on the ground. "Holy crap, Zhu Lingshan!" Zhu Ziting exclaimed in surprise as soon as he sat down. Louis looked up and saw Zhu Lingshan carrying a small transparent bag, skipping and hopping towards him at the entrance of the playground, her single ponytail swinging with each step. Today she wore a plain pink short-sleeved shirt and a black pleated skirt. The skirt was short, just reaching mid-thigh, and it lifted gently as she walked, revealing her slender calves. She wore a pair of white over-the-knee socks that accentuated the shape of her calves, and clean white shoes. She looked like a lively and charming girl next door. Many students who were resting nearby turned their attention to the scene, and some even stood up. "Holy crap, it's Zhu Lingshan! What's she doing here? TCH, that goes without saying, they're definitely here to see me. Damn it, I've never seen anyone as narcissistic as you. See the milk tea in her hand? That's for me. Idiot, why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror?" The male students were all talking excitedly, as if they had been injected with adrenaline at the arrival of the third most beautiful girl in Jiangnan University. Zhu Ziting chuckled and pointed, "See? My Shanshan has come to find me." "Damn it, you clearly came to see me." Xiang Tuosher immediately objected, rolling up his sleeves and ready to fight him. These two people regard Zhu Lingshan as their goddess. "Stop arguing, what kind of people are you? Shanshan is obviously here for me." Hao Yotsu tossed his bangs, a confident expression on his face. "Want to gamble or not?" Louis looked at the three of them, a cold smile playing on his lips. "What are you betting on?" Xiang Tuosher asked curiously. "Let us bet on who Zhu Lingshan will give the thing to." Louis raised an eyebrow and looked at the three of them smugly. Zhu Ziting's expression was somewhat strange. He spoke softly, "So, you thought Zhu Lingshan was a gift for you?" Xiang Tuosher shook his head. "Come on, although you're handsome, you're still a bit lacking compared to me. But you're not someone I can dream about. Go ahead and bet, I, Hao Shuaibi, have never lost." Hao Yotsu's confidence grew even stronger. "Alright, I'll play with the three of you today and show you what a difference there is." Zhu Ziting stood up, pushed up his glasses, and struck what he thought was a very cool pose. Not to be outdone, Xiang Tuosher stood up and stood next to Zhu Ziting, arms crossed, with an arrogant expression. Hao Yotsu's lips curled up slightly, and he stood up in agreement, putting his hands in his pockets and standing back to back with Xiang Tuosher. His action immediately caused the female classmates in the class to swoon. Louis pursed his lips. He didn't get up and just sat on the grass, watching Zhu Lingshan come over. Ha, three clowns. Chapter 34. We've been living together for a year now. Zhu Lingshan's expression was somewhat strange. The three people beside Louis probably have some serious illness. The two stood back to back, striking stupid poses, while the other, a bespectacled guy, was so narcissistic. "No, I have to tell Louis to stay away from these three people. We can't let them lead Louis astray." Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people, Zhu Lingshan approached Louis and handed him the milk tea in her hand. "Here, your milk tea." "No, it's your milk tea." Zhu Lingshan's lips twitched slightly. She hadn't expected Louis to say something like that. Not only was she surprised, but Hao Yotsu and the other two next to her, as well as the classmates, were also stunned. Although the hundreds of classmates around him did not hear what Louis said, the fact that he did not get up to accept the milk tea immediately was a heinous crime. Everyone's eyes were as sharp as knives. Louis noticed it too, but simply ignored it. In other words, you can't kill with your eyes, otherwise you'd be even more broken than Boyi Kao right now. Zhu Lingshan looked resentful. Her own arms were tired from holding the table, yet Louis was still sitting on the ground. "Seriously, am I supposed to feed him myself? Garlic bird, if you don't care for him, who will?" Zhu Lingshan tore open the outer packaging of the milk tea, then opened the plastic bag inside, pulled out the straw, aimed it at the plastic film at the mouth of the cup, and gently poked it. With a pop, the plastic film was punctured instantly. She squatted down, held up the milk teacup, and brought the straw to Louis's lips, her voice soft and sweet. "Here, drink up." The students around them were so shocked by what they saw that their mouths were agape, wide enough to fit a dinosaur egg. "No, is that right? Who is this guy? How dare he get fed by the third most beautiful girl at Jiangnan University?" Sending milk tea is already quite a move, but now she's personally feeding him. To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. Lu Yeho shamelessly opened his mouth, put the straw in, and gently sucked. The icy milk tea flowed into his mouth through the straw, instantly dispelling the summer heat. Daily Task 2 completed. Reward, Arrow Mastery. Daily Quest 3 completed. Reward, Charm +1. The two completed their mission in an instant, and Lu Yi was overjoyed, his eyes brimming with excitement. My charm and looks have finally reached double 10, so I can start the strategy mission. Are you done yet? My arms are tired from holding this up. Zhu Lingshan's voice interrupted Lu Ye's thoughts. He hurriedly reached out and took the milk tea from Zhu Lingshan's hand, his warm palm gliding over the back of her cold little hand. Zhu Lingshan didn't feel anything was wrong. Anyway, she didn't dislike being around Lu Yi, on the contrary, she was secretly pleased. Lu Yi also thought it was normal, as he and Zhu Lingshan often had physical contact. But Hao Yotsu and the other two nearby felt something was wrong. They could see it clearly. Lu Yi's large hand touched Zhu Lingshan's small hand. Oh my god. She brought him milk tea, fed him herself, and didn't mind touching his hands. Could this Lu Yi be Zhu Lingshan's boyfriend? I'm going back now. Don't leave after school tonight. Zhu Lingshan said, then stood up and turned to leave. Lu Yi pursed his lips. These words made it sound like Zhu Lingshan was going to call someone to beat him up after school. He shook his head, watching Zhu Lingshan's departing figure, then took another big gulp of milk tea, preparing to check what her strategy mission was. Before he could react, Hao Yotsu and the other two surrounded him, looking down at Lu Yi. Tell me, when did you start hooking up with our Shanshan? Damn it, what gives you the right? Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll be punished severely. Faced with the three people's questions, Lu Yi shrugged, took another big gulp of milk tea, and said lightly, we've been living together for a year now. What? The three were shocked. Living together? This word was like a little boy exploding in their hearts. There are plenty of fish in the sea, why be hung up on just one? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, a smug smile curving his lips. Do you even know what that sentence means? You just blurted out. Xiang Tuosher's eyes held a hint of disdain. Isn't it just telling you not to put all your eggs in one basket? Lu Yi asked, his eyes filled with doubt. Xiang Tuosher looked at Du Ziting and said, tell him. Du Ziting pushed up his glasses, looking quite mature. This means that there are so many men in the world, why bother liking one woman? Lu Yi? No, is this right? Lu Yi was dumbfounded. What was going on here? There's something wrong with that. Xiang Tuosher sat down and put his hand on Lu Yi's shoulder. The girl is very beautiful and is called a school beauty, right? Lu Yi nodded. The guy is very handsome, he's called the school heartthrob, right? Lu Yi nodded, though he suddenly realized what was happening. According to this calculation, Du Ziting's explanation was indeed correct. This made his anus tighten, and he hurriedly took out his phone to check his location. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming several times that it was Jiangnan University and not Rongqing. No matter how you interpret it, Shanshan is not someone you can touch, Lu Yi declared, asserting his ownership. Okay, lunch for a week, or I'll deliver flowers to her this afternoon. Xiang Tuosher grinned lewdly. Hao Yotsu and Du Ziting, standing beside them, also accompanied them, one with his hands in his pockets and the other with his arms crossed, looking like sycophants. Lu Yi curled his lip, then immediately got up and knocked the three of them down. Now that he has the physical abilities of a normal person, plus some basic fighting skills, dealing with 3 college students who stayed up all night last night is a piece of cake. Do you submit or not? Lu Yi looked at the 3 people lying on the ground and laughed and cursed. Whether Lu Yi was convinced or not, he didn't know, because these 3 people actually fell asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillow. Startled, Instructor Zhang rushed over and called a male student over. Together with Lu Yi, they took the 3 of them to the infirmary. Instructor Zhang was very frustrated. He knew that college students had poor physical fitness, but these 4 were too weak. They would faint at the drop of a hat. In his 4 years as an instructor, this was the first time he had encountered 4 people unconscious on the very first day. That's outrageous. After Lu Yi left, some students posted what had just happened on the campus confession wall. Some people even posted a picture showing Zhu Lingshan feeding Lu Yi milk tea. Immediately, the confession wall erupted in chaos. The senior students immediately jumped out and vowed to find the boy and protect the school beauty. You know, Zhu Lingshan is their little darling, how could she possibly feed a boy milk tea? It must be that boy who knows the school beauty's secret and is threatening her from the future. Absolutely unacceptable. The second and third year students marched in a large group towards the playground. Meanwhile, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared at the rest area of Class 1, Music Department. Chingi. She held a parasol and carried a cup of milk tea, scanning the crowd but not seeing Lu Yi. This made her frown. After asking the class monitor, Wu Mengmeng, she learned that Lu Yi had taken his classmate to the infirmary. Chingi handed the milk tea in her hand to Wu Mengmeng before turning around and leaving, heading towards the infirmary. Chapter 35 Walkthrough Mission begins. Medical Room. Nurse Xiaofeng, seeing Lu Yi carrying another person, couldn't help but complain, "Wait, didn't you just carry one?" Now. She was halfway through her sentence when she noticed that what Lu Yi was carrying was the same thing that had come with him before. "Nurse, can you take a look and see what the problem is?" Instructor Zhang squeezed up from behind and said. Xiaofeng didn't say much. She just told Lu Yi and the other two to put the food on the chair next to them. After a quick check, she shrugged and said, "These three are the same as the one before. They're just exhausted. They'll be fine after a good night's sleep." Hearing this, Instructor Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, as long as there was no major problem. Only Lu Yi knew that these three people, like Diao Mao, were all injured because they had been filming action scenes all night. However, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. If I sleep until evening, I can avoid today's military training. This made Lu Yi a little envious. Should he also get dizzy from spinning around? He rejected the idea as soon as it came to mind. University military training is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. If you don't make the most of it, you'll have no memories to cherish later. On the way back with Instructor Zhang, Lu Yi checked Chingi's data panel. Name, Chingi. Favorability, 6099. Adoration level, 2020. Tasks, daily tasks click to view, strategy tasks click to view, limited time tasks unlocked when charm and appearance reach 30. There's been an extra time limited mission, but it requires both stats to reach 30 to unlock. It seems like a long and arduous journey. Lu Yi focused his attention on the mission guide and clicked on it. Strategy Task 1, increase affection level to 40. Strategy Task 2, increase affection level to 10. Strategy Mission 3, complete one melee combat encounter. The strategy tasks refresh weekly. Each time, you can choose one task, and completing it will earn you a reward. If the task is not completed before the next refresh, it will automatically fail. You have to choose one of three options, and there's a time limit. However, it's not a big problem. Lu Yi's current favorability and affection towards Chingi have already exceeded the mission requirements, so it's a piece of cake. System, I'll choose the first one. The strategy missions are now available. The daily missions have been reduced from 3 to 1. Strategy selection complete for Mission 1. Strategy Mission 1 completed, rewards, Constitution +4, Stamina +3, 18888 gold, Information Card 3, Mindless Data Card 2, Stock Train Card 1, Intermediate Martial Arts, Advanced Singing Skills, Advanced Piano Skills. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. This is way too many rewards. In total, that's equivalent to 20 daily mission rewards. If you factor that in, even if the daily tasks are reduced from 3 to 1, it's still acceptable. With a significant improvement in physical fitness and endurance, Lu Yi felt that military training was a piece of cake for him. At this moment, money seems less important. The data SIM card will be given to Shanshan later. The information card is good. I'll try to find out who betrayed Shanshan and her friends. I must find out who betrayed me. The next three abilities are also a level higher. Lu Yi estimated that the rewards from strategy missions would be higher than those from daily missions. If that's the case, then the rewards for limited time missions must be incredibly powerful. Lu Yi chuckled and glanced at the stock chart. Stock trend card disappears after use. Allows you to view a stock whose price has more than doubled in the past 3 days. This stuff is great. You put in 10,000 yuan, and after 3 days you take it out, it'll be at least 20,000 yuan. That works too. It's a good way to explain to Sister Xie and the others that I suddenly have money. Otherwise, I could only say I bought lottery tickets, but that latter option is obviously not very realistic. Lu Yi let out a long breath and then checked Zhu Lingshan's strategy mission. Strategy Task 1, increase affection level to 40. Strategy Mission 2, wear a maid outfit and let Zhu Lingshan whip you. Strategy Task 3, break the water resource agreement and take a bath together. Forehead. Looking at Mission 2, Lu Yi was speechless. What the hell is this? Making me whip her? That's really perverted. Lu Yi didn't hesitate and chose Task 1. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating is currently 51 points, so he'll complete the task first. Completed Quest 1. Rewards: Constitution +2, Stamina +5, Charisma +3, 32,214 coins, Time Rewind Card 1, Boss Summoning Card 2-1, Intermediate Sonda Skills, Bajiquan Mastery. New stock has arrived. Time Rewind Card disappears after use. Allows you to rewind time by 5 minutes. Simple and direct, this made Lu Yi extremely happy. Although 5 minutes may not seem like much, it can play a decisive role in many things. Big Shot Summoning Card 2 disappears upon use. Randomly summons a powerful figure with significant influence in the relevant field to assist in one task. Okay, it's an upgraded version. The last two are martial arts skills. Lu Yi felt that he was now terrifyingly strong. Host: Lu Yi. Stamina: 16. Endurance: 17. Charm: 13. Appearance: 10. Abilities: unfazed by alcohol consumption, proficient in guitar, proficient in arrow, intermediate level martial arts, advanced singing skills, advanced piano skills, intermediate level Sonda Chinese kickboxing skills, proficient in Bajiquan. Items: Lucky Card, Brainless Data Card 3, Information Card 3, Boss Summoning Card 1, Stock Trend Card 1, Time Rewind Card 1, Boss Summoning Card 2-1. Money: 58,671.52. Bound to Zhu Chingi. Click to view. Zhu Lingshan. Click to view. The previous basic martial arts and piano proficiency have been replaced with intermediate martial arts and advanced piano skills. It cannot be stacked, but rather upgraded. His physical strength and endurance had reached 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. Lu Yi swung his arms and decided to test his skills with Instructor Zhang later. I have over 50,000 yuan. I'll go back tonight and figure out how to buy stocks. I'll double it in 3 days, that would be awesome. Lu Yi noticed a problem. Zhu Lingshan had a daily task that she had completed, but it had disappeared automatically. It seems to have been covered up, which is a bit of a shame. Lu Yi, is your arm sore? Instructor Zhang teased when he saw Lu Yi swinging his arm. These young people nowadays are really hopeless. They can't even handle helping someone up. Sigh. No, I just had a little itch to do it. Lu Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. Just when I was wondering what excuse to use, Instructor Zhang delivered himself right to my doorstep. Lu Yi could give it a try and see how he fared at his current level. Itchy hands? Instructor Zhang chuckled. I've been an instructor for many years, and this is the first time a student has ever said their hands were itchy in front of me. Lu Yi grinned sheepishly. Instructor Zhang, wanna practice? If I win, I'll have free time this afternoon? Sure, if you lose, you have to run 10 laps yourself. Instructor Zhang became interested. Many people dared to challenge him, but apart from a few who had served in the military, none of them could withstand 3 moves from him. The male classmate next to Lu Yi looked somewhat surprised. Was Lu Yi really that stubborn? The 3 of them had only taken a few steps when Zhu Chingi came running from a distance. Chapter 36 is about my student, who is also my younger brother. Xiao Yi, are you alright? Zhu Chingi came to Lu Yi's side, put her hands on Lu Yi's shoulders, and asked in a somewhat urgent tone. Chingi, I'm fine. Lu Yi didn't quite understand why Chingi would ask him this question. Zhu Chingi breathed a sigh of relief before asking, that's good. Where are Xiang Tuasher and the others? They're just overworked. A good night's sleep will do the trick. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Zhu Chingi nodded slightly, then turned to look at Instructor Zhang. Instructor Zhang, aren't you going a bit too far? My student has been trained like this by you? Instructor Zhang was completely bewildered. He hadn't done anything. They trained for half an hour in the morning, and Diao Mao fainted in less than 10 minutes. Xiang Tuasher and the other 2 fainted because they were playing around with Lu Yi. He felt that he was more wrong than Doi. Sister Chingi, this has nothing to do with Instructor Zhang. Lu Yi hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over and explained the situation to Zhu Chingi. The latter looked at him strangely, but didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he asked Instructor Zhang to take Lu Yi and the male classmate next to him to a milk tea shop to buy milk tea. On this sweltering day, let's give the students something nice to drink to cool them down. The 4 of them, each carrying a full cup of milk tea, arrived at the entrance to the playground and saw that there were many more senior students on the playground. As for why they know, well, they're the only ones who don't have to wear camouflage uniforms. It's Lu Yi. Holy crap, why is he with Teacher Chu? Damn it, they just ruined Shanshan, and now they're ruining Teacher Chu. They deserve to die. Charge, brothers. It's unclear who started the charge, but the senior students all rushed towards Lu Ye's direction. The other students who were also in military training looked on with curiosity. Before Lu Yi could understand what was happening, he was already surrounded by his seniors. What do you want to do? Shu Chingi raised an eyebrow, her eyes instantly turning icy cold. Teacher Chu, we're looking for Lu Yi. This has nothing to do with you, the leading man shouted. Immediately, many people around him started to jeer and told Shu Chingi to move aside. Zhao Hao, Lu Yi is my student and also my younger brother. Do you want to cause him trouble? Shu Chingi's tone was icy, and her eyes were as sharp as knives. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Is Lu Yi Teacher Chu's younger brother? As senior students, they all knew that Zhu Lingshan and Shu Chingi had a very good relationship. They were said to be like sisters. If that's the case, then Lu Yi would be Zhu Lingshan's younger brother? So, it makes sense for the older sister to bring milk tea to her younger brother and feed him by hand. Ah, Teacher Chu, we just knew he was your brother, so we came over specifically to say hello. Zhao Hao's ability to change his expression was truly remarkable. That's right, let us come and see our little brother. Our little brother is so handsome. I was captivated by my brother's charm from afar. The crowd laughed it off, praising him with blatant lies. Disperse, what kind of behavior is this? Shu Chingi said sternly. Zhao Hao and his men scattered in all directions. Lu Yi curled his lip. These people came and went quickly. He guessed that it must have been sent out when Zhu Lingshan fed him, and these people were definitely coming to cause him trouble. Younger brother? Ha, these people actually believe that. Clown. Back at the rest area of Class 1, Music Department, Shu Chingi greeted Lu Yi and the others and distributed milk tea to the students. This scene made the students and the surrounding classes stare in disbelief. The counselor is the most beautiful woman at Jiangnan University. She came to visit again and even thoughtfully bought me milk tea. They've used the word envy to death. I just regret that I was unlucky and wasn't assigned to Class 1. If they could do it all over again, they would definitely choose Class 1. After saying a few simple words, Zhu Chingi turned and left, as she still had many things to take care of. Not long after she left, Lu Yi challenged Instructor Zhang. 3 minutes later, Lu Yi obediently went to the playground and ran 10 laps. I almost lost. The instructor is indeed an instructor. His skills and physical fitness are top-notch. Lu Yi estimated that he would need to improve his physical strength and endurance to at least 20, achieving twice the physical fitness of an average person, and then combine this with martial arts, sanda, and Bajikwan techniques to fight Instructor Zhang to a draw. Soldiers are indeed awesome. After running 10 laps, a distance of 4,000 meters, Lu Yi was panting heavily. If he hadn't temporarily improved his physical strength and endurance, he felt he really wouldn't have been able to persevere. Sure, join the team. Instructor Zhang glanced at the time, 19 minutes and 8 seconds. This speed was faster than 80% of college students. The afternoon training session was simple and unpretentious. Aside from turning left and right, the only other positions are standing at attention and at ease. I also practiced marching in step. Disband. As the heavenly sound filled the air, the students dragged their weary bodies toward the cafeteria. Lu Yi walked over to a large tree and sat down to send a message to Zhu Lingshan. Lu Yi, dear Shan, my military training is over. Where are you? Shan, wait for me, I'll be right there. The instant reply warmed Lu Ye's heart. In this day and age, you should cherish those who reply to your messages instantly. Less than 5 minutes later, Zhu Lingshan appeared at the entrance of the playground. She skipped over and plopped down next to Lu Yi. Are you exhausted? Aren't you disgusted by sitting on the ground like that? It's okay, I'm wearing a black dress, it doesn't matter. Lu Yi pursed his lips, leaned forward, and then bent down to look over. Look, from my angle, I can even see your underwear showing. Holy crap, Lu Yi, you pervert. Zhu Lingshan suddenly straightened her legs and then pressed down on the hem of her skirt with one hand. Lu Yi touched his nose, then looked up at Zhu Lingshan with clear and sincere eyes. Do you like perverts? Zhu Lingshan was speechless. Feeling a little shy under Lu Ye's gaze, she lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. I never expected you to like perverts. Lu Yi looked at her with disdain. The latter was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked up, ignoring the blush on her cheeks, and reached out to pinch Lu Ye's ear. Lu Yi leaned back to dodge, then got up and ran away. Stop right there, you perverted savage. Back home, Zhu Lingshan carried large and small bags of things and prepared to go back upstairs. These are the snacks she asked Lu Yi to buy. She has to take advantage of him once a week. Shanshan, what are you holding in your hand? Xiao Xia's cold voice rang out, immediately startling Zhu Lingshan. She turned her head, her bright, doe-like eyes looking at Lu Yi for help. Sister Xia, why are you back so early today? Lu Yi said, while nudging Zhu Lingshan with his bottom, signaling her to hurry upstairs. Zhu Lingshan understood and ignored Xiao Xia's words, then ran upstairs to her room in her slippers. Xiao Xia turned her gaze to Lu Yi, her eyes showing some surprise. You bought her the snacks? She could see it clearly. Zhu Lingshan was holding potato chips. Chapter 37. Once I get 8-pack abs, I'll let you touch them. I wanted to eat it, so I asked Shanshan to keep it for me, Lu Yi said respectfully as he sat down in front of Xiao Xia. These words made Xiao Xia frown. Are you asking Shanshan to keep your things safe? Or are you suggesting she use her belly to keep them safe? That's just something you can tell a child. Just tell me if you want to eat it, Xiao Xia said, then turned her attention back to the computer on her lap. She switched to a web page, logged into a shopping website, and ordered some snacks. Ono said he wanted to eat it, so just buy it for him. As for Shanshan, we'll have to control her food intake. Lu Yi did not see Xiao Xia's actions. Seeing that she was ignoring him, he got up and went into the gym. There was quite a lot of stuff inside. Lu Yi first went to the treadmill and jogged for 5 kilometers, followed by some stretching and arm strength training. His clothes were already soaked with sweat. Lu Yi sat on the stool, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel, breathing heavily. If it were the old me, I wouldn't have been able to run even 5 kilometers, let alone anything else. Xiao Xia's favorability has increased. Lu Yi was taken aback. It had increased a little more. It had already increased a little when he came to the gym yesterday. Does that mean that if I work hard to improve myself and let Sister Xia see it, I will improve? What she wanted was nothing more than to become excellent herself. Just as Lu Yi was lost in his fantasies, a cold voice rang in his ear, drink some water. Lu Yi turned his head and saw Xiao Xia walk to his side, handing him a glass of water. Thank you, Sister Xia. The water was still warm. He had been sweating so much and was incredibly thirsty, so he gulped it down in one go. How was military training today? Xiao Xia sat down next to him, her tone calm but less cold and more caring. It was all right. I had a match with the instructor today, but I lost and was punished with 10 laps. Lu Yi grinned and smilingly. Naughty. Xiao Xia glanced at him, her calm tone showing no reproach. Sister Xia, let me tell you, after military training is over, I'm going to have a match with the instructors, and I'm sure I can beat them. Lu Yi's eyes were firm. Oh? And then? Xiao Xia asked expressionlessly. Does winning a fight prove you're that good? No, I just wanted to see if I could beat them, to prove that my physical condition is still okay. Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Xiao Xia's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Physical fitness? Ono is now paying attention to his own physical condition, something he never used to do. Yes, these past 2 days I haven't had to remind them, they've started exercising on their own, which is a good start. It seems that Chingi was right, Ono has changed a lot. Are all men like this after they turn 18? Thinking of Lu Yi's previous rebellion, Xiao Xia felt extremely disappointed. But now, his changes have rekindled hope in her heart. Come out for dinner. I had Chingi prepare some good food today, Xiao Xia said, then turned and left. Is it delicious? Lu Yi's eyes lit up. He wiped the sweat off his face and hurriedly followed. Xiao Yi, go wash your hands and eat. Shu Chingi had just untied her apron when she saw Lu Yi come out and said gently. Let me see what we're having today. Lu Yi said as he walked to the dining table, his eyes lighting up immediately. Australian lobster sashimi, abalone congee, a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall soup, a steamed grouper, as well as home-style dishes such as sweet and sour pork ribs and braised pork trotters, blanched green sunflower, lettuce, cucumber salad, and wood ear mushroom salad. What a day it is today, such a sumptuous feast. Lu Yi said as he pulled out a dining chair and sat down opposite Xiao Xia. Today is your first day of military training. Sister Xia was worried you'd get tired, so she asked me to get you something good to nourish you. Shu Chingi came out of the kitchen, placed the served rice in front of Lu Yi, and sat down next to him. Lu Yi had just finished exercising and hadn't showered, so the strong smell of sweat wafted into Shu Chingi's nostrils. She ignored the smell without any disgust, and didn't even frown. Lu Yi looked up and glanced at Xiao Xia, who was looking down at her phone, and felt a warmth in his heart. Even though her favorability rating dropped to single digits, she still treated him well. Lu Yi couldn't help but wonder if his mother had saved Xiao Xia's life, otherwise how could she treat him so unconditionally? Just then, the sound of footsteps came from upstairs. Lu Yi looked up and saw Zhu Lingshan rushing down from upstairs. Her hair was still a little damp, and she had already changed into a nightgown. She ran over to Xiao Xia and sat down next to her. She picked up her chopsticks and was about to pick up some food when she suddenly twitched her nose and looked at Lu Yi. "Hey Lu Yi, did you not take a shower? You smell like sweat." "I just went to exercise and haven't had time to shower yet," Lu Yi explained. "Wow, you actually exercise?" Zhu Lingshan's doe eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. "Of course, once I get my 8-pack abs, I'll let you touch them." Lu Yi smiled faintly. "Really?" Zhu Lingshan exclaimed excitedly. 8-pack abs? She'd only ever seen that on short video platforms, where you'd occasionally come across some of those borderline sexy guys. But in reality, she has never actually seen it. It's not that she doesn't have any, but rather that she wouldn't bother to look at them even if someone showed them to her. But Lu Yi is different. If he really had it, Zhu Lingshan felt she could sleep with it as a pillow. "It's a promise, okay? Once you've mastered it, you have to show it to me." After saying that, Zhu Lingshan raised her hand above the dining table. "Come on, pinky promise, never to change for 100 years. Lu Yi almost laughed. How could someone so old make such a fuss? He didn't refuse, and he extended his hand, their thumbs touching and their little fingers hooked together. "Naive," Xiao Xia said calmly. The two quickly withdrew their hands and lowered their heads in silence. "Let's eat, or it'll get cold," Xiao Xia said, then picked up a piece of Australian lobster sashimi with her chopsticks. Sister Xia, sashimi is supposed to be cold." Zhu Lingshan bravely spoke up. Lu Yi and Chingi were taken aback. Before they could even start laughing, Xiao Xia flicked Zhu Lingshan's forehead with her hand. "Ha ha ha ha." Lu Yi and Chingi then burst into laughter. Zhu Lingshan pouted, covered her head with one hand, picked up her chopsticks with the other, and stuffed a piece of pig's foot into her mouth. "So what if I get hit? It's not like I'm being deprived of food. This is called experiencing pain and pleasure simultaneously." Everyone enjoyed the meal together. Zhu Lingshan patted her belly before getting up to help Chingi pack her things. Xiao Xia continued to sit on the sofa, took out her laptop, and busied herself with work. Lu Yi returned to the gym and used the treadmill to walk slowly to aid digestion. After all, there's an old saying that goes, "Take a walk after a meal, and you'll live to 99. Chapter 38: The Promise After Military Training. When Lu Yi came out of the gym, he found that the sofa was empty. He took out his phone. It was only a little past 9 o'clock. Did they go to bed so early? Lu Yi shrugged, looked up at the upstairs, but there was no movement. He turned off the living room lights, then went into the room, grabbed a change of clothes, and went into the bathroom. I glanced at Xiao Xia's stats and they were still only 1 asterisk. It seems that even though they increased by 2 points, they still haven't reached 10 points. However, it's not a big problem. Lu Yi now knows at least how to increase Xiao Xia's favorability to 30 points, which is only a matter of time. According to the timeline of the previous life, Xiao Xia's incident occurred in December. It's still early, so the priority now is to finish dealing with Zhu Lingshan's matter. After taking a shower, Lu Yi didn't rest immediately. Instead, he turned on the computer on his desk and started learning how to buy stocks. After checking it out, he decisively used the stock trend card, and the name of a stock that was expected to more than double in the next 3 days appeared in his mind. Search for the name and then click to buy. Unfortunately, the purchase was unsuccessful. It's currently closed for the market, and we'll have to wait until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow to make a purchase. This left Lu Yi speechless. It was the first time he had ever heard of stock trading being done this way. It seems I can only buy it during my break from military training tomorrow. Before that, he took out his phone, downloaded the software, and watched the tutorials several times before finally going to sleep, satisfied. Upstairs, Xiao Xia called Chingi and Zhu Lingshan to the study. The two sat on the sofa, both looking somewhat puzzled. Xiao Xia opened a bottle of red wine, poured some for the two of them first, and then poured some for herself. She held the wineglass, the crimson wine swirling gently along the rim several times before finally bringing it to her lips for a small sip. The wine flowed down her bright red lips into her mouth, a look of blissful enjoyment on her face. "Sister Xia, did you call us over for something?" Zhu Lingshan asked in a low voice. Xia put down her wineglass, her sharp gaze sweeping over the two of them, and slowly said, Xiaoyi is 18 years old now. Do you still remember the promise you made back then? Of course, I haven't forgotten, Zhu Lingshan said first, her tone firm. Chingi nodded slightly, her eyes earnestly indicating that she hadn't forgotten. So, who wants to go first? Xiao's voice was calm but carried an unquestionable tone. Chingi subconsciously looked at Zhu Lingshan, her fingers slightly clenching the hem of her skirt. I'm a little shy. Zhu Lingshan lowered her head, her ears turning slightly red, and her voice was a few decibels softer than before. Even though I made a promise back then, I still can't help feeling a little nervous when it comes to actually putting it into action. Shy. Just close your eyes, lie on the bed and it's over. Upon hearing this, Chingi's ears turned red. That sounds nice, but why don't you go? Zhu Lingshan looked up and said softly. Do you think Xiaoyi would dare to come looking for me? Xia said calmly. Zhu Lingshan opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but didn't know what to say. How about I go first? Chingi said gently. It's all the same sooner or later, there's no difference. I'll do it. At least Lu Yi doesn't have any other thoughts about me, so he won't feel any psychological burden. Zhu Lingshan's eyes were firm. She herself was saved by Lu Yi's mother, and she came here to repay the debt of gratitude. This little thing is nothing. When? Xia stared at Zhu Lingshan, her mouth slightly agape. After military training? Zhu Lingshan asked tentatively, then quickly added, after all, I heard that this will harm your health. If Lu Yi is not in good spirits during military training, then I will be the one to blame. Xia didn't speak, but looked at Chingi. The latter nodded slightly, finding this feasible. Then let's finish the military training. Xia made the final decision. Zhu Lingshan immediately took out her phone to check the time. Fortunately, that period coincided with my period ending, which was considered a safe time. The next day. The first thing Lu Yi did upon waking up was to check on Zhu Lingshan and Chingi's missions. Daily Task 1, get Chingi to help you get dressed. Daily Task 1, have Zhu Lingshan feed them. Both tasks were very simple, and Lu Yi had already completed them when he left the house. I gained 1,741 yuan more in money and 1 point of charm. Upon arriving at school, the grueling military training began. Of course, this applies to Xiang Tua and the other three. Because these 4 people fainted again. Lu Yi was speechless. He followed the 2 male classmates and helped the 4 of them to the infirmary. It's obvious that these 4 people stayed up all night again last night. After all, they slept all day and didn't have to do military training, so it would be a miracle if they could sleep at night. That's strange, are these 4 people really that physically weak? I don't know, but it seems like they really did faint. Hearing the 2 classmates' discussion, Lu Yi was speechless. These 4 people definitely didn't faint, they were just asleep. Back at the training ground, after a brief period of standing at attention and practicing marching, Instructor Zhang let everyone rest for a bit. Lu Yi arrived under the big tree, took out his phone and checked the time. It was exactly 9:30. He immediately opened the stock trading app on his phone and started trading. Lu, what are you doing? Wu Mengmeng, who came to bring Lu Yi water, asked curiously as she watched what Lu Yi was doing. Oh, I'm just playing a game, a stock trading simulation, Lu Yi said, making up an excuse. Stock trading? Yu is an expert. Do you want her to teach you? Wu Mengmeng sat down next to her. No need, it's just a game, I'll just play it casually, Lu Yi said casually as he entered the password. Okay, so do you have a girlfriend? Lu Yi was stunned and turned to look at her incredulously. He didn't answer immediately, but instead checked Wu Mengmeng's information. Name, Wu Mengmeng. Age, 19. Appearance, 76 points. Detailed information, 165 centimeters, 57 kilograms, d. Dating history, 4 times. Favorability, 24. Admiration level, 20. He's a little chubby, but I can understand that for D's sake. However, his 4 past relationships made Lu Yi keep his distance. There's not enough food for the 3 of us at home, so how could I possibly have time to be philandering? I have a girlfriend, the one who brought me water yesterday. Lu Yi used Zhu Lingshan as a shield. Ha? Wasn't that your sister yesterday? Wu Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise. She went to the confession wall last night and saw that many people were saying that Zhu Lingshan was Lu Yi's older sister. It makes perfect sense that Lu Yi is teacher Chu's younger brother and Zhu Lingshan is teacher Chu's younger sister. But now, Lu Yi is saying she's his girlfriend? Of course not. My surname is Lu, and hers is Zhu. How could we be siblings? Lu Yi smiled faintly. I don't believe it. Wu Mengmeng shook her head repeatedly. Lu Yi ignored her and returned the water she had handed him. If you don't believe it, so be it. What does it have to do with you? Chapter 39 The culprit appears. In the afternoon, Xiang Tuosher and the other three returned to their group. He looked refreshed and energetic. He clearly slept well. You four are really having a good time. Are you going to continue tonight? Lu Yi chuckled. No, I'm afraid of dying suddenly. Xiang Tuosher waved his hand, indicating that he was not going to do it. Du Zitang and Hao Yosu also said they would get some rest early that night. Diao Mao remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a day of training, Lu Yi arrived at the entrance of the training ground, waiting for Zhu Lingshan to arrive. Before long, Zhu Lingshan came bounding and skipping from afar. A white dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps, along with her ponytail. Beside Zhu Lingshan was a girl dressed rather flamboyantly, wearing a stepmother's dress that made her look incredibly mature. Lu Yi, this is my best friend, Zhang Yunyan. Zhu Lingshan came up to Lu Yi and said in a cheerful voice. Lu Yi nodded slightly, gave Zhang Yunyan a brief greeting, and then used his information card on her. Name, Zhang Yunyan. Age, 19. Appearance, 73 points. Safety value, 12. Note, Zhu Lingshan's high school and college classmate and best friend. Inner thoughts, jealous of Zhu Lingshan's excellence, harboring resentment, secretly collecting dirt on Zhu Lingshan, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Lu Yi's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Zhang Yunyan's information. Good heavens, this must be the culprit that caused Zhu Lingshan's accident. She even collects dirt on people, what a great best friend of China. The two were chatting and laughing, and on the surface, there was no sign of any problem. Now that I know the other person's situation, I will absolutely not let the tragedy happen again. Lu Yi's mind raced, trying to figure out how to get rid of this guy. We live in a society governed by law, so it's not realistic to just kill the other party. So, let's give him a taste of his own medicine, make him spit out the information he collected about Zhu Lingshan, and then send her in. Lu Yi thought this was feasible, but they still needed to find something to hold against the other party. 2 months would be enough. Lu Yi, when we go to the food street later, is it okay if I bring my sister? Zhu Lingshan leaned closer and whispered when Lu Yi didn't speak. Sure, no problem at all. Lu Yi readily agreed. Perfect opportunity. Let's take this chance to thoroughly understand Zhang Yunyan's personality. Seeing that Lu Yi agreed so readily, Zhu Lingshan asked in a low voice, You're really not angry? Why would I be angry? Lu Yi felt baffled. Zhu Lingshan didn't say much. When her best friend came over, Lu Yi only greeted her briefly and then remained silent for the rest of the time. She thought Lu Yi was angry. Now it seems I was overthinking things. After leaving the school gate and turning right, the three of them arrived at a snack street. This was also the first time Lu Yi had brought Zhu Lingshan to this street. Compared to before, it's much more lively. The shops on both sides have already opened, and the crowds coming and going have made this small food street extremely crowded. Some boys held tightly to their girlfriends, while several girlfriends holding hands were separated by the crowd as soon as they let go. Seeing this, Lu Yi subconsciously reached out and put his arm around Zhu Lingshan's shoulder. The latter was taken aback. The bewildered little deer looked at Lu Yi and then moved closer to him. Oomph, that's Stinky Lu Yi. Seeing this, Zhang Yunyan, who was standing nearby, twitched her eyelashes and kept looking at the two of them, her mind racing with thoughts. She had asked Zhu Lingshan about the time she saw Zhu Lingshan feeding Lu Yi on the confession wall, and the latter said it was her younger brother. But the current situation is not as simple as it is for the younger brother. One's surname is Lu, and the other's surname is Zhu. Moreover, she knew that Zhu Lingshan's parents abandoned her when she was very young, and she was adopted and raised by someone, so naturally she couldn't have a younger brother. Unless, he's a godson. Thinking about this, Zhang Yunyan felt that she had discovered something. Zhu Lingshan, if your secret relationship gets exposed, let's see what qualifications you have to stand in the center position and debut. No, that's not enough. Zhang Yunyan looked at Lu Yi. At first glance, he seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, he was indeed quite charming. I wonder how Zhu Lingshan would feel if I took it from her. Zhang Yunyan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. From high school to university, why was Zhu Lingshan always better than me and the center of attention wherever she went? Unfortunately, with just a slight move, he could plunge her into an abyss. Zhang Yunyan took a deep breath to calm her trembling heart and said softly, Shan, there's stinky tofu over there, let's go try it. Okay. Zhu Lingshan agreed, then turned to look at Lu Yi, shall we go over? Lu Yi nodded slightly and put his arm around Zhu Lingshan as they walked toward the stinky tofu shop. Zhang Yunyan followed behind, and when the three of them arrived at the stinky tofu shop, she was already standing next to Lu Yi. Lu Yi naturally noticed her action, which came at the perfect opportunity. Yunyan, why did you go over there? Zhu Lingshan asked in confusion. There are too many people over there, there's no room for me, Zhang Yunyan said casually, then looked up at the owner and said, Boss, 3 servings of stinky tofu, please. Zhu Lingshan turned her head and looked at the empty seat next to her, but didn't say anything. 18 pieces in total. The shopkeeper handed the tofu to the 3 of them. Just as Lu Yi was about to take out his phone, Zhang Yunyan, who was next to him, spoke up first, let me do it. You're Shanshan's brother, how could I let you spend money? Okay. Lu Yi did not refuse instead, his eyes held a playful look. Zhang Yunyan seems to be deliberately getting close to me? Thinking back to when he looked at her information, the appearance of the word jealousy made Lu Yi seem to understand something. Since that's the case, I might as well cooperate. Shanshan, your friend is really nice, Lu Yi praised. Zhu Lingshan didn't speak, but looked at Zhang Yunyan with a complicated expression. In the past, when we went out together, she never insisted on paying the bill. Why is she acting so strangely this time? Could it be that she's taken a liking to Lu Yi? If she were to go up, she would only be ranked 4th, Little brother Lu Yi, I love hearing you say that. Zhang Yunyan covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes sparkling with a hint of coquettishness. She then naturally took Lu Yi's hand and said cheerfully, come on, what do you want to eat? It's on me. After saying that, she took Lu Yi's hand and walked straight to the snack shop next door. Lu Yi did not resist and just let her pull him along. The warmth from his palm felt real, but he secretly thought to himself. This Zhang Yunyan doesn't seem to be as smart as I imagined. Zhu Lingshan's eyes swept over the 2 of them, her innocent doe eyes full of confusion. Reaching the end of the food street, the 3 of them had their hands full of things. Come on, let's go sit over there. After Zhang Yunyan finished speaking, she led Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan to the bench next to them. Chapter 40 Minor Punishment. At the end of the snack street was a slightly dilapidated street. Across the street stood rows of old stone walls. Lu Yi had no idea what was hidden inside those walls. The 3 of them walked to a bench next to the curb and sat down, spreading their food on the bench. Lu Yi sat in the middle, with Zhu Lingshan on his left handing him a meatball, and Zhang Yunyan on his right feeding him a piece of tofu. Little brother Lu Yi, which is tastier, meatballs or tofu? Zhang Yunyan asked with a smile, her eyes alluring and her tone playful. The meatballs are bouncy and chewy, while the tofu is soft and smooth. Each has its own merits, Lu Yi replied with a faint smile. Zhang Yunyan blinked, leaned her head close to Lu Yi, and asked in a tactful yet frivolous tone, little brother, do you want some of the other tofu? Lu Yi subconsciously looked down and saw that Zhang Yunyan's stepmother dress was a deep V-neck, and because she leaned her head closer, her body naturally leaned forward as well. From Lu Yi's perspective, he can see some things that cannot be said. Zhang Yunyan seemed to have noticed Lu Yi's gaze, and the corners of her mouth curled up even more. Men are all the same. Judging from Lu Yi in front of me, he's clearly someone who's never had sex. This little boy can be easily controlled with a flick of his finger. Zhu Lingshan, don't blame your best friend for being a bad person, just blame your brother for being too charming. Little brother, do you want some? Zhang Yunyan asked as she moved closer to Lu Yi. Hey Yunyan, what are you doing? Zhu Lingshan said, pulling Lu Yi closer to her. Shanshan, what you said hurt my feelings. I was just concerned about Lu Yi's taste. If he wants to eat different flavors of tofu, I can go and buy it for him. Zhang Yunyan covered her mouth and chuckled. I know you too well, you shameless hussy. Zhu Lingshan said angrily, but she wasn't really angry. She just felt that with Zhang Yunyan like this, Lu Yi might not be able to control himself. After all, she had already made arrangements with Shia and Chingi, and that Lu Yi would finish his military training. We can't let Zhang Yunyan beat us to it. Shanshan, what you're saying? Just as Zhang Yunyan was about to speak, a surprised voice rang in her ears. Yanzi, didn't you say you were going back to sleep? Why are you eating with a man here? Lu Yi and the other two looked up and saw a bespectacled man standing next to Zhang Yunyan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Zhang Wei, what business is it of yours where I am? Zhang Yunyan said coldly. And who I'm with is none of your concern. No, it's just that if you wanted to go out to eat, you could have told me. Zhang Wei's tone lowered, as if he was afraid that Zhang Yunyan would be angry. Do you think I need your little bit of money? Zhang Yunyan sneered, then reached out and put her arm around Lu Yi's arm. This is my boyfriend. Now you can give up on him. What? Zhang Wei exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with anger as he looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi's eyelashes twitched slightly. He hadn't expected that Zhang Yunyan would use him as a shield. Haha, that's interesting. Lu Yi pulled his hand out of Zhang Yunyan's arms and looked at Zhang Wei with a smile. I'm not her boyfriend, my girlfriend is Zhu Lingshan. After saying that, Lu Yi casually pulled Zhu Lingshan into his arms. The latter was taken aback, but very cooperatively buried her head in Lu Yi's chest, her small hands tightly wrapped around Lu Yi's waist, seemingly very shy. Zhang Wei remained silent, instead turning his gaze to Zhang Yunyan. He naturally knew Zhu Lingshan, she was the school beauty. But for him, no school beauty could compare to Zhang Yunyan in front of him. That Zhang Wei, actually, both Zhu Lingshan and I are his girlfriends, Zhang Yunyan said, making a startling statement. Just as Zhang Yunyan was about to lean her head on Lu Yi's shoulder, Lu Yi suddenly stood up. She missed her target and fell onto the bench, knocking over some snacks. A lot of soup seeped out from the plastic bag, soaking her clothes. This sudden turn of events startled Zhu Lingshan. She instinctively tried to break free from Lu Yi to help Zhang Yunyan, but Lu Yi held her arm tightly, preventing her from moving. Zhu Lingshan was puzzled and looked up at Lu Yi with a questioning look. Lu Yi gently shook his head, signaling her with his eyes to keep quiet. Seeing this, Zhu Lingshan had no choice but to stop struggling. Zhang Yunyan on the other side was completely stunned. She slowly sat up straight, supporting herself on the bench. His clothes were stained with oil and soup, his hair was still covered with bits of vegetable leaves, and his palms were smeared with bright red sauce, which was dripping down his fingertips. He looked extremely disheveled. She never expected that Lu Yi would dodge her without any mercy. Lu Yi, what do you mean? Zhang Yunyan suddenly looked up, her eyes a little red, her tone full of questioning, and her eyes also revealing a bit of grievance and anger. I find you disgusting. Lu Yi said without any mercy. The moment he saw Zhang Wei appear, he felt he could change his perspective. Zhang Yunyan's methods are nothing more than exposing certain things. But by ruining her reputation beforehand and making her lose credibility, even if she exposes it later, not many people will believe her. Moreover, Zhang Wei seems to be madly in love with Zhang Yunyan, so we might be able to use him to deal with her. What did you say? Zhang Yunyan was furious on the spot. Is this the first person to say they are dirty? None of those bosses said anything like that. She doesn't think she's dirty. She earns her money through her own abilities, so why should she say she's dirty? Hurry up and apologize to Yanzi. Zhang Wei, who was standing next to him, was also furious. He stepped forward and pointed at Lu Yi's nose. This is his goddess, and he will absolutely not allow anyone to insult her. Look at her now, isn't she filthy? Lu Yi pointed at Zhang Yunyan, who looked utterly disheveled. Zhang Wei pointed at Lu Yi's hand and pulled it back. He took off his own clothes and was about to step forward to help Zhang Yunyan wipe the stains off her clothes. Get out! Zhang Yunyan roared at Zhang Wei, her voice filled with rage. If you hadn't suddenly come and interfered, would things have turned out like this? I really didn't mean to. Zhang Wei trembled at her shout and hurriedly apologized, the clothes in his hand almost touching Zhang Yunyan's arm. Zhang Yunyan shoved him away violently, stood up using the bench as leverage, and shouted in a shrill voice, "Get the hell away from me! Don't ever show your face in front of me again, or I'll beat you to death." As she spoke, she raised her foot and kicked Zhang Wei's shin several times. After venting her anger, she turned to look at Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan, her eyes cold and her tone filled with obvious dissatisfaction. Shanshan, your younger brother is really disappointing. After saying that, Zhang Yunyan ignored her disheveled appearance and quickly left without looking back. Zhang Wei hurriedly got up, glared fiercely at Lu Yi, and then turned around to chase after him. Lu Yi sneered. This sycophant is really dedicated. After the two walked away, Zhu Lingshan spoke softly, Lu Yi, why did you do that just now? Her tone wasn't accusatory, just somewhat puzzled. Lu Yi shook his head and simply said, I don't like her. Chapter 41 The Promise with Zhu Lingshan. Zhu Lingshan didn't press further. Lu Yi had his reasons for saying he didn't like it. Since Lu Yi doesn't like her, she also wants to distance herself from Zhang Yunyan. Best friend? Ha! In front of Lu Yi, the term best friend is just empty talk. When the two returned home, Chingi was busy in the kitchen, while Xiya was working on the sofa. Lu Yi greeted the two of them and then went into the gym. Wow, Lu Yi, were you serious about what you said yesterday? Zhu Lingshan's bright doe eyes were full of surprise. Of course, you want to touch my abs? I'll let you touch them as much as you want then. Lu Yi's lips curled into a gentle smile. Zhu Lingshan swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly as she said, then, can you train to that level before military training? These words surprised Lu Yi. How could it be so fast? This kind of thing can't be mastered in just a day or two. However, he still said softly, I'll try my best. Hee, as long as you can get abs before military training, I'll give you a big reward. Zhu Lingshan leaned forward slightly, put her hands behind her back, and brought her head close to Lu Yi's face, her bright doe eyes filled with a hint of teasing. Lu Yi stretched out both hands, pinched her slightly chubby cheeks, and then shaped them into various forms. Any conditions are fine? Of course, any conditions are fine. Zhu Lingshan was so flustered by Lu Yi's rubbing that she could barely speak. She quickly reached out and slapped Lu Yi's hand off her face. Okay, you said it yourself. Lu Yi's lips curled up slightly, and he winked at her. Let's see if you can finish it first. After saying that, Zhu Lingshan walked past Lu Yi, and even stuck out her butt and bumped into him hard. Then she proudly raised her head and walked upstairs. Lu Yi touched his nose. This little girl, just you wait. He turned around, went into the gym, and started exercising. The first step to becoming a successful man is self-discipline. Xiya naturally saw the two of them bickering. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her eyes showed a hint of surprise. Although Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan had bickered before, this time their playful banter seemed more like flirting. That's interesting. Xiya got up, took her laptop and walked into the gym, where Lu Yi was doing sit-ups. She didn't disturb Lu Yi, but instead sat down next to him with her laptop, busy with her work while occasionally stealing glances at him. After doing sit-ups, Lu Yi lifted dumbbells for a while to stretch his arms, and then ran on the treadmill for 10 minutes. He took every sport very seriously. Sweat had already soaked through his clothes, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, cheeks, and chin to the ground. Here you go. Xiya took the towel, walked up to Lu Yi, and handed it to him. As Lu Yi watched Xiya approach, his throat bobbed involuntarily, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. He pursed his lips and tentatively asked, Sister Xia, my hands are too weak, could you help me wipe them? Xia's expression remained calm, but a hint of tenderness was hidden in her indifferent eyes. She parted her lips slightly and said in a calm voice, okay? As soon as she finished speaking, she took 2 steps forward, stood in front of Lu Yi, raised her slender hand, and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel. The movements were very gentle, carefully wiping from the cheeks to the neck, even the easily overlooked area on the back of the neck. Her face showed little expression, except for a hint of tenderness that she couldn't hide, and no other emotions could be discerned, yet every wiping motion was performed with exceptional care. Looking at Xia so close to him, Lu Yi's nostrils were filled with her faint fragrance, and her exquisite face seemed to have stepped out of a painting. Long eyelashes drooped under her eyes like 2 small fans, her delicate nose tip exuded refinement, and her soft, rosy lips radiated an artistic aura. All right. Xia put down the towel, raised her eyes slightly, and her gaze met Lu Yi's. The clarity and sincerity in the boy's eyes were reflected in her eyes without reservation. At that moment, Xia's heart skipped a beat, and a subtle ripple stirred within her. She couldn't help but recall the night she first met Lu Yi. At that time, he was squatting under the banyan tree downstairs from his aunt's house, hugging his knees with both hands and burying his head deep in his thighs, like a wronged kitten. When she stepped forward and called to him, the moment Lu Yi looked up, his eyes were just as clear and sincere, so pure and without a trace of impurity. For a fleeting moment, Xia even felt as if she had returned to the days when she first spent time with Lu Yi. But this days only lasted for a moment. Over the past 3 years, Lu Yi has gradually become rebellious, skipping classes, talking back, and deliberately provoking others. She has seen and remembered all of these behaviors. Although Lu Yi has gradually changed, it's still not enough. Aunt Zhang's son should have been even more outstanding. Sister Xia, you look more haggard than you did 3 years ago, Lu Yi said softly, looking at Xia's face. That's how it is when people get old. Xia said calmly, turning around to walk to the chair and hanging the towel on the back of the chair. A woman is at her most beautiful age at 30, Lu Yi said gently as he walked over. 18 years old is the correct age, Shia said softly as she closed the laptop on the stool. In that case, Sister Xia, you should be 18 years old every year, Lu Yi said softly, scratching his head. Xia picked up her laptop, turned around and glared at Lu Yi. I'm not a monster, and I don't go through the age of 18 every year. Sister Xia, in my heart, you will always be 18 years old. Lu Yi repeated, his tone sincere and his eyes clear. You're such a chatterbox. Xia scolded angrily, turned around and ignored Lu Yi, walking straight out of the training room. Xia's favorability has increased. Xia's affection level has increased. Lu Yi was delighted, not expecting it to ring 7 or 8 times. He immediately checked Xia's information. Affection level, 100. Admiration level, 100. Double digits. Lu Yi was overjoyed. He believed that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could raise Xia's favorability to 30, at which point he could bind her to his account. Beyond completing tasks, you can also more clearly sense her emotional fluctuations towards you. Improving yourself while showing her some care can have an incredible effect. After all, no woman can resist the most sincere sweet words. After the meal, Lu Yi helped Chingi clear the dishes, which made the latter smile broadly. Unfortunately, it did not increase the favorability or affection level. Lu Yi estimated that the favorability rating was already quite high, making it difficult to increase it further. It's not a big problem, the current priority is to improve myself. Chapter 42 Conceptual Level Abilities? Before we knew it, half of the military training period had passed. The 2 tasks each day were a piece of cake for Lu Yi. You gain 8,247 yuan, charm +2, appearance +3. I also need to improve my memory. Although I haven't reached the point of being able to remember everything I see, I can remember things after seeing them 2 or 3 times. Today was also the day the strategy quests refreshed, and Lu Yi eagerly checked them out. Daily task, hold Chingi once. Strategy mission, choose one of 3. Strategy task 1, increase affection level to 50. Strategy task 2, meaning, a big toe. Strategy task 3, make Chingi whip you 3 times. Lu Yi's eyes were a little strange. This is called a strategy mission? Numbers 2 and 3 are absolutely outrageous. Garlic bird, thankfully there's the first one I can get for free. Lu Yi didn't hesitate at all and chose the first option. Chingi's favorability rating is currently 60 points. Strategy selection complete for mission 1. Completed strategy 1. Rewards, appearance +6, stamina +2, 24858 gold, boss summoning card 2-2, lucky card 2, intelligence lowering card 1, advanced game skills, advanced Swana skills. Wow, they really gave me a lot of good looks. Besides that, something new has appeared. Intelligence reduction card, disappears upon use, targets one person, reduces their IQ to a negative number, rendering them incapable of thinking, for 3 hours. Lu Yi's expression was a bit strange. Good heavens, this is a card for the mentally challenged. Perfect timing, I'll go and try my luck with Zhang Yunyan today. Thinking of this, Lu Yi laughed to himself. Immediately afterwards, his gaze fell upon Zhu Lingshan's task. Daily task, call Zhu Lingshan mom once. Strategy mission, choose one of 3. Strategy task 1, increase affection level to 50. Strategy task 2, do something that will move Zhu Lingshan, increase her favorability by 5 points or more. Strategy task 3, have Zhu Lingshan cosplay Hatsune Miku and challenge Gokuraku Jodo. After reading them, Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Lingshan's answers were fairly normal, but he still chose the first one. After all, Zhu Lingshan's current favorability rating is 51, which is just enough to complete the task. Strategy selection complete for mission 1. Strategy quest 1 completed. Rewards, stamina +8, endurance +6, 34851 gold, obedience card 1, and a string of lies. Lu Yi was taken aback, not expecting that this time there would only be 1 item and 1 skill. However, the stamina and endurance bonuses are really generous. Obedience card, disappears after use. Designates one person to unconditionally obey your commands without violating moral principles. Duration, 3 hours. This is amazing. It's practically a miracle product. With this card, I will have a good means of retaliation against anyone who tries to slander me or Xia. Lu Yi took a deep breath and looked at the skill. A string of lies, there's a chance the other person will believe what you say. What? This is something of the highest caliber, isn't it? If you go to Xiang Tuusher's ear and keep saying that you are his father for a day or two, won't he believe you? Lu Yi felt that this was extremely punishable. He then checked his current information. Host, Lu Yi. Stamina, 24. Endurance, 25. Charm, 16. Appearance rating, 19. Abilities: invincible to alcohol, proficient in guitar and arrow, intermediate martial arts, advanced singing skills, advanced piano skills, intermediate Sanda Chinese kickboxing skills, proficient in Bajiquan 8 extremities fist, enhanced memory, advanced gaming skills, advanced Swana Chinese double reed instrument skills, and a talent for telling lies. Items: Lucky Card 3, Brainless Data Card 3, Information Card 2, Boss Summoning Card 1, Time Rewind Card 1, Boss Summoning Card 2 3, Intelligence Lowering Card 1, Obedience Card 1. Money, 187,121.52. Bound to, Zhu Chingi. Click to view. Zhu Lingshan. Click to view. He's already in his 20s and his physical strength and endurance are already quite good. Although his looks and charm are a bit lacking, he's still much better than the average person. He has a ton of skills, he's practically an all-rounder. There's also a monetary reward of 200,000, which comes from the previous stock purchase where 60,000 doubled, plus today's reward. They're not exactly big shots, but they do have a bit of money. Success is within reach. Lu Yi hummed a little tune as he finished washing up and left the room. When I went to the kitchen, Chingi was cooking noodles. Standing behind her, Lu Yi stretched out his arms and gave her a big hug. Good morning, Chingi. Daily task 1 completed, reward, 998. Chingi turned around, kissed Lu Yi on the forehead, and said gently, go sit down first, breakfast will be ready soon. Okay. Lu Yi readily agreed. He was there to complete a mission, and even a small favor was still a favor. Just as she sat down on the sofa, Zhu Lingshan came downstairs in her slippers and nightgown. Good morning, Mom, Lu Yi greeted her. Daily quest 1 completed, reward, 677. It's money again. Lu Yi feels that the probability of getting money as a daily reward is getting higher and higher. Upon hearing Lu Ye's voice, Zhu Lingshan naturally walked over, stood behind the sofa, and reached out to pat Lu Ye's head. Good morning, son. Lu Yi was speechless. After calling him mom a few times, this guy actually took it seriously and tried to take advantage of him every time. If I ever get the chance, I'll definitely make her call me dad willingly. Shan, are you going away for a few days? Lu Yi reached out, grabbed Zhu Lingshan's wrist, and pulled her toward the sofa. Zhu Lingshan did not resist. Instead, she cooperated by doing a somersault from the back of the sofa to sit on it. It seems to be about a week, but I'm not entirely sure, Zhu Lingshan shrugged. The company said there's a program they'd like to participate in during the National Day holiday, and if they're lucky, they could debut early. Is your best friend Zhang Yunyan going? Lu Yi crossed his legs on the sofa and turned to face Zhu Lingshan. She was eliminated, Zhu Lingshan said softly. Lu Ye's eyelashes twitched slightly and were actually brushed off, which only deepened her jealousy towards Zhu Lingshan. Forget it, it doesn't matter. People like that would do something to hurt Zhu Lingshan regardless of whether this happened or not. I was planning to cause trouble for her today, and now that I've been eliminated, it's perfect timing. Otherwise, if we let her leave with Zhu Lingshan, we'll have to wait another week. Why did you suddenly ask her? Zhu Lingshan asked when Lu Yi didn't answer. Oh, I was thinking about what happened last time. Did she make things difficult for you? Lu Yi replied softly. No, but I've already cut ties with her and we don't talk much anymore. Zhu Lingshan remembered that Lu Yi had said he didn't like this person, so naturally she wouldn't have any more contact with her. Lu Yi nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. He would find a way to find Zhang Yunyan when he got to school. Chapter 43: The Argument in the Library. After finishing the morning's military training, Lu Yi, Xiang Tuusher, and the other two walked together to the canteen. Chingi originally wanted him to go back to eat, but Lu Yi refused, citing the need to build good relationships with his classmates. Damn it, Chingi, being handsome means he can do whatever he wants. Xiang Tuusher pouted, his eyes filled with resentment. You ugly bastard, you're just jealous of how handsome he is. Du Ziteng looked at Xiang Tuusher with disdain. Even if I'm ugly, I'm still more handsome than you, Xiang Tuusher said defiantly. The two started arguing. Lu Yi shook his head slightly and quickened his pace with Diao Mao beside him. These two never stop chattering all day long. They're either arguing or on their way to fight. The four of them arrived at the cafeteria and sat down in a corner on the second floor. Before long, Lu Yi saw Hao Yotsu, surrounded by Wu Mengmeng, Su Qingge, Bai Shiyu and others, come and sit down next door. Not only these three, but almost half of the girls in the class claimed that they were tired from military training and needed Hao Yotsu, the psychological counselor, to help them. Only a small group of people, led by Shin Yusen, did not come. That's right, the military training wasn't even over yet, and the class had already split into 3 factions. The girls were divided into those who were close to Hao Yotsu and those who weren't. Then the boys formed their own faction. This is just the beginning. Lu Yi thinks that after the military training is over, the girls will probably split into even more factions. Xiang Tuusher and Du Ziting were whispering about Hao Yotsu again, saying something about making him go to the toilet that night. Through Diao Mao's explanation, Lu Yi understood that the two were not there to beat up Hao Yotsu, but to coerce and entice him to hand over some girls' green bubbles, a euphemism for sexual favors. That's right, Hao Yotsu is not only popular in his class, but he has also attracted many female students in military training, and even some senior female students came because of his charm. After the meal, Lu Yi pulled Hao Yotsu out from the crowd. "Brother Cohen, do me a favor," Lu Yi said softly. "What's the matter?" Hao Yotsu flicked his bangs. "You have a wide network of connections, help me find someone, Zhang Yunyan, see where he is." "Why are you looking for her?" "Just tell me, will you help or not?" "Help. We must help." Hao Yotsu readily agreed and then posted on his WeChat moments, looking for Zhang Yunyan. Less than a minute later, a senior student sent Hao Yotsu a private message saying that she saw Zhang Yunyan on the 2nd floor of the library. Upon receiving the news, Lu Yi walked towards the library without looking back. Jiangnan Library. Lu Yi stood at the door, feeling a little nervous. After all, a library is too dangerous a place. For countless male students, it was practically forbidden territory. After all, nobody knows if a senior student might suddenly appear with her phone taking pictures. Lu Yi took a deep breath to calm his nerves and went inside. There weren't many people on the 1st floor, only a few students, all of them female, were sitting scattered around. These people, upon seeing Lu Yi, regarded him as if he were some rare treasure. This made Lu Yi feel uneasy. Will I become a graduate school applicant without a guaranteed admission? He ignored the stairs and went straight to the 2nd floor. There weren't many people on the 2nd floor, but there were a few male students, each accompanied by a female friend. Lu Yi saw Zhang Yunyan in the corner, and Zhang Wei beside her. "Yunyan, I've finally found you." Lu Yi walked over, placed his hands on the table, and looked at her affectionately. Zhang Yunyan looked up, a look of surprise flashing across her eyes, but she was quickly captivated by Lu Yi's good looks. Compared to before, Lu Yi's appearance has improved by a full 9 points, which is equivalent to doubling. That is, Chingi, Zhu Lingshan, and Shia didn't think anything of it. Wu Mengmeng and her classmates had been chattering around him for a while today. It was only after Lu Yi brought up Chingi that he let them gang up on Hao Yotsu. "Lu Yi, what do you want from me?" Zhang Yunyan swallowed hard, her voice slightly hesitant. Lu Yi used the obedience card on Zhang Yunyan, who immediately felt a sense of disorientation, as if the only person in the world was the man in front of her. "Let me see who this is next to you." Lu Yi sat down next to her and then looked at Zhang Wei. "Oh, him? He's just a classmate of mine," Zhang Yunyan said with a shrug, seemingly unconcerned. "No, you should say he's a dog." Lu Yi's lips curled into a gentle smile. "That's right, he's a dog," Zhang Yunyan repeated. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded. What was going on? "Kid, you're asking for it." He glared at Lu Yi angrily, his voice low. Lu Yi ignored Zhang Wei and leaned back in his chair, looking at Zhang Yunyan. "Come on, tell him about his place in your heart. Get rid of this loyal sycophant first, so that when I take action against Zhang Yunyan later, no one will speak up for her." Under the influence of the listen card, Zhang Yunyan blurted out her true feelings. "Zhang Wei, in my heart you're not even as good as a dog. I feel disgusted just looking at you. If it weren't for the fact that you're still somewhat useful, I wouldn't bother with you at all." "No, Yunyan, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Wei was a little confused, his voice low. Zhang Yunyan roared, "Get out! I already have someone else in my heart." "Is that me?" Zhang Wei asked expectantly. "Of course not. So, in your heart, I'm no one else. You're not even human in my eyes. That means I'm in your heart." Watching their conversation, Lu Yi thought to himself, "Wow, that's awesome. This is absolutely insane. This Zhang Wei is simply beyond redemption. The two's loud argument shattered the tranquility of the second floor of the library. Today, you need to get rid of Zhang Wei completely. After giving Zhang Yunyan this order, Lu Yi hurriedly walked to the side. He noticed that someone had already taken out their phone, ready to film the scene. Lu Yi didn't want to appear on camera. However, Lu Yi actually approves of the act they filmed. The bigger the scandal gets, the worse Zhang Yunyan's reputation will become. It's only because we live in a society governed by the rule of law that Lu Yi would have chopped her up himself. He would absolutely not tolerate anyone who dared to endanger Shan Shan. If I'm too soft-hearted, the tragedy of Shan Shan from my previous life might repeat itself. He, Lu Yi, would never allow such a thing to happen again, nor would he allow Shan Shan to suffer any harm. Zhang Yunyan and her companions' voices grew louder and louder, attracting many people from the first floor to come upstairs. Even more outrageous, several girls actually started live streaming. Many people around started pointing at Zhang Wei. This terrified Lu Yi. These people opened fire without asking any questions. He didn't watch any further. The obedience card had a 3-hour time limit. He wondered if Zhang Yunyan would remember this matter when she woke up. 3 hours is enough time for things to escalate, and Zhang Yunyan will definitely be labeled a scumbag in a green tea BTCH. Chapter 44 The dust settles. The afternoon sun is stronger than the morning sun. Under the camphor tree, Lu Yi was awakened by the sweltering heat. He glanced at the 3 people next to him, including Xiang Tuosher, who were still fast asleep. He took out his phone. It was 2:20, 10 minutes before the meeting time. Lu Yi no longer planned to rest, but instead opened the confession wall to see if the incident at the library at noon had spread. Goodness, it's the very first one I opened. The untold story of Zhang Yunyan, a music department student, and her sucker. A sensational headline led to a video of Zhang Yunyan angrily berating Zhang Wei in a library. Zhang Yunyan's words were foul and cutting, and Zhang Wei kept his head down, not daring to breathe. You, who were born and raised by a mother, will only ever be a lapdog for the rest of your life. If you dare not use something, others will stand up and glare at you. It seemed that this had touched a nerve with Zhang Wei, who immediately flew into a rage, grabbed Zhang Yunyan's hair, and began to pound her head repeatedly. The scene immediately descended into chaos, with onlookers rushing to stop it, and the video ended there. The comments below are divided, with some men saying Zhang Wei deserved it and that he shouldn't be a human being but a sycophant. The woman cursed Zhang Yunyan, saying that such a man was not worth cherishing, calling her a scumbag and a green tea. Besides this, there's another post below showing the scene of the two being taken away by Uncle Hat. Lu Yi checked the time. There was still nearly an hour left before the effect of the obedience card wore off, enough time for Zhang Yunyan to finish taking her statement. Even if she regains her senses by then, she won't be able to change this outcome. At least at Jiangnan University, her reputation is completely ruined. However, Lu Yi had no intention of letting her go. There's also a brain-reducing card, which was prepared for her as well. If he could kill someone himself, he would have wanted to torture this guy to death. However, it seems that this guy's current situation is perhaps more painful than death. Gather. When Instructor Zhang's voice rang out, Lu Yi patted his butt and stood up, then kicked Xiang Tuosher and the other 3 in the buttocks. Damn it, Lu Yi, take it easy. Diao Mao rubbed his butt. He wasn't very fleshy to begin with, and Lu Yi's kick almost hit his tailbone. You need to gain weight. I read online that having a little bit of fat can save your life in a critical moment, Lu Yi joked. Diao Mao sighed, do you think I don't want to gain weight? But I just can't seem to get fat. I really envy you, Wu Mengmeng said as she passed by. Exactly, I wish I had this skill. That's right. If you can eat whatever you want without gaining weight, you don't have to watch what you eat, and you can eat lots and lots of things. Su Qingge and Bai Shiyu were also talking beside them, their eyes filled with envy. Maybe it's because of the ingredients I chose. How about I take you out for a meal tonight? Diao Mao looked at the two of them, a slight smile playing on his lips. Oh, by the way, Hao Yotsu is coming too. Okay. The two readily agreed. Hao Yotsu tugged at Diao Mao's clothes. If we're not brothers, did I agree? I'm offering you a free meal, and you're not going? Diao Mao's words silenced Hao Yotsu. At 5 p.m., we will stand at attention for the last 20 minutes to finish today's training. Just then, a girl angrily walked towards class 1 of the music department from a distance. Lu Yi glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and sneered inwardly. Sure enough, Zhang Yunyan had arrived. Lu Yi! Zhang Yunyan shouted as she walked to the side of the formation. Hey classmate, Which class are you in? Instructor Zhang walked over, his gaze sharp as a knife. He valued Lu Yi quite a bit, and his performance these past few days had been excellent. This angry girl clearly came with ill intentions. I'm looking for Lu Yi. Zhang Yunyan barely suppressed her anger. She saw what was posted on the confession wall. She felt that she must have been influenced by Lu Yi to say such a thing. She needs to talk to Lu Yi and get things cleared up. Lu Yi, you tell us what's going on. Instructor Zhang looked at Lu Yi. Report. Lu Yi shouted, they probably think I'm handsome. These words immediately made the students chuckle. I'm handsome, you son of a bitch. Zhang Yunyan cursed directly. Lu Yi's eyes narrowed, and he turned to look at him. Young man, please show some respect. You're all adults, how can you utter such vulgar words? Exactly, he's 20 years old, but he's still acting like a little kid. That's right, they're ugly and they still come out to scare people. He must have come here to make his presence known because Lu Yi is so handsome. She looks like Fu Shor. I feel nauseous just looking at her. The ladies in the class all started speaking up for Lu Yi. The chattering made Zhang Yunyan's chest heave, her pupils dilate, and her body tremble. Seeing that the time was right, Lu Yi directly used the idiot card. Instantly, Zhang Yunyan's red eyes disappeared, and her gaze became dull. Immediately afterwards, she tilted her head slightly, slowly opened her mouth, and her tongue rested weakly on the corner of her mouth. Hee, I am a little bird. No, I'm a little jumping frog. As Zhang Yunyan spoke, she squatted on the ground and jumped around like an idiot. Holy crap, is this guy possessed? Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, taking 2 steps back in fright. The girls in the class all retreated behind the boys. Let me see what's going on. Instructor Zhang walked over and patted Zhang Yunyan on the shoulder. Are you alright, student? Woof woof woof. Zhang Yunyan turned around, baring her teeth, causing Instructor Zhang to instinctively take 2 steps back. This is insane. He immediately called over the instructor next to him, preparing to report the matter. At this moment, Zhang Yunyan jumped and flew around, then rolled on the ground, and began to take off her clothes. 1 or 2 items. Lu Yi closed his eyes, afraid to look too much, lest he get a sty. Many students exclaimed in surprise, and Lu Yi also knew what Zhang Yunyan had done. Several instructors took off their clothes and covered Zhang Yunyan with them. Soon after, the school security guards arrived and took her to the infirmary. From then on, Lu Yi never saw Zhang Yunyan again. I heard from some classmates that they were taken to a mental hospital that afternoon. As for whether he came out or not, Lu Yi had no idea. After the farce ended, Lu Yi returned home. Shia went on a business trip a few days ago and hasn't returned yet. According to Sister Chingi, it seems that the contract was not agreed upon last time, and this time they went to discuss it with the cooperating company again. Zhu Lingshan won't be back for another week, so it looks like I won't be able to complete her daily tasks during these 7 days. Lu Yi walked into the kitchen and looked at Zhu Chingi, who was busy inside. Wearing a white loungewear outfit with the sleeves slightly rolled up to her arms, and a blue floral apron around her chest, she had a faint smile on her lips as she chopped vegetables. Some stray hairs clung to her cheeks, making her look like a newlywed bride. Lu Yi walked over and said softly, Chingi, let me help you wash the vegetables. Hearing the voice, Zhu Chingi turned her head and said gently, okay. Lu Yi didn't rush to start washing the vegetables. He walked up to her, reached out and tucked a few stray hairs behind her ear before focusing on washing the vegetables. 7 days is a good time to raise Chingi's favorability and admiration level. Chapter 45 The Tranquility of the Park. After eating and drinking her fill, Chingi cleaned up the dining room and kitchen. When she took off her apron and came out, she didn't see Lu Yi on the sofa. She turned her gaze toward the gym, walked over, and quietly opened the door. Sure enough, she saw Lu Yi walking on the treadmill. It's not a good time to run after eating. Xiao Yi, come for a walk with me. Chingi's voice was gentle, with a natural intimacy. Take a walk after meals, and you'll live to 99. Walking on a treadmill is just like walking outside. The comfort of the evening breeze on your face is something a machine can't provide. Okay. Lu Yi didn't refuse. He went back to his room to take a shower and came out wearing a simple t-shirt and shorts. Chingi also changed her outfit, wearing a white dress that accentuated her graceful figure, and a pair of small sandals on her feet. As soon as they stepped out the door, Chingi took Lu Yi's arm. Lu Yi tilted his head slightly, looking at her who was shorter than him, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Don't you like it? Shu Qingyi tilted her head up to look at him, her gaze as gentle as water, and gently shook the hand that was holding his. Qingyi, if we go out like this, people will definitely think we're a couple, Lu Yi chuckled and asked tentatively. Shu Qingyi's lips curled up slightly, forming a gentle curve, and she softly asked, so, Xiaoyi, is that what you think too? Lu Ye's eyelashes fluttered, and he deliberately teased, if only I had a gentle girlfriend like Sister Qingyi, that would be wonderful. You're such a chatterbox. Shu Qingyi reached out and gently pinched his cheek, her tone slightly reproachful. I'm not as good as you think. Anyway, in my eyes, Qingyi, you are the most perfect. Lu Ye's eyes instantly became serious, and his tone was exceptionally firm, without a trace of joking. Seeing his serious expression, Shu Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle and pulled him toward the elevator. Let's go, I'll be your girlfriend for a day. The setting sun painted the sky red, and a gentle evening breeze carried a touch of coolness. Shu Qingyi wrapped her arm around Lu Ye's arm, rested her head on his shoulder, her eyes filled with contentment, and slowed her pace. The two walked side by side on the sidewalk beside the road, as the neon lights of the shops along the street lit up one after another. Not far away, a girl bumped into an ant coming out of the store before she could dodge. Fortunately, she was not seriously injured. On the side of the curb, an old man accidentally stepped on a child's foot. He quickly bent down to apologize, and the child smiled and waved his hand. The occasional sound of car horns in the distance, and the shouts of street vendors rising and falling, weaved together a symphony of fireworks. Watching the passers-by, Lu Yi couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of time. He glanced at a nearby shop selling liangpi cold skin noodles and asked softly, Qingyi, would you like some liangpi? I'll eat whatever you bought. Shu Qingyi's tone was very soft, gentle, and doting. Lu Yi and Shu Qingyi arrived at the liangpi cold skin noodles shop and waited in line for a while before it was their turn. Lu Yi ordered a serving of liangpi cold skin noodles, held it in his left palm, and picked up a piece with chopsticks in his right hand. Come on, Qingyi, let me feed you. Let's buy more and then eat in the park next door, Shu Qingyi suggested, refusing Lu Ye's offer to feed her. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. This is great. He put away the cold noodles, and the two of them continued along the road, buying some snacks and 2 cups of milk tea. Reaching the end of the street, the two turned left, and about 5 minutes later, they came to a small, free park. Upon entering the park, there is a small square where many middle-aged women are dancing, accompanied by the deafeningly loud song, the most dazzling ethnic style. There were many children chasing and playing nearby, and some mothers pushing strollers back and forth. Under the banyan tree not far away, a group of elderly men were huddled together, and it was obvious they were watching a game of Chinese chess. Qingyi, let's go over there. Lu Yi pointed to a small path next to them. Okay. Shu Qingyi nodded slightly. The two walked along the stone path deeper into the park. The streetlights were dim, barely enough to make out the road surface. The crowd gradually thinned out, and occasionally you could see couples whispering sweet nothings on the grass or stone benches. Qingyi, look. Lu Yi pointed to a couple on the grass in the distance. Only some blurry shadows could be seen, but it was clear what they were doing. Kiss. Shu Qingyi's lips curled up slightly. She naturally understood what Lu Yi meant. Oh no, you actually know all this. Xiaoyi, have you ever kissed a girl? Shu Qingyi turned her head and looked at Lu Yi gently. I've only ever kissed Qingyi, Lu Yi answered truthfully. Really? Shu Qingyi's bright almond-shaped eyes held a hint of slyness. Shan, you've never kissed her? Lu Yi was taken aback, his ears turning slightly red. He didn't know how to answer. He did kiss Zhu Lingshan, but only on her forehead and cheek. Sister Qingyi, it doesn't count if we don't kiss. Lu Yi cheated. Naughty, Shu Qingyi said gently, pulling his hand to sit down on an empty stone bench. The cool touch of the marble seeped through the thin white dress, causing Shu Qingyi to shiver involuntarily. What's wrong, Qingyi? Lu Yi asked with concern. It's just a little cold, it'll be fine in a bit. Shu Qingyi shook her head, then helped Lu Yi spread the food on the stone bench between them. Come and eat, otherwise it'll get cold. After saying that, she opened a bowl of chilled jelly, put the spoon in, and then laughed to herself. Qingyi, you should have said, eat this quickly, or it will get hot later, Lu Yi joked. You just know how to make fun of me. Shu Qingyi gave Lu Yi a charmingly flirtatious look, which almost made Lu Yi's heart stop beating. Lu Yi smiled without saying a word and reached out to open the other snacks one by one. Come on, oh no, open your mouth. Hearing Shu Qingyi's voice, Lu Yi looked up and saw her holding a spoon, scooping up a spoonful of crystal-clear jelly and handing it to him. Lu Yi obediently opened his mouth, and Shu Qingyi gently fed him the chilled jelly. The moment it entered his mouth, a sweet coolness spread along his tongue, instantly dispelling most of the evening heat. The two fed each other, and a touch of sweetness wafted in the summer evening breeze. After eating and drinking her fill, Chingi cleaned up everything, took out a tissue to wipe the water stains on the stone bench, and then moved to sit next to Lu Yi, hugging his arm and resting her cheek on his shoulder. "Xiao Yi, would you like to try it out? What kind of feeling?" She opened her mouth slightly, and her gentle voice was carried into Lu Yi's ears by the breeze. Lu Yi's throat bobbed a few times, his voice a little hoarse but with a hint of expectation as he spoke. "Sister Chingi, are you talking about what that couple did just now?" Shu Chingi hummed softly. Is it possible?" Lu Yi asked with difficulty. Shu Chingi raised her head, released Lu Yi's arm, and placed her hands on his cheeks to turn her head back. Their eyes met. Shu Chingi closed her eyes and went for it. Shu Chingi's favorability has increased. Shu Chingi's affection level has increased. Chapter 46: The Gentle Big Sister. Lu Yi didn't know how he got home, nor how he fell asleep in bed. Anyway, when he woke up the next day, he could still feel the fragrance on his lips. This feeling is simply wonderful. As he entered the bathroom, Lu Yi didn't even want to rinse his mouth for a moment, smacking his lips as he savored the taste. Okay, it smells a bit. He picked up the toothpaste, squeezed it onto his toothbrush, and began brushing his teeth, while also checking Shu Chingi's health status. Favorability, 65/99. Adoration level, 28. Last night's kiss increased his favorability by 5 points and his admiration by a whopping 8 points, which was something Lu Yi hadn't expected. That's absolutely terrifying. He smiled and then turned his attention to today's task. Daily task: get Shu Chingi to treat you to a meal once at least 300 points. It's another simple task. After military training, I'll just have Sister Chingi take me out to eat. Immediately afterward, Lu Yi looked at Zhu Lingshan's task. Well, it seems like a hug isn't going to happen. Lu Yi didn't think much of it. He felt that the rewards for the daily tasks were neither satisfying nor worth discarding. Do it if you can, don't force yourself if you can't, since there's no penalty for not completing the task anyway. As Lu Yi pushed open the door and stepped into the living room, the sounds coming from the kitchen caught his attention. He looked over and saw Shu Chingi dressed in white loungewear, busy in the kitchen. Lu Yi walked over, leaned against the doorframe, and looked at the busy sound with a somewhat fascinated gaze. Seemingly noticing Lu Yi's gaze behind her, Shu Chingi turned around, a gentle smile curving her lips, and said softly, "Awake? Breakfast will be ready soon, just wait a little longer." Lu Yi didn't say anything, just stood there quietly watching her. Shu Chingi was wearing a white loungewear set that made her skin appear as white as snow. The sleeves were rolled up to her wrists, revealing her slender forearms. She was intently watching the noodles in the pot, occasionally stirring them gently with her chopsticks. A few strands of hair clung to her cheeks, and 2 more were stuck to the corners of her mouth. She took a moment to free one hand and gently brushed the stray hairs from her cheek behind her ear with her fingertips. This simple gesture exuded an indescribable gentleness. Ladle the noodles out, drizzle tomato sauce over them, and then put the previously cooked ingredients into the sauce. Shu Chingi picked up the noodles and turned around, looking at Lu Yi still leaning against the doorframe, and said angrily, "What, am I that good looking?" Of course, Sister Chingi is the most beautiful woman in the world. Lu Yi's eyes were firm and his tone was sincere. "Did you put honey on your lips?" Shu Chingi said, walking past Lu Yi and placing the tomato and egg noodles on the table. Lu Yi followed behind her and sat down in the dining chair, his tone slightly teasing. "It's mainly because of your sweet words, Sister Chingi, that I've been infected by your charm." "You." Shu Chingi slightly bent her fingers and gently flicked Lu Yi's forehead, without using any force at all, more like a playful banter between lovers. "That's true. I could still taste the sweetness in my mouth when I woke up this morning," Lu Yi said shamelessly. Shu Chingi smiled slightly, her beauty captivating. She leaned forward slightly, cupped Lu Yi's face in her hands, lifted his head, and pressed her forehead against his. "Since you like it, oh no, I'll let you savor it a little longer." After saying that, she closed her eyes, found the right spot, and went up again. Lu Yi's wide eyes slowly closed as he savored the sweetness Shu Chingi brought him. "Today, we're going to teach you military boxing. I'll demonstrate it first to show you its appeal," Instructor Zhang said in a loud voice, looking at everyone. After he finished speaking, he asked the students of Class 1 of the music department to sit down and, in front of them, demonstrated a portion of military boxing. Every step, every movement, was filled with a murderous aura. In the last row, Xiang Tuosher and his 3 companions watched with great interest. Lu Yi, standing next to him, was still grinning foolishly, savoring the feeling of the morning. I think Lu Yi is in love, Du Ziting said softly. Didn't he already have a girlfriend? Diao Mao asked. Yes, with Zhu Lingshan, the third most beautiful woman in Jiangnan, Haiyotsu said. That's true. Du Ziting nodded slightly, then said, then he should eat it. Upon hearing this, Diao Mao and the other person nodded slightly in agreement. What are you eating? Xiang Tuosher looked at everyone in confusion. He had been so focused on watching the instructor box that he hadn't paid any attention to their conversation. Children shouldn't meddle in adults' business, Du Ziting retorted. Damn, I'll get you after we disband. You think I'm afraid of you? The two were chattering noisily, which caught the attention of Instructor Zhang. Then the two of them were made to run 10 laps around the track. Everyone stand up, keep 1 meter apart, spread out. Instructor Zhang's loud voice rang out. Following his instructions, Lu Yi and his group kept their distance from the people on either side and in front of them. The students in the class all studied diligently with Instructor Zhang. After all, this is the most advanced cultivation technique that an ordinary person has come into contact with. Lu Yi also put the morning's events behind him and watched Instructor Zhang's moves intently, imitating each step perfectly. Chingi came over to check on Lu Yi halfway through. Whenever she came over, all the male students on the playground would perk up. They stood ramrod straight at attention, and every step they took in perfect formation was flawless. Even those who were punished by running laps found themselves quickening their pace. Chingi's appearance was like giving everyone an adrenaline shot. Unfortunately, it can only be admired from afar and cannot be touched. There was only one exception, Lu Yi. All the people could do was look at Lu Yi with envy and divide him into boikao. As the sun hid behind the clouds, another day of military training came to an end. Lu Yi did not go back immediately, but instead went to Chingi's office building. Just as I was about to walk up the stairs, a bald man came down the stairs. Teacher Li. Lu, are you here to see Teacher Chu? Teacher Li greeted Lu Yi kindly, her eyes looking at him as if he were her brother-in-law. Yes, Teacher Li, are you getting ready to go home? Lu Yi said with a smile. After chatting for a few minutes, Lu Yi made an excuse to leave. Teacher Li was too enthusiastic. Her enthusiasm was almost overwhelming for him. Could this guy have a 0 score? Lu Yi couldn't help but shiver. He arrived at Chingi's office door and knocked. Please come in, a cold voice rang out. Lu Yi pushed open the door and entered. Chingi was sitting at her desk. The latter looked up and saw Lu Yi. His cold gaze softened instantly, and a smile appeared on his lips. Xiaoyi, what brings you here? Chingi, are you done with your work? I'd like to go out for dinner today, Lu Yi said softly from his desk. One more thing, you can just sit here, Chingi said gently. What would you like to eat later? I'm fine with anything, let's talk about it when you're done, Chingi. After saying that, Lu Yi walked over and sat down on the sofa next to him. Good. After Chingi finished speaking, she continued to work with her head down. Ono suddenly suggested going out to eat. Did she want to go on a date with me? If that's the case, then it's not bad. It seems that Ono is getting more and more insightful. Chapter 47 Having Dinner with Chingi. There is a commercial street downstairs in the residential building. In a private room of a hot pot restaurant on the second floor, Chingi and Lu Yi sat at a mahogany table. Chingi put down the menu, and the waiter turned and left. Xiaoyi, wait here for a moment, I'll go get the seasonings, Chingi said gently. Lu Yi nodded slightly and looked out the window. From this vantage point, you can see the main gate of Jiangnan University. It was evening, and the cheerful voices of students coming and going at the school gate drifted through the windows. Over the past week or so, Lu Yi has finally begun to experience the joys of university life. He just couldn't understand why he hadn't gone to university in his previous life. Rebellion? Rebellion my ass. If we had done this earlier, life would have been so much more comfortable. Now that Zhu Lingshan's problem is solved, and after dealing with Xiao Xia's matter, things should be fine from now on. Once I've mastered more skills, I'll be able to earn money to support them. Let the three of them stop working so hard and just enjoy life in peace. With a creak, the door to the private room opened. Chingi walked in carrying 2 bowls of prepared sauce. She placed one bowl in front of Lu Yi and then sat down opposite him. Lu Yi noticed that Chingi's bowl did not have cilantro added. He silently made a mental note of it. A moment later, the waiter brought in the broth from the hot pot, placed it on the mahogany table, and bent down to light it. Then the waiters brought out the dishes one after another, and the small mahogany table was soon piled up. A waiter pushed in a wooden cart, otherwise there would have been no place to put them. Xiaoyi, I remember this is the first time we've ever eaten hot pot together, right? Chingi said gently, her voice slightly open. Chingi, this is just the beginning. We can come out to eat every day from now on, Li said sincerely. In the 2 years since Chingi came to live here, he has never gone out to eat with her alone. Forget about her, I have nothing else either. Lu Yi remembered that he had eaten there only twice. Once was when Chingi came, and Xiao Xia brought the two of them out. Then Zhu Lingshan arrived, and the four of them ate together. I spend the rest of my time at home. Before Chingi arrived, a housekeeper cooked for her after she arrived, she cooked every meal herself. However, Lu Yi still greatly admired Chingi's cooking skills, which were only slightly inferior to his mother's. Chingi looked at Lu Yi and chuckled. She didn't say anything more, but picked up her chopsticks, took a slice of beef, and put it into the boiling hot pot. After a few quick dips in the broth, he picked it up and placed it in Lu Yi's bowl. She then picked up some ingredients that were not easy to cook and poured them into the pot one by one. She then picked up another piece of beef, cooked it in the broth, and put it back into Lu Yi's bowl. Lu Yi didn't notice this detail, he just felt that after he finished eating one piece, there was another piece in his bowl. After eating several pieces, he finally looked up at the clean bowl in front of Chingi, and his ears turned red. Chingi hadn't even eaten herself yet, she kept cooking for him. Chingi, let me cook it for you. After saying that, Lu Yi picked up a piece of tripe and put it into the pot. After a few quick dips in the broth, once cooked, it was placed in Chingi's bowl. Chingi smiled, gently picked up the tripe, coated it with sauce, and opened her pink little mouth to bite into it. She took 2 small sips, and a piece of tripe disappeared before her lips. Her cheeks twitched slightly as she swallowed the tripe. Xiaoyi made this hot pot, it's delicious. She looked at Lu Yi, her tone gentle as water. If Chingi likes it, then I'll cook some more for you. Lu Yi laughed. Chingi did not refuse, she also wanted to experience what it felt like to be taken care of. Lu Yi's feeding gave her a different feeling. The two of them were sweating profusely after eating hot pot. Lu Yi pulled out a tissue and kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. His lips were red and swollen from the spiciness, almost turning into sausage lips. Chingi wasn't much better off, her face was flushed, a few strands of hair clung to her cheeks, and her pink lips were tinged red from the spiciness, making her look incredibly alluring. There were also some sauce stains on the corners of her mouth. Lu Yi got up, took out another clean tissue, and said softly, Chingi, let me wipe it for you. Hearing this, Chingi raised her head slightly, looked at Lu Yi in front of her, and closed her eyes with peace of mind. Lu Yi moved very gently, carefully wiping the corners of her mouth with a tissue. After wiping away all the sauce, he reached out and gently tucked the stray hairs beside her cheek behind her ear. Seeing her flushed face, Lu Yi couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch it with his fingers. The skin his fingertips touched was as smooth as jade, soft and tender with a slight bouncy texture, making him reluctant to put it down. Chingi felt Lu Yi's warm palm rubbing against her face. Instead of interrupting immediately, she stretched her neck out a bit to make it easier for Lu Yi to move. After playing for a while, Lu Yi finally realized what he was doing. He withdrew his hand, sat back in his chair somewhat shyly, and his ears turned slightly red. Chingi opened her eyes, looked at Lu Yi, who was bowing his head shyly, and smiled. Oh no, are you full? She asked gently. Okay, Lu Yi replied softly. Let's go then. Good. Daily task, reward, 697. Okay, another reward. It seems that completing the missions is the only worthwhile option. As I stepped out of the hot pot restaurant, night had already fallen, and the street lights and shop entrance lights along the road were already on. The two strolled around casually for a bit. After recognizing Chingi, some of the senior students came over to greet her. Looking at Lu Yi's hand in front of Chingi, she felt a little envious. During the military training these past few days, everyone at Jiangnan University knows that Lu Yi is the younger brother of Chingi, the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Some of the more terrifying people even came over and called Lu Yi his brother-in-law. Then Lu Yi, along with Xiang Tuusher and his men, drove them away. Although many senior students came over to try and get closer to me, it wasn't as extreme. As soon as he reached the entrance of the residential area, Lu Yi saw a figure in the distance that looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Hao Yotsu. And there were 2 women with him. Lu Yi knew these 2 women, they weren't classmates. He didn't avoid it, it was someone else's private matter and had nothing to do with him. After returning home with Chingi, he went to the gym and started exercising. Now, you can clearly see some muscle lines in his arms, and his abdominal muscles have started to split from one piece. This exercise lasted for 2 hours. When Luyi came out of the gym, he saw Chingi had changed into a blue silk loungewear outfit and was curled up on the sofa watching TV. "Chingi, what are you looking at?" Luyi walked to the sofa and asked softly. "Oh, the show that Shanshan participated in today is airing," Chingi said gently. Luyi was taken aback. Zhu Lingshan's show? He had to watch it. Chapter 48 Zhu Lingshan's Dream. Luyi quickly took a shower, put on a thin nightgown, and plopped down next to Chingi. Chingi turned her head and looked at Luyi, whose hair was still wet, and chuckled softly. She reached into a box on the coffee table and pulled out 2 tissues, gently wiping Luyi's hair with them. "Sister Chingi, my hair is short, it'll dry in a bit," Luyi said softly as he watched Chingi wiping his hair. "That won't do, what if you catch a cold?" Chingi's eyes were serious. After wiping her hair, she touched it with her hand to make sure it wasn't too wet before continuing. "You still don't know how to take care of yourself. How can you not dry your hair?" Hearing the nagging beside him, Luyi didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he felt very calm. "I understand, I won't do it again next time," Luyi replied. Chingi nodded in satisfaction, threw the tissue into the trash can, leaned back on the sofa, and watched the program intently. Luyi's gaze fell on the television screen, where a talent show was playing. The contestants that the camera panned across were a motley crew, and none of them were particularly outstanding. The male contestant exuded a deliberately seductive charm, while the female contestant's cuteness also seemed somewhat forced. It wasn't until the camera cut to the scene of the group's debut, and the 7-member girl group that Zhu Lingshan and her friends appeared, that things started to look interesting. The 7 girls were all youthful and beautiful, standing on the stage like 7 blooming flowers, so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Zhu Lingshan stood in the center, wearing a pink princess dress with a short hem that revealed a section of her fair thighs. The top features a strapless design, showcasing her beautiful shoulder line and delicate collarbone to the camera without reservation. Her skin was naturally fair, and under the stage lights it shone with a soft glow, making her instantly captivating. Seeing Zhu Lingshan like this, Luyi frowned slightly. "That's too revealing. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Every girl group debuts in the same way. In the entertainment industry, most people attract attention in this way. Unless you truly reach the top or break through the circle with overwhelming strength. Otherwise, this is the only way to grab attention." Luyi pursed his lips. He would have to talk to Zhu Lingshan about this when she returned, and see if they could change their approach and debut as singers instead of a girl group. He didn't want his woman to be dressed provocatively for others to see on stage. As for asking Zhu Lingshan to give up her dream of becoming a star, he had never considered it. Since she came here, the thing she talks about most is that she wants to be a big star in the future. She wants to use her influence to help more people. At the time, Luyi mocked her ideal countless times. On one occasion, she even made the extreme statement that the entertainment industry is all about selling sex appeal. That was also the first time Zhu Lingshan didn't argue with him. She silently went back to her room and locked herself in. She didn't come out of her room until 2 days later, and she was as lively as ever again, but she never mentioned being a star to Luyi again. Looking back now, I realize how utterly I humiliated Zhu Lingshan's dreams. Luyi sighed inwardly. If he had more money, he could simply start his own company and promote Zhu Lingshan to elevate her to the highest level and fulfill her dream. As soon as this idea came to mind, Luyi felt a glimmer of hope. With your own system in place, what can't you accomplish? Just because it doesn't work now doesn't mean it won't work in the future. With a few more stock cards, my current 200,000 yuan can double again. Okay, let's do it this way. We'll open a company and let Zhu Lingshan play with it. Thinking of this, Luyi couldn't help but smile. "Xiao Yi, what are you laughing at?" Chingi asked softly when she saw Luyi looking happy. "Oh, is that so? I just want to laugh when I see Shanshan." Luyi casually made up an excuse. Chingi frowned, then looked at the program on the TV. Zhu Lingshan and the others had finished their performance and ranked 3rd in the score, thus successfully advancing to the next round. In her mind, she unconsciously recalled the argument between Xiao Yi and Zhu Lingshan, in which he always belittled Shanshan's dreams. Seeing Zhu Lingshan's performance now makes me want to laugh. It seems that Xiao Yi still doesn't think highly of Shanshan. "Xiao Yi, Shanshan has her own dreams, and we can't look at her with discriminatory eyes." Chingi turned to look at Luyi, her gaze calm and her tone gentle. Shanshan just wants to use her celebrity influence to help more people in need. She doesn't crave the spotlight on stage. I hope you understand. Lu Yi was taken aback, then realized that Chu Chingi had misunderstood something. He chuckled softly and said sincerely, "Sister Chingi, you misunderstood. I said I wanted to laugh when I saw Shanshan because she finally stepped onto the stage." At this point, Lu Yi pointed to the television, which was showing a program that was focused on Zhu Lingshan. In the photos, Zhu Lingshan has a sweet smile on her face. She is so cute and charming. She seems to be the focus of the crowd. Shanshan has already taken the first step towards her dream, and I'm happy for her, not discriminating against her, Lu Yi said softly. Chu Chingi's eyes flashed with surprise. She hadn't expected Lu Yi to have such thoughts. Then her brows relaxed, and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. Yes, Lu Yi's changes during this period are clearly visible. She has witnessed every change in him, from his previous rebelliousness to his current obedience. This change is not just a change in action, but also a change in mindset. His current idea is genuinely for Shanshan's benefit, and it also indirectly supports Shanshan's dream. Chu Chingi couldn't help but think how happy Zhu Lingshan would be if she knew. However, she did not intend to tell Zhu Lingshan. Lu Yi had to tell her about it himself. As the program progressed, Zhu Lingshan and her team successfully advanced and will compete in another elimination round the day after tomorrow. Xiao Yi, is there anything else you want to see? Chu Chingi glanced at the time. It was only 9:30, still early. I'm fine with anything, Chingi. What do you want to see? I'll watch it with you. Lu Yi turned his head and looked at Chu Chingi gently. Chu Chingi reached out and hugged Lu Yi, saying softly, "Then let's watch Korean dramas." Lu Yi could no longer hear what Chingi was saying. His head was resting against an incredibly comfortable spot. This feeling brought him back to his childhood. It is a mother's embrace. Lu Yi moved his head, found a softer spot to lean against, and looked at the television. Chu Chingi's ears turned slightly red. She lowered her head slightly, looked at Lu Yi in her arms, and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. This little wild one has a few little schemes up her sleeve. But wouldn't that be better? She was still afraid that Lu Yi would resist. It seems that once the military training is over and he fulfills his promise to Zhu Lingshan, it will be his turn. Chapter 49. 4 Weaklings. A hotel located 1,000 miles away from Jiangnan City. Shia got out of the car with a cold face, ignoring the three people behind her, and walked straight into the hotel. "Sigh, it seems our cooperation with President Zhang has fallen apart." Shin-na sighed, her eyes filled with helplessness. "I understand now. It's just a drink, why can't President Xiao save face?" Zhang Wei said with a gloomy face. Just now at the banquet, Mr. Zhang made it clear that as long as the two of them have a drink, the contract can be finalized. But Xiao Xie grabbed the wine glass and threw it at President Zhang, showing no respect whatsoever. "Now look what's happened. The contract I worked so hard for over the past few months is going to fall through. Let's not say too much." Mr. Xiao must be feeling bad that the contract wasn't signed, Shirley comforted him. Zhang Wei didn't say a word. His face was as black as charcoal. "I had hoped to sign the contract this month so that I could use the bonus I received at the end of the month to pay for my mother's medical treatment. But now, the money is gone, and we don't know how much longer my mother's illness can last. We need to find a way to get some money from other places." Military training these days is a piece of cake for Lu Yi. His physical abilities are already twice that of an average person. After sparring with the instructor again, he was still knocked to the ground. Soldiers are indeed soldiers, they're fucking awesome. Lu Yi felt that he needed to improve further. "Hey Lu Yi, you're really stubborn, always asking Instructor Zhang for practice," Xiang Tuosher said casually, putting his arm around Lu Yi's shoulder and teasing him. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Xiang Tuosher, Du Ziting, Diao Mao, and Hao Yu Qian, his tone tinged with mockery. "If we don't find the instructor, are we going to spar with a bunch of weaklings like you? Brother, are you serious?" Du Ziting immediately sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. "My broadsword is itching for a fight." Diao Mao stretched his neck and jumped around a couple of times, looking eager to try. Only Hao Yu Qian silently took 2 steps back, clearly indicating that he did not want to participate. Hilarious. On the first day of military training, apart from Diao Mao, he, Xiang Tuosher, and Du Ziting were all easily defeated by Lu Yi. These two really have forgotten the pain once the wound has healed. He didn't want to make things difficult for himself and had to maintain his image. "Today, I'll show you why flowers are so red." Xiang Tuosher was furious, his hand on Lu Yi's shoulder tightened suddenly, and at the same time, he secretly stretched out his leg, trying to trip Lu Yi when he was not paying attention. But Lu Yi was much faster. He grabbed Xiang Tuusher's arm that was holding him, twisted his wrist, and used the other's strength to throw him over his shoulder with a swift motion, slamming Xiang Tuusher to the ground with a thud. Immediately afterward, before Diao Mao could even get close, Lu Yi delivered a clean sidestep and a kunshin lean, sending him staggering and flying to the ground with a muffled groan. Just as Du Ziting was about to launch a sneak attack, Lu Yi squatted down and swept his leg in a beautiful sweeping kick, tripping him to the ground. Within seconds, Xiang Tuusher, Diao Mao, and Du Ziting were all lying on the ground groaning in pain. Lu Yi clapped his hands, stood up, and turned his gaze to Hao Yuqian beside him. Hao Yuqian quickly waved his hand and said with a forced smile, "If you hit them, you can't hit me, okay? I never said I wanted to participate." Seeing this, Lu Yi casually touched his nose, bent down and helped the three groaning people on the ground up one by one. "Do you submit? Do you want to continue?" He looked at the three of them, a slight smile playing on his lips. "What's the big deal about hitting us? If you're going to be useful, go find the instructors." Xiang Tuusher shouted, tilting his head back, as if he wasn't the one who had just mocked Lu Yi for going to compete with the instructors. "That's right, they just know how to bully the four weaklings like us," Du Ziting said with dissatisfaction. "No, you three weaklings, don't drag me into this." Hao Yotsu retorted on the spot. "You don't even dare to go up there, yet you say you're not a weakling. I call this a tactical retreat. Fuck you, brothers, let's teach him a lesson." "Holy crap, are you guys serious?" As Lu Yi watched Du Ziting and the other two chasing after Hao Yotsu, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. "It's really interesting. University life is so wonderful." He ignored Hao Yotsu, who was pinned to the ground in the distance, declined Wu Mengmen's invitation to dinner, and left the playground with his hands in his pockets. Arriving at the teacher's building, Lu Yi saw Teacher Li again and was teased by him for a while before finally finding an excuse to leave triumphantly. They were so enthusiastic, it was unbelievable. Lu Yi walked to the door of Chu Chingi's office and gently knocked on the wooden door. "Please come in." Chu Chingi's gentle and clear voice came from inside the door. Lu Yi pushed open the door and entered. In the sofa area of the office, besides Chu Chingi, there was also a pretty girl sitting there. The two sat side by side on the sofa, with several open documents in front of them, as if they were discussing something. "Xiao Yi, sit here for a while," Chu Chingi said gently as she looked up. Lu Yi nodded slightly, not wanting to disturb him further, and went straight to sit down on the single chair in the corner. He glanced at the girl discreetly. Judging from her clothes, she seemed to be a student, probably there to ask Chu Chingi about academic or club-related issues. He patiently listened to a few sentences of their conversation, which was nothing more than a discussion about the framework of the research project and the organization of data. He quickly lost interest and his eyes unconsciously drifted to the window. As for the girl, he only glanced at her politely when he entered, and then paid no further attention to her. No matter how attractive other women are, they can't arouse his interest. He can barely take care of his family, let alone have the energy to spare for others. The two chatted for a while before the girl got up, packed up her documents, smiled, said goodbye to Chu Chingi, and left the office. As soon as the office door closed, Chu Chingi got up and walked to Lu Yi, naturally reaching out to pat his head, her gentle tone tinged with apology. "Have you been waiting long?" Lu Yi took her hand that was on his head, looked up at her, and said in a soft but earnest voice, "Sister Chingi, I won't feel like it's been too long no matter how long I wait for you. You're such a smooth talker." Chu Chingi felt a warmth in her heart from his words and couldn't help but gently tap his forehead with her other hand. She didn't use any force, but rather it was a playful, teasing gesture. Taking the opportunity, Lu Yi grasped her other hand in his palm, holding her hands tightly with both of them, and looked into her eyes with utmost sincerity. "Chingi, shall I treat you to a movie today?" Chu Chingi's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. The two of them went to see a movie. It felt like they were on a date. However, since it was Ono who proposed it, how could she possibly refuse? "Okay." Chu Chingi parted her lips slightly, her voice gentle, her eyes full of smiles. Chapter 50: Small Actions in the Movie Theater. There is a movie theater right next to Jiangnan University. The two got out of the car and walked into the cinema lobby. They saw a long queue already formed in front of the ticket window, with people chatting and laughing, making it a lively scene. "There are quite a lot of people here," Lu Yi remarked, then turned to Chu Chingi beside him and asked softly, "Chingi, what movie would you like to see?" Chu Chingi followed his gaze to the movie information screen above the ticket window, then looked away, her voice as gentle as melted candy. "Anything is fine with me, I like whatever Shia likes to watch." Lu Yi felt a warmth in his heart and smiled as he led her to a bench in the corner of the hall to sit down. Then, "Sister Chingi, wait for me here for a while, I'll go buy the tickets." Chingi nodded slightly, her fingertips resting lightly on her knees, watching Lu Yi turn and walk towards the group, and quietly sat there waiting. Lu Yi stood at the end of the line. Although there were quite a few people ahead of him, he patiently waited for the line to move forward, thinking that he would be able to watch a movie with Chingi later. The reason I brought Chingi to the movies today was simply because of today's daily task. The main thing is that without this mission, Lu Yi wouldn't have even thought about watching movies. He had only come twice before with his parents, both times during the Chinese New Year, when the three of them enjoyed a happy time together. Although his parents are gone, he now has 3 family members who accompany him. A short while later, Lu Yi bought 2 movie tickets for a film about a sister and her brother. Returning to Chingi, Lu Yi handed her the tickets and said softly, "Chingi, I'm going to buy popcorn and drinks. Wait for me a bit." "Okay, go ahead." Chingi took the tickets and responded gently. After she finished speaking, she looked down at the movie title on the ticket, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Does the older sister take care of her younger brother? That's interesting. What is Ono implying? Could it be that his feelings for himself are greater than those for Zhu Lingshan? If that's the case, then after military training, it won't be Zhu Lingshan's turn. Chingi's lips curled up slightly, forming a gentle smile. Her gaze was fixed on Lu Yi not far away, her eyes filled with tender affection. That boy has really grown up. Not long after, Lu Yi returned carrying 2 buckets of popcorn and 2 bottles of cola. Chingi quickly got up and reached out to help him share half of the load. "Chingi, let's go, it's about to start," Lu Yi said softly. He bought tickets for the next game, he was too lazy to wait any longer. The two followed the flow of people into the screening room. Lu Yi's seat was in the very center, with a wide view. There weren't many people in the hall, but the seating arrangement was a bit odd. The back rows were almost full of people, and judging from the way they were huddled together whispering, most of them were couples. A few families were scattered around the front row, and the chatter of children could be heard from time to time. In contrast, there were very few people sitting in the middle area. Lu Yi and Chingi found their seat numbers by following their ticket stubs, and each placed their paper buckets of popcorn and iced cola on the shelf next to the armrest. As soon as Lu Yi sat down, he saw Chingi reach out and press on the armrest between their seats. The metal armrest lifted up with a click, and the 2 seats that were originally separated instantly became one, without any gap between them. "Chingi, what's wrong with you?" Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of surprise. "Can movie theater seats be arranged like this? I want to hold Shia while I watch." Chingi turned her head and smiled gently at him. As she spoke, she reached out and took his arm, gently pulling him into her embrace. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Watching a movie snuggled up like this was much more comfortable than sitting alone. He reached out and put his arm around Chingi's waist, resting his head gently on her shoulder, his nose instantly filled with her faint fragrance. Beneath his palm was her soft waist, and he could feel her warm body temperature. Lu Yi felt his whole body relax. "Here, Shia, have some popcorn." Chingi stretched out her slender hand, gently picked up a piece of popcorn with her thumb and forefinger, and offered it to Lu Yi's mouth. Lu Yi opened his mouth, and Chingi tilted her wrist slightly to feed him popcorn. The sweet taste had just spread on his tongue when he subconsciously closed his mouth, but accidentally put Chingi's 2 fingers that were holding the popcorn into his mouth as well. Upon feeling the contents of his mouth, Lu Yi's face flushed bright red. Just as he was about to hurriedly open his mouth to let go, he felt Chingi slowly pull the finger out of his mouth. His gaze unconsciously fell on Chingi's 2 fingers. Her fair and slender index finger and thumb were covered with glistening saliva, which shimmered in the dim light. However, Chingi didn't care. She picked up a piece of popcorn and gently offered it to his lips. Lu Yi raised his head slightly, his eyes filled with a mix of panic and shyness, and stared straight at Chingi. "What's wrong?" Chingi noticed his gaze, a faint smile in her eyes, and asked gently. "No. No." Lu Yi quickly lowered his head, his ears turning red, and he pressed his lips tightly together, not daring to look at her again. He felt his heart pounding. Damn Lu Yi, what are you thinking? He was actually lingering on the feeling he had just experienced. Chingi's favorability has increased. Chingi's affection level has increased. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Lu Yi's eyes flashed with surprise. He raised his head slightly and stole a glance at Chingi. In the dim light, Lu Yi couldn't see very clearly, but the occasional flashes of light from the big screen allowed him to see Chingi's slightly reddened ears. It seems that Sister Chingi isn't as calm as she appears. Lu Yi checked the values he had just seen, his favorability had increased by 5 points, and his affection had increased by 7 points. Wow, that's a lot. Favorability, 70-99. Adoration level, 35. At this moment, Chingi's favorability rating had already soared to over 70, and her admiration value had reached 35. That's fast. Seeing such high scores, Luya's inner desire became even more pronounced. My sister seems to have already gone far away. He moved his head, moved away from her shoulder, and snuggled into Chingi's arms, seeking the feeling of his mother's embrace. Chingi lowered her head slightly, looking at Luyi, who was like a child, her eyes gentle and tender, overflowing with doting affection. She stroked Luya's head with one hand and continued to feed him popcorn with the other, just like a mother taking care of her child. I didn't watch the movie Luyi much, but basically it's about a little kid who lost his parents and was taken in by a girl who also lost her parents. The girl is 3 years older than the boy, and the two are not related by blood. The older sister raised the boy, but he became rebellious in high school and often went to internet cafes and roller skating rinks. His sister died unexpectedly while searching for him. Finally, the boy realized his mistake and worked hard to reach the pinnacle of his life, but the regret in his heart accompanied him for the rest of his life. Chapter 51: A Gift for Chingi. Daily Quest, Reward, Charisma +1. Luyi didn't care much about the reward. He didn't know how he walked out of the movie theater. He initially thought the movie was just an ordinary story about a sister and her brother, but the more he watched, the more heartbroken he became. He saw a reflection of himself in the protagonist of the movie. Both of them shared the same rebellious streak and had older sisters who loved them. But in the end, they all passed away unexpectedly. Fortunately, the movie was just a movie, and I was reborn. The two walked down to the first floor and were about to head to the second basement level to take a car home when Luyi suddenly saw Zhou Jifu next to him and suddenly thought of giving Chingi a gift. He hasn't given them anything yet. The gifts aren't expensive, but the thought is what counts. Now that I have a little money, I can easily afford to buy a small gift worth a few thousand yuan. Chingi, let's go inside and take a look. Luyi pulled Chingi to the entrance of Zhou Jifu's shop and said softly. Chingi was somewhat puzzled, but she did not refuse. The two entered the jewelry store, which wasn't crowded with customers. Soon, a waitress in uniform came forward to greet me. Hello, sir. The waiter wore a standard professional smile, his tone polite yet distant. Let's just look around, Luyi replied casually, naturally taking Chingi's hand as they looked at the gold and silver jewelry displayed at the counter. The waitress patiently stayed by their side, and whenever their eyes lingered on a particular piece of jewelry for a while, she would quietly introduce its material, craftsmanship, and style. Throughout the entire process, he maintained a calm demeanor and did not appear disrespectful. The counter was filled with a dazzling array of necklaces, bracelets, and earrings, each piece exquisite and beautiful, its gold and silver shimmering in the light. Luyi led Chingi to look at each of the rows of jade pieces, finally stopping in front of the jade counter, his gaze falling on a piece of Hatan jade carved into the shape of a peace buckle. Bring this out for me to take a look, Luyi said, looking up at the waiter. The waiter did not refuse, went around to the counter, took out the Hatan jade safety buckle, and placed it on the glass surface of the counter with a clean velvet cloth. Sir, this is a safety buckle made of Hatan jade. The carving is very delicate. You can take a closer look. Luyi picked up the safety buckle. The jade surface felt delicate and warm to the touch, with the unique coolness and smoothness of jade, and it was polished smooth. He turned to look at Chingi, a gentle smile in his eyes, and said softly, Sister Chingi, come on, try it on. Chingi was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Luyi actually let her try it on? Did he intend to buy it for himself? The thought had barely crossed her mind when she suppressed it. She knew Luya's situation well. Previously, Shia only gave him a little over 1,000 yuan of pocket money each month, most of which was spent on games. She would occasionally secretly slip him some money. He turned 18 this month, and although Xiao's allowance increased, it was only 3,000 yuan. The label on the counter stated that this Hatan jade safety buckle was worth 4,999 yuan, which Luyi simply couldn't afford. Chingi chuckled to herself. Perhaps Ono thought the peace buckle suited her and wanted to see how she looked wearing it. Without asking any further questions, she turned slightly, presenting the back of her neck to Luyi, and whispered, okay. Never mind, if Ono likes it, he can just buy it himself. Luyi wrapped his arms around Chingi's neck, placed the Hatan jade safety buckle on her chest, and tied a knot behind her neck with his fingers holding the hanging rope. Alright, Chingi, turn around and let me see. He let go of her hand, his voice filled with anticipation. Chingi turned around and faced Luyi. The safety buckle hung quietly on her chest, resting on the cleavage below her neckline. The unique warm luster of Hutan jade complements her delicate and fair skin, making her neckline even more beautiful and giving her a more gentle and elegant temperament. Upon seeing this, the waiter immediately smiled and praised, "This young lady has such a wonderful temperament. This jade pendant is simply tailor-made for you. The warmth and smoothness of the jade perfectly complement your elegance." Chingi extended her slender index finger, tracing its tip across her shoulder line before finally landing on the cool safety buckle. She looked up at Lu Yi, a smile in her eyes. "Does it look good?" Lu Yi's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily as he swallowed, his tone utterly sincere. "Beautiful, so beautiful. It's a blessing for this peace amulet to be worn by you. You're such a chatterbox." Chingi glared at him reproachfully, then turned to the waiter beside her, her tone gentle yet decisive. "Please wrap this up for me. It seems that Ono really likes wearing this peace buckle. She used to not care about these gold, silver and jade jewelry, and even felt they were a bit cumbersome, never thinking of wearing them. But looking at the light in Lu Yi's eyes today, I suddenly felt that this small safety buckle had become particularly pleasing to the eye." "Wait a minute, pack 2 more of this for me," Lu Yi called out to the waiter. "Would you like to add 2 more?" the waiter asked, somewhat surprised. "3 of them? That's a lot of commission you can get." "Yes, there are 3 in total." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The waiter excitedly turned and left. "Xiao Yi, what's going on?" Chingi asked, somewhat puzzled. "That's over 10,000 yuan for 3 teachers, but she didn't have that much money on her teachers' salaries aren't that high. In addition, she has to donate half of her salary to charity every month, so she doesn't have much savings at all. She could afford 1 if she gritted her teeth, but 3? It seems she'll have to borrow some from Sister Xia later." "Chingi, I haven't given you any gifts yet. I'll buy 3, 1 for you, Xia, and Shanchan," Lu Yi said gently. Chingi's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes filled with surprise. What had she just heard? Ono said he wanted to give this to himself, so he bought it. "Xiao Yi, more than 10,000? Do you have that much money?" Chingi asked in confusion. "Yes," Lu Yi said firmly, "I bought some stocks before and made quite a bit of money, so don't worry." This was an excuse he had already come up with after all. It was unrealistic to say he would buy lottery tickets when he suddenly had extra money. And stocks are a perfect excuse. Chingi was shocked. She never expected that Xiao Yi would be able to earn money on his own. She had heard of stocks. If you could make a good prediction, you could indeed make a lot of money. However, there is also the possibility of losing everything. She just doesn't understand it. Chingi didn't say anything more, but watched Lu Yi swipe his card. The moment the receipt came out, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally at ease. It seems Ono has really grown up. Not only does he know how to make money, but he also thinks about the 3 of them. That's wonderful. "Come on, Chingi, this thing is truly yours now." Lu Yi walked up to her and helped her put it back on. Chingi's favorability has increased. Chingi's affection level has increased. Chapter 52. Xiao Xia's favorability increases dramatically. As his favorability and admiration levels soared, Lu Yi's lips curled into a wide grin. Favorability, 74.99. Adoration level, 40. The favorability increased by 4 points, and the affection value increased by 5 points. "What are you laughing at?" Chingi gently rubbed Lu Yi's head. "Seeing Sister Chingi wearing the things I gave her makes me happy," Lu Yi said with a simple smile. From then on, Sister Chingi wore it every day. After saying that, she placed her hand on Lu Yi's cheek, gently pinched it, and looked at him with doting eyes. Lu Yi carried the things, and the 2 returned to the parking lot, got into the car, and went home. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi checked Chingi's tasks again, but unfortunately, they were all monetary rewards, totaling less than 2,000 yuan. There are 3 days until Zhu Lingshan returns. Once she comes back, the strategy quests will refresh. And my military training will also come to an end. These past 2 days, after finishing his military training, Lu Yi would come to Chingi's office to wait for her to get off work. Chingi also knew that with no one at home, Lu Yi would be bored if he went back. "Let's go," Chingi said to Lu Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, after packing her things. As they stepped out of the office, Chingi naturally took Lu Yi's arm. The 2 strolled through the campus like a couple. The students who passed by all looked on with envy. But despite their envy, no one remembered it as a sign of jealousy. They all knew that Lu Yi was Chingi's younger brother. What's wrong with siblings being close? It just shows they have a good relationship. Oh no, I'm going out tomorrow. Take good care of yourself then. Shu Qingyi's voice rang in his ears. Lu Yi was somewhat surprised and asked softly, Sister Chingi, what are you going to do? There's a piano exchange event, I'll go and learn from it, Shu Qingyi said. How many days will you be gone? Go tomorrow morning and come back the day after tomorrow afternoon. Lu Yi nodded slightly. It seemed he would be spending tomorrow night alone in his room. After careful consideration, Lu Yi realized that he didn't know much about Shu Qingyi. Although they had lived under the same roof for 2 years, he had barely spoken a few words to her, mostly responding with sarcastic remarks and showing no genuine concern for her. He only knew that Shu Qingyi was very good at playing the piano, but he didn't know exactly how good she was. It's a pity I have military training tomorrow, otherwise I could go with Qingyi. When the two returned home, a woman was sitting on the sofa. Lu Yi's eyes lit up, and he ran over in a few steps. Sister Xia, you're back. Lu Yi sat down next to her and greeted her happily. Xiao Xia glanced at Lu Yi, her eyes showing some surprise. She felt that Lu Yi seemed more charming and handsome than before. This is probably because of consistent exercise. My energy and spirit have returned, and I look refreshed. Excellent, very good results. Xiao Xia's favorability has increased. Lu Yi was taken aback. He hadn't expected that simply greeting someone would actually increase his favorability rating. Even though it's only 1 point, it's still an improvement. Have you been exercising these past few days? Xiao Xia placed her laptop on the coffee table, her tone calm yet gentle. Of course, look at my biceps. Lu Yi said, showing her his biceps as he spoke. Sister Xia, let me tell you, on the first day of military training I challenged our instructor to a match, and I couldn't even last 5 moves. A couple of days ago I challenged him again, and I was able to hold my own against him. Hearing Lu Yi's childlike boasting, Xiao Xia's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The instructor's abilities are beyond question. They are far superior to those of untrained college students. According to Ono, he has made great progress. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Xia's favorability has increased. It's 1 o'clock again, and Lu Yi is overjoyed. Sure enough, showcasing oneself is the best way to increase Xia's favorability. Oh, right, Sister Xia, I have something for you. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Lu Yi quickly ran into the room. Xiao Xia looked somewhat surprised. Xiao Yi actually had something to give her? Interesting. 3 years have passed, and she has never received a gift from Lu Yi, which inevitably makes her feel a little hopeful. All the work-related troubles vanished at that moment, replaced by thoughts of Lu Yi's gift. A moment later, Lu Yi came out of the room, holding a small red box in his hands. Upon seeing the box, Xiao Xia's eyes narrowed slightly, and she unconsciously opened them wider. She was very familiar with those boxes. They were mostly used to store jewelry. Sister Xia, look at this. Lu Yi walked up to her and stopped, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently lifted the lid of the box. A round and full Hatian jade safety buckle lies quietly at the bottom of the box. The white jade has a warm and soft texture and shines with a delicate white luster under the light. It is free of any impurities and looks exceptionally translucent. Sister Xia, the peace buckle symbolizes completeness and peace. Lu Yi looked up at her, his clear eyes full of determination. I hope we can be together for the rest of our lives and grow old in peace. In his previous life, Xiao Xia, Shu Qingyi, and Zhu Lingshan all met tragic ends, leaving scars in his heart that could never heal. In this life, he will do everything in his power to protect them and ensure they all have a fulfilling and peaceful life. Xiao Xia's breathing became rapid, and her heart felt as if it had been gently bumped by something, a feeling that was both warm and bittersweet. She reached out her trembling hand and took the safety buckle in her palm. Her fingertips traced the cool and delicate touch of the jade, and she played with it for a while before she could barely suppress her surging emotions. She turned to look at Lu Yi, a hint of doubt and concern in her eyes. Where did you get the money to buy this? This jade is not cheap. It costs at least several thousand yuan. She gave Lu Yi his allowance, so she naturally knew how much money he had. He couldn't afford such an expensive gift. Lu Yi had already prepared an excuse for Xiao Xia's question. He used the same excuse he used with Shu Qingyi. He made it from stock trading. You know how to trade stocks? Xiao Xia wasn't as easily fooled as Shu Qingyi. It wasn't that she didn't trust Lu Yi, but rather that she was afraid he would go astray and do something illegal. Of course, I'll show you my most recent transaction record. Lu Yi already knew that Xiao Xia wasn't that wealthy. He took out his phone and showed Xiao Xia his previous stock purchase records. An income of 120,000. Xiao Xia looked somewhat surprised, not expecting Lu Yi to be so rich. Based on the allowance she gave Lu Yi before, 1,500 yuan a month, it would only amount to 54,000 yuan over 3 years. Moreover, she knew that Lu Yi spent money extravagantly. But now, Lu Yi has actually earned 120,000 yuan, which has overturned her previous opinion of Lu Yi. You. Xiao Xia opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Sister Xia, am I amazing? Lu Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. Looking at the boy about to perform, Xiao Xia took a deep breath, reached out and ruffled Lu Yi's hair. Very good. Xiao Xia's favorability has increased. Xiao Xia's affection level has increased. Chapter 53. Xiao Xia is jealous? Hearing the voice in his mind, Lu Yi was stunned. A dozen or so clanging sounds. He hurriedly checked Xiao Xia's double values. Favorability, 100. Admiration level, 100. Okay, I'm still not 30. However, Lu Yi estimated that the favorability rating should have reached around 20. He believes that the day he turns 30 is not far off. Is it pretty? Xiao Xia's voice pulled Lu Yi back to reality. He looked up and saw that Xiao Xia had already put the safety buckle around her neck. A pure white and smooth jade buckle hung on her chest, just a few centimeters above the cleavage below her neckline. The unique white luster of the Hutian jade complemented her delicate and fair skin, making her look exceptionally elegant. So beautiful. After Lu Yi finished speaking, his gaze unconsciously moved upwards and lingered on Xiao Xia's delicate collarbone, every part of which exuded a charming aura. I've accepted the things. Go train now. Xiao Xia opened her mouth slightly, her calm tone softening. Lu Yi withdrew his gaze, got up, and walked towards the gym. Not long after, Chingi came in and called him to eat. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Yi took a shower and came out of the bathroom. Zhu Lingshan was also on the show today. As soon as I entered the living room, my eyes were drawn to the scene on the sofa. 2 stunningly beautiful women were sitting on the sofa. Xiao Xia was wearing a purplish-red silk nightgown, with thin straps hanging loosely on her rounded shoulders. Besides the safety buckle at the neckline, a deep cleavage was also faintly visible. She leaned back on the sofa cushions, her legs casually draped over the coffee table in front of her. Her bare feet revealed 5 plump, lustrous toes that looked like full, lustrous pearls. The hem of her robe wasn't long, and in this position it slipped down slightly, stopping a few centimeters above her knees, exposing her shapely calves to the air, giving her an air of languidness. Chingi, standing next to her, was wearing a navy blue 2-piece printed ice silk pajama set. She had her legs curled up on the sofa, curled up in a ball, and her eyes were fixed on the TV screen. The pajamas looked loose, but the material was so thin it was almost transparent, as if it were just a layer of light gauze covering her body. With the slightest movement, it could perfectly outline her exquisite curves, and every undulation was full of charm. 2 beautiful women with very different styles sat together. One was languid and flamboyant, the other gentle and reserved. Looking at the scene before him, Lu Yi's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, and he swallowed hard. Come on, Xiao Yi, sit here. Chingi caught a glimpse of Lu Yi out of the corner of her eye, immediately turned her head, a gentle smile on her face, and patted the empty seat between herself and Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia also glanced at Lu Yi, her long eyelashes fluttering. She didn't say anything, but her toes, which were resting on the coffee table, twitched, which was considered tacit approval. Lu Yi quickly shook off the jumbled thoughts in his mind, took a few steps to the sofa, and sat down between the 2 of them. As soon as he sat down, the cool fragrance of Xiao Xia and the light fragrance of Chingi wafted into his nostrils. The 2 scents intertwined, making his somewhat calm heart restless again. Chingi seemed unaware of Lu Yi's unusual behavior. Instead, she reached out, wrapped her arm around Lu Yi's body, and pulled him slightly closer to her chest, letting him rest against her chest. Lu Yi was a little confused. Sister Shia was still at home, and Sister Chingi dared to do this? He didn't speak, but instead shifted his body slightly, finding a more comfortable position, and rested his head more easily on Chingi's chest, like a mother holding her son. Xiao Xia, standing beside her, looked somewhat surprised. When did these 2 get to this level of friendship? She kept glancing back and forth between Lu Yi and Chingi out of the corner of her eye, and the more she looked, the more uneasy she felt. This is no longer just a simple good relationship, it's clearly an excessive level of intimacy. That kind of unspoken understanding cannot be cultivated in a short time. That's not all. The next second, Shia saw Chingi open a bag of tomato-flavored potato chips, pick up a chip with her fingers, and naturally put it to Luya's mouth. Luyi didn't even look up, he opened his mouth and took it in. His skill was almost unbelievable. What shocked her even more was that several times when Luyi opened his mouth, he didn't pay much attention and accidentally put Chingi's fingers in his mouth as well. Chingi showed no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, she simply smiled and withdrew her finger, even rubbing her finger against his lips, her eyes full of indulgence. Shia knew in her heart that the harmonious coexistence between the two was exactly what she hoped to see. But for some reason, a strange feeling of bitterness spread through my heart. Her chest felt tight, as if something was blocking it, and she couldn't even concentrate on watching the TV program. Xiao Yi, come here. Shia opened her mouth slightly, her voice somewhat cold, and seemed to carry a hint of anger. His words immediately startled Lu Yi and Chingi, who looked at her curiously. I told you to come here. Shia repeated, her tone icy. Lu Yi stood up, sat up straight from Chingi's embrace, and leaned his head close to Shia, asking curiously, what's wrong, Sister Xie? Shia didn't say anything, but instead imitated Chingi, reaching out to put her arm around his shoulder and pulling him tightly into her arms. Caught off guard, Lu Yi collapsed into Shia's chest, his mind still reeling. In his memory, this was only the second time he had had physical contact with Shia. The first time was when she held my hand and brought me back to this home. Lu Yi lifted his head from her chest, resting his chin on her soft bosom, his eyes full of confusion. Your sister Chingi is tired enough, so don't bother her. Shia didn't look at Lu Yi, her eyes were fixed on the TV screen, and her ears turned slightly red. This was the first time she had ever let a man lean against her and rest his head on her chest. Even with her strong inner strength, a slight tremor appeared at this moment. Fortunately, this person was Lu Yi, so she didn't do anything rash. A sly glint flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. If he's not mistaken, is Sister Xie jealous? Humph, stubborn older sister. Lu Yi didn't speak, but instead turned over, resting the back of his head in her arms, and looked at the TV program. Sister Xie, I want to eat potato chips, Lu Yi said softly. Chingi naturally handed the potato chips to Xia, who fluttered her eyelashes, grabbed the bag of chips, reached in, grabbed a handful, and stuffed them into Lu Yi's mouth. Fortunately, Lu Yi had a big enough mouth, so he didn't choke. Looking at Xia's appearance, Chingi smiled faintly, her eyes full of tenderness. She didn't feel uncomfortable like Xia, she just found the two of them bickering quite amusing. Anyway, Lu Yi will have to come into contact with Xia sooner or later, so now is a good time to get used to it in advance. Chapter 54. Each with their own ulterior motives. The next day, Lu Yi stretched lazily and glanced at today's tasks. Daily task, get Chingi to kiss you once. Daily task, say good morning to Zhu Lingshan. The first task was simple, but I don't know if sending green bubbles counts as Zhu Lingshan's task. Lu Yi took out his phone and sent Zhu Lingshan a good morning message. Shanshan, wow, the sun must have risen in the west today, you actually sent me a message. Daily task, reward, stock trend card 1. Upon seeing this, Lu Yi was overjoyed. I currently have 170,000 yuan on me, and using this will double that amount. Shanshan, are you sick? You're going to die just because you sent a good morning message? Shanshan, Lu Yi, wait till I get back, I'll bite you to death. The ringing of his phone pulled Lu Yi back to reality, and he then saw that Zhu Lingshan had sent him several messages. After giving her a simple reply to calm her down, Lu Yi couldn't wait to use the stock trend card. Once you have the stock information, all you have to do is wait for the market to open. As I walked out of my room into the living room, I saw Chingi bringing breakfast out of the kitchen. At the dining table, Xia sat in a dining chair, drinking milk while looking at the laptop in front of her. Xiao Yi, come and have breakfast. Chingi waved to Lu Yi. Xia looked up, glanced at him, and then continued working with her head down. Lu Yi walked over and stood in front of Chingi, tilting his chin up and saying in a slightly coquettish voice, Sister Chingi, I want a loving kiss. Okay, Chingi agreed with a smile without even thinking. She reached out her warm hands and cupped Lu Yi's cheeks, gently pressing his head down. Then, she stood on tiptoe, stretched her neck, and pressed her soft lips against Lu Yi's forehead. Daily quest completed, reward, charisma +1. Xia, who was standing next to her, saw this scene clearly and tightened her grip on the milk cup slightly. She silently put down her cup, and only after Lu Yi and Chingi separated did she look up at Lu Yi, her tone calm but carrying an undeniable meaning. Xiao Yi, come here. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, his eyes filled with doubt. What is Sister Xie trying to do? He subconsciously looked at Chingi, his eyes questioning. Chingi suppressed a laugh, gently nudged his back, and said in a soft yet teasing voice, "Go ahead." She already knew what Xiaoxiye was up to. Ha, she really is a woman who was strong-willed her whole life. Lu Yi walked up to Xiaoxiye with a lot of doubts, but before he could ask anything, he was still in the middle of the walk. Xiaoxiye stood up directly, held his head with both hands, and kissed him on the forehead in the same way. Her movements were swift and decisive, but her ears turned slightly red. "Let's eat." After the kiss, Xiaoxiye sat down, her tone as calm as water, and the slight redness at the base of her ears gradually faded, as if it had never happened. Lu Yi hadn't come to his senses yet. He subconsciously touched his forehead, which was still warm and slightly damp. "Are you crazy? Come and have breakfast," Chingi said softly, her tone gentle. Lu Yi looked down at Xiaoxiye, who seemed completely unaffected, and a gentle smile curved his lips. "I never expected that Sister Xie would be such a tsundere." He didn't say anything, but obediently sat down opposite Xiaoxiye, eating while secretly glancing at her. "Why are you looking at me? Just eat your food." Xiaoxiye glanced at Lu Yi, her tone still aloof, yet with a hint of gentleness. Lu Yi lowered his head, didn't ask any more questions, and obediently ate the porridge in his bowl. After finishing breakfast, he told Xiaoxiye and Chingi, "I'm going to school," and left. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, and the living room fell silent instantly. Chingi turned to look at Xiaoxiye sitting opposite her, a sly glint in her eyes, and deliberately dragged out her words, "How about I talk to Shanshan and ask her to give you this opportunity?" Xiaoxiye paused in her grip on the water glass, then abruptly looked up at Chingi, her gaze instantly turning cold as she stared at her with a scrutinizing look. Chingi, however, was not afraid at all. Instead, she met her gaze with a slight smile, her eyes revealing an even stronger cunning. "Boring." Xiaoxiye stared at her for a few seconds, then finally uttered only 2 words before standing up, turning around, and walking upstairs in her slippers. Watching Xiaoxiye's figure disappear at the top of the stairs, Chingi couldn't help but purse her lips and playfully shrug at her back. "Ha, what a proud and arrogant woman." She got up, cleaned the dining table, tidied up the kitchen, and hummed a little tune as she walked upstairs. "Or, why don't you talk to Shanshan about it yourself? That seems to be an option." In the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, Xiaoxiye walked to the desk and sat down, her face expressionless and her eyes cold. Chingi's words kept echoing in her mind. She didn't resist, but she felt that Lu Yi wouldn't dare to enter her room. It was originally agreed that Shanshan would take the initiative, but now that she's suddenly being asked to take it over, she feels that this goes against their original intentions. However, Lu Yi's changes during this period were visible to the naked eye. She couldn't connect Lu Yi with his previous rebellious behavior. Not to mention, Lu Yi even knows how to trade stocks. She knows a bit about this stuff. Most people would just lose everything if they went in. She didn't know how much Lu Yi's initial capital was, but to be able to turn it into 120,000 was already considered outstanding. Never mind, let's see. She also had to maintain the image of a strict stepmother and couldn't let Lu Yi get too cocky. It's certainly good that he has achieved some success, but he still needs to face many more challenges. This is just the beginning. Xiaoxiye's fair hands unconsciously stroked the safety buckle on her chest, calming her somewhat agitated heart. She turned on the computer on her desk and started working. There's a high chance the contract with Mr. Zhang won't be signed, and she can't afford that loss. Now we either have to find another company or continue dealing with Mr. Zhang. If we can get it done by the end of the year, everything will be fine. The sports field of Jiangnan University. The scorching sun burned the air, making even the vision somewhat distorted. On the synthetic track, groups of runners were moving about, each person sweating profusely, their clothes soaked through. "Run 2 more laps, then rest for 10 minutes, the instructor said loudly from the side. Lu Yi didn't care. He could even manage 5 laps, let alone 2. However, the 4 people besides Xiang Tuosher were already approaching their limit. "Brothers, don't give up, or you'll be worse off than a woman," Lu Yi whispered to the 4 men, trying to encourage them. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tuo and his 3 companions indeed perked up. They were in Class 1 of the music department, and the girls ran the same number of laps as them, so how could they possibly give up halfway through? They didn't fall. Lu Yi saw someone from the next class collapse, but less than a second after falling, they jumped up from the scorching heat of the track. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. "Who told you to laugh? Run 2 more laps." The instructor's voice rang out, causing everyone to groan in pain. Chapter 55. Sorry, I like men. Zhao, who laughed first? Xiang Tuusher lay slumped on the grass, his face pale, his chest heaving violently, panting heavily. I don't know, I saw you laughing and I laughed too. Du Zhiting's voice was weak and feeble. He lay there like a limp rag, without even the strength to move a finger. You're all laughing, wouldn't it be out of place if I didn't laugh? Diao Mao pouted, his tone tinged with grievance, but his body remained firmly on the ground, refusing to move. Hao Yotsu didn't speak, but kept his eyes closed and his brows slightly furrowed, clearly trying to calm his rapid breathing in order to recover his strength as soon as possible. Lu Yi quietly shrank his neck and buried his head even lower. He dared not utter a sound. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, which made everyone else laugh too, and as a result, the coach made him run 2 more laps as punishment. He himself didn't care and could handle running a few more laps, but the half-dead state of his 4 teammates made him feel inexplicably uneasy. As the sun sets, happy people are on their way home. Chingi isn't home today, so I'll have to take care of dinner myself. Lu Yi had just reached the entrance to the playground when a crisp sound suddenly came from behind him. Lu Yi, wait a minute. He turned around and saw Su Qingge, the class's youth league secretary. A quiet girl with fair and delicate skin. What's wrong? Lu Yi stopped, looking puzzled. Are you free later? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Su Qingge's voice was soft, with a hint of shyness. Lu Yi frowned, his gaze towards her becoming more wary. The saying, if someone offers you kindness for no reason, they're either up to no good or a thief, is certainly true. He subconsciously looked up into the distance and caught a glimpse of Wu Mengmeng and the others staring at him from afar, whispering to each other with smiles in their eyes. He then glanced at Su Qingge's information. Name, Su Qingge. Age, 26. Appearance, 85 points. Detailed information, 166 centimeters, 53 kilograms, B. Dating history, 3 times. Favorability, 24. Adoration level, 19. The favorability and admiration levels aren't high, so they probably won't be that proactive. However, this 3rd time made him shake his head slightly. That's pointless. Lu Yi's mind raced for a moment, then he looked at Su Qingge and asked directly, did you lose the bet? Su Qingge was clearly stunned for a moment, her brain seemed to freeze instantly, obviously not expecting Lu Yi to see through her words so easily. You lost a game of truth or dare? Lu Yi asked again, looking directly at her. Su Qingge lowered her head even further, a distinct blush rising at the base of her ears. She nodded gently, her voice barely audible, Sure enough, he knew it. Sorry, I like men. Lu Yi said this and turned to leave gracefully. Su Qingge's mouth formed an O shape, her eyes filled with shock. Does she like men? No wonder he doesn't interact with other women and spends all his time with Hao Yotsu and the others. No, we can't let Lu Yi turn Hao Yotsu gay. There aren't many handsome men to begin with, so how are they supposed to survive if these two get together? Su Qingge turned around and ran quickly towards Wu Mengmeng to have a proper discussion. When Lu Yi returned home, the first thing he saw when he opened the door was Xiao Xia lying on the sofa. He changed into slippers and walked over, only to see Xiao Xia lying there in a purple spaghetti strap nightgown, completely unladylike, her long, slender legs casually draped over the edge of the coffee table, her posture languid. Sister Xia, I'm back. Lu Yi sat down in the empty seat next to her and spoke softly. Xiao Xia glanced at him, then put her legs off the coffee table, got up and walked towards the stairs. As she passed by him, she casually said, let's eat out today. Lu Yi wasn't surprised. Before Chu Qingyi came, Xiao Xia mostly hired a housekeeper to cook for her, and occasionally she would take him out to eat. However, that didn't happen many times, less than 10 times. It wasn't that Xiao Xia was unwilling, it was mainly because he was going through a rebellious phase at the time and didn't want to go out with her. After a moment of distraction, Lu Yi lay down on the sofa, one hand behind his head, quietly waiting for Xiao Xia to come downstairs after changing her clothes. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor, Xiao Xia opened the wardrobe door, her gaze sweeping over the clothes inside, finally settling on a blue double-layered lace dress, and then casually picked up a white Chanel-style jacket next to it. After changing her clothes, she quickly straightened her skirt in front of the mirror before turning around and leaving the room, walking briskly downstairs. Downstairs in the living room, Lu Yi was no longer on the sofa, only the sound of flushing water came from the direction of the bathroom. Xiao Xia ignored it, walked to the shoe cabinet, bent down and took out a pair of white crystal high heels from the bottom, and elegantly put them on. With a creak, the bathroom door opened, and Lu Yi just stepped out. He looked up and saw Xiao Xia standing next to the shoe cabinet, and he froze on the spot. The double-layered blue lace dress perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. The skirt hem fell above her knees, revealing a section of her shapely and beautiful calves, which, when paired with white high heels, made her figure appear even taller and more slender. The gray Chanel-style jacket she wore over her shoulders concealed her rounded shoulders, revealing only her graceful neck and delicate collarbones, which added a touch of aloofness and elegance to her already cool and aloof temperament. Seeing Lu Ye's expression, Xiao Xia's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of smugness appeared in her eyes. "I'm leaving." Her calm voice rang out as she turned and opened the door. Lu Yi came to his senses and realized that he was about to leave. Before, when he saw Sister Xie, he was only amazed, but now he has other thoughts. Lu Yi pursed his lips, shook off the thoughts in his mind, and quickly followed. The two arrived at the underground parking lot one after the other. Xiao Xie got into the driver's seat, while Lu Yi got into the passenger seat. Xiao Xie did not start the car immediately, but turned to the side and reached into the back seat to pick up a cloth bag. Her bending over drew Lu Ye's gaze to the cleavage on her chest. Lu Ye's throat tightened, and he unconsciously swallowed. He hurriedly looked away, and the tips of his ears turned slightly red. When he looked over again, pretending to be calm, Xiao Xie had already taken out a pair of beige flat shoes from the bag. Right there in front of Lu Yi, she gracefully bent down and took off her white crystal high heels. Her feet were as white as jade, with beautiful lines. The 5 toes that were exposed were round and full, as delicate as pearls strung together. Then, she gently tucked them into her flat shoes. Lu Yi only came to his senses after Xiao Xie finished dressing, put her high heels back into the bag, and threw them into the back seat. "You like watching?" Xiao Xie stared at Lu Yi, her calm tone carrying a hint of teasing. Lu Yi remained silent, his head bowed, unable to look directly at the other person. Chapter 56. I heard that you and Chingi went out for hot pot the other day? Xiao Xie smiled faintly and said nothing more. However, Ono's current actions have made her very satisfied. At 18, it's normal to be young and confused. I just don't know if he'll dare to go into his own room. The vehicle slowly drove out of the parking lot, and the street scenes on both sides rushed past. Before long, the largest shopping mall in Jiangnan City came into view. Xiao Xie drove the car into the underground parking lot, changed into high heels, got out of the car, and walked to Lu Ye's side, extending her arm. "Sister Xie, what's wrong?" Lu Yi turned to look at her, his face blank. "Hold on arm in arm." Xiao Xie's tone remained calm, yet carried an unquestionable command. Lu Yi pursed his lips, somewhat puzzled, but still obediently put his hand through her arm, and their shoulders gently touched. Even through his coat, he could feel the softness and warmth of Xiao Xie's shoulder, and his ears instantly flushed red, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but Xiao Xie had always been indifferent, and he felt a certain respect for this older sister. This close relationship left him feeling somewhat at a loss. The two waited in the elevator lobby, where several men stood, their eyes constantly scanning Xiao Xie. Seeing this, Lu Yi shielded Xiao Xie behind him and glared sharply at the men. Faced with Lu Ye's gaze, the men pursed their lips and obediently turned their heads to the side. Embarrassing. I was caught peeping at a beautiful woman by her man. Lu Ye's actions naturally attracted Xiao Xie's attention. She was already used to these looks. She was well aware of her beauty. She was always the center of attention, no matter where she was, and she was already used to it. To her surprise, Ono got jealous. He was quite protective of his own. Xiao Xie's favorability has increased. Hearing the voice, Lu Yi was taken aback. He hadn't expected that such a small gesture could actually increase his favorability. It was indeed quite good. Upon arriving on the 3rd floor, Xiao Xie led Lu Yi into a hot pot restaurant. Well, if she remembered correctly, Shu Chingi had been bragging to her a couple of days ago that Lu Yi had dined with her alone. "Ha, it's just a meal, everyone has to do it." Upon arriving at the restaurant's front desk, Xiao Xie stated her request for a private room. She then led Lu Yi and followed the waiter to the innermost private room. "Have a hot pot with butter?" After pushing open the door to the private room and sitting down, Xiao Xie looked up at Lu Yi and asked softly. "Yes, that's fine," Lu Yi nodded slightly in response. After ordering, Xiao Xie casually took off her white Chanel-style jacket, revealing her rounded shoulders and fair, jade-like arms with delicate and beautiful lines. The two didn't say much for a moment. Before long, the waiter brought in a piping hot pot base and a table full of dishes. Watching the red oil gradually bubbling and boiling in the pot, Xiao Xie said in a calm tone, "I heard that you and Chingi went to eat hot pot a couple of days ago?" Lu Yi was taken aback, not understanding why Sister Xie suddenly asked about this, but he still answered honestly, "Yes, the taste is quite good." "Then try this, how is it?" Xiao Xia picked up her chopsticks and gently tapped the edge of the hot pot, signaling him to start. Huh? Do I have to cook it myself? Lu Yi looked up in surprise. Xiao Xia raised an eyebrow and asked, do you want me to help you? Lu Yi lowered his head subconsciously and softened his voice. Last time I went with Sister Chingi, she was the one who cooked the meat for me the whole time. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Xiao Xia, afraid that she would be unhappy. Xiao Xia's eyes flashed with surprise at first, but she quickly regained her composure. Indeed, with Chu Chingi's motherly demeanor, she must have taken meticulous care of Xiao Yi. How could I possibly let Chu Chingi outdo me? Xiao Xia picked up the plate and poured all the beef into it. Then she picked up the tripe and threw it in as well. Lu Yi wanted to speak, but was restrained by Xiao Xia's tyranny and could only watch her ruin the dishes one by one. Xiao Xia turned a perfectly good hot pot into a complete mess. But Lu Yi felt that it had a different flavor, and it was edible. The meat was just too tough. Watching Lu Yi wolf down his food, his mouth stuffed full, he still managed to pick up slices of meat from the pot and put them in his mouth, his lips covered in red oil. Xiao Xia's lips curled up slightly, her eyes full of smiles. Ono is eating so heartily, she must really enjoy it. I'll bring him here to try it more often when I have time. Xiao Xia simply rested her chin on her hands and quietly watched Lu Yi devour his food, her smiling eyes filled with endless tenderness. Involuntarily, she recalled the first time she ate hot pot with Lu Yi. At that time, Lu Yi also wolfed down his food, his mouth greasy with oil. Gradually, Lu Yi began to rebel. When invited out to eat, he would only eat a few bites and was no longer the same as before. Lu Yi is doing really well now. Lu Yi devoured most of the large pot of meat by himself. He put down his chopsticks with satisfaction, reached out and touched his round belly, and then belatedly looked up at Xiao Xia across from him. Sister Xia, why aren't you eating? Lu Yi asked, staring at her almost untouched clean porcelain bowl. Xiao Xia didn't answer directly. Instead, she looked up at him and asked in a gentle tone, are you full? Lu Yi nodded, then noticed that there wasn't much food left in the hot pot, and quickly added, Sister Xia, there's not much food left in the pot, shall I ask the waiter to bring a few more plates? No need. Xiao Xia gently shook her head, her tone calm yet carrying an undeniable certainty. She doesn't eat much to begin with, so what's in the pot is enough for her. Lu Yi didn't speak again. Instead, he imitated Xiao Xia's previous posture, resting his chin on his hands and staring at her intently. Xiao Xia picked up a piece of beef, brought it to her mouth, opened her soft, red lips, and gently bit it. With a slight push of her chopsticks, she put the beef into her mouth. But the beef was cooked for too long, and it was tough and dry. She frowned involuntarily, chewed several times with difficulty, and finally managed to swallow it. What happened? It tastes completely different from what I ate here before. She had some doubts, but didn't think too much about it, and picked up another piece of tripe. Good heavens, this tripe is so dry and hard that it's almost impossible to swallow. Xiao Xia couldn't chew it and could only quietly spit it back into the bone dish. Sister Xia, what's wrong? Lu Yi asked with concern when he saw that she looked unwell. Xiao Xia gently shook her head, suppressing the discomfort in her mouth, and stood up naturally. It's okay, let's go. The remaining ingredients in the pot were clearly overcooked. Without even tasting them, they had long lost their original texture and were completely inedible. Go back and find some snacks to fill your stomach, there's no need to waste time here. Seeing this, Lu Yi rolled his eyes and followed Xiao Xia, saying softly, Sister Xia, I'm not full yet. When we go back later, shall we go to the snack street near our house? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xia's eyes flashed with anticipation, and she nodded slightly. Chapter 57 Xiao Xia's Satisfaction. The bright moon hung high in the night sky, its clear light spilling onto the ground, carpeting this familiar snack street with a layer of silvery white. Lu Yi stood at the street corner once again, but the person beside him had changed. Xiao Xia stood beside him. Her appearance almost instantly made her the focus of the entire street. It's quite a rare sight to see such a beautiful woman with a cool and aloof demeanor and outstanding looks venturing into a bustling food street. Passers-by, regardless of age or gender, couldn't help but linger their gazes on her for a few more seconds, and even slowed their pace considerably. A muffled thud suddenly rang out. A passing man, preoccupied with looking back, bumped into a road signpost, causing a burst of laughter from those around him. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, and without making a sound, reached out and gently took Xiao Xia's fair and delicate hand into his palm. The warm, smooth touch made him unable to resist squeezing it. Xiao Xia turned her head slightly to look at Lu Yi's seemingly calm face, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes, and she couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Is Ono asserting sovereignty? That's interesting. She hadn't been to the food street many times. In her mind, these kinds of food streets are all dirty, messy, and unhygienic. But now that it's Ono's request, she has no reason to refuse. If you refuse, the next time you'll be accompanied by Chingi for a late-night snack and shopping trip, it will be Chingi. The two walked into the snack street, and Lu Yi pulled Shia to the first Stinky tofu shop. I brought Zhu Lingshan here twice before, and she really likes the food here. Lu Yi bought a serving of Stinky tofu, holding the warm bottom of the cardboard box in his palm, and used a bamboo skewer to pick up a piece with his other hand. He handed it to Shia and said softly, "Sister Shia, would you like to try some?" Shia's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Ono actually fed himself? She glanced discreetly at the stares coming from around her, and instead of opening her mouth directly, she reached out, took the bamboo skewer from Lu Yi's hand, and put the piece of stinky tofu into her mouth herself. The moment it enters your mouth, the crispy exterior and tender interior of the stinky tofu explodes on your tongue with a unique savory aroma. There is no pungent smell as expected. Instead, it has a rich and fresh flavor. Shia nodded almost imperceptibly. The taste was indeed much better than she had imagined. She picked up a bamboo skewer, chose another piece, and put it in her mouth, chewing faster than before. She wasn't very full to begin with, and the salty and savory flavor of this stinky tofu was just what she wanted. There were only a few pieces of stinky tofu in the box. When Shia subconsciously picked up the bamboo skewer to pick into the box again, she found that it was already empty, with only a few drops of residual brine left. She paused, and a faint blush instantly rose to her ears. I was so engrossed in eating that I didn't even realize I was done. Ono hasn't eaten yet. Sister Shia, I'll go buy some more, you wait here. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he threw the empty box in his hand into the trash can next to him, and then turned around and ran to the front of the shop. Shia opened her mouth to stop him, but Lu Yi was too fast. She shook her head slightly and didn't say anything more. A short while later, Lu Yi returned carrying a large portion of stinky tofu. We'll eat when we get back, Shia said casually. There were too many people here. She had only tried one piece, but she didn't expect to get so engrossed in eating that she couldn't stop. Now that she has calmed down, she naturally won't eat in front of these people anymore. Lu Yi didn't insist, but instead led Shia inside. The two bought a lot of things: fish balls, layered pancakes, grilled squid, hand-pulled pancakes, and spicy hot pot. When they left the food street, Lu Yi's hands were full of things, and even Shia's hands were full of things. The two were waiting for the light to turn red at the zebra crossing when a voice suddenly sounded behind them. Lu Yi, what a coincidence! Where are you headed? Lu Yi turned around and saw that it was Haoyotsu, who was also carrying some things and had a woman with him. Lu Yi didn't recognize this woman. She wasn't in his class, but she was quite pretty. Buy some things to take home. What about you? Lu Yi asked casually, as if they were just having a casual chat. Oh, I'm going to book a room later, Haoyotsu boasted. Lu Yi was a little surprised. Goodness, so direct? His gaze fell on the woman next to Haoyotsu. The woman showed no embarrassment whatsoever, as if she thought it was a perfectly normal thing. Lu Yi chatted with him briefly, and when the green light came on, he and Shia left. Seeing the two leave together and even exchange a few words on the zebra crossing, Haoyotsu realized that the two knew each other. My goodness, the woman next to Lu Yi is really something, so beautiful, Haoyotsu couldn't help but exclaim. What, you think I'm not pretty enough? The woman next to him said. Haoyotsu just smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. Scumbag, the woman cursed angrily. I'm a jerk but I'm handsome, are you still going or not? Go! On the other side, Lu Yi and Shia entered the elevator. Shia looked at Lu Yi, and after thinking for a while, said, That was your friend just now? Yes, we were college classmates, and we got along pretty well, Lu Yi answered honestly. Don't associate with him in the future. He's a bad person, Shia said calmly. Seeing the blonde-haired man, she immediately thought of a rebellious teenager. And the way he talked about booking a hotel room so casually, he's clearly not a good person. How could that be? Lu Yi was about to refute, but then quickly changed his mind. Okay, I'll listen to Sister Shia. Sister Shia has far more experience than I do. She's very good at judging people. Since she said that, I'll just listen to her. Shia was a little surprised to see Lu Yi readily agree. She had told Lu Yi many times not to hang out with his bad friends from high school, saying that he would be led astray. But Lu Yi was being rebellious and wouldn't listen to reason. The two even argued a few times. In the end, she compromised and did not continue to demand. This time, Lu Yi surprisingly agreed so decisively. The change is not only in physical self-discipline, but also in psychological elevation. Xiao Xia's favorability has increased. The sound of two system voices in succession surprised Lu Yi. He glanced at it quickly, but unfortunately it was still marked with an asterisk, which was a bit of a disappointment. By the way, are you still in touch with those friends from high school? Xiao Xia's voice rang out. No, I deleted all their contact information, Lu Yi replied. The day after his rebirth, he had already deleted all those people. Besides playing video games, all he does is drink and flirt with girls. In my previous life, it was they who encouraged me to run away from home. Lu Yi has no interest in those people now. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Xiao Xia nodded slightly, thinking to herself that it was good. Xiao Xia's favorability has increased. Ding, a suitable binding object has been found. Bind now? Chapter 58 Unlocking the Binding. Lu Yi was stunned. Goodness, it's finally unlocked. Without any hesitation, he immediately bound the account. Name, Xiao Xia. Favorability, 3100. Adoration level, 13100. Tasks, daily tasks click to view, strategy tasks click to view, limited time tasks unlocked when charm and appearance reach 30. As expected, the favorability rating is exactly 30 points, and the admiration rating is also quite good, reaching 13. Lu Yi took a deep breath and checked Xiao Xia's two tasks. Daily Task 1, feed Xiao Xia once. Every day seemed quite simple, but Lu Yi couldn't help but think of the time he had fed Xiao Xia at the snack street, when she hadn't eaten. This is a bit tricky, we'll have to think of a solution later. Lu Yi then turned his attention to the mission guide. Strategy Task 1, increase affection level to 40. Strategy Task 2, have Xiao Xia help you take a bath once. Strategy Task 3, wash Xiao Xia's feet for 3 consecutive days. Lu Yi completely ignored Task 2, feeling that if he brought it up, he would probably get a severe beating. As for Task 1, Lu Yi wasn't very confident about completing it in 7 days. In comparison, Task 3 was much easier to accomplish. However, Lu Yi did not make a choice immediately. Instead, he turned to Xiao Xia and asked, Sister Xia, do you still need to go on a business trip these next few days? Xiao Xia glanced at Lu Yi with a puzzled look, then slightly opened her mouth, no need. Having received a clear answer, Lu Yi did not hesitate and immediately chose Mission 3. It's just washing your feet for 3 consecutive days, it's not a big deal. Enjoying yourself while completing tasks, how awesome is that? The elevator doors opened with a ding, and the two stepped out one after the other. Xiao Xia walked to the front door, bent down slightly, and brought her head close to the facial recognition screen. As soon as the soft beep of successful verification sounded, the door opened to both sides. Upon entering the house, the two casually placed the snack bags they were carrying on top of the shoe cabinet before bending down to change their shoes. Lu Yi's gaze lingered on Xiao Xia's jade-like feet for a few seconds. Like Sister Chingi, she was flawless and had a beautiful figure, truly deserving the title of top-notch. Take the things to the dining table, Xiao Xia said, then turned and walked towards the stairs. Seeing her about to go upstairs, Lu Yi subconsciously looked up and asked, Sister Xia, where are you going? Change your clothes. With those 3 simple words, Xiao Xia's figure disappeared around the corner on the 2nd floor. Lu Yi didn't think much of it. He bent down, picked up the snack bag from the shoe cabinet, and went straight to the dining room, placing the contents of the snack bag on the table. Looking at the snacks on the table, I knew I had to feed Xia a bite later. Lu Yi rested his chin on his hand, his brain racing. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up on my forehead. Immediately afterward, Lu Yi's lips curled up slightly, and an idea popped into his head. A moment later, a light footstep came from upstairs, and Lu Yi subconsciously looked up. Xiao Xia walked slowly downstairs in her slippers, having changed into a purple-red slip dress. The simple halter design perfectly showcased her rounded shoulders and delicate collarbones, her skin dazzlingly white under the lights. The nightgown's hem wasn't very long, just about 10 centimeters above the knee, revealing a small section of her fair and soft thighs and her smooth-lined calves, with each step she took carrying a light, graceful curve. As she walked downstairs, the outline of her chest rose and fell slightly, outlining a captivating curve. Lu Yi couldn't help but swallow hard, this was just too good. Whether it's her figure or her exquisite face, a score of 99 is well deserved. Xiao Xia walked over and sat down opposite Lu Yi. Looking at his somewhat dazed eyes, she chuckled inwardly. She has quite a lot of charm. However, Ono has grown up, she would never have dared to look at herself like that before. Judging by the time, Zhu Lingshan will be back in 2 days, and then she can complete her mission. Seeing that Lu Yi was still staring at her, Xiao Xie tossed her long hair and asked in a calm tone with a hint of charm, "Does it look good?" "Beautiful." Lu Yi blurted out, then realized what he had said, his ears turning red as he shyly lowered his head. "It's not like I'm stopping you from looking." Xiao Xie chuckled, shifting her gaze from Lu Yi to searching for stinky tofu among the snacks on the table. Lu Yi noticed her gaze and hurriedly opened the stinky tofu in front of him. The rich aroma instantly spread and entered his nostrils. He deliberately placed this box in front of himself because he guessed that Xiao Xie would look for it first. "Bring it to me." Xiao Xie's voice remained calm, her gaze still fixed on the box of stinky tofu. Lu Yi did not do as instructed. Instead, he picked up a bamboo skewer and carefully picked up a piece of stinky tofu that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He stood up from his chair, leaned slightly forward, and handed the bamboo skewer directly to Xiao Xie, his eyes filled with a natural earnestness. This action made Xiao Xie frown. Ono had done this once before at the food street, and now that she's back home, she's doing it again. Does he really want to feed himself that much? However, she is not used to being fed by others. Xiao Xie shook her head slightly, "I'll do it myself." After saying that, she reached out and tried to snatch the bamboo skewer from Lu Ye's hand. A sly glint flashed in Lu Ye's eyes. He slightly withdrew his hand and said calmly, "Sister Xie, when I was eating snacks with Sister Chingi and Shanshan before, I was the one who fed them." Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, Xiao Xie's eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes widened slightly. When did these two become so close to Ono? She could understand why Chu Chingi would act this way, after all, that girl of hers would never refuse Xiao Yi. But Zhu Lingshan being able to be fed by Lu Yi was somewhat unexpected for her. Okay. So, by this calculation, it turns out that this is the family where I am most estranged from Ono? Xiao Xie closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened her mouth, the meaning of which was self-evident. Lu Yi was overjoyed. A little stimulation was indeed enough. A woman who's always been strong-willed. Lu Yi held the bamboo skewer and brought the stinky tofu on it to Xiao Xie's lips. Xiao Xie subconsciously closed her mouth and gently put the piece of stinky tofu in her mouth. Looking up, she met Lu Ye's eyes, which were full of sincerity and clear without a trace of ulterior motives. A faint blush unconsciously rose to the tips of her ears. This was the first time she had shown this side of herself in front of Lu Yi. Her eyes unconsciously darted to the side to avoid his gaze. Daily task completed. Reward, appearance +1. Good stuff. Now that he's over 20, he should be considered a handsome guy. Lu Yi calmed himself down and pulled the bamboo skewer out of Xiao Xie's soft lips. After chewing it a few times, she opened her mouth again. Lu Yi smiled. Originally, he only wanted to complete the mission, but now it seems he has to feed her properly. Chapter 59. It seems I've fallen in love with this feeling. Lu Yi wondered if all women had an exceptionally large appetite. A whole table of snacks was devoured by Xiao Xie, and judging from her expression, she seemed to still want more. Sister Xie, that's all, Lu Yi said softly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xie closed her open mouth, her ears involuntarily turning red. She looked down at the empty packaging bag and couldn't help but feel surprised. I ate so much? I touched my lower abdomen and it was slightly bulging, making me look like I was 3 months pregnant. Xiao Xie stood up without making a sound and said to Lu Yi, "You clean up." After saying that, she walked briskly towards the sofa. Recalling what had just happened, she came to the conclusion that the food Ono fed her tasted better than what she ate herself. It seems I've fallen in love with this feeling. Xiao Xie took a deep breath, sat on the sofa, calmed herself down for a while, and then picked up the laptop on the coffee table and started working. Lu Yi tidied up the dining table and looked at Xiao Xie, who was working on the sofa, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. He went into the bathroom, took out a basin, and filled it with warm water, around 40 degrees Celsius, which was just the right temperature. He pulled off a dry towel and draped it over his shoulders. He looked every bit the technician. Lu Yi brought out a basin of water and placed it beside Xiao Xie's feet, saying softly, "Sister Xie, you must be tired from walking just now. Let me wash your feet and help you relax." Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Xiao Xie accidentally pressed the wrong key while typing. She slightly raised her head and looked at Lu Yi, who was squatting beside her with sincere eyes, without any other emotions mixed in. Was it really just a foot bath? Xiao Xie looked down at her smooth, jade-like feet, and twitched her big toe. No other man has ever touched her beautiful feet. But she couldn't bear to refuse Lu Yi's suggestion. Agreeing directly feels a bit off. She didn't answer, but stared at Lu Yi with a calm gaze. Feeling a little guilty under Xiao Xia's gaze, Lu Yi instinctively looked away out of fear of her. No need, thank you. Xiao Xia said lightly, seeing Lu Yi's evasive and serious expression, though she was a little disappointed. If you want to touch, just say so. Why use a foot bath as an excuse? A real man should be decisive. How can you be so hesitant and timid? Lu Yi was not discouraged by the rejection. He had prepared for the rejection and had a plan in mind. Lu Yi took a deep breath, looked up at Xiao Xia, and said sincerely, I helped Sister Chingi and Shanshan wash. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Xia lifted her leg and placed her perfect jade feet into the basin of water, uttering a single word, wash. Damn it, how much have Chu Chingi and Zhu Lingshan enjoyed these past 2 weeks? She didn't mind that Lu Yi was nice to them, what bothered her was that she didn't get to enjoy it. What they can enjoy, I must also have. Looking at the jade-like feet in the basin, Lu Yi was a little dumbfounded. This was too fast. He had also thought of some other ways to pull things along, but now none of them are needed. Thinking about this, he felt that he had mastered the technique of manipulating Sister Xia. What a strong-willed woman, haha. Lu Yi took a deep breath, put his hands into the basin, and began to wash them carefully. He didn't do it half-heartedly, every movement was taken very seriously. Unlike Chu Chingi, Xiao Xia's toes were not so rounded, instead, they were rather slender and long, like bamboo shoots, very soft, as if they had no bones. The instep is smooth as jade, and even the tiny blood vessels are clearly visible. Lu Yi thought that if Xiao Xia wore nail polish, her allure would be off the charts. I shook my head slightly, banishing other thoughts from my mind. I should just wash my feet and not think about anything else. Xiao Xia, who was sitting on the sofa, had a flushed face on her ears and neck, and upon closer inspection, she could also see small goosebumps on her arms. The warm water soaked my feet, and each toe felt soothed under Lu Yi's massage. Gradually, the goosebumps on my arms disappeared, and the redness on my ears and neck faded away. She took the laptop off her lap, placed it on the coffee table, leaned back on the sofa, and felt extremely relaxed. Sleepiness came over me, and my eyelids slowly closed. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yi lifted Xiao Xia's feet out of the basin, took the towel off his shoulder, and carefully dried her feet. Sister Xia, hello? Lu Yi looked up and found that Xiao Xia was already fast asleep, so he swallowed the rest of his words. It seems my technique has improved. Lu Yi gently placed Xiao Xia's feet on slippers, then carried the basin of water into the bathroom. I need to wash again tomorrow and the day after, then the mission will be complete, perfect. After leaving the bathroom, he walked to the sofa, carefully sat down, and stared at Xiao Xia, who was fast asleep beside him, becoming somewhat mesmerized. Her long eyelashes drooped like 2 small fans, her delicate nose had smooth lines, her soft, pink lips were slightly pursed, and her fair face shone with a delicate luster under the light. Combined with the perfect contours of her jawline, she was as beautiful as a sculpted work of art. The thin shoulder straps draped over her shoulders, revealing her rounded shoulders and delicate collarbones. With each gentle breath, the outline of her chest rose and fell slowly, creating soft curves. Lu Yi's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, and he quietly swallowed. He reached out and pulled the thin blanket next to the sofa, carefully covering Xiao Xia with it. It seemed the commotion was a bit loud. Xiao Xia's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She glanced blankly at Lu Yi beside her, then looked down at the blanket covering her, her previously sleepy eyes showing some emotion. Sister Xia, you'll easily catch a cold sleeping here. Shall I carry you upstairs to rest? Lu Yi said in a low voice. Xiao Xia looked up at him, her calm gaze lingering on his face for a few seconds before she opened her mouth slightly and asked, Have you carried Chingi and Shanshan upstairs? Without thinking, Lu Yi subconsciously shook his head. No need, Xiao Xia said softly. She then lifted the blanket off herself, put on her slippers, and got up to walk towards the stairs. Lu Yi was a little confused, then he couldn't help but laugh and cry. If he had just said he had hugged her, then Sister Xia would have let herself hug him without hesitation. He didn't think much of it, but got up, went into his room, took a shower, and fell asleep. The master bedroom on the 2nd floor was quiet and peaceful. Xiao Xia curled up on the bed, her cold eyes now somewhat vacant. She lowered her head slightly, her gaze falling on her jade-like feet that had just been soaked. Her skin had a healthy rosy glow and looked delicate and warm. She reached out and gently touched the top of her foot. It felt soft, but she didn't feel anything special. But why did she feel so comfortable and fall asleep when Lu Yi washed her feet? Xiao Xia stared at her feet for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled, the blankness in her eyes fading slightly. Perhaps it's just psychological. She stopped thinking about it, turned over and lay flat, slowly closed her eyes, and soon only her steady breathing could be heard in the room. Chapter 60 Zhu Lingshan's explicit words. The morning sunlight streamed through the window and fell onto the bed. Lu Yi rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly got out of bed. Chingi is back today, and Zhu Lingshan will be back tomorrow. Nice. I went into the bathroom and checked the control panel while washing up. Host, Lu Yi. Stamina, 24. Endurance, 25. Charm, 18. Appearance, 20. Abilities: invincible to alcohol, proficient in guitar and arrow, intermediate martial arts, advanced singing skills, advanced piano skills, intermediate Sanda Chinese kickboxing skills, proficient in Bajiquan 8 extremities fist, enhanced memory, advanced gaming skills, advanced Swana Chinese double reed instrument skills, and a talent for telling lies. Items: Lucky Card 3, Brainless Data Card 3, Information Card 2, Boss Summoning Card 1, Time Rewind Card 1, Boss Summoning Card 2 3. Money, 3,734.52. Bound to Zhu Chingi click to view, Zhu Lingshan click to view, Xiao Xia click to view. If you want to quickly improve your 4 stats, you still need to rely on completing quests. Daily quests have almost become useless. I still have 170,000 yuan in the stock market, which I can withdraw tomorrow. It will double to 340,000 yuan. I'm so happy. Lu Yi then checked the 3 people's daily tasks. Daily task: have Zhu Chingi give you a massage once. Daily task: get Zhu Lingshan to take a selfie. Daily task: help Xiao Xia take off her shoes. These were simple tasks, and they posed no difficulty for him whatsoever. I also need to help Sister Xia take a bath in the evening, so the task of taking off her shoes is done in the process. If Chingi asks, she will agree unconditionally. However, it seems that Zhu Lingshan can complete the selfie. Lu Yi took out his phone and opened his chat with Zhu Lingshan. Lu Yi, take a selfie and send it over. Shan, pervert, what are you doing? Lu Yi, I miss you. The lack of an immediate reply made Lu Yi frown. Had he said something wrong? That shouldn't be the case. Given Zhu Lingshan's situation, she should be secretly happy right now. She couldn't possibly get up to change clothes or put on makeup, could she? Lu Yi didn't care and decided not to send it. He'd deal with her when he got back. After washing up, he went to the living room. Xiao Xia had already left. There was a note on the dining table that said breakfast was in the warmer. Lu Yi smiled. This scene seemed to take him back to the time before Zhu Chingi arrived. My rebellious nature led to a long period of silence between me and Xiao Xia. But every time I woke up, I would find a note left by her on the dining table. I went to the kitchen and turned on the heat lamp. Okay, I bought the Xiaolong Bao downstairs, and there's also soy milk on the bottom shelf. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Yi put on his clothes and prepared to go out when a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Daily task completed. Reward: beginner cooking skill. Lu Yi was taken aback. Where did this reward come from? He slapped his forehead and hurriedly took out his phone, where he found a message from Zhu Lingshan. Shan, image JPG. Shan, humph, you big pervert, stop jerking off. Upon seeing Zhu Lingshan's message, Lu Yi almost choked on his saliva. What kind of insolent and lewd words are these? Besides, am I that kind of person? He shook his head helplessly, then turned his gaze to the picture Zhu Lingshan had sent, and his eyes immediately lit up. The photo only shows half of Zhu Lingshan's body, with the casual shoulder straps pulled up to her arms, revealing her beautifully sculpted shoulder and necklines. Beneath her snow-white swan neck, her collarbone, large enough to hold fish, is clearly visible, and her rounded shoulders are like white jade. You can clearly see that she's wearing light makeup and has applied some lipstick. Lu Yi was both amused and exasperated. This little girl had actually gone to put on makeup. It has to be said that this photo is incredibly alluring, especially the light, rounded, snow-white area at the very bottom, which makes one's imagination run wild. She was tempted, so she didn't film everything. Lu Yi, coming back tomorrow? Shan, okay, I'll go back tomorrow night. Lu Yi, help me. Shan, pervert. Shan, knocking JPG. There was no refusal. The words were full of a young girl's annoyance. Lu Yi pursed his lips, not taking it to heart, put his phone in his pocket, opened the door and left. On the other side, Zhu Lingshan stared at her phone with a flushed face, but after a long time she still hadn't received a reply from Lu Yi. She pouted, and her eyes held a hint of resentment. How dare they not reply to my messages? How despicable. We need to get some clips to clamp him when we get back. in the auditorium of a hotel in Jiangdong City. At this moment, the place was bustling with activity, as a grand piano feast was being held. On stage, the host, microphone in hand, spoke with great enthusiasm to the guests and the audience, his voice carrying throughout the venue. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to Chingi, the youngest piano master in Jiangnan City, who will perform the classic piece Wedding in a Dream for us. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire venue. Chingi, dressed in a navy blue floor-length evening gown, slowly walked out from the entrance. She lifted the sides of her skirt with both hands, her steps elegant and composed. The tulle behind her skirt trailed on the ground like flowing clouds, and the tiny crystals embedded in it reflected a dazzling light as she walked, like surging waves slowly washing over the stage. Every step she took exuded ultimate gentleness and nobility. What a beautiful person! When did such a piano fairy appear in our piano world? That's interesting. The guests in the audience couldn't help but whisper among themselves. The beautiful piano music began, silencing everyone and causing them to close their eyes. This piano piece is not particularly difficult, it's only at an intermediate level. However, the effect of each person's performance was vastly different. Chingi closed her eyes, and relying on her inner feelings, she felt as if she had fallen into a dream. On a lush green meadow, she wore a pure white wedding dress, lifting the hem as she ran towards the man in the distance, Lu Yi. The distance was very short, but she ran for a very long time, and felt that Lu Yi was getting further and further away from her. It was a journey from pure joy to profound sorrow and despair. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the sky, and a torrent of water poured down, shattering the dream. The piano music stopped at that moment, and the entire hall fell silent. Chingi opened her eyes, lifted her skirt and stood up, facing the audience. She covered her chest with one hand, bowed slightly, and then walked towards the stage exit. It wasn't until her figure disappeared from the stage that the guests below the stage came to their senses and burst into thunderous applause. Behind the stage, a middle-aged man in a suit saw Chingi come out and smiled as he stepped forward to help her. Chingi sensed the man's intention, took 2 steps back, and asked softly, "Teacher Lu, what's going on?" The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "I was just worried you'd get tired, so I thought I'd help you up." "No need, thank you," Chingi replied politely. She naturally knew what the teacher, Ms. Lu, was thinking. When she was teaching me, she showed other intentions more than once. Chingi was extremely wary of him. Chapter 61 New Props. After a day of military training, Lu Yi returned home with light steps. As soon as he stepped into the house, he smelled the aroma of food. There was no one on the sofa. Sister Xia probably hadn't returned yet. He walked to the kitchen and, sure enough, saw that familiar figure. "Chingi, you're back." Lu Yi walked in and stood behind Chingi, his voice gentle. Chingi turned around and looked at Lu Yi with gentle eyes. "You must be exhausted. Go take a shower first, and we can eat in a little while." Lu Yi didn't move, but asked curiously, "Chingi, how was the piano exchange you attended today?" "Not bad at all. My reputation in the industry will definitely rise a lot." Chingi smiled, her eyebrows full of joy. "Then you'll become a piano master in the future," Lu Yi teased. Chingi shook her head. "I don't care about being a master or not, as long as it can increase my influence." After she finished speaking, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and a sweet smile appeared on her face, which made Lu Yi a little stunned. "Go take a shower, or you'll smell awful." Chingi extended her index finger and gently tapped his forehead. Lu Yi chuckled foolishly, then turned and went into the room, grabbed a change of clothes, and went to the bathroom. He still had some doubts. Sister Chingi said she doesn't care about the title of master, but she does care about influence. Isn't that contradictory? I don't quite understand. After dinner, the two lay on the sofa, and Lu Yi naturally rested his head on Chingi's chest. Comfortable. Chingi looked at Lu Yi in front of her, reached out and lifted the end of her hair, gently brushing it against his cheek. "Sister Chingi." Just as Lu Yi opened his mouth, the door was opened and Xia walked in looking exhausted. She glanced at the two people cuddling on the sofa, said nothing, and went straight upstairs. "Sister Xia, have you eaten?" Lu Yi asked softly. "I ate." Xia replied indifferently without turning around. Lu Yi's eyes darted around. He still had a task to complete today. It's simple for Chingi, and it's also simple for Xia. Lu Yi got up from Chingi's embrace and went into the bathroom. A moment later, he came out carrying a basin of water and placed it beside Chingi's feet. Seeing Lu Yi's action, Chingi knew what he was thinking. Without any hesitation, she took her foot out of her shoe and slowly put it into the water. Chingi, let me wash your feet, and you can massage them for me later, okay? Lu Yi smiled. Okay. Shu Chingi nodded slightly, her voice gentle. It's just a massage, no big deal. If Ono Tai makes any other demands, she will agree without hesitation. Shanshan will be back tomorrow. I'll talk to her then and see if she can let me have the task. It seems that Ono doesn't respect himself as much anymore. Given this, as a woman, she naturally had her own thoughts and ideas. Lu Yi washed very slowly and very carefully. Finally, just as he heard footsteps upstairs, he took Chu Chingi's feet out of the basin, pulled the towel off his shoulder, and carefully wiped them clean. He then turned and walked towards the bathroom. Xiao Xie came downstairs and just happened to brush past Lu Yi. She had seen everything Lu Yi had just done. My foot hurts a little, Xiao Xie said casually, and walked straight to the sofa. Hearing this, Lu Yi's lips curled up slightly. Just as he had expected. He continued walking toward the restroom without stopping. On the sofa, Chu Chingi crossed her legs, a playful smile on her face. Do your feet hurt? Do you want me to wash them for you? Xiao Xie, who had just sat down, glared coldly at Chu Chingi. The latter pretended to be unaffected and continued, I have a special technique, you know. Nonsense. Xiao Xie uttered two words indifferently. Do you want it or not? Chu Chingi persisted. Xiao Xie took a few deep breaths, closed her eyes, and ignored it. Chu Chingi covered her mouth and chuckled, but shifted her body slightly to the side so that Lu Yi could come in more easily later. She really didn't expect that Xiao Xie would actually let Lu Yi wash her feet, and that Lu Yi would even dare to do it for her. If that's the case, doesn't that mean Lu Yi isn't actually that afraid of Xiao Xie? Wrong. If he's not afraid, then the room Lu Yi walks into in a couple of days won't be Shan Shan's or his own, but Xiao Xie's. Thinking of this, Chu Chingi pouted. Oh well, what can I do? She's the boss. A short while later, Lu Yi brought out a fresh basin of water and placed it naturally next to Xiao Xie, then squatted down as well. Just as Xiao Xie was about to lift her leg, Lu Yi grabbed it with his hand first. Xiao Xie was stunned, and her arms were immediately covered with goosebumps, but she did not say anything to stop her, but tried her best to relax her body. Lu Yi gently lifted her leg and used his other hand to take off her slippers. Daily task completed. Reward, fan card. New stock has arrived? Fan card disappears after use. Designates one person to gain 100,000 Real followers. PS, unrelated to various social media platforms, directly implanted into the brain. This is a great product, you don't need to do anything, just use it directly. It would be good to give it to Chu Chingi or Zhu Lingshan. Although 100,000 people is not a lot, what if there were a few more? Then you can have hundreds of thousands or even millions of loyal fans. Implanted into the brain, and these aren't fake implants, they're real. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yi suppressed his excitement and patiently helped Xiao Xie wash her feet. In comparison, he still felt that Chu Chingi's foot was in better condition. It is round, soft, and incredibly smooth. Of course, Xiao Xie's is not bad either, she looks even more beautiful, but she lacks a bit of plumpness. Soon after, Lu Yi finished rinsing, dried her off, and then turned and went into the bathroom. Looking at Xiao Xie with her eyes closed, Chu Chingi couldn't help but tease, how does it feel? Not bad. Xiao Xie blurted out subconsciously. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized something was wrong, but she was too lazy to change it, only her ears turned slightly red. Seeing her like this, Chu Chingi chuckled, then put her legs down and reached out to straighten her silk pajama bottoms so she could massage Xiao Yi later. Lu Yi came out, glanced at Xiao Xie with her eyes closed, and walked up to Chu Chingi without saying anything. Come here, Xiao Yi. Chu Chingi patted her soft thigh, causing a ripple to spread across her flesh. Lu Yi swallowed hard, sat down on the sofa, and then slowly lay down, resting his head on Chu Chingi's lap. Even through his pajama bottoms, he could still feel the warmth and softness on his cheek. Chu Chingi smiled gently and placed her hand on Lu Yi's temple, pressing it lightly. Daily quest completed. Reward, charm +1. Xiao Xie, who was standing next to them, had opened her eyes at some point and was staring intently at the two of them. Chapter 62. How about I give you this first chance? Chu Chingi glanced at Xiao Xie out of the corner of her eye, and the curve of her smile widened even more. She opened her mouth slightly and whispered, "Oh no, is it comfortable?" "That feels so good, Chingi Jia, your technique is really amazing," Lu Yi said sweetly. "I'm glad you feel comfortable. I'll massage you a little longer," Chu Chingi said gently. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, Xiao Xie's eyes grew even colder. Xiao Yi, did you exercise today? Xiao Xi's tone sounded calm, but it carried an unquestionable command. Lu Yi hurriedly got up from Chu Chingi's lap, then turned and walked towards the gym. He was only there to complete his mission, and now he has a convenient excuse to leave. He couldn't bear to let Chu Chingi massage him all the time. On the sofa, Chu Chingi watched Lu Yi walk into the room, then turned her gaze to Xiao Xia. What's wrong, are you jealous? Xiao Xia stared at her with cold eyes. You've been talking a lot lately. When you're in a good mood, you talk more. Chu Chingi pursed her lips, her bright almond-shaped eyes blinking. Xiao Xia couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling utterly speechless. Sister Xia, when Shanshan comes back tomorrow, let's discuss with her about giving you the first chance, how about that? Chu Chingi looked at her with a half-smile. Ha! Xiao Xia sneered, why don't you just say you can have it? Give it to me too. Chu Chingi immediately agreed, as if she had been waiting for Xiao Xia to say this. Xiao Xia shook her head helplessly. She was such a shrewd person, but what had gotten into her these past 2 days? She kept falling into people's traps. Didn't you say last time that you weren't suitable? Xiao Xia said calmly. Chu Chingi shrugged, her eyes smiling. Before, I did think that Ono treated me with the respect due to an older sister, but over this period of time, I feel that he doesn't see me as an older sister anymore. Xiao Xia chuckled lightly, so you see me as your wife? Chu Chingi nodded seriously, perhaps. Xiao Xia didn't answer these words, but instead fell into deep thought. Perhaps Ono sees Chu Chingi not only as his wife, but also has those kinds of feelings for himself. Looking back on the past 2 days, Ono's actions were much bolder than before. She dares to feed herself, dares to wash her own feet, and even dares to say she wants to hug herself. Every move seemed more like a test. Come to think of it, it's normal to experience puberty at the age of 18. Or, why not postpone the first time? And then wait until Ono gets a little bolder, and maybe then it'll be yours. As soon as the idea popped into her head, Xiao Xia rejected it. Who knows how long it will take for Ono to have the courage to go into his own room? Never mind, as long as Ono is happy. Xiao Xia stood up and said to Chu Chingi, if you want to, talk to Shanshan yourself. After saying that, she got up and went straight upstairs. Chu Chingi pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes slightly. She got up and walked towards the gym. Pushing open the door, Lu Yi was sweating profusely on the treadmill, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead down his jawline onto his clothes. Chu Chingi walked to the side, picked up a towel, and stood next to Lu Yi. Noticing her movement, Lu Yi turned off the treadmill, then walked up to Chu Chingi, panting, and said softly, Chingi, what's wrong? It's all right, Chu Chingi said gently. After saying that, she picked up the towel in her hand and carefully wiped the sweat from Lu Yi's forehead and neck. Don't push yourself so hard. You're sweating so much after only a short time. Chu Chingi's tone carried a hint of reproach, but more so, it was full of concern. Sister Chingi, I call this surpassing oneself. Lu Yi smiled. He started the treadmill at a pretty fast speed, increasing the speed and distance a little each day. You. Chu Chingi smiled. After wiping Lu Yi's sweat away, she cupped his cheeks in her hands and kissed him on the forehead. After letting go, she patted Lu Yi's head again and said in a motherly tone, get some rest and don't train too late. Tomorrow is the military training performance, and I'll come to see you there. Chingi, you'll definitely be amazed tomorrow, Lu Yi assured, patting his chest. Okay, I'll wait. The sun was blazing. On the military training field, Lu Yi had just finished his military training performance, which included marching in step and some other events. Unfortunately, after the performance ended, we couldn't disband, we still had to watch other classes perform. There was no rain and no drills or anything like that, which made Lu Yi feel that this military training was a bit of a disappointment. Lu Yi's gaze was fixed on the stands not far away, where Chu Chingi was holding an umbrella and standing straight. She wore a mint green long dress, a white strappy sun protective cardigan, and white sneakers. The dress features a slightly cinched waist, which accentuates her stunning figure. Her delicate collarbones are dazzling in the sunlight, and a small, rounded curve can be seen on her chest. The skirt is quite long, and her calves are not exposed. She stood there quietly, the center of everyone's attention. Standing next to her were 2 men, one of whom was teacherly, the bald man Lu Yi had met before. The other was dressed in a suit and tie. Although he was a bit older, he looked mature and composed. Lu Yi curled his lip. You 2 old perverts. Next time, tell Sister Chingi that you want to seal up your collarbones. As the sun moved to the west, the performance came to an end. The students were saying goodbye to their instructors, and some of the more sentimental girls were crying their eyes out. Especially Wu Mengmeng, Su Qingge, and Bai Shiyu, their noses were running, they were completely devoid of any image of beauties. The only girl who didn't cry was Xin Yusin, who still maintained her aloof demeanor. Lu Yi felt it was alright. Although it was only a short 2 weeks, the military training was one of the most beautiful memories of his life. After seeing the instructor off with Xiang Tuosher and the others, the group did not immediately disperse but remained standing in place. Because Chu Qingyi came over. Classmates, there's a talent show tonight. Are there any students who would like to volunteer to perform? Chu Qingyi said to the crowd. Soon, people signed up, and it was the 4 beauties from the class who were divided into 2 performances. Because Xin Yusin doesn't get along with Wu Mengmeng and the others. In the end, Chu Qingyi let Wu Mengmeng and the other 2 go up, and they eliminated Xin Yusin. Boys, what about you? Chu Qingyi looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled. Qingyi wanted to step forward herself. He raised his hand and signed up for a piano performance. Chu Qingyi nodded slightly, smiled at Lu Yi, and then dismissed the group. Lu Yi quickly ran to Chu Qingyi's side. Sister Qingyi, do you want to see me perform? Chu Qingyi nodded slightly. That's right, more people should know about my Xiaoya's excellence. Lu Yi simply smiled at these words. Qingyi seems more like a little girl showing off her own things. Chapter 63 Cultural Evening. The night sky is dotted with stars. On the playground of Jiangnan University, incandescent lights illuminated the area, making it as bright as day. A makeshift stage stood in the center. The students sat on the ground according to their class formations. The cultural performance has begun. Lu Yi sat beside him, looking rather bored. The Xiang Tuosher group and others nearby were chattering amongst themselves. On stage, performing arts students are putting on a play. The plot is unremarkable, but the actors are good-looking. Come to think of it, how many performing arts students are actually ugly? Various types of programs, especially dance performances, piqued Lu Yi's interest. Especially the beauties in the language department, each one is youthful and beautiful with a great figure, making them unforgettable. Xiao Yi, come with me. Chu Qingyi's voice rang in my ears. Lu Yi got up from the ground, patted his butt, and followed. Is it my turn? Lu Yi asked curiously. Okay, that's about it. It'll be your turn after Wu Mengmeng and the others finish their performance. Chu Qingyi said as she led Lu Yi to the back of the stage. Small tents were set up for the students to change clothes during the performance. Chu Qingyi led Lu Yi to a grand piano and said, try playing it. Lu Yi nodded slightly, walked to the grand piano, placed his hands on the black and white keys, and gently played a few notes. The advantage of advanced piano technique is then revealed. He can feel every piece of music in his hands pulsating. After testing the instrument, he turned to Chu Qingyi and said softly, Sister Qingyi, there's no problem. He was going to play My Soul, a relatively simple tune. But for him, it felt different. Whether one is sad or happy is entirely up to one's mind. Different people will have completely different feelings when they hear it. Lu Yi wanted to help him play cheerful tunes so that his sadness could be banished. He wouldn't have had this skill if he were at his previous level. But now, with the help of advanced piano skills, it's simple. Lu Yi stood next to Chu Qingyi, and the 2 chatted casually. During this time, he saw Wu Mengmeng and the other 2 take clothes into a tent and come out after changing their clothes. Yeah, a tank top and a mini skirt, that's really hot. The 3 of them were greeted with a huge cheer when they went on stage. They shine on this stage, but will have priority in choosing a spouse over the next 3 years. Xiao Yi, are you nervous? Chu Qingyi turned to look at Lu Yi and asked softly. A little, Lu Yi said frankly. This was also his first time performing on stage in front of so many people. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. But being nervous doesn't mean he'll back down or be afraid. We've all died once, what could be more terrifying than death? Wu Mengmeng and her 2 companions finished their performance quickly and walked off the stage amidst cheers from their classmates. Several student council members nearby quickly ran over to help move the grand piano onto the stage. The host then began announcing the program. Chu Qingyi gently patted Lu Yi's head and said in a tender voice, Go ahead, I'll be watching you from down here. Her voice seemed to have a magical power, calming Lu Yi's initially tense heart. Yes, I'm not performing for others, but for Sister Qingyi. I was only playing it for Sister Qingyi. Lu Yi took a deep breath, his eyes resolute, and walked steadily onto the stage. He sat down at the grand piano, placed his hands on the black and white keys, closed his eyes, and gently pressed the first note. Suddenly, the light and melodious sound of a piano began, a faint sadness mixed with joy drifting into the distance. Everyone who hears the music evokes different feelings. The once noisy playground gradually quieted down, with only the faint sound of the piano echoing in the air. Chingi's eyes were filled with shock. She knew Lu Ye's piano skills all too well. But the level Lu Yi is showing now gives him the illusion that he is even better than himself. Experts see the details, while laymen just watch the spectacle. Beyond its pleasant sound, Lu Ye's technique and emotions are even more profound. The same piece of music can produce vastly different results when played by people of different skill levels. It wasn't until the soft murmur stopped that Chingi came to her senses. She placed her hands in front of her chest and clapped vigorously, her eyes full of satisfaction. Sparse applause began at this moment, gradually turning into thunderous applause. Music is something that allows you to communicate with your heart. It's like a bridge built in everyone's hearts. On stage, Lu Yi stood up and bowed to the audience with a smile. His peripheral vision fell on Chingi, who was standing in the corner, his eyes gentle as water. The latter winked mischievously, with a hint of girlish smugness. The variety show has ended. Lu Yi and Chingi walked out of the gate of Jiangnan University and headed home. He held a certificate in his hand, awarding first place in the Arts and Culture Gala. Lu Yi felt this was a bit naive. You're already in university, why are you still doing this kind of award certificate thing? At the very least, you should get a trophy. Xiao Yi, have you been secretly practicing the piano? Chingi asked softly, holding Lu Yi's hand. Yes, I've practiced a little bit secretly, Lu Yi continued, going along with her words. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain how his skill level had suddenly become so high. It's impossible to say that you suddenly have an epiphany, that would be a bit of absurd. You shouldn't work too hard, okay? Chingi said gently, with a hint of a mother's lecturing. Lu Yi pursed his lips. He used to find such lectures annoying, but now they made him feel at ease. When they arrived at the traffic light intersection, Lu Yi suddenly turned his attention to the food street next to them. Chingi, let's go buy some to take back. Shanshan is back today, so it's a good opportunity to satisfy her cravings. Chingi nodded slightly and then pulled Lu Yi to the side. She was very pleased with Lu Yi's words. He actually knew to care about Shanshan, which was really good. The two arrived at the food street. There weren't many people, and many shops were already closed, as it was getting late. Lu Yi went straight to the Stinky tofu shop, asked the owner for 3 portions, one for Shia, one for Chingi, and one for Shanshan. As for myself, they'll feed me anyway. Lu Yi also bought 3 servings of each of the following: spicy hot pot, grilled squid, etc. Finally, we bought 3 more ice creams, which is Shanshan's favorite. The two of them left the food street with their hands full of snacks. Neither of them had a free hand to hold the others. As they crossed the street, Chingi gave Lu Yi a worried reminder, which made Lu Yi both amused and exasperated. I'm not a child anymore, why do I need to be reminded like that? Following the cool evening breeze, the two walked into the residential area and returned to their doorstep. Chingi scanned her face and opened the door, which opened with a beep. As the two walked in, Xia and Zhu Lingshan, who were sitting on the sofa, turned to look at them at the same time. Sister Xia, Shanshan, come and eat. Lu Yi said with a smile, holding up the snacks in his hand. Chapter 64. Zhu Lingshan returns. Upon hearing Lu Yi's voice, Zhu Lingshan sprang up from the sofa. A high-altitude jump, the blue skirt fluttering in the air, the scenery infinitely beautiful. Lu Yi looked at Zhu Lingshan running over and couldn't help but laugh and cry. He raised his hand high, a sly glint in his eyes. Today, Zhu Lingshan's task is to get her to kiss him. If he doesn't do it now, when will he? As for Chingi and Xia, it will be easy to finish later. One will say goodnight and the other will hug the other. Zhu Lingshan raised her hands in front of Lu Yi, but couldn't reach what he was holding. Her cheeks puffed out, making her look like an angry pufferfish. Give it to me. Zhu Lingshan stared at Lu Yi with her bright, doe-like eyes, her crisp voice carrying a hint of coquetry. Lu Yi leaned his head close to hers and whispered, "Give me a kiss and I'll give it to you." These words made Zhu Lingshan blush. How could Lu Yi say that in front of Sister Xia and Sister Chingi? It's so embarrassing, really. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lu Yi again, her 2 fair hands gently clutching the hem of her clothes, her heart beating faster and faster. Lu Yi remained silent, certain that Zhu Lingshan would definitely kiss him. She was just still hesitating. Just then, Chingi spoke up. "Xiao Yi, I'll do it." Upon hearing this, Zhu Lingshan subconsciously looked up. She then saw Chingi lean down slightly, her soft red lips pressing against Lu Ye's cheek, before she took her things and sat down at the dining table. Zhu Lingshan pursed her lips, looking pitiful. She was not surprised at all by Chingi's action. She had seen him several times before. This time, Chingi seemed to be setting an example for herself. But Sister Xie is still here, so she doesn't dare. Xiao Yi, come here. Xiao Xie's voice rang in Zhu Lingshan's ear. She turned around and saw Xiao Xie standing in front of the dining table, waving at Lu Yi. Lu Yi walked over and stood in front of Xiao Xie, looking at her wearing a violet camisole nightgown, her small, round breasts gleaming charmingly under the light. Xiao Xie's eyes showed little fluctuation, but she leaned forward slightly, pressing her cold yet soft lips against Lu Yi's cheek. She then extended her hand expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Things." Lu Yi was taken aback, not expecting that Sister Xia would be so cooperative. But instead of giving it to her right away, he reached out and gave her a big hug. The balls were all compressed into a pancake shape. Daily task completed. Reward, 947 yuan. Well, this time the reward is just so-so. Lu Yi quickly released Xiao Xie and immediately stuffed the stinky tofu and other snacks in his hand into her hands. Before Xiao Xie could react, she found herself holding several items. She looked up and glanced at Lu Yi with a complicated expression. Without saying much, he turned around and walked to the dining table, sitting down next to Chingi. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It was a simple test, and Sister Xie didn't get angry, so he could be bolder in the future. Although her favorability and admiration levels are not high now, even if they are increased to the original level of 100. Lu Yi felt that he still didn't have much courage to face her. Sigh, after 3 years of living together, the natural fear I feel still can't be changed overnight. Without much thought, Lu Yi turned to look at Zhu Lingshan, raising his eyebrows slightly, his meaning self-evident. If you want to eat it, give me a kiss first. Zhu Lingshan was already a little confused. It's one thing for Chingi to kiss me, but why did Xie kiss me too, and then give Lu Yi a hug as well? Did this actually happen? I've only been away for a week, but I feel like I can't fit into this family anymore. If you won't kiss me, then I'll eat it myself, Lu Yi joked. No, I'll kiss you, Zhu Lingshan hurriedly said. After saying that, she quickly ran to Lu Yi, stood on tiptoe, and quickly kissed Lu Yi on the cheek. Daily quest completed. Reward, charm +1. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. His charm had finally reached 20. He only needed 10 more points in charm and appearance to unlock the next limited time mission. The rewards for completing the strategy missions were already plentiful. He couldn't even imagine how good the rewards for the limited time missions would be. Give me the stuff. Zhu Lingshan's voice brought Lu Yi back to his senses. He looked at Zhu Lingshan in front of him, her two little hands stretched out in front of him, palms facing up, her bright doe eyes looking pitiful, making one feel affection for her. Here you go, I'll keep the ice cream chilled for you. Eat the other things first. Lu Yi handed her the things he was holding. Zhu Lingshan's eyes lit up immediately, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Woohoo!" She quickly ran to the dining chair, sat down, picked up a piece of stinky tofu with a bamboo skewer and put it in her mouth. Before she could even swallow the food in her mouth, she picked up a squid next to her and stuffed it into her mouth. Shan, slow down, Chingi gently reminded her. I haven't had these snacks in ages. My manager at the company won't let me have any. Zhu Lingshan mumbled, her hands moving quickly. Chingi was speechless and didn't say anything more. Xiao Xie ignored her and kept her head down, eating her food in small bites. Lu Yi smiled, turned around and went into the room, taking out the Hatian jade safety buckle he had bought earlier. Upon reaching the restaurant, Lu Yi placed the box in front of Zhu Lingshan and said softly, Shan, this is a gift for you. Take a look. Zhu Lingshan, who was engrossed in eating, was startled, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She looked up, bit off a piece of the rice noodle in her mouth, chewed it, swallowed it, and then asked, This is for me? Yes, take a look and see if you like it. Lu Yi's voice was gentle, and his clear eyes were full of sincerity. Zhu Lingshan swallowed hard, her heart pounding. She put down what she was holding, took out a tissue to wipe the grease off her hands, and picked up the box with trembling hands. Aside from the clothes she received last time, this was the second time Lu Yi had given her something. She took a deep breath and thankfully opened the box. Inside, there lay a jade safety buckle made of Hatian jade. Upon seeing this, Zhu Lingshan's doe-like eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Do you like it? Lu Yi sat down next to her and repeated the question. Zhu Lingshan didn't speak, but just kept nodding, her doe eyes welling up with tears of happiness. Seeing this, Lu Yi was both amused and exasperated. Zhu Lingshan's reaction was way too much. Still shedding tears? How old are you? Aren't you ashamed? He reached out, placed his thumb on the corner of Zhu Lingshan's eye, and gently wiped away the tears, saying in a slightly teasing tone, "Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend." "Are you trying to kill me?" Zhu Lingshan slapped Lu Yi's hand away in annoyance, her ears instantly turning bright red. "Shall I put it on for you?" Lu Yi smiled and said softly. Zhu Lingshan nodded emphatically and turned around to let Lu Yi help her put it on. Her eyes occasionally glanced at Chingi and Xia, a smug smile curving her lips. Chapter 65. How about we go together? Xia completely ignored Zhu Lingshan's expression, as if she hadn't seen it at all. Chingi remained silent, only smiling gently with her lips pursed, her eyes as tender as water. Seeing that the two didn't react much, Zhu Lingshan pouted, turned to face Lu Yi, and asked expectantly, "Is it pretty?" "Good needle." Lu Yi gave a thumbs up. The peace buckle lay quietly on Zhu Lingshan's cleavage, its fair skin the same color as Hutyan jade, as if they were one with each other. Faced with Lu Yi's praise, Zhu Lingshan's lips curled into a wide smile. She lowered her head and continued eating what she was holding, but her movements became much slower and more ladylike. Seeing her action, Chingi smiled, a sly glint in her eyes. She used a bamboo skewer to pick up a piece of dried bean curd from the hot pot, then handed it to Lu Yi and said softly, "Xiao Yi, open your mouth." Chingi's action startled Xia and Zhu Lingshan, who both looked up and stared intently at her. Chingi pretended not to see it, looked at Lu Yi with gentle eyes, and smiled slightly with her lips pursed. Lu Yi glanced at Xia and Zhu Lingshan, then leaned down slightly and opened his mouth to let Chingi put the dried bean curd into his mouth. After chewing a few times, Lu Yi showed a satisfied expression and said lightly, "Delicious, it has a special flavor. If you like it, then eat more." After saying that, Chingi picked up another fishball and stuffed it into Lu Yi's mouth. Seeing the two of them being all lovey-dovey, Xia took out a tissue to wipe her mouth, patted the dining chair next to her, and said calmly, "Xiao Yi, come here." Lu Yi glanced at Chingi, who nodded slightly, before he got up and sat down next to Xia. Xia frowned at his actions. Ono actually needs to ask Chingi about what he said? My position as the leader is in jeopardy. Sister Xia, what's wrong? Lu Yi asked softly. Here, eat. Xia handed the stinky tofu in her hand to Lu Yi. Sister Xia, just now. I'll let you eat it. Lu Yi shrank his neck and finished the stinky tofu in a few bites. Xia was taken aback, seemingly realizing that her words had been a bit harsh. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something comforting, but swallowed the words back down. She then turned her gaze to Chingi, her eyes as cold as ice. It's all her fault she spoils Xiao Yi rotten. They need to be fed hand to hand, they're not little kids. Chingi shrugged at Xiaoxia's gaze, giving her a defiant look that left Xiaoxia somewhat helpless. Zhu Lingshan, standing to the side, kept her head down, looking indifferent, hoping the conflict wouldn't spread to her. After eating and drinking her fill, Xiaoxia prepared to go to bed to rest, as it was getting late. Seeing Xiaoxia come upstairs, Lu Yi was shocked and hurriedly said, Sister Xia, I haven't washed your feet yet today. The strategy missions will last for 3 consecutive days. Oh ho, Lu Yi, why aren't you helping me wash? Before Xiaoxia could answer, Zhu Lingshan spoke first. Together later, Chingi too, Lu Yi said. Yay, you said it. Zhu Lingshan said excitedly, quickly ran to the sofa and sat down, waiting happily. Chingi didn't speak, but walked to the sofa and sat down, her meaning was self-evident. Lu Yi turned his gaze to Xiaoxia. The latter stared coldly at Chingi and Zhu Lingshan for a long while before slowly saying, fine. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiaoxia hadn't agreed, his mission would have been in vain. He hurriedly ran into the bathroom, quickly filled a basin with water, came to the sofa, and picked up Xiaoxia's foot to put it into the basin. This time he didn't take too long to shower, it was too late, so he wanted to finish quickly and get some rest. Just as he finished wiping Xiaoxia's feet clean, the voice in his head rang out. Strategy quest, rewards, Constitution +2, Endurance +2, Charm +1, Appearance +4, Money 31774, Brainless Data Card 1, Stock Trend Card 1, Intelligence Lowering Card 1, Fan Card 2, Advanced Guitar Skills, Photographic Memory, Intermediate Cooking Skills. Looking at the reward he had just received, Lu Yi was overjoyed. Although the 4 dimensions weren't increased by much and the props were good, Lu Yi felt it was well worth it just for the photographic memory alone. With this, wouldn't I become a top student among everyone else? Suppressing his excitement, Lu Yi took a deep breath and quickly helped Chingi and Zhu Lingshan finish washing. He compared them in his mind. Xiao Xia's feet were the longest, Chingi's feet were the softest, and Zhu Lingshan's feet were petite and cute. In comparison, he still prefers Chingi. After finishing his business, Lu Yi said goodnight to Chingi. Daily task completed. Reward, 1,420 yuan. A simple monetary reward, neither too much nor too little. After Lu Yi returned to his room, the three women on the sofa looked at each other in bewilderment. Meeting in the study. Xiao Xia left a message, got up, and headed up to the second floor. Zhu Lingshan shrank her neck and gripped the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands. She knew what was coming was bound to happen, and she felt both anticipation and fear. I've heard it hurts the first time. Seeing Zhu Lingshan's condition, Chingi chuckled, rubbed her brain, and said softly, don't panic, maybe it won't be your turn. After saying that, she got up and went upstairs. Chingi's words left Zhu Lingshan a little confused. What did she mean by it's not her turn? Didn't they push themselves out in the first place? Do they have new plans? No, Lu Yi belongs to me. Zhu Lingshan stood up and quickly followed Chingi, asking softly, Sister Chingi, what did you mean just now? The literal meaning, Chingi said calmly. I don't understand. Zhu Lingshan shook her head vigorously. Chingi smiled without saying a word, pushed open the door to the master bedroom, and went to the study, with Zhu Lingshan following closely behind. The two sat down on the sofa in the study, and Xiao Xia poured each of them a glass of red wine. It's too late today, and Xiao Yi is already exhausted. Let him get some rest, and we'll carry out the plan tomorrow. Xiao Xia's tone was calm, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Chingi remained silent, only looking at Zhu Lingshan. The latter lowered her head, her ears turning bright red, and whispered, I'm fine. Are you sure there's no problem? Xiao Xia stared at Zhu Lingshan, her eyes icy cold. No, what else? Then you go? Zhu Lingshan slightly raised her head and glanced at Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia opened her mouth, almost agreeing, but remembering that Lu Yi seemed still afraid of her while they were eating, she swallowed her words. How about I do it? Chingi seemed to have been waiting for a long time, her eyes calm as still water. Sister Chingi, we agreed that I would be the one to come. Zhu Lingshan raised her voice. Weren't you unprepared? Chingi said calmly. I just said there's no problem. Then how about we go together? Chingi's words immediately silenced the study. Chapter 66 If you can't handle it, call me, and I'll take care of it. Xiao Xia rolled her eyes, picked up her wineglass, and took a small sip. She wasn't surprised to hear these words from Chingi. She won't get involved in this issue if it's going to happen together, let both of them go. Xiao Xia ignored it, but that didn't mean Zhu Lingshan ignored it. Her innocent doe eyes were full of shock. Chingi, are you serious? Zhu Lingshan exclaimed in surprise. Otherwise what? Chingi smiled. With me by your side, you shouldn't be afraid, right? Zhu Lingshan slowly shook her head. I am indeed not afraid, but wouldn't Lu Yi be afraid? These words startled Chingi, as she had indeed not considered this issue. Lu Yi probably couldn't handle it, and doing it too often wouldn't be good for his health. Are you sure you can get it done by tomorrow? Chingi stared at Zhu Lingshan. Feeling flustered under Chingi's gaze, Zhu Lingshan nodded firmly, I can definitely handle it. At worst, I'll drug her tomorrow. Drugs are bad for your health, Xiao Xia said calmly, dispelling Zhu Lingshan's idea. Zhu Lingshan pursed her lips and didn't mention the medicine again. Let's go. Shia and I won't be back tomorrow. You can do whatever you want tonight. After saying that, Chingi got up and walked towards the door. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Zhu Lingshan. If you really can't handle it, call me, and I'll come. After saying that, Chingi disappeared through the doorway. Zhu Lingshan made a face at the door, inwardly thinking, you spoil him so much, he'll be spoiled rotten sooner or later. If you can't handle it, you can call me. Xiao Xia finished her drink, left those words, and got up to return to the master bedroom. Zhu Lingshan frowned. She had only been gone for a week, but it felt like she had been gone for years. One person said they were afraid Lu Yi wouldn't dare enter the room, while the other said they were afraid Lu Yi wouldn't be able to bring himself to bite. Now look what's happened. They've already agreed that the items belong to them, and they still dare to obstruct and harass them. What's mine is mine, and it doesn't matter who takes it. Zhu Lingshan got up, tilted her head back, and walked back to her room with an air of arrogance. She sat on the bed, her eyes somewhat unfocused. How should I tell Lu Yi tomorrow? Just say, come to my room? That's too blunt. What if it scares Lu Yi away? She pursed her lips, and the red wine beside her lips was drawn into her mouth, instantly making her eyes light up. Alcohol is a good thing. The next day, Lu Yi did not get up early, but slept until almost noon. Today is Saturday, and I can rest again tomorrow. That's great. I withdrew the 340,000 yuan from the stocks, and with the 30,000 yuan bonus I received yesterday, I now have a huge sum of 370,000 yuan. For many people, even after 10 years of hard work, they may not be able to save 300,000 yuan. Let's check the 3 people's tasks for today. Daily task: take Chingi to the food street. Daily task: get Zhu Lingshan to give you a hug. Daily task: have Shia feed you melon seeds. The task was relatively simple, but Shia was a bit difficult. Even after all the stimulation she received last night, she didn't feed herself. Oh well, as long as I can finish it, that's good enough. If I can't, I won't force it. In any case, daily tasks are just icing on the cake right now. The main focus is still on strategy tasks. Today happens to be the day the strategy missions refresh. Chingi's quest guide. Strategy task 1, get her to help you take a bath once. Strategy task 2, get her to send you good morning and good night messages for 7 consecutive days. Strategy task 3, have her cook breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 7 consecutive days. Lu Yi chose to ignore the first task, not because Chingi didn't know how, but because he felt a little awkward about it. Between option 2 and option 3, Lu Yi still chose the former. Because we rarely eat Chinese food at home, or if Chingi were to go on a business trip, the mission would not be completed. Option 2 is better, at least you can say good morning and good night remotely. He then looked at the strategy guide that Zhu Lingshan had received. Strategy task 1, help her take a bath. Strategy mission 2, wake up to find yourself beside her in the morning. Strategy task 3, have a drink with her, and then hug her afterwards. Lu Yi's mouth widened. Zhu Lingshan's mission was a bit strange. In comparison, task 1 was actually a bit more normal. However, 1 is difficult to complete, while 3 is easier to complete in comparison. Anyway, he knew that Zhu Lingshan liked to drink. It's perfectly normal for people to hug each other after drinking too much. Lu Yi nodded slightly and chose the third option. Then he looked at Xia's strategy mission. Okay, it hasn't refreshed yet. It seems that this is calculated separately, rather than uniformly. It's not a big problem, it's only a few days anyway. When Lu Yi finished washing up and walked into the living room, it was completely empty. This left him somewhat bewildered. It's normal for Xia not to be home. She doesn't have weekends off. But on weekends, Chingi is always at home. Even if she wants to go out, she will tell me a day in advance. That's strange. Lu Yi took out his phone and saw 2 messages. One of the messages was from Xia, saying that she was going on a business trip today and wouldn't be back until tomorrow afternoon. The other message was from Chingi, saying that she was going on a business trip today and wouldn't be back until tomorrow afternoon. Lu Yi frowned, sensing that something was amiss, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Moreover, if neither of them is here today, I won't be able to complete my daily tasks. Lu Yi shook his head. If he couldn't finish it, he couldn't finish it. He would just have to complete Chingi's strategy mission first. He replied to Chingi with a good morning. In less than a second, Chingi replied with a good morning and said she would say good night later. Putting away his phone, he figured that since the 2 of them weren't home, Zhu Lingshan must be there. Because there has never been a time when all 3 people were absent at the same time. No matter what, one person would always be left behind. Lu Yi hadn't forgotten that he was going to treat Zhu Lingshan to drinks today. She tiptoed up to the 2nd floor, placed her hand on the doorknob, and gently pushed open the door. A unique, refreshing fragrance wafted over, making Lu Yi's heart beat faster involuntarily. It's really strange. I'd been in her room quite a few times before, but since I was reborn, I get nervous every time I go in. Lu Yi let out a long breath, walked to the bedside, looked at Zhu Lingshan whose head was only sticking out, and gently patted her shoulder. Shan, the sun is already high in the sky. There was no movement. What should we eat for lunch? Braised chicken. Okay, there's been a response to this. I'll get some barbecue and snacks. How about we have a drink? Lu Yi's voice was gentle, with a kind of magic. Okay. Zhu Lingshan didn't lift her head from under the covers, only letting out a muffled groan. Lu Yi smiled, turned around and walked out of the room. the door slammed shut with a creak. Zhu Lingshan then poked her head out from under the covers, her face flushed. That's strange, why is Lu Yi drinking today? Never mind, it suits my taste perfectly. Neither of her two older sisters are home today, so she has to win over Lu Yi and not let them look down on her. Chapter 67. What's wrong with a grown man dawdling like that? Zhu Lingshan lifted the blanket, revealing her alluring body that was almost too beautiful to handle. The thin, sky blue nightgown straps had already slipped down to her arms, and no one was appreciating the beautiful view. I got up and went to the wardrobe. There should still be a sense of ritual. She didn't want to be too casual, she wanted to make this one special occasion in her life special. She opened the wardrobe and looked at the colorful clothes inside. Her fingers traced over them one by one, finally stopping at a peach pink princess dress. She took the little dress out of the closet and placed it on the bed. Then she chose a matching inner layer, took off her light blue nightgown, put on the inner layer, and then put the little dress on. Zhu Lingshan stood in front of the full-length mirror hanging on the wall, lifted her skirt and twirled around, the girl's agility fluttering with the skirt. Her fingers caressed her beautiful collarbone line, and her cheeks unconsciously flushed. Almost there. She walked to the dressing table, sat down, picked up a peach-colored foundation, and began to carefully apply her makeup in front of the mirror. She rarely wears makeup except when performing. There's no way around it, she's naturally stunningly beautiful. Even with light makeup, it took her almost half an hour to apply it. Reaching the doorway, Zhu Lingshan took a deep breath, gradually calming her rapidly beating heart. What's there to be afraid of? We're going to drink later anyway. They say alcohol emboldens the timid after a few drinks, what's the point of being reserved anymore? With a click, Zhu Lingshan opened the door and walked out with firm steps. Downstairs, Lu Yi had just placed the last takeout order on the dining table. A whole table full of snacks to go with drinks. Various kinds of barbecue, such as braised pig's head and pig's ears, cold beef salad, wood ear fungus, cucumber, and peanuts. What was placed on the table was not beer, but plum wine that Lu Yi had specially chosen. This fruit wine tastes good and has a relatively low alcohol content, so you don't feel much of a difference when you drink it, making it easy to drink too much. Of course, Lu Yi didn't intend to get Zhu Lingshan drunk, he simply thought that the taste of this kind of wine would be more suitable for girls. Lu Yi clapped his hands, looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction. The last time he drank so recklessly was on his 18th birthday. He even pried open Zhu Lingshan's mouth and poured beer into her mouth that time, which seems absurd when you think about it. Lu Yi smiled and turned to go upstairs to call Zhu Lingshan down. But the moment he looked up, his eyes went blank. Zhu Lingshan walked slowly down the stairs in crystal high heels, her peach-colored princess dress making her look like she had stepped out of a dream. The cloud-like sheer shoulder straps revealed her rounded shoulders and beautiful collarbones, and under the light, her shoulders and arms even had a layer of white glow. The square neckline reveals a small, rounded curve, and the safety buckle is only partially visible. The cinched waist design accentuates her slender waist. The skirt is shaped like a cake, gradually changing from peach pink to white. The tulle hangs down naturally, barely covering the thighs and revealing the smooth and shapely calves. As Zhu Lingshan approached, Lu Yi noticed that she was wearing light makeup, with a delicate pinkish-red hue on her face and lipstick on her lips, making her look like a princess from a dream. Does it look good? Zhu Lingshan's voice was tinged with girlish shyness, but her body betrayed her by spinning around twice in front of Lu Yi. Her skirt fluttered, and some thin gauze brushed against Lu Yi's body, carrying the unique fragrance of a young girl. Lu Yi reached out and, the moment Zhu Lingshan stopped, pulled her into his arms. Ah! Zhu Lingshan exclaimed instinctively, crossing her arms naturally in front of her and lowering her head slightly to prevent Lu Yi from seeing her rosy cheeks. Shanshan, you look so beautiful today, Lu Yi exclaimed sincerely. Oomph, wasn't I beautiful before? Zhu Lingshan's arrogant voice carried a hint of girlish smugness. No woman can resist the allure of praise and not lose herself in it. Moreover, the person offering praise is someone you like. No, the beauty of the past is different from the beauty of today. Lu Yi took a deep breath. The beauty of the past looked more real, while the beauty of today feels much more dreamlike. Zhu Lingshan slightly twisted her body to express her dissatisfaction and protest. Your mouth is so sweet, is it coated with honey? Oh, right. Lu Yi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He brought his head close to Zhu Lingshan's cheek, his throat bobbed twice, and his warm breath brushed against her earlobe. If Shanshan could kiss me, my lips could be even sweeter. Zhu Lingshan's ears and cheeks were so red they looked like they could bleed. This. Lu Yi is too direct, he hasn't even had a drink yet. Her hands, which she held to her chest, tightened unconsciously, her fingers sinking into the soft skin of her arms. But she quickly relaxed. It wasn't like they hadn't kissed before, and there were no outsiders around. Zhu Lingshan took a deep breath, raised her head, and lightly touched Lu Ye's lips with her own. She then quickly turned around, took a few steps to sit down on the dining chair, covered her burning cheeks with her hands, and hid on the table. Lu Yi touched his lips, his eyes showing some surprise. He thought Zhu Lingshan would just kiss him on the cheek or something, but he never expected her to kiss him on the lips. My heart started racing involuntarily, and my mind began to wander. Lu Yi took a deep breath, declined his good friend's invitation to team up, and then sat down next to Zhu Lingshan on a dining chair. Looking at Zhu Lingshan slumped over the dining table, Lu Yi was both amused and exasperated. This little girl is even more shy than I am. Lu Yi gently placed his hand on Zhu Lingshan's smooth, jade-like shoulder. The burning sensation coming from his palm surprised him a little. This little girl's reaction is a bit much, isn't it? Lu Yi smiled slightly and said softly, Shan, come and eat. Let's have a couple of drinks to celebrate our time alone together today. Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Zhu Lingshan, who was covering her face and lying on the table, had her cheeks flushed again, which had been about to fade. A world for two, that certainly seems to be the case. Today, this room is just for myself and Lu Yi. Zhu Lingshan raised her head, and her rosy face startled Lu Yi. A sly glint flashed in her eyes. He picked up the plum wine on the table, opened the bottle, and filled Zhu Lingshan's glass. Come and have a taste, this is quite good. Looking at the wine in her glass, Zhu Lingshan's mind began to wander. If you don't have anything on your plate, drinking on an empty stomach will make you get drunk more easily. She glanced at Lu Yi and smiled inwardly. You scoundrel Lu Yi, you were indeed plotting something sinister. But this is good, because I'm not afraid of being too shy to complete the task. Drink up, drink up. You won't know anything when you're drunk. Thinking of this, Zhu Lingshan picked up the wine glass in front of her and downed it in one gulp. Wow, drink slowly. Lu Ye's eyes were full of surprise. He used a large red wine glass, and this sip was almost 3 ounces. Drinking slowly makes it hard to feel anything, you drink too. Zhu Lingshan put down her glass and said loudly, what is with all this dawdling by a grown man? Lu Yi couldn't resist on the spot, and the two of them started drinking heavily without eating much. Chapter 68 Zhu Lingshan is drunk. Let me tell you. Zhu Lingshan put one hand on Lu Yi's shoulder, her head drooping limply. Do you know why Sister Xie and Sister Chingi aren't here today? Lu Yi looked at the drunk Zhu Lingshan and couldn't help but laugh and cry. But he still cooperated and asked, why? Zhu Lingshan struggled to lift her head, her doe-like eyes slightly dazed, staring intently at Lu Yi. Her pink face was close to his, their noses touching, and her soft voice carried the shyness of a young girl. Because, they made me eat you. Lu Yi was taken aback. What was going on here? It ate itself? Which one ate it? Shan, you've had too much to drink. Lu Yi removed her delicate hand from his shoulder. Without any support, Zhu Lingshan collapsed into Lu Yi's arms, still shouting, I'm not drunk. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, go ask Sister Xie and Sister Chingi. Feeling the softness in his arms, Lu Yi was a little confused. Could it really be true? If it were true, then why would he need to be so reserved? But what if Zhu Lingshan was just talking nonsense while drunk? Lu Yi's brain and cerebellum were locked in a battle. Meanwhile, Zhu Lingshan, emboldened by the alcohol, whether genuinely drunk or doing it on purpose, buried her head in Lu Yi's chest, her hands slowly groping for Lu Yi's waist, and her body slowly shifting, falling off the stool. Lu Yi reacted quickly, reaching out to support Zhu Lingshan's slender waist and holding her firmly in his arms, preventing her from falling. Feeling the pressure on his chest, Lu Yi's heart began to heat up. Shan, let me help you lie down on the sofa. Lu Yi's voice was hoarse with suppressed emotion. Morality told him he shouldn't take advantage of someone in distress, but reason told him whether he could be like Lu Xiaohui, a legendary figure known for his magnanimity. No, I want to hold you. Zhu Lingshan's voice was barely audible, wanting Lu Yi to hear her yet also not wanting him to hear her. Lu Yi closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and with difficulty, pulled his phone out of his pocket with his other hand. He then sent a message to Chingi, asking if what Zhu Lingshan said was true. Xiao Xia didn't dare to ask. As for Chingi, she wouldn't blame him or lie to him if he asked her that question. Lu Yi quickly received a reply from Chingi. Chingi, yes. Lu Yi's breath hitched, such a good thing had happened. Then why is he waiting for anything? He tossed his phone aside, pulled Zhu Lingshan up from his arms, looked her face to face, and said in a hoarse voice, "Shan, have you thought it through?" Zhu Lingshan grew bolder, cupping Lu Yi's face in her hands and asking, "Have you thought this through?" Lu Yi closed his eyes and went for it. Zhu Lingshan shuddered and stiffened, but only 3 seconds later she released her mouth and her whole body went limp. She slowly placed her hands on Lu Yi's shoulders, hanging limply on him, only managing to stay upright by the strength of her arms and Lu Yi's arms around her waist. A summer breeze drifted in through the window, swept across the empty living room and dining room, and pattered on the snack bags on the dining table. The wind grew stronger, making the curtains flutter and breaking the tranquility of the room. Then, a sound of pain mixed with satisfaction came from the second floor, like the joyful leap of a breeze, echoing intermittently in the living room. On the sofa in a guest room of a 5-star hotel next to the residential complex. Chingi put down her phone, looked at Xia sitting opposite her, and said calmly, "It seems that Zhu Lingshan drank too much and confessed to Xia that Xia had asked me about it." Xia paused in front of her laptop, slightly raised her eyes, and stared at Chingi with a cold gaze, saying indifferently, "How will you answer?" "Of course I answered yes." Chingi finished speaking, pursing her lips, her eyes full of tenderness. Xia couldn't help but roll her eyes. She felt she had asked too many questions. Chingi's attitude towards Lu Yi was such that she answered everything honestly. She shook her head slightly and said calmly, "Are you paving the way for your future?" Chingi shrugged and spread her hands, "You guessed right. You should prioritize Ono's health and step back a bit," Xia said firmly. Chingi raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, "What, are you planning to make a move? This kind of thing is bad for your health. Wait until Xiaoya's initial infatuation with Shan wears off before you go," Xia said, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Besides, do you think Xia can feel at ease accepting 2 people at once?" Xiaoya's words startled Chingi, who frowned slightly, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with worry. Indeed, just as Sister Xia said, Xiaoya has now accepted Shan, but getting him to accept himself, or accept Sister Xia, is not an easy thing. For Xiaoyi, this was a betrayal of Zhu Lingshan, a coming out of the closet. "It seems I need to proceed gradually and make Ono less resistant to me." Chingi suddenly realized a problem. "So, after Lu Yi gets together with Zhu Lingshan, will he still be as close to her as before?" Hopefully, some misunderstandings will arise later. The more Chingi thought about it, the deeper her brows furrowed, and the more anxious and flustered she became. That wouldn't do if Ono distanced himself from him. Chingi looked at Xia and immediately expressed her thoughts. Xiaoya's mouth opened slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. If this problem is not handled properly, it could become very serious. Go back and talk to Shan. We can't let the little girl have all the food by herself, Xia said firmly. How should we talk? Chingi asked. Xiaoya's lips curled into a playful smile, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Of course. Let Shan test Xiaoya's attitude towards us. If necessary, let Shan whisper sweet nothings in his ear and brainwash him. Chingi opened her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Wow, Sister Xia's idea is really good. With this kind of whispered advice from their pillow, doesn't that mean they'll know all of Lu Yi's thoughts? It's really good. However, Chingi had one more question. She looked at Xia, a slight smile playing on her lips, and said calmly, Sister Xia, who's next, you or me? Xia glanced at her, her cold eyes carrying a threat, as if to say, you want to compete with me? Chingi, unwilling to give up, met Xiaoya's gaze with unwavering determination. That's right, I'm going to compete with you. A few minutes later, Xia looked away and said softly, we'll talk about it later. If it were the first time the three of them discussed it, she would never have argued with Chingi. After all, Xiaoyu was the one who respected and feared her the most. She naturally left herself until last. However, during this period of contact, she felt that Ono was slowly changing his opinion of her. If it's the last one, she doesn't want to wait that long. Both harbored their own ulterior motives and were secretly planning their next move. Chapter 69 Little Lu Yi, in a nutshell. When Lu Yi woke up, it was already the middle of the next day. Feeling the warm, delicate body in his arms, his mind was still a little dazed. It's so dreamy. He lowered his head slightly, looking at Zhu Lingshan, whose head was resting on his shoulder. The blush on her face had not yet faded, and her delicate face showed signs of fatigue, but the upturned corners of her mouth showed that she was quite content. Lu Yi reached out and slowly pulled away the fair arm that was resting on his chest. He moved very gently, afraid of disturbing the tired girl. Even though he moved very gently, he still woke up the girl next to him. Zhu Lingshan's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her sleepy doe eyes. Her dazed gaze fell upon Lu Ye's naked upper body, and her face immediately paled in shock. She quickly shrank her head under the covers. It seemed that the movement was a bit too rough, which aggravated the wound, causing her to hiss in pain under the covers. Lu Ye's eyes were full of heartache. He patted Zhu Lingshan in the quilt and said softly, "Shanshan, I'll go prepare something for you. I'll call you later." "Mum." A soft, sweet, and shy voice came from under the covers. Lu Yi smiled indulgently, picked up the clothes from the ground and put them on. He went downstairs to the bathroom to wash up and check his reward, which he hadn't had a chance to see yesterday. Daily quest completed. Reward, Charm +1. Strategy completed. Rewards, Constitution +3, Stamina +1, Appearance +4, 24,444 coins, Information Card 2, Brainless Data Card 2, Boss Summoning Card 2-1, Advanced Arrow Skills. Zhu Lingshan's favorability has increased. Zhu Lingshan's affection level has increased. Chingi's conquest mission failed. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, then slapped his forehead, realizing he had lost out. Chingi's mission was to say good morning and good night to me for 7 consecutive days. Last night, Chingi didn't say good night to me, so I failed. He shook his head, feeling a little regretful, but also thinking it was understandable. He was fighting with Zhu Lingshan all night and didn't think about anything else. Sigh, alcohol is really no good. I then took a look at today's tasks. It's very simple. Zhu Lingshan and Chingi kissed each other, while Shia helped her take off a piece of clothing. Both are relatively easy to complete. Wrong. Now that I've already been with Zhu Lingshan, if I'm still being affectionate with Chingi, wouldn't that be coming out of the closet? Lu Yi fell into deep thought. He knew he wasn't aware of the problem, he was just focused on protecting them. But now that he has had a relationship with Zhu Lingshan, he naturally has to fulfill the responsibilities of a man and must take full responsibility for her. But this also means giving up Chingi and Shia. The task itself was fine, but how could he feel at ease abandoning these two people and entrusting them to the care of a stranger? He wouldn't give up, but getting Zhu Lingshan to accept it was a big problem. This is inherently unfair to Zhu Lingshan. Lu Yi felt like he had a splitting headache. Sigh, let's just take it one step at a time. After leaving the bathroom, Lu Yi glanced at the living room and dining room, but there was no one else there. He went to the kitchen, opened the cupboard, and took out a handful of noodles. With intermediate-level cooking skills, simple noodles are a piece of cake for him. Soon, 2 bowls of fragrant egg noodles were ready. He added 2 eggs to Zhu Lingshan's bowl. It's just that there weren't enough ingredients at home, otherwise he would definitely have given Zhu Lingshan some extra nutrition. Arriving upstairs, Lu Yi pushed open the door to Zhu Lingshan's room and chuckled as he looked at her, who still had her head buried in the blankets. He sat down by the bedside, gently patted Zhu Lingshan's shoulder, and said tenderly, "Shanshan, I cooked some egg noodles. Eat something first." Upon hearing Lu Yi's voice, Zhu Lingshan popped her head out of the covers, her delicate cheeks flushed, and her eyes still held a girlish shyness. She opened her mouth slightly and said in a soft voice, "Could you bring me the egg noodles? My legs still hurt." A hint of heartache flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. He had been too careless last night. But after thinking about it, he realized he was actually quite light. It was Zhu Lingshan, who was completely automatic, who almost broke his back. Lu Yi smiled gently and said indulgently, "Okay, I'll bring it up for you." After saying that, he got up and left. With a creak, the door closed, and Zhu Lingshan propped herself up with her small hands, slowly moving her delicate body to lean against the headboard. Her gaze fell on the floor beside her, where a peach-colored princess dress lay scattered about, her inner top lying on top of the dress, and her lower garment hanging on the chair in front of the dressing table. Many of the cosmetics on the dressing table had also fallen off. One glass slipper was left by the door, while the other was in front of the wardrobe. Looking at the mess on the floor, Zhu Lingshan's face turned as red as if it could bleed. "Alcohol is really no good thing," she murmured to herself. Then a slight smile appeared on his lips, and a hint of happiness shone through the weariness in his eyes. "Humph, little Lu Yi, you can take him down. When Chingi and Xie come back, I'm going to brag to them about it. Yes, I also need to explain the details to them properly." Just as Zhu Lingshan was feeling smug, Lu Yi walked in carrying a bowl of noodles. He carefully approached the bedside, placed the noodles on the bedside table, turned to look at Zhu Lingshan, and said gently, "Do you want me to feed you?" Zhu Lingshan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she opened her soft, sweet mouth, her voice as coquettish as a kitten's as she said, "Okay." After saying that, she slowly moved her body, not daring to make any big movements, otherwise she would aggravate the wound on her leg. Seeing this, Lu Yi quickly bent down, picked up Zhu Lingshan along with the blanket, and placed her on the edge of the bed. "Does it hurt a lot?" Lu Yi asked softly. Zhu Lingshan raised an eyebrow and said in a coquettish tone, "Who told you not to be gentler?" Lu Yi scratched his head. He knew he had to take the blame eventually, so he said softly, "I'll definitely be more careful next time." "You want a next time?" Zhu Lingshan's bright doe eyes flashed with a hint of shyness, but her voice was crisp as she said, "As for a next time, it depends on my mood." Lu Yi smilingly walked to the dressing table, placed the white undershirt on the chair next to it, picked up the chair and sat down at the head of the bed, and picked up the egg noodles. Lu Yi picked up a noodle with his chopsticks, blew on it a few times, and after checking the temperature with his lips, he handed the noodle to Zhu Lingshan's mouth, while opening his mouth and making an ah sound. Looking at Lu Yi, who was being coaxed like a child, Zhu Lingshan's eyes were full of smiles. She opened her mouth and obediently slurped the noodles into it. The delicate fragrance exploded in her mouth, instantly brightening her eyes. "This tastes even better than what Sister Chingi cooks." When did Lu Yi learn to cook? She had originally said that she would eat it even if it tasted terrible, but now she felt that one bowl was not enough. "Excellent." Zhu Lingshan swallowed the noodles in her mouth and gave a noble praise. Lu Yi smiled and said casually, "Eat more if you like it." "I cooked a lot." Zhu Lingshan remained silent, only opening her small mouth wide, her eyes seemingly saying, "Feed me quickly." Lu Yi's eyes were full of doting affection as he continued to feed him with great enthusiasm. He didn't even notice the glimpse of Zhu Lingshan's beauty that came out unintentionally. Chapter 70. The sisters are back. Both bowls of noodles ended up in Zhu Lingshan's little belly. She touched her lower abdomen under the covers, glanced guiltily at the two empty bowls on the bedside table, and avoided looking at Lu Yi with evasive eyes. Good heavens, she actually ate 2 bowls. Does Lu Yi think he can eat a lot? Okay, she did eat a lot before. Is that enough? If not, I'll cook some more, Lu Yi said softly. I'm full, Zhu Lingshan replied softly, her head down. Then she realized something, looked up at Lu Yi abruptly, and asked with concern, I ate all the food you cooked? I didn't cook much to begin with, just something to fill my stomach. Lu Yi smiled, stacking the bowls as he continued, anyway, cooking a bowl of noodles isn't difficult, it'll be ready in a bit. Zhu Lingshan didn't say anything, but pouted, revealing her unhappiness. Sigh, I knew I shouldn't have eaten so much. I wonder if I can spit some out. Forget it, even if Lu Yi vomits it up, he probably won't dare to eat it. Lu Yi finished cleaning up the bowls, looked at the sullen Zhu Lingshan, leaned down slightly, and gave her a light peck on her pouting lips. Daily task completed, reward, 954. Get some rest, I'll cook you a big meal tonight. Lu Yi's eyes were sincere, and his voice was very soft. Zhu Lingshan nodded emphatically, her soft, sweet voice drawn out, carrying a hint of anticipation. Watching Lu Yi leave, she shifted her body slightly, then slowly lay down and closed her eyes, a sweet smile still on her lips. After finishing in the kitchen, Lu Yi checked his phone but found no messages. Yesterday, Sister Xie told Sister Chingi that if she came back like this afternoon, she could show off her skills to them tonight. Lu Yi went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into a clean set of clothes, and went downstairs to the supermarket. Upon arriving at the meat section, Lu Yi selected a large black-boned chicken, intending to give it to Zhu Lingshan to replenish her blood. I also bought some spare ribs, some tiger prawns, and randomly picked out a few bunches of greens. After returning home, Lu Yi first put the black-boned chicken into a clay pot to stew, which would take at least 2 hours. After the water boiled, he turned the heat down to the lowest setting to make sure the soup wouldn't overflow, then lay down on the sofa, intending to take a short nap. He also put in a lot of work last night. At first, I couldn't control myself and overexerted myself. Anyway, he didn't know how many times he and Zhu Lingshan hadn't gone to sleep until the sky was already dimly lit. After an unknown amount of time, the door was opened with a click. Xiao Xie and Shu Qingyi walked in, and immediately smelled a rich aroma of chicken soup. Shu Qingyi changed her shoes and hurried to the kitchen. Looking at the steaming black chicken soup in the casserole, she was somewhat surprised. Zhu Lingshan can only cook noodles, she can't cook such complicated chicken soup. As for Ono, she had never seen him cook, so it was highly unlikely that he had made this black chicken soup. Did Ono order the service from upstairs? Many of the people who come to your home to cook for you nowadays are probably like that. Who cooked this? Xiao Xie's voice rang out. Shu Qingyi turned her head, shrugged, and said casually, it must be that Ono called for a home cooking service. She found this explanation reasonable. The two came out of the kitchen and saw Lu Yi resting on the sofa, but they did not see Zhu Lingshan. I'm going to check on Shanshan, Chingi said, then turned and walked upstairs. Xiao Xia frowned. How could Xiao Yi have fallen asleep on the sofa? She took a step and sat down on the sofa. She didn't wake Lu Yi, but just leaned back on the sofa and stared straight at him. On the other side, Chingi pushed open Zhu Lingshan's door and immediately saw the mess on the floor, which made her happy. It's done. She didn't dare to text either of them all day, afraid of bothering them, and now it seems that was indeed a wise move. Chingi didn't wake Zhu Lingshan. Instead, she squatted down, picked up the clothes and shoes from the ground, and then went to the trash can and rummaged through it, her eyes showing some surprise. No umbrella? This is not good. After all, Shanshan is only 19 years old. If she accidentally gets pregnant, it could be a bit troublesome. She is still too young. It didn't matter to me or Xiao Xia, especially for Xiao Xia, who would be considered an elderly mother in a year or two. But not for Shanshan at the very least, we have to wait until she graduates. I'll have to tell her later. Chingi carried the clothes out of the room, went down to the balcony, and threw them into the washing machine. It's done? Xiao Xia looked at Chingi and said in a calm tone. Okay, it's done. Chingi nodded slightly, then said, I'm going out to buy medicine for Shanshan. We'll have children after she graduates. Xiao Xia agreed with this statement. Just after Chingi left, Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, then focused his gaze. Looking at Xiao Xia in front of him, Lu Yi suddenly felt a little guilty. Sister Xia, you're back. Xiao Xia nodded lightly, her tone slightly dissatisfied. Why does Ono seem so much more afraid of me now? Strangeness. How long has the chicken soup in the kitchen been simmering? Upon hearing this, Lu Yi slapped his forehead, hurriedly got up and ran into the kitchen. He glanced at the pot and thankfully, the soup hadn't boiled away, there was still more than half left. Lu Yi took out several items and realized he had only slept for more than 3 hours. It was almost 6 o'clock by now. He turned off the heat, then put the previously prepared ribs into the pot and skillfully stir-fried them. Xiao Xia stood at the kitchen door, her eyes filled with shock. Oh no, he can actually cook? It had been 3 years, and this was the first time she had ever seen Lu Yi enter the kitchen to cook. Could it be that he also made the chicken soup just now? Seeing Lu Yi's familiar technique, Xiao Xia was deeply shocked. This Ono actually had a trick up his sleeve. Xiao Xia's favorability has increased. Xiao Xia's affection level has increased. Lu Yi, who was tossing the wok, heard the voice in his mind, turned his head and saw Xiao Xia at the kitchen door, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He turned down the heat, wiped the grease off his hands, walked up to Xiao Xia, and reached out to take off her suit jacket. Daily quest completed. Reward, stamina +1. Sister Xia, wearing a coat at home will make you feel unwell. Lu Yi took the coat in his hand, walked out of the kitchen to hang it on the coat rack for her, and then went back into the kitchen to continue stirring the food. Xiao Xia was a little confused. She reached out her hand, looked down at the white long-sleeved shirt she was wearing, and finally chuckled softly. Ono is really becoming more and more caring towards people. By the way, Sister Xia, hasn't Sister Chingi come back yet? Lu Yi asked while tossing the wok. She went to buy medicine, Xiao Xia said calmly. What medicine? Lu Yi asked curiously. You guess. After leaving those words behind, Xiao Xia turned and walked upstairs, leaving Lu Yi completely bewildered. Chapter 71 Lu Yi. You shameless. Lu Yi scratched his head. Could it be that Sister Chingi has caught a cold? Forget it, I'll just ask her when she gets back. In the kitchen, Lu Yi began to busy himself again. A short while later, the door creaked open and Chingi walked in carrying a box of medicine. The aroma of sweet and sour pork ribs filled the air. Her eyelashes fluttered as she walked to the kitchen doorway. Lu Yi was tossing the wok, and the dark red ribs in the pot were bubbling and turning, each part coated with the delicious aroma of sugar. Chingi was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lu Yi to have this trick up his sleeve. Xiao Yi, you can cook? She opened her mouth slightly, her soft voice filled with gentleness. Lu Yi put down the pot, turned to look at Chingi, and showed a smug smile. Of course, Sister Chingi, you'll have to try my cooking later. Chingi was filled with satisfaction. Ono's cooking skills were quite good. She was already a good cook, and just by watching Lu Yi toss the wok and smelling the aroma in the air, she knew it must be delicious without even tasting it. All right, Chingi, Xia just said you went to buy medicine. Do you have a cold? Lu Yi asked. No. Chingi shook her head slightly and said softly, it's not for me, it's for Shanshan. Lu Yi was taken aback. Zhu Lingshan? She doesn't seem to be sick, so why would she need to take medicine? What's wrong with Shanshan? She seems fine to me, Lu Yi asked, puzzled. Slap your child. Chingi said in a flat tone, as if she were saying something insignificant. Lu Ye's ears turned red, and he lowered his head to silently stir-fry the ribs in the pot. Okay, that's a strong and reasonable reason. He hadn't thought about this problem at the time. Sigh, looks like I'll have to go out and buy some umbrellas. While Lu Yi was thinking, Chingi walked into the kitchen and stuffed the medicine in her hand into Lu Ye's pocket. Xiao Yi, take it to Shan yourself later. Good. Lu Yi responded in a low voice. It has to be said that Chingi really thought things through very thoroughly. If I go and give it to Shanshan, I might be able to improve my chances of getting more favor with her. Sigh, given the current situation, he doesn't even know how to face Chingi anymore. Will this gentle older sister become distant from me after I get together with Zhu Lingshan? Thinking this through, Lu Yi turned off the stove, took out a plate and poured the ribs out of the pot, pulled off a towel to wipe his hands, and turned to look at Chingi, who was bending over to remove the shrimp veins. Chingi's outfit today is still very simple, a light purple square neck short-sleeved dress with a waist-cinching design that accentuates her slender figure. Her long, black hair wasn't tied up instead, it fell naturally down her back, with a few strands slipping onto the table in front of her. Xiao Ai's delicate oval face and flawless skin glowed under the light. Lu Ye's throat bobbed involuntarily. If only I could have a bite. That's fine anyway. Lu Yi took a deep breath, slowly moved his head towards the smooth face, gave it a quick kiss, and immediately pulled away. Daily mission completed. Reward, +1 stamina. Knock knock knock. The sound of my heart beating echoed in my mind. He stared intently at Chingi, his naturally drooping hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Chingi turned her head slightly, looked at the somewhat nervous Lu Yi, and gave him a gentle smile, asking softly, what's wrong? And nothing, I just suddenly wanted to kiss you. Lu Yi's voice sounded hoarse, as if it were being squeezed out of his throat. Go ahead and kiss me, it's not like I'm forbidding you from kissing me. Chingi smiled and continued to devein the shrimp. In the instant she lowered her head, her eyebrows curved into a beautiful crescent moon, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. Ono doesn't seem to have any intention of distancing himself. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she would have a meeting with Zhu Lingshan that evening, and that the subsequent progress could be accelerated. Lu Yi, who was standing next to him, also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Chingi would be disgusted, but now it seems that he had worried too much. That's true. Given how tolerant Chingi is of him, how could she possibly dislike him? But as a woman, didn't he feel even a little bit jealous? Or did she always see him as her younger brother from the beginning? But looking at Chingi's admiration value of 40, which is higher than Zhu Lingshan's before, it is clear that he is more than just a younger brother. Perhaps she was just good at hiding it. But in any case, it's a good thing that she didn't resist or express any dissatisfaction. Lu Yi gave a wry smile. It's true what they say, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Okay, he admits that's who he is. With women on both sides, what man wouldn't like that? He shook his head, walked to Chingi's side, and started deveining the shrimp with her. The two were very close, their shoulders pressed tightly together. Chingi's clothes were very thin, and Lu Yi's clothes were not thick either. He could feel the warmth and softness coming from his shoulders. How can a puppy who has just tasted the sweetness of sex control his desires? A simple touch on the shoulder was no longer enough for Lu Yi. His body unconsciously leaned closer to Chingi again. Chingi naturally noticed Lu Yi's little actions. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up again. She leaned her body closer to Lu Yi, pressing not only her arms, but also her waist and legs against him. The warmth and softness of half of his body brought Lu Yi back to his senses. Damn it, what is he thinking? I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm my somewhat agitated mind, and focused on removing the shrimp veins. But his body didn't move away. Instead, he continued to enjoy it without making a sound. As the saying goes, men and women working together makes the work easier. With their combined efforts, a sumptuous dinner was served. Go wake Shanshan up, I'll go wake Xia. After saying that, Chingi went upstairs first. Lu Yi touched his nose and followed Chingi to the second floor, where he pushed open the door to Zhu Lingshan's room. Zhu Lingshan was already awake at this time, leaning against the headboard, scrolling through videos on her phone. "Shanshan, dinner's ready," Lu Yi said softly as he walked to the bedside. Zhu Lingshan put down her phone, stretched out her hands, and said in a soft, shy voice, "Hug me." Lu Yi gasped, almost getting controlled by his best friend. He swallowed hard, but instead of reaching out to pick up Zhu Lingshan, he took out the medicine Chu Chingi had given him from his pocket. "Chu Chingi just specifically reminded me that this is to be eaten before meals. Shanshan, I bought you some medicine, you." Before Lu Yi could finish speaking, he saw that in his hand, there was not only medicine, but also a box of other things. Oh, it was something he wanted to buy before. Well, Sister Chingi is really thoughtful. "What medicine?" Zhu Lingshan asked curiously, picking it up with her fair little hand and looking at it, her face immediately turning bright red. "Lu Yi, you shameless." Chapter 73 Zhu Lingshan's Misunderstanding. Zhu Lingshan glared angrily at Lu Yi, her hand holding the medicine trembling, her full breasts heaving under the blanket. "He doesn't want to take responsibility? And he makes me eat this stuff? No, let me explain." Lu Yi was at a loss, not knowing why Zhu Lingshan was so angry. I won't listen. You're just spouting nonsense." Zhu Lingshan threw the medicine in her hand aside. The sound quickly attracted Xiaoxiye and Chu Chingi. The two walked in. Xiaoxiye stared coldly at Zhu Lingshan, who pouted, her cheeks puffed out, and her bright doe eyes were filled with tears. Chu Chingi walked to Lu Yi's side, pulled him out of the room, and said softly, "It's okay, let's talk to Shan. After saying that, she turned and went into the room, closing the door behind her. Lu Yi leaned against the doorway, still somewhat confused. Could it be because I made Zhu Lingshan take this medicine, making him think that I didn't want to take responsibility? Honestly, he had absolutely no such intention. Oh dear, this has caused Zhu Lingshan to misunderstand. I'll have to explain it to her properly later. Inside the room, Xiaoxiye stood in front of the bed, arms crossed, her cold eyes carrying a hint of reproach. Chu Chingi walked to the bedside and sat down, reaching out to pull Zhu Lingshan into her arms, and whispered, "What's wrong, Shanshan?" Zhu Lingshan looked up, her doe-like eyes brimming with tears, staring at Chu Chingi. Her voice choked with sobs, full of grievance. "Sister Chingi, Lu Yi made me take this medicine. He doesn't want to take responsibility for me." Upon hearing Zhu Lingshan's words, Chu Chingi immediately understood. This caused her to misunderstand. Chu Chingi smiled indulgently, took the medicine in her hand, and said gently, "I bought this medicine, and I asked Xiaoyi to give it to you." "Huh?" Zhu Lingshan was taken aback, her doe-like eyes, still misty with tears, filled with confusion. "Sister Chingi, you said you bought this?" Chu Chingi nodded, her gentle tone carrying a firm tone, "That's right." She paused, then added, "This is something I discussed with Sister Xie. We felt that you are still young, and neither your studies nor your career are suitable for having children at this stage. Do you understand?" Zhu Lingshan opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say a word. "Chingi is right. I'm only 19 years old, a sophomore in college, and the center of the group. It's really not suitable for me to have children. Studies won't be affected much, but it will definitely have a huge impact on your career, and it's even possible that it could ruin your career." "Okay, I misunderstood." Zhu Lingshan lowered her head and said in a soft voice, "Sister Chingi, I know I was wrong. Apologize to Ono later, Ono won't blame you." Chu Chingi rubbed Zhu Lingshan's head. Zhu Lingshan responded softly. Xiaoxiye remained silent throughout. Seeing that the matter was resolved, she didn't say anything more and turned to leave the room. The good cop has taken care of things, so the bad cop doesn't need to step in. Seeing Xiaoxiye come out, Lu Yi, who was guarding the door, hurriedly asked, "Sister Xie, Shanshan, She's fine, it's just a misunderstanding." Xiaoxiye glanced at Lu Yi indifferently, then turned and walked downstairs. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around, pushed open the door, and entered the room, where he witnessed a sensual scene. Zhu Lingshan had just crawled out of bed, while Chu Chingi had just taken her clothes out of the closet. Lu Yi closed his eyes and hurriedly retreated. Okay, he's still a little shy. It was mainly Chu Chingi's presence that made him feel strange. A moment later, Zhu Lingshan came out dressed neatly in a simple white nightgown. She approached Lu Yi, pursed her lips, and was about to speak when Lu Yi spoke first. "Shanshan, I will take responsibility to the end. I will never abandon you in this life. I, Lu Yi, mean what I say." His tone was firm, his eyes sincere, and every word pierced into Zhu Lingshan's heart. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating increases. Zhu Lingshan's affection level has increased. Before Lu Yi could even check, he felt a soft, delicate body throw himself into his arms, his waist tightly embraced by a pair of slender hands, and he felt two enormous pressures on his chest. He lowered his head, looked at Zhu Lingshan in his arms, reached out and rubbed her head, and said in a very soft voice, all right, I made you some chicken soup to help you recover. Go down and eat. Zhu Lingshan responded heavily. Chingi, standing beside them, looked at the two of them with a gentle and gratified gaze, but a hint of sadness flashed across her eyes. If only Lu Yi were holding me in his arms. It shouldn't be too long. Because Zhu Lingshan had difficulty walking, Lu Yi carried her horizontally down the stairs. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Zhu Lingshan's bright doe eyes were filled with surprise. Lu Yi, did you cook all of this? Yes, let's try it. Lu Yi gently placed her on the high chair, then picked up a bowl and ladled out a bowl of black chicken soup for her. As the saying goes, a sip of soup before a meal is better than a doctor's prescription. Lu Yi placed the bowl of chicken soup in front of Zhu Lingshan and was about to sit down when he heard a sound of the bottom of a bowl tapping on the table. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Shia push out an empty bowl, staring at Lu Yi with a calm and indifferent gaze, without saying a word. Lu Yi smiled, bent down, picked up Xiaoxia's bowl, and filled it for her as well. Sister Xia, have a taste. Lu Yi placed the bowl in front of her and said softly. Xiaoxia nodded slightly, her cold eyes showing a hint of satisfaction. Lu Yi turned his attention to Chingi beside him. The latter had a faint smile on her face and blinked her gentle almond-shaped eyes twice. After serving Chingi, Lu Yi was finally able to sit down. For a fleeting moment, he actually sensed that Xiaoxia and Chingi were jealous. Is it a hallucination? He wasn't sure either, but at least they weren't keeping their distance from him. The moment the broth touched her lips, Zhu Lingshan's eyes widened instantly, and she gave Lu Yi a thumbs up. Great. Xiaoxia and Chingi also took a small sip, the rich chicken soup flavor filling their mouths, thick and sweet. Good. Ono is awesome. The two of them couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lu Yi smiled innocently, his eyes full of pride. Not only was the chicken soup delicious, but the sweet and sour pork ribs, as well as the boiled shrimp and green vegetables, also received rave reviews from the three women. Zhu Lingshan ate 3 large bowls and drank 4 bowls of soup in one go. Lu Yi couldn't help but wonder how her small stomach could hold so much. Chingi was somewhat restrained, eating 2 bowls of rice and 2 bowls of soup. Seeing that Chingi hadn't eaten much, Xiaoxia didn't ask for a third bowl. She just smacked her lips and glanced at the casserole containing chicken soup from time to time. Sister Xia, do you want more? Lu Yi asked softly when he saw her longing look on her face. No. Xiaoxia refused decisively, then got up and walked upstairs, casually tossing out a remark, eating too much will make you fat. Zhu Lingshan was taken aback, then pouted, realizing that this was a direct reference to her. Anyway, she can eat as much as she wants and never gain weight. After eating and drinking to their heart's content and cleaning up the kitchen, Chingi called Zhu Lingshan upstairs. Meeting. Chapter 73, the third roundtable meeting. Master bedroom study. Xiaoxia sat facing due north, Chingi was in the southwest, and Zhu Lingshan was huddled in the southeast corner. In front of the 3 people, on a transparent glass table, were 3 wine glasses. The third roundtable meeting was launched. Xiaoxia picked up her wine glass, took a small sip, and said calmly, So, how was last night? Awesome. Zhu Lingshan blurted out. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Chingi's ears turned slightly red. She calmly picked up her wine glass and took a sip to distract herself. Xiaoxia remained expressionless, glancing indifferently at Zhu Lingshan. Did I tell you to say this? Otherwise what? Zhu Lingshan raised an eyebrow, her tone slightly raised. It really felt great. Look, my legs still hurt, how could it not feel great? Chingi remained silent, only sipping her wine lightly. Xiaoxia put down her wineglass and stared intently at Zhu Lingshan, who met her gaze without backing down. I have to show this off to them. The two stared at each other for a while before Xiaoxia spoke calmly, explain in detail. Chingi was stunned, looking at Xiaoxia with a somewhat incredulous expression. She didn't mishear, did she? Explain in detail? Is this something that can be talked about? Xiaoxia ignored Chingi's gaze and calmly looked at Zhu Lingshan, her hands naturally resting on her knees. Now we've arrived at Zhu Lingshan's home turf. She picked up her glass, took a big gulp, put it down, and began to tell her story vividly. Her two little hands waved every now and then, her face alternating between pain and ecstasy. From the moment she entered the room until she fell asleep. The sensations of pain and pleasure, the feeling of soaring to the sky, were described in great detail from top to bottom, inside and out. Xiao Xia's ears turned slightly red as she listened, and her hands, which were resting on her knees, naturally tightened, gripping the hem of her nightgown so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Chingi, standing beside him, continued drinking her wine calmly, though her cheeks were flushed. An hour later, Zhu Lingshan finally stopped babbling and then picked up the glass of red wine in front of her and drank it all in one gulp. Cool. That's the feeling. She put down her wine glass, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Xie and Chingi's rosy cheeks, a playful smile playing on her lips, her bright doe eyes full of cunning. She opened her mouth slightly and said in a teasing tone, "Sister Xie, Sister Chingi, why are your faces so red?" "I'm not a big drinker, so I drank a little too much." Chingi put down her wine glass, the empty glass becoming her perfect excuse. "What's it to you?" Xiao Xie retorted directly. Zhu Lingshan shrank her neck, playfully stuck out her little pink tongue, and her eyes were full of teasing. The three remained silent for half an hour before Chingi finally broke the silence. "Shanshan, I have an important task for you now. Tell me in detail." Zhu Lingshan perked up her ears. "Now that you've got what you wanted, what about us? Have you considered that?" Chingi asked calmly. "What if Xiaoyi becomes distant from us because of you? Have you thought about the consequences?" Zhu Lingshan was a little confused. She really hadn't thought of this. "Then what should I do?" she asked Chingi. "It's simple. Just whisper sweet nothings in his ear and slowly brainwash him." Chingi's tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. "Should I ask him myself?" Zhu Lingshan asked, puzzled. "It depends." Chingi had just started to speak when Xiao Xie interrupted her, saying directly, "That's too direct, be more tactful." Chingi opened her mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately closed it. She didn't care, but this proud woman couldn't bring herself to do it. "Xia, you've already paid out of pocket, what's there to be ashamed of? You're really sick in the head. Let me think about it." Zhu Lingshan scratched her head, then asked, "Are you in a hurry?" "Very." Chingi had barely uttered a word when Xiao Xie interrupted her, "No rush." Chingi pouted. "You're not in a hurry, but I am." Blanche. However, she didn't dare to say much. Despite her complaints, the eldest sister still made the final decision on such an important matter. Chingi hesitated to speak, but Zhu Lingshan was fearless when she got bold, and she asked directly, "Are you really not in a hurry?" Xiao Xie glared at her, her tone becoming more forceful, "No rush." Zhu Lingshan shrugged. "Is this what you call not being in a hurry?" If Lu Yi were to enter her room now, he'd probably jump up in excitement, but he's saying there's no rush. A woman who says one thing but means another. That stubborn tsundere, save him for last. They could only eat what was left over by themselves and Chingi. In other words, Xiao Xie didn't have mind-reading abilities, otherwise she would have thrown Zhu Lingshan out the window on the spot. After the meeting ended, Xiao Xie returned to the master bedroom, sat on the bed with her back against the headboard, and stretched out her long, straight legs. Her nightgown wasn't very long, the hem didn't even cover her knees. These long, shapely legs gleamed with a delicate sheen under the light. Her right leg lifted slightly, and her pearl-like toes twitched. "I heard at work before that some people really like legs. My legs are often the target of countless people peeping at me." Reflecting on Lu Ye's changes over this period, could washing his feet be? White toenails don't seem pretty enough. Xiao Xie's lips curled up slightly, her eyebrows raised, and her eyes held a hint of smug confidence. "In a couple of days, I'll give Ono a surprise. We can't let Chingi beat us to it." Chingi's room. She sat upright at her desk, where a laptop was playing videos on how to arouse a man's desire. Someone else wasn't in a hurry, but she was. Especially after hearing Zhu Lingshan talk about it tonight, she couldn't wait to try it. But no matter how anxious we are, in the end we still have to see what Ono's attitude is. If he truly only has eyes for Zhu Lingshan and treats her like an older sister, then she can only respect Xiaoye's decision. She would never object to any of Ono's decisions. With a soft sigh, she kept her eyes on the computer screen, diligently studying the positions shown. Meanwhile, in the second-floor corridor, Zhu Lingshan's door quietly opened, and a small head peeked out. After looking around to make sure she wasn't being discovered, she tiptoed out of the room and gently closed the door behind her. Zhu Lingshan bent over, her two delicate white hands placed in front of her. She was barefoot and walked silently as she groped her way downstairs in the dark. She patted her chest, sending a ripple through it. When she arrived at Lu Ye's door, she reached out and gently knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The soft tapping sound echoed in the quiet room. Immediately following was a series of light footsteps. With a creak, Lu Yi had just opened the door when Zhu Lingshan suddenly darted in, then dashed to the bed and burrowed under the covers. Lu Yi was a little dumbfounded. He closed the door, walked to the bedside, and looked at Zhu Lingshan with a puzzled expression. Is your leg wound healed? Not ready yet, came Zhu Lingshan's shy voice from under the covers. Then why did you come over? I want to hold you. Lu Yi smiled. This little girl seems to be getting a bit clingy. It's pretty good. Chapter 74 Chu Chingi's teasing. The next day, Lu Yi felt like he couldn't breathe properly. He slowly opened his eyes. A vast expanse of white snow stretched out before him, soft and fluffy like cotton candy, and even a little sweet. Pulling his head out, Lu Yi got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. The first class after military training was Chingi's piano lesson, so I couldn't be late. While washing up, he glanced at his control panel. Host, Lu Yi. Stamina, 30. Endurance, 28. Charm, 21. Appearance value, 28. Abilities, unfazed by alcohol, proficient in arrow, intermediate martial arts, advanced singing skills, advanced piano skills, intermediate sanda skills, proficient in Bajiquan, advanced gaming skills, advanced swana skills, a knack for telling lies, advanced guitar skills, photographic memory, intermediate cooking skills. Items, Lucky Card 3, Brainless Traffic Card 5, Information Card 4, Boss Summoning Card 1, Time Reversal Card 1, Boss Summoning Card 2-3, Fan Card 3, Brain Degrading Card 1. Money, 375,247.52. Bound to, Chu Chingi click to view, Zhu Lingshan click to view, Xiaoxia click to view. My physical strength has also exceeded 30, and my endurance and appearance have reached a pretty good level. The only downside is his lack of charm. I hope Xiaoxia's romance quest will refresh in a couple of days and I can increase her charm a bit. Lu Yi was quite looking forward to the other time-limited mission. Charm is 9 points short, and appearance is 2 points short, but it's not a big problem. Lu Yi then glanced at the three women's stats. Name, Chu Chingi. Favorability, 74.99. Adoration level, 40. Name, Zhu Lingshan. Favorability, 71.95. Adoration level, 62. Name, Xiaoxia. Favorability, 35,100. Adoration level, 14,100. Chu Chingi hasn't changed much, but Zhu Lingshan's favorability and admiration have skyrocketed after the communication the day before yesterday, which is normal. Her admiration level surpassed Chu Chingi's, but her favorability was still slightly lower. In comparison, although Xiaoxia improved a little yesterday, it was still pitifully little. Lu Yi also took a look at today's tasks. Daily task, get Chu Chingi to kiss you first. Daily task, perform on stage with Zhu Lingshan once. Daily task, help Xiaoxia get dressed. Chu Chingi's task was still simple, and Xiaoxia probably couldn't complete it. She's probably already at work by now, so we'll just have to wait until tonight to see. But Zhu Lingshan's appearance on the same stage is a bit puzzling. Performances aren't something you can just come up with on a whim. Are you suggesting I go out and act crazy with her in the street? That seems like a viable approach. He came out of the bathroom and glanced at Zhu Lingshan, who was still fast asleep in bed. A hint of contentment lingered on her fair cheeks, her lips curved slightly upward, and her breathing was even. Lu Yi didn't wake her up, letting her rest properly. As they arrived at the restaurant, Chu Chingi was just bringing breakfast out of the kitchen. Today's meal is milk and a sandwich. Xiao Yi, wake up. Come and have breakfast. Chu Chingi waved to Lu Yi, her face showing her usual gentleness. Lu Yi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He walked up to Chu Chingi and slowly closed his eyes. Sister Chingi should understand what I mean. Sure enough, less than 2 seconds after Lu Yi closed his eyes, he felt a warm and soft red lip pressed against his forehead. After the red lips left, Lu Yi opened his eyes and looked at Chu Chingi, who was smiling in front of him. A gentle smile appeared on his lips. Daily task completed, reward, 785. Chu Chingi slowly closed her eyes, raised her chin, and stretched out her swan-like limbs. Lu Yi's throat moved, and looking at Chu Chingi's smooth forehead, he also gave her a light kiss on the forehead. Chu Chingi opened her eyes, looked at Lu Yi with tender affection, her lips slightly upturned, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Cough cough. A cold cough sounded. Zhu Qingyi pouted, thinking, this bad woman is here to ruin things. Lu Yi turned around and saw Xiao Xie coming down from upstairs. She was still dressed in a smart business suit, a chiffon blouse, a pencil skirt, and black stockings. Her chest was so prominent it seemed about to burst out of her clothes, and her long, straight legs, encased in black stockings, had smooth, perfect lines. Lu Yi swallowed hard and asked gently, Sister Xie, aren't you going to work today? At this time of day, Xiao Xie would have already left home. Go. Xiao Xie uttered a single word. She didn't explain much. She couldn't very well say that she had insomnia last night. Upon arriving at the dining table, Xiao Xie ignored Lu Yi and sat down directly in the dining chair. The three of them ate their breakfast separately. After Zhu Qingyi finished getting ready, she went upstairs to change her clothes, and then went to school with Lu Yi. Xiao Xie went to the shoe cabinet, bent down and took out a pair of black high heels with red soles. Seeing her bend over, Lu Yi quietly came up behind her. This pose? He made his move. He quickly pulled a suit jacket from the coat rack next to him, and then draped it over Xiao Xie's back the moment she stood up. Xiao Xie's eyes widened slightly, her body tensed, and even the toes of her feet, which had just been put into shoes, unconsciously tightened. Lu Yi took the stiff arm in his hand, slipped it into the sleeve, and then darted out from the cuff. On the other side, the same method was used, and Lu Yi's gang put on a suit jacket. Daily quest completed. Reward, charm +1. Lu Yi was secretly delighted. This was exactly what he needed. He straightened the wrinkles in Xiao Xie's suit and said with satisfaction, all right, Sister Xie. Xiao Xie turned around, gave him a complicated look, and left without saying anything. She stepped out the door, pressed the elevator button, and ran inside as quickly as the elevator doors opened. Once inside, Xiao Xie leaned against the elevator wall, gently patting her chest with her slender hands. Just now, regarding Ono's position, she thought Ono was going to. Well. Xiao Xie sighed. It seemed that she had been thinking too much last night, which made her mind wander. Using the reflection in the smooth elevator wall, she reached out and straightened her suit. But if I wear a jacket today, can't I wear a shirt tomorrow? Thinking of this, Xiao Xie smiled faintly. Xiao Xie's favorability has increased. Xiao Xie's affection level has increased. Lu Yi, who was inside the room, was taken aback when he heard the notification sound. It actually increased by 2 values, even if it's only by 1 point, it's still pretty good. Xiao Xie's dual stats are inherently difficult to improve. Lu Yi smiled, and then he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Zhu Qingyi coming down from upstairs. A long-sleeved, ice blue dress with a high neckline that concealed her swan-like neck. The fitted waist of the dress accentuated her curvaceous figure, and the hem fell naturally to her ankles, with her braided hair draped over her right shoulder. Gentle and elegant, intellectual and sophisticated. Zhu Qingyi came up to Lu Yi, reached out and grabbed the end of his braid, lightly scratched his face, and said in a gentle yet playful tone, "Are you stunned?" Lu Yi's ears turned red, and he quickly lowered his head, feeling as if he had been teased. Seeing Lu Yi's expression, Zhu Qingyi's lips curled into a smug smile, and her eyebrows unconsciously arched upwards. Zhu Qingyi looked around the living room and dining room, and asked curiously, "Hasn't Shanshan gotten up yet?" "I didn't wake her. Let her sleep a little longer." "All right, she doesn't have any classes today anyway. I'll come back and wake her up this afternoon. She has to perform at the welcome party tonight." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Chapter 75 Lu Yi's jealousy. Zhu Lingshan is actually going to attend the freshman welcome party? Wouldn't that give me the opportunity to share the stage with her? We'll talk to her again when she wakes up. They followed Zhu Qingyi to the school. Zhu Qingyi was still holding Lu Yi's arm, looking very intimate. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qingyi had not changed her attitude towards him at all. At least this way of getting along reduces his psychological burden. The students who passed by all looked at Lu Yi with envy. They wouldn't even dare to dream of being embraced like this by the most beautiful girl at Jiangnan University. Ah, it's so nice to have an older sister. Upon arriving at the teaching building, Zhu Qingyi released Lu Yi and said softly, "You go up first, I'll go to my office to get something." Lu Yi nodded slightly. After parting ways with Zhu Qingyi, he went to the classroom on the 3rd floor, where most of his classmates had already arrived. They chatted and joked casually, and the 3 of them, including Xiang Tuo and Shi, continued their playful antics. Xiao Xie had told him to stay away from Hao Youxiu last time, and he rarely speaks to him now. However, he often chatted with Xiang Tuo, Du Ziting, and Diao Mao. The main thing is that these 3 people are interesting. If we ignore even these 3 people, wouldn't that be isolating the other students in the class? Wu Mengmeng and the others greeted Lu Yi with smiles on their faces. However, Lu Yi noticed that the students in the class had already split into 5 factions. The group consisted of 10 girls, including class monitor Wu Mengmeng, Youth League Secretary Su Qingde, and Bai Shiyu. Xin Yusin, the Arts and Literature Committee member, led 8 brightly dressed girls to form a group. The other 7 girls formed their own group. Then Hao Yotsu and his 5 female fans formed a small group. The rest was just the boys sticking together for warmth. Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh, that's really terrifying. I'd heard that 4 girls in a dorm could create 8 group chats, and it's only been half a month since school started, but the class has already divided up all the groups. Lu Yi estimated that there must be quite a few smaller groups within this faction. That's terrifying. Hao Yotsu has isolated you. Lu Yi nudged Xiang Tuosher with his hand. No, we chat occasionally, but lately he's been spending all his time with women, Xiang Tuosher said casually. TCH, so what if he's a little handsome? He's always bragging in the dorm about how he hangs out with this guy today and that guy tomorrow. Du Ziting said with a look of disdain. Your Majesty, you're just being as sour grapes, Diao Mao said, turning his head away. Du Ziting remained silent. He was indeed envious. But that's his skill, and he didn't think much of it at first, but he just couldn't stand his boastful attitude. The group chatted casually for a while, and then the class bell rang, and Chingi walked in. As music students, we naturally have some understanding of the piano. As a newly appointed master-level piano teacher, Chingi's teaching level is naturally exceptional. In addition, her gentle tone made the technique immediately clear to everyone. There aren't many classes today, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. After the afternoon classes ended, Lu Yi acted as an errand boy, going home to wake Zhu Lingshan up. Back to my cozy little home. Lu Yi looked around the living room and dining room, but there was no one there. This little girl, is she still not up yet? Lu Yi muttered to himself as he walked towards his room. He opened the door and saw that Zhu Lingshan was already awake, leaning against the headboard looking at her phone. Hearing the door open, Zhu Lingshan looked up and, seeing Lu Yi, her eyebrows curved into a beautiful crescent moon. She said in a soft, sweet voice, Yi, I'm hungry. Lu Yi felt a jolt run down his spine upon hearing this, and goosebumps instantly rose all over his body. You're so tight, Lu Yi couldn't help but complain. Yi, don't you like it? Zhu Lingshan put down her phone, stretched out her fair arm from under the covers, propped herself up on the bed with both hands, and stared at Lu Yi with her bright doe eyes. Lu Yi touched his neck and said calmly, it's not that I don't like it, it just feels a little strange. He. Zhu Lingshan covered her mouth and chuckled a few times, then said, then it must be because I'm not natural enough. I need to learn a bit. Forget it, just be the same as before. Lu Yi walked to the bedside, reached out and pinched her fair cheek, his eyes full of doting, his tone gentle as water. I just love Shan who's always playing around with me. Zhu Lingshan blinked a few times, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterflies. She suddenly sat up straight, the blanket slipped down, revealing her beautiful body. The straps of her light blue nightgown were pulled up to her arms by the blanket, revealing a small patch of her full curves. Zhu Lingshan put her hands on her hips, her doe eyes widened, raised her chin, and said arrogantly, carry me upstairs to change. Lu Yi touched his nose, it still felt familiar. He reached out and grabbed Zhu Lingshan's fair arm, gently pulling her up from the bed. Then he bent down, put one hand under her calf and the other around her back, and held her steadily in his arms. Zhu Lingshan casually placed her hands on Lu Yi's neck, resting her head against his warm chest, like a lazy kitten. Arriving at Zhu Lingshan's room on the second floor, Lu Yi put her down and said softly, what would you like to eat? I'll cook it for you. Yes, I want to eat noodles with soybean paste, and add 2 eggs and a sausage. Zhu Lingshan said lightly and excitedly. Lu Yi gently patted her head and said softly, okay. After Lu Yi left, Zhu Lingshan took off her pajamas and went into the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, she stood in front of the wardrobe, rubbing her chin with one hand, thinking about what to wear. She's the closing act at the welcome party tonight. The school had prepared an evening gown for her, but she didn't want to wear it, she already had one of her own. Her gaze then fell upon a cherry pink cake dress, the hem of which was so short it didn't even cover her knees. But it comes with built-in safety shorts, and the skirt has multiple layers, so you won't expose yourself when you move around. After changing her clothes, she went downstairs. Lu Yi happened to be carrying a bowl out of the kitchen when he saw Zhu Lingshan, and his eyes lit up immediately. The cherry pink cake dress perfectly accentuated her exquisite figure. The neckline is square, revealing her delicate collarbone, while the flowing, sheer sleeves cover her shoulders and reveal her pink arms. The dress's fitted waist accentuated her slender figure, while the layered skirt, though short, revealed half of her fair thighs and shapely calves. She was full of dreamlike dynamism. Humph! Zhu Lingshan snorted triumphantly. Are you bewitched by me? Lu Yi snapped out of his daze, awkwardly rubbed his nose, put the noodles with soybean paste on the table, and then looked at Zhu Lingshan and asked in a serious tone, Shanshan, are you going to wear this outfit to perform at the New Year's Eve party later? Yeah, what's wrong? Zhu Lingshan said, turning around as she did so. You've given yourself away a bit. Lu Yi stared at him, his tone probing. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lingshan stopped spinning, brought her head close to Lu Yi's face, and her bright doe eyes held a teasing look. Are you jealous? Chapter 76, the performance spot should be given to Lu Yi? Lu Yi was taken aback and instinctively wanted to refuse, but in the end he nodded decisively, his tone firm. That's right, I'm jealous. Look at what you're wearing. So many eyes will be watching you when you perform on stage later. Zhu Lingshan twirled a stray hair behind her ear with her fingers, a sly smile hidden in her eyes. Oh, you're jealous, aren't you? After saying that, she tiptoed and whispered in Lu Yi's ear, Little Yi, you jealous king, they can look but can't eat, but you can look and eat, and you're still jealous. Lu Yi pursed his lips. The words were crude, but the reasoning was sound, but... Seeing that Lu Yi was still hesitant, Zhu Lingshan cupped his cheeks in her hands, her bright doe eyes staring straight into his eyes. This is my career, it's just performing on stage, it's nothing special. Moreover, as I told you before, my dream is to stand on the stage shining brightly, and then use my influence to do what I should do. If you asked me to go on stage dressed as a country girl, do you think the audience would like it? Zhu Lingshan's words left Lu Yi speechless. He realized he had indeed been selfish. He couldn't let Zhu Lingshan give up her dream because of his own selfishness. A performance on stage naturally requires careful consideration, and it's normal to dress up nicely. However, Lu Yi felt that there was a way to do this. He looked at Zhu Lingshan, who was standing close to him, and said softly, All right, but you have to agree to one condition. What are the conditions? Wear this tonight. Before Lu Yi could finish speaking, Zhu Lingshan shook her head vigorously. No, my leg isn't healed yet. Her voice still sounded a little scared. It had been 2 days and she still didn't feel very comfortable. Sigh, for a moment of entertainment, I wasted 3 whole days. Before Lu Yi returned, she searched for information online and concluded that after repeated exposure, there would be fewer after effects. Tell Lu Yi to be careful, otherwise it won't be you who suffers in the end. Lu Yi didn't say anything more, only expressing slight regret. But Zhu Lingshan's leg wasn't fully healed yet, so he couldn't force her. After Zhu Lingshan finished eating the noodles Lu Yi had made. As the two stepped out of the house, Lu Yi noticed that Zhu Lingshan had specially changed into a pair of crystal high heels. Normally, Lu Yi rarely sees Zhu Lingshan wearing high heels. She usually wears sandals or white sneakers. However, it must be said that once Zhu Lingshan put on high heels, Lu Yi felt that her leg lines were more beautiful, her whole body was taller, and her figure became more and more perfect. Goodness gracious. It's true what they say, clothes make the man and a saddle makes the horse. A pair of high heels can make such a big difference. Next time, have her wear high heels. The auditorium of Jiangnan University. Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan went backstage. On the way here, Lu Yi told Zhu Lingshan about his idea of performing on the same stage with her. Zhu Lingshan agreed to the idea without any hesitation. She wasn't singing solo, she was performing with a senior student, one singing and the other playing the piano. Since Lu Yi is coming, we'll just have to kick the senior out. There were many people backstage, with beautiful female students moving around among them. The moment Zhu Lingshan entered, it was as if the room had been put on pause, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Facing the gazes of these people, Zhu Lingshan raised her chin and pulled Lu Yi towards the next room. It wasn't until the door closed that everyone realized what had happened. Holy crap, was that Zhu Lingshan just now? She's so beautiful, no wonder she's the second most beautiful girl at Jiangnan University. Who is that man next to her? Oh, I know that, Lu Yi, Teacher Chu's younger brother. Could Teacher Chu's younger brother be Zhu Lingshan's boyfriend? Idiot, Zhu Lingshan is Teacher Chu's sister, and Lu Yi is Teacher Chu's brother, and also Zhu Lingshan's brother. That's not right, none of the 3 of them share the same last name. You won't believe me even if I tell you. What if they say they're boyfriend and girlfriend to your face and you get upset? Hee hee, that's true. After a while of discussion, everyone got busy with their own tasks. Whether it's her younger brother or her real boyfriend, it has nothing to do with them. Zhu Lingshan is such a beautiful woman, she's not someone they can lay a finger on. They know their own limitations. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was heavy, and the cold air seemed to solidify. Zhu Lingshan stood side by side with Lu Yi, her gaze fixed on the man sitting on the sofa. Zhao Hao, vice president of the student union and president of the music club. A third-year student, one of the 5 most handsome men on campus. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with anger. Shan, I've been rehearsing for over half a month, and now you're telling me to give up this performance spot to your younger brother? Zhao Hao pointed at Lu Yi and said. That's right. Zhu Lingshan stepped forward, her tone stern. I know you have objections, but you don't have to. Zhao Hao laughed, stood up from the sofa, and said firmly, I'm telling you, it's impossible. Then I won't act anymore. Zhu Lingshan crossed her arms, looking like she was saying, what can you do about it? Zhao Hao's face turned completely red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He went to great lengths to get this opportunity to share the stage with Zhu Lingshan. What's the point of me going on stage if Zhu Lingshan doesn't go? Throughout the entire Jiangnan University, everyone knows he is Zhu Lingshan's #1 suitor. Originally, he had planned to take advantage of the opportunity to perform together and get some people to lead the way so that the confession wall would be filled with messages about him being with Zhu Lingshan. Then I could openly and honestly confess my feelings to her, it would be perfect. But all her plans were thwarted by this person named Lu Yi. But Zhao Hao couldn't bring himself to hate him. Zhu Lingshan's younger brother, what a load of rubbish. My brother-in-law. Zhao Hao collapsed weakly onto the sofa, as if he had been dead for a while. He struggled to lift his eyes, his gaze fixed on Zhu Lingshan, his tone tinged with a deathly stillness. I can give the role to Lu Yi instead, but can you guarantee that his performance won't have any problems? Zhu Lingshan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, she really hadn't thought of that. This is indeed a tricky problem. The welcome party is attended by school leaders and will be broadcast live. If something really happens, she can't afford to take the blame. Seeing Zhu Lingshan's melancholy, Zhao Hao's eyes lit up with hope again. Just as sunlight pierces through the darkness, dawn quietly sweeps across the horizon. At that moment, a confident and firm voice rang out from the side. You don't need to worry about that, senior. Zhao Hao frowned, his gaze fixed on Lu Yi. What a boastful tone. Zhu Lingshan also turned her head, her eyes filled with deep worry. Are you sure everything's all right? Lu Yi gently patted her head, his eyes firm, his tone carrying a reassuring magic. Trust me. Okay. Zhu Lingshan readily agreed. She ignored Zhao Hao and took Lu Yi's hand as they walked out of the room. Zhao Hao was left bewildered and powerless. Weren't their actions a little too intimate just now? A gentle head pat? He really wanted to touch it too. Chapter 77 Welcome Party. After leaving the room, Zhu Lingshan led Lu Yi to the host. The host was a bit confused. They were about to start, and now they were changing the host at the last minute? He didn't agree immediately, but instead took out his phone to ask Zhao Hao. After learning that Zhao Hao was indeed not participating, he didn't make things difficult for Zhu Lingshan. After dealing with the matter, Zhu Lingshan led Lu Yi to sit down in a corner. Lu Yi, would you like to try out the piano and get familiar with it? Zhu Lingshan asked softly. No need for that, I'm a master pianist. Lu Yi's lips curled up, revealing a confident smile. He also quite liked listening to the songs sung by Zhu Lingshan, and he even knew some of the sheet music for one of them. Now that I have advanced piano skills, it's naturally a piece of cake. The two whispered to each other as the party officially began. Shall we go take a look? Zhu Lingshan asked softly. Lu Yi naturally had no objections, waiting was boring anyway. The performance was not visible from backstage. Zhu Lingshan led Lu Yi out through a side path, lifted the curtain, and arrived at the front of the auditorium. There was a bleacher stand in the corner, which was already full of people who had come out from backstage to watch. With no seats available, the two had no choice but to stand next to the crowd. The view wasn't very good, you could only see about 2/3 of the stage. The audience seats were full of students, including not only freshmen but also many sophomores and juniors who came to join in the fun. Lu Yi was still in the first row, watching Chingi's figure. At that moment, she was whispering something to the person next to her. Lu Yi knew a teacher named Li who was licking his boots. The other was a middle-aged man in a suit, who looked gentle and elegant. Lu Yi didn't think much of it and instead focused his attention on the stage. The opening dance was a hot dance performed by a group of young ladies. A white tank top paired with a black mini skirt, showcasing long, white legs, with safety shorts visible as the skirt flutters in the wind. This drew loud cheers from the students in the audience. Lu Yi was also watching with great interest. No man could resist taking a look at something like this. Human instinct is simply to appreciate. Is it pretty? Zhu Lingshan whispered into Lu Yi's ear. So, nowhere near as good as you, Lu Yi said honestly. Hoof. Zhu Lingshan let out a cheerful hum, her eyes and brows beaming with joy, the corners of her mouth curving into a beautiful arc, her chin unconsciously tilting upwards. Seeing her smug look, Lu Yi would have given her a good beating if there hadn't been so many people around. The rest of the program wasn't particularly exciting. It was mostly singing and dancing, with the occasional breaking a boulder on one's chest moment that really ignited the excitement. As the party drew to a close, Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan returned backstage to prepare for their performance. Now, let's invite Zhu Lingshan and Lu Yi to the stage. The host's voice rang out, startling many people. Most of the second and third year students in the audience knew that the last performance was by Zhu Lingshan and Zhao Hao. They came specifically to see the second most beautiful girl at Jiangnan University sing a duet with Zhao Hao, but now it's someone named Lu Yi? Not only were the senior students puzzled, but many teachers were also very confused. What's going on? Teacher Wang, who was in charge of the party, frowned. I don't know. I just asked Zhao Hao, and he said to give the younger generation a chance to perform. This Zhao Hao is really sensible, giving this opportunity to the younger generation. Some of the teachers started talking at once, and Teacher Wang frowned even more deeply. During rehearsals, it was Zhu Lingshan and Zhao Hao, but now on stage it's a person named Lu Yi. If anything goes wrong, Jiangnan University will lose all face. This is a live broadcast. He glanced to the side, thinking to himself that if a problem really occurred later, he would have to shut down the live stream and say it was a system malfunction. Chingi also stopped talking to the person next to her and stared intently at the stage. Ono was pleasantly surprised to see Shanshan on stage with him. She wanted to see if the two of them could work together seamlessly enough. The moment the stage lights came on, Lu Yi sat in front of a grand piano, his hands resting on the black and white keys. Zhu Lingshan stood to the side, holding a microphone, her face calm, but her eyes burning with passion. A series of gasps erupted from the audience in the auditorium. Oh wow, Goddess Shanshan. My princess, you are so beautiful. Hey, that guy named Lu Yi is pretty handsome too. These two look like a perfect match. They're siblings, how could they not be a good match? A bunch of cavemen who don't know how to read a confession wall. Lu Yi ignored the noise from the audience, closed his eyes, and gently pressed the first key. The clear sound of the piano and Zhu Lingshan's melodious singing rang out at the same time. The only pure white jasmine flower, blooming in the amber crescent moon. Even if I lose all the power of love, I was not afraid. Compared to Zhu Lingshan's powerful and penetrating voice, Lu Yi's piano playing seemed somewhat dim. Her lively, firm, and hopeful voice illuminated everyone's hearts like the light of the future. Jasmine should not be merely superficially beautiful and delicate. Rather, no matter how noisy and turbulent the external environment or how bumpy and rugged their family background, they remain resilient and courageous at heart. Unafraid of all darkness, with unwavering strength in our hearts, we will find our own light. The setbacks along the way are only to make the final brilliance even more dazzling. Lu Yi's hands gradually filled with strength, his head swayed slightly, and each key he played carried the unwavering emotion in his heart. His piano playing, imbued with deep emotion, made Zhu Lingshan's singing merely a backdrop at that moment. After hardship comes happiness, and the future has already seen the clouds part. He will ensure that his three older sisters live a carefree life, happy and joyful every day. The moment the last note fell, the auditorium was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lu Yi stood up, went to Zhu Lingshan's side, took her hand, bowed to the people below the stage to express his gratitude, and then turned to leave. The students snapped out of their daze and burst into thunderous cheers. All sorts of awesome things resounded throughout the sky. Chingi, sitting in the first row, had her eyebrows already curved into crescent moons, and the corners of her mouth never lowered. She felt that Lu Yi's piano skills seemed to be better than hers. That intense and passionate emotion, even if she were to sing and play the song, she couldn't express it as clearly as Lu Yi. This is a promising talent. I wonder who his teacher is, the man in a suit standing next to Chingi remarked admiringly. Chingi glanced at him, raised her eyebrows, and said in a triumphant and excited voice, Teacher Lu, his name is Lu Yi, he is my younger brother and also my student. Teacher Lu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled with satisfaction, Xiaochu, you can bring him over sometime. Chingi's eyes lit up, and she nodded slightly. The teacher in front of her, Mr. Liu, is not only her former mentor, but also a big name in the piano world. If he could give Ono some pointers, it would be a huge boost to Ono's development. Chapter 78: The second wife beats the third wife. Outside the auditorium, Zhu Lingshan and Lu Yi stood under a camphor tree. Zhu Lingshan circled around Lu Yi a few times, making tsk sounds. Lu Yi, when did you become so good at playing the piano? She couldn't help but exclaim, her bright doe eyes full of surprise. I'm much better at it. I'm proficient in playing all kinds of instruments and singing. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow and gestured with his chin. Bragging? Chatting? Flicking cigarette ash? Going against the grain? Lu Yi was speechless, unsure how to refute. He. Seeing Lu Yi's discomfiture, Zhu Lingshan covered her mouth, her eyebrows curving into a beautiful crescent moon. What are you chatting about that makes you so happy? Chingi asked, walking out of the auditorium and looking at Zhu Lingshan, who was beaming with joy. Sister Chingi, Lu Yi said he can play musical instruments and sing. Zhu Lingshan recounted what had just happened. Chingi raised her hand, her fingers slightly bent, and gave Zhu Lingshan a light tap on the forehead. Stop making fun of Xiao Yi. Zhu Lingshan pouted, made a mischievous face, then ran behind Lu Yi, grabbed his arm with her small hand, and said in a sarcastic tone. Lu Yi, look, your second wife is beating up your third wife. Chingi's ears turned red, her eyebrows slightly raised, and she gave Zhu Lingshan a knowing look. Shan, don't talk nonsense. Lu Yi hurriedly spoke up, his tone feigning sternness. How could this little girl say such things in front of Sister Chingi? What if she makes Sister Chingi angry? Humph. Zhu Lingshan gave a haughty snort, let go of Lu Yi, and skipped home. Lu Yi glanced at Chingi secretly and was relieved to find that she didn't seem angry. However, what Zhu Lingshan just said seemed quite interesting. Second wife beats third wife? What about the first wife? Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The two followed behind Zhu Lingshan. The dim streetlights barely allowed people to see the road. There weren't many pedestrians, and the path seemed rather deserted, with only the chirping of crickets nearby and the occasional soft laughter from Zhu Lingshan ahead. Xiao Yi, Professor Liu was very satisfied with your performance just now and said he would like to meet you sometime. Chingi opened her mouth slightly, her voice not loud, but it drifted into Lu Yi's ears on the breeze. Professor Liu? Who is that? Lu Yi asked curiously. She was my former mentor. She came here as a professor a year and a half ago, Chingi said gently. Lu Yi frowned. Chingi didn't attend university in Jiangnan, she just came here to work after graduation. The professor even came along to become a professor. I'm afraid his motives aren't pure. Chingi, why did he want to see me? Lu Yi asked, his eyes full of doubt. I'm not sure either. Maybe he wants to mentor you or take you on as a disciple. He is very famous in the industry. Whether it's mentoring you or taking you on as a disciple, it will be beneficial for you. Hearing Chingi's words, Lu Yi shook his head slightly. Sister Chingi, I'm fine with you teaching me. My skill level isn't as high as his, so naturally, my understanding can't compare to his. Chingi stopped and looked at Lu Yi with gentle eyes. The talent you're showing now is almost catching up with mine. There's not much I can teach you, do you understand? Lu Yi's clear gaze met Chingi's. After a long while, he nodded slightly, okay. There's no harm in meeting him, it'll be a good opportunity to see if this guy really has designs on Sister Chingi. Why did she choose to come to Jiangnan University with Chingi instead of staying at her original university as a professor? As for guiding or taking me as a disciple? Lu Yi expressed disdain for both of them. Once you unlock the third stage of the mission, the rewards will definitely be of a higher level. There must be masters and grandmasters among them. Even without any further rewards, my advanced piano skills are more than enough to live on. He doesn't plan to pursue further studies in this field, it's just a hobby. The three returned home, and Shia sat on the sofa wearing a purple bathrobe. Lu Yi's wife, we're back. Zhu Lingshan changed her shoes, greeted Shia, and then ran upstairs quickly. Xiaoxia's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes showing some surprise. No, she told Zhu Lingshan to go and whisper sweet nothings in her ear, so why did she start yelling when she saw the noodles? Fortunately, she was good at pretending. She didn't blush or skip a beat, her eyelashes fluttered a couple of times, and she continued with her own business without even glancing at Lu Yi and Chingi. Lu Yi scratched his head awkwardly, his eyes fixed on Xiaoxia's movements. Let's go, Shanshan was just joking. Chingi rubbed Lu Yi's head and sat down on the sofa. Lu Yi shrugged. This joke wasn't funny. It's fine to joke around with Sister Chingi, she has a good temper and won't say much. But it's best to avoid joking around with Sister Xie. With a nervous heart, Lu Yi approached the sofa and sat down next to Chingi, keeping a distance from Xiao Xie. His action drew a glance from Xiao Xie, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Is Ono afraid of himself? Alright, I hope you see the good thing you've done, Lingshan. Xiao Xie closed her laptop, placed it on the coffee table, and prepared to go upstairs to teach Zhu Lingshan a lesson. Just as she stood up, Zhu Qingyi spoke up, Sister Xie, let me show you Lu Yi's performance tonight. Xiao Xie lowered her eyes, her gaze filled with surprise. Zhu Qingyi took out her phone and went to the official website of Jiangnan University. There was a video clip on it, which was the video of Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan's performance tonight. Xiao Xie sat down directly next to Zhu Qingyi, took the phone, and examined it carefully. Zhu Lingshan's singing voice was beautiful, and Lu Yi's piano playing was moving. This deeply shocked her. She knew Lu Yi could play the piano, but when did he reach such a level? After the video finished playing, Xiao Xie scrolled through the comments, which were all full of praise. Besides the students from Jiangnan University, many passers-by who heard the news also came and cheered. At the school's welcome party? Xiao Xie put down her phone, her probing gaze fixed on Lu Yi. Lu Yi couldn't stand Xiao Xie's gaze, so he lowered his head slightly and answered softly, yes, tonight. Just a couple of days ago, Ono was training for the arts performance and even played a piece. Zhu Qingyi picked up her phone and clicked on the confession wall at Jiangnan University. The 8th post in the first row is about Lu Yi's performance at the arts festival. Xiao Xie listened attentively, her breathing becoming rapid. Ono's changes are not only in her maturity, but also in her becoming more and more outstanding. I consciously exercise and also learned how to make money by trading stocks. His piano skills are now superb. Xiao Xie's calm gaze held a hint of anticipation. Ono, will he surprise us again? Xiao Xie's favorability has increased. Xiao Xie's affection level has increased. Chapter 79A Head Pat for Xiao Xie. Lu Yi glanced at it and saw that his favorability had increased by 4 points and his admiration had increased by 3 points. Not bad. He also looked at the reward for singing with Zhu Lingshan that night. It was 886 yuan, nothing special. After chatting briefly with the two women, Lu Yi went to the gym to work out and then to the music room to play some instruments. I only have a guitar and a piano, I don't have a suona or eru. I'll have to buy one when I have time. These two can be described as rogue musical instruments. There is no one who can't be moved to tears by the eru, and no soul that can't be sent away by the suona. However, fewer people know how to play these two instruments now, and they have fallen out of the mainstream. When Lu Yi came out after taking a shower, he could still hear sounds coming from upstairs, which sounded like Zhu Lingshan begging for mercy. He already knew why, but he didn't dare to go up and mediate. LOL, I'm going to get beaten up by Sister Xie soon too. I went into the room and lay down. The emptiness made me feel a little uneasy. Just as Lu Yi was drifting off to sleep, he suddenly felt a delicate body snuggle into his arms. He didn't think much of it, but instead tightened his embrace around the delicate body, a smile naturally curving his lips. She fell asleep peacefully. Spend a day doing nothing, and the only reward for completing the task is a few $100s. But on this day, Lu Yi suddenly became energetic. Xiao Xie's strategy quest has been refreshed. Strategy Mission 1, learn from Brother Yunlong, give him a good slap. Strategy Task 2, raise the affection level to 20. Strategy Mission 3, have Xiao Xie play the role of an incompetent wife. Lu Yi immediately cursed. What the hell is this mission? What's the difference between Task 1 and Task 3? To be honest, he was indeed tempted, but being tempted doesn't mean he dared to take action. Okay, I'll choose option 2. Xiao's admiration level has now reached 17 points. With some effort, I should be able to increase it by 3 points in 7 days. Lu Yi glanced at the daily tasks again. They were fairly simple. Daily task, deliver milk tea to Chingi. Daily task, take Zhu Lingshan shopping. Daily task, give Xiao Xie a gentle head pat. But this head pat made Lu Yi a little uneasy. Stepping out of the room and into the dining room, Chingi was busy in the kitchen, preparing dumplings for breakfast. Chingi made all of them on the spot, which took some time, so they weren't done well. Hearing the noise, Chingi turned her head and saw Lu Yi. A faint smile appeared on her lips, and her voice was gentle and cheerful. Good morning, Xiao Yi. The sound made Lu Yi feel lightheaded, and the corpse felt warm to him. Hasn't Shanshan gotten up yet? Chingi asked casually. I'm washing up, Lu Yi replied. He woke Zhu Lingshan up when he came out. She also had to get up at 8 a.m. today. Before long, the three women gathered together and ate hot dumplings. Zhu Lingshan stuffed two in one bite, her cheeks bulging, as if afraid that if she ate too slowly, they would be snatched away. Lu Yi glanced at Chingi, who opened her cherry-like mouth and chewed a dumpling in 3 bites with a light and graceful movement. In contrast, Lu Yi felt that Shia was like a machine. Although a dumpling is divided into 3 bites, each bite is chewed 9 times before swallowing, almost like having obsessive-compulsive disorder. Zhu Lingshan, who finished eating first, ran upstairs to change her clothes, while Chingi went into the kitchen to start tidying up. Lu Yi glanced at Shia, who was still chewing slowly, his eyes darting around for a moment, and then a light bulb went off in his head. He quickly went back to his room to change his clothes, then went to the shoe cabinet, changed his shoes, and quietly opened the door. After doing all this, he came to Shia. Today, Shia was wearing a white spaghetti strap nightgown, and she was eating dumplings with her head down. Lu Yi's gaze, looking down from above, caught a glimpse of the full curves that the pajamas couldn't conceal. The white was almost blinding. He swallowed hard, shuddered, and banished the bad thoughts from his mind. He then reached out and, taking advantage of Xiaoxia's inattention, placed his palm on her head, gently stroking it twice before running quickly towards the gate. A quick head pat followed by a quick runaway, so exciting. Xiaoxia's hand, which had just picked up a dumpling, suddenly stopped. She had already noticed Lu Yi when he came to her side. At first, she thought Lu Yi was going to say something to her. But when she felt a slight warmth on her head, she realized what Lu Yi was doing. He actually touched his own head? While my whole body was stiff, I actually felt somewhat comfortable. She was just about to relax and enjoy herself a little longer when Lu Yi suddenly ran away. Xiaoxia smiled slightly, then reached up and touched her head, but the feeling from before was gone. It was just a pat on the head. Why is Ono so afraid of him? Her gaze unconsciously drifted to Chingi, who was walking out of the kitchen, and her brows furrowed involuntarily. Zhu Lingshan knows how to act cute, so she has to eat. Chingi was gentle and kind, and Xiaoyu was not afraid of her at all. In fact, he enjoyed it very much. Xiaoxia sighed inwardly and lowered her head to continue eating. Personality is something that cannot be changed overnight. She needs to maintain this aloof demeanor to avoid a lot of trouble when she's out in public. This family still needs her to hold it together. Downstairs, Lu Yamo was in the pavilion in the community garden. My heart is still pounding. I wonder if Sister Xie will go crazy. This is just like the previous foot washing incidents. One was done with consent, and the other was done without consent. If Sister Xie is really angry, I can just apologize to her tonight. However, the reward I just received was quite good. Daily quest, reward, bamboo flute mastery. Another new thing has been unlocked. Lu Yi had never learned to play the flute, but he had a strange urge to ask about it. The sound of the flute evokes a feeling of galloping on horseback. What man hasn't fantasized about living a life of luxury and adventure? Lu Yi checked the time. Since Chingi and Shanshan weren't coming any soon, he walked out of the residential area and went to the milk tea shop next door. Boss, 3 cups of taro and boba milk tea. No taro and no boba, Lu Yi called out to the waiter. The waiter gave him a strange look, then turned and called out, 1 original flavor. Lu Yi touched his nose. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. A moment later, he squatted on the curb at the entrance of the residential area, carrying 3 cups of milk tea, waiting for Chingi and Zhu Lingshan to come out. The two did not wait, but Lu Yi saw Hao Yotsu walking out of the community with a female classmate, chatting and laughing. This woman is not the same one that Lu Yi met at the food street last time. Sure enough, being handsome means you can get away with anything. Although he considers himself a handsome man, he maintains a polite distance from women. Otherwise, if he wanted to, he could easily take care of Wu Mengmeng and her group in a matter of minutes with just a shout. Unfortunately, with 3 family members still unresolved, he didn't have the energy to think about anything else. It doesn't matter how many people are there, as long as they like it. Hao Yotsu even came over to greet Lu Yi, who simply nodded in response. After waiting a while, Chingi and Zhu Lingshan walked out hand in hand, chatting and laughing. Chapter 80 Chingi's Sorrow. Chingi wore a ginger yellow round neck short-sleeved shirt and a white chiffon skirt, revealing a pair of clean white sneakers. She pursed her lips slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her hair was half-tied, with 2 strands cascading over her shoulders, and a small white handbag hung from her fair arm, exuding gentleness and elegance. In contrast, Zhu Lingshan next to Chingi was much more lively. She wore a square-neck short-sleeved dress, white on top and gradually turning pink from the waist to the hem. Her hair was styled in a bun, and the puff sleeves accentuated her delicate shoulder line. Her collarbones were clearly visible, and a small, rounded curve at her chest revealed a glimpse of a safety buckle. The dress's fitted waist perfectly accentuated her figure, and her slender calves gleamed in the sunlight. The white socks and black Mary Janes added a touch of youthful vibrancy to her look. The appearance of the two left Lu Yi somewhat stunned. Chingi and Zhu Lingshan walked up to Lu Yi. The latter stretched out her fair index finger and gently stroked Lu Yi's face, saying in a light voice, "Oh my, whose handsome young man is this?" Lu Yi's ears turned red involuntarily when Zhu Lingshan flirted with him in the street. This little girl, she doesn't even know when to stop. Lu Yi stood up and handed the milk tea in his hand to the two of them. "Drink this milk, and the handsome guy will be yours," Lu Yi said gently. Zhu Lingshan pulled her hand away from Chingi's arm, took 2 steps forward and put her arm around Lu Yi's arm, took the milk tea with her other hand, and said sweetly, "Little handsome boy, your milk doesn't taste good. I'll give it to you next time." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's gaze once again drifted to her chest. "Okay, he admits the milk tea he bought wasn't good. Let's go, we'll be late," Chingi reminded him. She took the milk tea from Lu Yi, but instead of taking his arm, she walked beside him. Daily quest, reward, $7.95. Watching the two bicker and occasionally crack a dirty joke, their cheerful voices echoing in her ears, Chingi's lips unconsciously curled up, and her eyebrows curved into a beautiful crescent moon. "I hope it will always be like this from now on." Chingi arrived at the office. After busying herself for a while, she got up and went to Professor Lu's place. Reaching the door, she reached out and knocked, knock, knock, knock. "Please come in." A deep voice came from inside. Chingi pushed open the door and entered. The moment Professor Lu saw Chingi, he smiled and stood up from his desk, a natural smile on his face. "Little Chu, what brings you here?" As he spoke, he walked over and sat down on the sofa. Chingi sat down on a separate sofa nearby, and said in a calm but not humble tone, "Teacher Lu, you mentioned last time that you wanted to meet Lu Yi. When can that be arranged?" Upon hearing this, Professor Lu smiled calmly and remained silent. He took out the tea leaves at a leisurely pace and began to brew the tea slowly and methodically. Chingi remained silent, simply waiting for Coach Lu's instructions. "Here, have a taste." Professor Lu poured half a glass for Chingi. Chingi did not pick it up, but repeated what she had just said. Professor Lu took a sip, leaned back on the sofa, his smile faded, and his tone became somewhat serious. "Ono is a promising talent. He's so young yet already has such a high level of skill. If he were properly mentored, I dare say he would achieve more than you or I in the future." After hearing Professor Lu's words, Chingi was overjoyed, and her eyelashes trembled involuntarily. With Professor Lu giving him such high praise, Ono's future achievements are self-evident. She felt that she hadn't done much to improve Ono, but now that Professor Lu valued Ono so much and was able to get Ono to become his student, it was an opportunity for Ono. Just as Chingi was about to speak, Professor Lu's voice rang out again, however. "But what?" Chingi blurted out, her voice somewhat urgent. Professor Lu put down his teacup, his eyes narrowed into slits, and he said with a hint of regret, "You know, I'm very busy. I'm planning to recruit 3 students and train them well. I'm getting old now, and teaching students takes a lot of energy, so I'm finding it harder and harder. That's why I plan to stop teaching after I finish teaching." Chingi frowned slightly, her heart tightening. Professor Lu's level of expertise may not be top-notch, but it is among the best she knows. It would be most appropriate for him to teach Ono. There are 3 spots available, so there might still be a chance. Chingi leaned forward slightly and spoke in a very low voice, "Teacher Lu, could you give one of these 3 spots to Xiaoyi?" Professor Lu shook his head decisively. "It's not that I don't want to give it to them, but all 3 spots are already filled." He paused here, sat up straight and looked at Chingi. "Little Chu, I admit that Lu Yi is very outstanding, and I have high hopes for him. But the spots have already been decided. Although my 3 students are not as talented as Lu Yi, I have seen their hard work. Do you expect me to kick them out and give the spots to Lu Yi?" Chingi frowned even more deeply, her eyes dimming. If she were to actually do that, Wei Mian would be far too selfish. But this opportunity only comes once Professor Lu won't be mentoring anyone again. Chingi raised her eyes, pleading, and said earnestly, "Professor Lu, could you give Xiaoya a nominal title? Just to offer guidance when you have free time, and share your experiences and insights." At this point, Chingi took out a card from her bag and said in a low voice, "Teacher Lu, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please take care of yourself. Nonsense. Professor Lu shouted angrily, startling Chingi. He stood up, walked to the side with his back to Chingi, and said in a stern tone, "Xiao Chu, I know you are doing this for your brother's own good, but you still need to think it over carefully. Some things can't be solved with money. To achieve future success, you'll naturally have to pay a higher price. Go back and think it over carefully, for your brother's future." Chingi's eyebrows furrowed into a knot, her lips pursed, her pink lips bitten with white teeth marks, and her hands on her knees gripped the hem of her skirt tightly. She already knew what Teacher Lu was talking about. She had made this request when she was preparing to graduate. However, I later found a way to break the deadlock, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to graduate smoothly. After graduation, she didn't have much contact with Teacher Lu, only out of politeness towards her former teacher. But now, she's not doing it for herself, but for Ono. After a moment, Chingi left the room without saying anything more. The door slammed shut with a bang. Professor Lu turned his head, looked at the empty office, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. "We let you escape 2 years ago, let's see how you run this time." Chapter 81: Zhu Lingshan's Jealousy. After the last class in the afternoon, Li sent Chingi a message to ask how things were going. But the message I received was to go back and rest first, saying that I was a little tired today. Lui asked a few more questions, but Chingi didn't say much. He didn't press further, deciding to finish his task with Zhu Lingshan for the day and then asked Chingi in more detail when he got home that evening. Lui opened his chat page with Zhu Lingshan and typed in a message. "Oh no, where? Shan, oh my, you already miss me after only half a day?" Lui couldn't help but laugh. This little girl. "Oh no, yeah, I missed you so much. Shan, you clingy little devil. Shan, I'm in girls' dormitory building too. Come over and text me. Oh no, OJBK. After ending her conversation with Lu Yi, Zhu Lingshan turned her gaze back to Yang Yun, who was sitting at the desk, and said softly, "Alright, Yun, you can continue." Yang Yun nodded slightly, her hands tracing the braille book on the table as she read the words. A novel called The Grave Robbers Chronicles. Zhu Lingshan listened with great interest, nodding slightly, feeling very satisfied. Yang Yun fumbled for the braille, trembling every now and then, a look of fear on her face. But she still relayed the message to Zhu Lingshan word for word. Yang Yun's roommate couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but complain, "Shan, you really don't treat Yun like a human being. Yeah, you really went for it, making that blind man read you a horror novel," another roommate couldn't help but tease. Zhu Lingshan raised an eyebrow at the two of them, her tone rising. "I call this training her courage." These words left the two speechless. Just as they were about to speak again, Yang Yun spoke up for Zhu Lingshan. "It's okay, I'm not afraid." The two roommates didn't say anything more. Zhu Lingshan has already done enough outrageous things, so it's not surprising that she's done one more. If someone didn't understand, they would definitely think that Zhu Lingshan was torturing and abusing Yang Yun. But as roommates, they naturally knew that wasn't the case. Zhu Lingshan genuinely didn't treat Yang Yun like a blind person, and guided her to do things that normal people do. Playing basketball, table tennis, drawing, helping out with meals, and now reading horror novels. But when she did these things, Zhu Lingshan would always look worried in her eyes and take good care of her. Except for classes and holidays, she was almost inseparable from Yang Yun. Her actions also made Yang Yun more and more cheerful. The two had previously heard that Zhu Lingshan was planning to have Yang Yun learn to drive. This terrified the two of them, and it took a lot of persuasion to convince Zhu Lingshan to give up the idea. Not long after, Zhu Lingshan received a message from Lu Yi saying that he was downstairs. After replying, "I'll be right down," Zhu Lingshan got up, put her phone away, and said to Yang Yun, "Yun, Lu Yi has been found. I'm going out now. I'll take you out to play during the National Day holiday." "Okay, have fun," Yang Yun said with a smile and a light tone. "Take good care of Yun for me, okay?" Zhu Lingshan waved to the two people in the dormitory. The two of them naturally agreed. Zhu Lingshan came downstairs and immediately saw Lu Yi standing under the camphor tree. However, Lu Yi was not alone at this moment. He was surrounded by two women. Seeing the three of them chatting and laughing, she felt a surge of anger. Zhu Lingshan raised her neck, turned her head slightly to the side, and walked with extra effort. As she passed by Lu Yi, she let out a muffled humph. He left without looking back. Lu Yi was shocked and quickly pushed aside the two women blocking his way before chasing after them. "Shan, let me explain. It's not what you think. I won't listen. Listen to this. Then I'll listen." Zhu Lingshan stopped in her tracks, staring at Lu Yi with eyes as white as copper bells, her lips pressed into a thin line, and her nose slightly wrinkled. Those two women said they knew you, so we chatted for a while. It's not what you think, Lu Yi hurriedly explained. You've been fooled. Zhu Lingshan raised an eyebrow. I'm so famous, they just know my name and deliberately came to chat you up. Lu Yi scratched his head sheepishly, but I only said 2 words to you before you came down. He felt he had been wronged. The 2 women came over and wanted to add him on Green Bubble, but he said he was waiting for someone and wouldn't add them. The 2 girls pressed for an answer, asking who they were waiting for. Lu Yi mentioned Zhu Lingshan's name, and the 2 women immediately said they knew each other. The reason he laughed was simply because he mentioned Zhu Lingshan's name. Who knew it would be such a coincidence that it was seen at that exact moment? Humph. Zhu Lingshan snorted, took Lu Yi's arm and walked forward, saying softly, "Don't do that again next time." She paused for a moment, then continued, "If you feel that one of me isn't enough, you can go to Sister Chingi or Sister Xia." Lu Yi's eyes widened slightly, a hint of fear flashing in them, and his whole body tensed up. What did Zhu Lingshan mean by those words? Was she testing me? Although he did have this idea, he dared not say it in front of Zhu Lingshan. This little jealous person will be thrown into a rage soon. Shan, how could that be? You're enough for me. Lu Yi raised his right hand, making a vow gesture. Zhu Lingshan turned her head to look at Lu Yi and saw that his eyes were clear and sincere, and he didn't seem to be lying. Really? She opened her mouth slightly, her light voice still carrying a hint of doubt. I swear, if I ever have any other thoughts, my penis will be short. Shut up. Zhu Lingshan snapped. This madman actually swore an oath based on this. If that thing is short, it's not him who will suffer, it's you. Luckily, I interrupted myself. However, seeing Lu Yi's firm tone and eyes, Zhu Lingshan couldn't help but feel worried. Sigh, how am I going to explain this to Sister Xia and Sister Chingi? She had certainly considered eating alone, but that was only for outsiders. Sister Xia and Sister Chingi are not outsiders, she can share anything with them. The path to brainwashing is truly arduous. Seeing Zhu Lingshan's worried face, Lu Yi said firmly, Shan, it is my greatest honor to have you in my life. No matter what happens in the future, I will stay by your side and make you happy. Zhu Lingshan glanced at Lu Yi, unsure whether to feel happy or worried. Stop, don't say any more. She could only interrupt Lu Yi. She was afraid that if Lu Yi continued talking, she would burst into tears. It was so touching, but the touching aspect was a bit too much for her to bear. All right, I won't say anything more. I'll take you shopping. All your expenses today will be paid by young Master Lu, Lu Yi said, patting his chest. Zhu Lingshan's eyes widened in disbelief, and her voice rose involuntarily, You went to rob a bank? Lu Yi looked at her silently. Zhu Lingshan gave an awkward smile, then reverted to her obedient girl demeanor, blinking her bright doe eyes and asking in a sweet, coquettish voice, Lu Geizhai, are we really going to buy whatever we want today? Lu Yi shivered instantly, feeling goosebumps all over his body. If you keep pinching me like that, I won't take you anymore, he said, both annoyed and helpless. It's not that I don't like it, but it just feels a bit strange. Cough. Zhu Lingshan coughed a few times, then grabbed Lu Yi's arm and ran. Let's go get something to eat first. Chapter 82 Xiao Xia's Angry Curse. The largest snack street in Jiangnan City. Zhu Lingshan pulled Lu Yi through the crowd, and soon their hands were full of snacks. This time, Zhu Lingshan and Lu Yi deliberately avoided that millefeuille pastry shop. It's not that it tastes bad, it's just that it makes me too full. After eating 2 servings, I can't eat much of anything else. Zhu Lingshan held a box of spicy hot pot in her hands, picking at the food with bamboo skewers as she walked. Lu Yi, standing next to him, had a bag full of various snacks on each of his fingers. Come on, open your mouth. Zhu Lingshan picked up a quail egg and handed it to Lu Yi's mouth. Lu Yi opened his mouth wide, making it easy for Zhu Lingshan to join in. The moment the quail entered his mouth, Lu Yi shut his mouth and let Zhu Lingshan remove the bamboo skewer. Good boy, girl. Zhu Lingshan finished feeding him and smiled slightly. She didn't mind at all that Lu Yihan had put the bamboo skewer in her mouth. It's not like I haven't tasted her saliva before, what's there to care about? After going around once, Lu Yi could clearly see that Zhu Lingshan's belly was slightly protruding. The main reason is that her dress is fitted at the waist, which makes it more visible. Shan, look at your belly. Lu Yi pointed to her lower abdomen. Zhu Lingshan rolled her eyes at him, stroked her belly, and said softly, This isn't a belly fat, it's what you made it big. No, is it that fast? Lu Yi was shocked. Besides, didn't she take medication? Am I going to be a father? That's too fast. Lu Yi was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't been prepared for this at all. Seeing Lu Yi's dumbfounded expression, Zhu Lingshan covered her mouth and chuckled. You bought so much for me to eat, if I'm stuffed, who else can I blame but you? Hearing this, Lu Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, so that's what it was. Zhu Lingshan brought her head close to Lu Yi's face, her bright, doe-like eyes sparkling with mischief, and she spoke very softly. What did you think it was? Ha, that's what I thought too. Lu Yi chuckled. Humph. Zhu Lingshan snorted, pulled her head back, and arrogantly raised her chin. Don't worry, I'm not ready yet either. If you really want a son, go find Sister Chingi. Alright, Sister Xie is also an option. She's almost an older mother. Faced with Zhu Lingshan's outrageous words, Lu Yi was at a loss for words. He felt that Zhu Lingshan was just jealous, otherwise why would she keep mentioning Chingi and Xie and saying some strange things? However, if she's jealous, a little coaxing will make her fine. After having eaten and drunk their fill, the two went to the mall. With over 300,000 yuan in his pocket, Lu Yi wasn't worried at all. This shopping mall isn't high-end. It doesn't carry any expensive brands. Women are naturally gifted at shopping, especially Zhu Lingshan with her lively personality. She ran ahead, and Lu Yi chased after her. Before long, Lu Yi's hands were full of things. Of course, some of them were requested by Lu Yi. For example, things like silk stockings and high heels. As the two entered a shop, Lu Yi noticed something was amiss. Because he saw that the clothes Zhu Lingshan had chosen didn't suit her at all. Shan, what's wrong? Lu Yi asked curiously. Oh, buy some for Sister Xie and Sister Chingi too, Zhu Lingshan said without turning her head. Lu Yi was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't considered this possibility. He felt that if he was going to buy clothes, he should at least try them on. Since Zhu Chingi and Xiao Xia weren't there, how could they possibly fit? Seemingly sensing Lu Yi's thoughts, Zhu Lingshan finished selecting the clothes, handed them to the waiter to pack, and then turned to Lu Yi and said, I know Chingi and Xia's sizes, so the ones I chose all fit them. Lu Yi suddenly realized that women really do understand women best. However, what he said next left Lu Yi speechless. After you talk to them, you'll know their sizes too, Zhu Lingshan said, then walked towards the front desk. Lu Yi felt ashamed. Zhu Lingshan had brought up this matter 3 times today. Is she that jealous? Should I distance myself from Chingi and Xie? No, that's not realistic. I need to find some time to talk to Zhu Lingshan about it. Being jealous all the time is bad for your health. Inside a cozy little home. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, like an icebox. Zhu Chingi lowered her head, not daring to look up at Xiao Xia beside her. Xiao Xia's chest rose and fell slightly, her eyes cold. When she got home, she saw Zhu Chingi looking sullen. This little girl couldn't keep things to herself, and after asking her, she learned the whole story. Xiao Xia opened her mouth slightly, and said in a tone of disappointment, Zhu Chingi, have you lost your mind? You know that Lu something is plotting against you, yet you still dare to go to him? I didn't do this for Xiaoya's sake, Zhu Chingi said, her voice lacking confidence. You've seen Xiaoya's piano skills yourself. And Professor Lu is the best pianist I know, and he highly regards Xiaoya, so that's why Does that mean he approves of Ono? He approves of you. Xiao Xie trembled all over, her voice rising involuntarily, each word seeming to be squeezed out of her throat. Do you really think he values Ono? He's just using this as an excuse to get you to compromise. Xiao Xie was really furious. Zhu Chingi is usually a shrewd person, so how could she be so muddle-headed at this moment? This is clearly a lie. Professor Lu deliberately lured her into a trap. But she still went anyway. Despite her anger, Xiao Xia felt somewhat helpless. She also knew that all of this was because of Lu Yi. Zhu Chingi had absolutely no ability to think about Lu Yi's affairs. She would try to get anything that would benefit Lu Yi. Fortunately, after I pressed her for answers, this silly girl told me the truth. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing Xiao Xia's anger, Zhu Chingi said in a barely audible voice, I want to give him some money. He's just a professor, why would he need your little bit of money? Xiao Xia sneered. Listen to me, let's just let this matter drop, and don't go looking for him again. Finally, Xiao Xia added, when Xiaoya comes back later, be honest with him and see what he says about you. Zhu Chingi kept her head down and never looked up. Her brows were furrowed, and her hands, resting on her lap, unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes. The night was as dark as ink. Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan returned home with bags and packages. Shia and Chingi sat on the sofa. Upon seeing the two return, the former got up and went upstairs, casually remarking, "Don't come back so late next time you go on a date." Lu Yi and Zhu Lingshan gave each other an awkward laugh. The latter followed Shia upstairs, chattering away, and handed the clothes she had bought to Shia. Lu Yi carried the clothes he had bought for Chingi and came to the sofa. He sat down next to her and handed the clothes to Chingi. "Chingi, I bought these for you." Chingi simply nodded slightly, her tightly furrowed brows relaxing a little. Seeing his expression, Lu Yi seemed to sense something was wrong and asked softly, "Sister Chingi, has something happened?" Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Chingi pursed her lips, her brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed deeply. "Did Professor Lu make things difficult for you when you went to see him today?" Lu Yi asked hurriedly. Chingi looked up and met Lu Yi's worried gaze. She bit her lip, nodded slightly, and uttered a single word with a wronged expression. Chapter 83 Lu Yi's scheme. Chingi told Lu Yi about her plan to go see Professor Lu. "Sister Xie is right. I always make some silly mistakes when it comes to Shia. For the sake of Ono's interests, they forgot their humanity." Lu Yi's eyes were gloomy, his nostrils twitched slightly involuntarily, and his teeth were grinding together. This Professor Lu actually dared to set his sights on his own people. Anyone who dares to mess with him, even if it's the King of Heaven himself, he'll make them pay the price. Seeing Lu Yi's angry expression, Chingi took his hands and said in a gentle, soft voice, "Xia, don't be angry. I won't go looking for him." Feeling the gentle touch of his palm, Lu Yi took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. He looked at Chingi with sincere eyes and said gently, "Sister Chingi, you can't make such a foolish mistake again. I don't want to be a pianist, I just want to quietly stay behind you and protect you for the rest of your life." Chingi nodded emphatically, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears, making people feel particularly sorry for her. Lu Yi reached out and patted her head, then pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on her shoulder, and gently comforted her. "Chingi, you're just too good to me, that's why you lose your temper and act a little foolish." These words displeased Chingi a little. She gently twisted the small hand around Lu Yi's waist, without using any force, like a girl throwing a coquettish plea. "Xiao, do you also think Chingi is stupid and dumb?" She leaned close to Lu Yi's ear, her voice soft and tinged with dependence. "Being a little silly is cute too," Lu Yi said with a smile. Chingi got up from Lu Yi's embrace, sat up straight in front of him, tilted her head slightly, her gentle almond eyes showing a hint of dissatisfaction, and said in a soft and sweet tone, "You still say I'm stupid?" Lu Yi cupped her cheeks in his hands and gently rubbed them, his eyes teasing, "Not stupid, but still cute." Chingi couldn't help but laugh. She stretched out her hands and put them on Lu Yi's neck, leaned forward slightly, and rested her cheek against Lu Yi's chest. "Are you treating me like a child?" Lu Yi put his arm around her shoulder and gently patted her back with his palm. A baby who is over 300 months old." Chingi laughed even harder. She nuzzled her head against Lu Yi's cheek, feeling a sense of security in his warm embrace. Chingi's favorability has increased. Chingi's affection level increased. Hearing the dinging sound in his mind, Lu Yi was shocked after checking it. The favorability rating increased from 71 to 76, a gain of 5 points, which is higher than Zhu Lingshan's. The admiration level is even more outrageous, increasing from 40 to 55. Although it is still lower than Zhu Lingshan's, the increase is terrifying. It's over 50 now. Zhu Lingshan's favorability rating was also around 50 before she got together with me. Now. Lu Yi looked down at Chingi in his arms, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Zhu Lingshan is such a jealous person. These past few days she's been saying things like she wants Chingi and Xia to be together. If she were to develop a more intimate relationship with Chingi, wouldn't Zhu Lingshan be furious? If that were the case, I would have broken Zhu Lingshan's heart. This is not what he wanted to see. We need to find a way to lessen Zhu Lingshan's jealousy, or at least get her to accept it. Well, this is indeed a difficult task. After all, sharing a man with other women is inherently unfair to Zhu Lingshan. Just like himself, he couldn't share a woman with other men. However, Lu Yi believed he could do it. The four of them, but they also have other bonds. That evening, after taking a shower, Lu Yi refused Zhu Lingshan's request to come down to sleep and went to bed. I glanced at the reward I got from shopping with Zhu Lingshan, driving mastery. It's a very useful skill, but it's a pity he doesn't have a driver's license yet. He'll have to find some time to take the test another day. So the next step is to figure out how to deal with that Professor Lu. Lu Yi will not let him off the hook. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. But he wasn't like that. If it weren't already past midnight, he wouldn't want to stay up all night. Let him spend one last peaceful night. Lu Yi focused his attention on his abilities and item cards, his eyes narrowing slightly. If only there were an obedience card, one card would solve everything, and he could just confess his crimes himself. He didn't believe that Professor Lu was innocent. According to Lu Yi's estimation, there are definitely quite a few people who have fallen victim to this Professor Lu. They are masters of coercion, bribery, deception, and fraud. Lu Yi leaned against the headboard, closed his eyes, and pondered how to handle things tomorrow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Their eyes were fixed on an inconspicuous ability. A string of lies. There's a chance the other person will believe what you say. This is a level of perception. However, after obtaining it from Lu Yi, it was never triggered. Or perhaps it triggered something he didn't realize. But if used properly, wouldn't this be equivalent to a permanent obedience card? Although the odds are low, he has a combination of moves. Throw a brainwashing card at him and try to brainwash a stupid person with no intelligence. He doesn't believe he can't succeed. At worst, I can just get a lucky card to buff it, and the buff will be fully stacked. Lu Yi thought he was a little genius. The next day. The first thing Lu Yi did upon waking up was to check the daily tasks of the three of them. Daily task: spend 2 hours with Chingi. Daily task: hug Zhu Lingshan and spin her around once. Daily task: increase Xiaoxia's affection points by 1 point. Lu Yi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, his eyes filled with surprise. Increase affection points? This is the first time this has appeared in daily quests. Is it really necessary to make it so difficult? He now felt that it would be difficult to increase his favorability and affection towards either Zhu Lingshan or Chingi. Unlike before, when even a casual action or two would cause prices to soar. This is perhaps a side effect of having high levels of favorability and admiration. Xiaoxia's dual stats are already difficult to improve, and now she's making herself increase her admiration stat as well. Lu Yi sighed softly. I don't know why I told Sister Xia that I made money in the stock market again, turning 170,000 into more than 300,000? Or should I show her how many musical instruments I can play? My head is a little sore. I'll think of something when I get back tonight. The most urgent thing now is to finish our meal and go to the school to deal with that Professor Lu. Upon entering the living room, the three women were having dinner. Lu Yi walked up to Zhu Lingshan, squatted down slightly, then put his arms around her waist, lifted her off the chair, spun her around quickly, and put her back in her seat. Daily task completed. Reward: 666 yuan. Lu Yi then sat down, pretending that nothing had happened. Xiaoxia glanced at the two of them indifferently, without saying anything more. Chingi regained her usual gentleness and covered her mouth to chuckle. Zhu Lingshan's bright, doe-like eyes were filled with confusion. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Lu Yi with a bewildered expression. I want to say something, but I don't know where to begin. Chapter 84. If you are cruel to me, how can I be kind to you? Lu Yi spent the morning with Chingi in his office since he had no classes. That completes today's task. It's only a few hundred yuan, nothing of value. After checking the time, Lu Yi stood up and said goodbye to Chingi. Once downstairs, he used a lucky card on himself. Now, he's incredibly lucky. Lu Yi looked at the student passing by and politely asked, Excuse me, do you know where Professor Lu's office is? His classmate pointed him in the right direction. Lu Yi smiled faintly. So this is the benefit of the lucky card? You can find out the location just by asking anyone. He bought a bag of salt while passing by a supermarket. It's a pity there was no alcohol, otherwise we could have disinfected while we were spraying. Lu Yi strolled leisurely to the foot of a teaching building. He looked up at the 5th floor and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. I picked up a twig from the side. It still had some small thorns on it. This is a good thing. With such good fortune, Professor Lu must be waiting for me in his office. Arriving at room 502 via the stairs, Lu Yi didn't knock. Instead, he placed his hand on the doorknob and pressed down slightly. With a click, the office door opened. Professor Lu, who was sitting at his desk, looked up and frowned as the young man walked in. How dare they come in without knocking? Professor Lu stood up and shouted at Lu Yi, Get out, you ill-mannered brat. Don't you know how to knock before coming in? Lu Yi ignored him and quickly ran to Professor Lu, swinging the branch in his hand to hit him. Ah! Professor Lu's suit jacket was ripped open, and blood seeped into his white shirt underneath. Lu Yi didn't give him a chance to react, and knocked him down in a few moves. Professor Lu lay on the ground, his hands covering his head and his legs curled up in a ball. His back, arms and thighs were covered in blood, and shocking wounds were clearly visible. Lu Yi continued to hit and sprinkle salt, causing Professor Lu so much pain that he couldn't speak and almost fainted. He was completely bewildered. How could someone just walk in and beat him to death? Professor Lu admitted that he had indeed offended many people, but he also knew how to treat people differently depending on their background. Those who were offended by him, none of them dared to speak up. They were all cowards. Even if there are one or two, he only needs to threaten them a little and they will behave like kittens. But now, he could only protect his head. After the man finished venting, he would definitely make him wish he were dead. If you dare to lay a hand on yourself, then you must bear the consequences of your own anger. Does the other party really dare to kill me? Lu Yi really didn't intend to kill him. Killing him outright would be too easy on him. After venting his anger for 2 minutes, Lu Yi was ready to get down to business. Without giving Professor Lu a chance to speak, they directly sent him a brain drain card. An idiot appeared. Professor Lu seemed to have forgotten the pain, and was crawling on the ground in a daze. Hee, I am a caterpillar, I am a maggot. Lu Yi smirked coldly. He stepped on Professor Lu's back and said condescendingly, "From now on, I am your master. You must obey my every word unconditionally, do you hear me?" The first time, there was no response. Lu Yi frowned. Was the probability of this nonsense being so low? He repeated it several times quickly, and Professor Lu finally responded. Master? You are my master. Professor Lu stared blankly at Lu Yi. That's right. Now you're going to post everything you've done online, so the whole country knows about your misdeeds. Then you can spread the word about your misdeeds within the school. Lu Yi gave his first order. Okay, I will do as my master says. Professor Lu's tone was firm. His master's orders were not to be disobeyed. Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction and continued, also, distribute all your assets to everyone you have hurt, whether you forced or coerced them. Voluntary acts don't count. After you've dealt with this matter, go and turn yourself in, and confess to Uncle Hat. At this point, Lu Yi paused before slowly saying, finally, you need to pretend to be a mental patient for the rest of your life, 4 months from now. Professor Lu nodded repeatedly, his forehead pressed to the ground, and said respectfully, yes, master, I will strictly follow your instructions and ensure the mission is completed. There's one more thing. You need to figure it out yourself. Blur the faces of those you forced or coerced, but leave the faces of those who volunteered, Lu Yi said calmly. Those who volunteered were simply exchanging favors. Even without Professor Lu, they would have gone to Professor Zhang or Professor Li. There's absolutely no need to pay them any attention. After finishing, Lu Yi glanced at the time. 4 minutes and 54 seconds had passed since he came up from downstairs with the tree branches. Lu Yi glanced at Professor Lu on the ground, a slight smile playing on his lips, and silently chanted in his mind, time reversal card, use. After a moment of disorientation, Lu Yi found himself standing downstairs in the teaching building, next to a familiar tree branch. Oh, I just used it to hit Professor Lu. The salt I bought from the supermarket is still in my possession. I haven't opened it yet. Lu Yi looked up at the camera, then walked to the bench next to him and sat down, quietly waiting for Professor Lu to come out. He used the time rewind card to erase evidence of his alibi. But he wasn't sure if the already effective lies would be reversed. If that's the case, then we'll have to find a way to take action in a place that avoids surveillance cameras. Time passed second by second, and fine beads of sweat appeared on Lu Yi's forehead, soaking his palms. Finally, 2 hours later, a figure walked down the corridor. It's Professor Lu. His wounds had healed by now, and he was holding a large stack of documents in his hands. Lu Yi could tell from his blank stare that the other person was not mentally sound. If the brain-degrading card is still in effect, then the nonsense effect must also still exist. Lu Yi took out his phone and opened the confession wall, where there were indeed 3 messages about Professor Lu. Many people have already started commenting below. The post was quickly deleted, but another one was published shortly afterward. Lu Yi smiled, put his phone in his pocket, stood up and glanced into the distance. Professor Lu was pulling a student along, vividly boasting about his deeds. Lu Yi ignored him. He couldn't escape imprisonment. Once he regains his senses, he will spend 4 months filled with regret, and in the end, he will have to pretend to be mentally ill for the rest of his life. As for forgiveness? Lu Yi never considered why he should forgive him. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Does forgiving him make you seem noble? When he hurts those around him, he is already prepared to be hurt in return. Lu Yi didn't want to be a good person, nor did he want to be a bad person. He just wanted to be a mirror. If you are cruel to me, how can I be kind to you? In less than an hour, everyone at Jiangnan University knew that Professor Lu had gone mad. They frantically show off their achievements, and the posts on the confession wall are so numerous that they can't keep up with deleting them all. Even on major short video platforms in Weibo, his glorious deeds have appeared. The sirens blared. 3 hours had passed, the effects of the intelligence-reducing card wore off, and Professor Lu obediently got into the police car. Lu Yi didn't pay much attention to it anymore. No matter how many years he is sentenced to, he will still act like a lunatic after he gets out. Chapter 85: The Melancholy Shia. Lu Yi, with his hands in his pockets, arrived at the foot of Chu Chingi's teaching building. Just then, Teacher Li came downstairs, carrying 2 cups of milk tea. The moment he saw Lu Yi, he ran over quickly and said kindly, "Lu Yi, you've come at the right time. I just bought 2 cups of milk tea, which I was planning to give to you and your sister." Looking at Teacher Li in front of him, his eyes were full of vigilance. He now feels no affection whatsoever for these teachers. He didn't answer, but instead tossed the other person an information card. Name, Li Ming. Age, 38. Safety value, 99. Note, Mother Order. Inner thoughts: I want to find a girlfriend, like the goddess Chu Chingi. Lu Yi. He couldn't find any words to express himself. Teacher Li, my sister has someone she likes. You should find someone else, Lu Yi said helplessly. Ms. Li was taken aback, then shook her head and said softly, Lu Yi, what are you saying? As Miss Chu's colleague, it's normal for me to buy her milk tea. Don't talk about whether you like it or not. Lu Yi shook his head slightly. Sometimes you can't reason with a simp. The more you try to reason with him, the more he'll feel like you're trying to harm him. It's quite pathetic that sycophants don't realize their mistake. But if he can wake up in time, he will turn into a wolf. Ignoring Teacher Li, Lu Yi went straight upstairs. Watching Lu Yi's retreating figure, Teacher Li shook her head slightly, sighed deeply, and turned away with a touch of melancholy. Teacher Li, are you buying milk tea for Teacher Chu again? A kind voice asked from the side. Teacher Li looked up and saw that it was a female teacher in the office. She didn't want it, but you can have it. Teacher Li handed over the 2 cups of milk tea she was holding. The female teacher smiled, took only 1 cup, and said casually, you bought your own milk tea, so you have to drink it yourself. After saying that, she gently touched the milk tea in Teacher Li's hand with the milk tea in her hand, and then turned and left. Teacher Li scratched her head, looked at the milk tea in her hand, and chuckled. That makes sense, I bought it myself, but I haven't even tried it myself. He picked up a straw, punctured the plastic film, took a deep breath, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Pretty good. It's good to be kind to yourself. Lu Yi knocked on the door of the office on the 3rd floor. Please come in. Chu Chingi's calm voice rang out. Lu Yi pushed open the door and entered. Chu Chingi was sitting at her desk writing something. Hearing the door open, Chu Chingi looked up and smiled slightly when she saw Lu Yi. She put down what she was doing, got up and walked to Lu Yi, took his hand and led him to sit down on the sofa. Why aren't you going home after school? Chu Chingi asked gently. I'll wait for you to get off work so we can go home together. I'm not in that fast, you can go back with Shanshan first. Shanshan is with her blind friend. What blind friend? That's a little girl with a white cane, Chu Chingi corrected Lu Yi's words. She also knew some things about Yang Yun. The story of Zhu Lingshan and Yang Yun is known to everyone at Jiangnan University. Over time, the two acquired their respective titles. Yang Yun's image is of a little girl using a white cane, while Zhu Lingshan's image represents a guide dog. Whenever the two of them appeared on campus together, they would be teased by others. But while joking around, most people would also offer Yang Yun some help when Zhu Lingshan was not at school. Even though Chu Chingi was oblivious to what was happening around her, she still knew quite a bit. After chatting for a while, Chu Chingi went back to her work, while Lu Yi lay on the sofa scrolling through his phone. The National Day holiday is just a few days away, and the day before the holiday happens to be the day when Chu Chingi and Zhu Lingshan's mission refreshes. I wonder what kind of tasks I'll get. If it's for a trip or something, then it would be nice to take the two of them out for some fun. As dusk settled on the horizon, Chu Chingi finally put down her pen and paper, stood up, and stretched lazily. Today she was wearing a tight-fitting crew neck t-shirt. With her hands raised high above her head and her body slightly leaning back, her full breast seemed about to burst out of her clothes. Lu Yi saw it all clearly and even secretly swallowed. He quickly looked away, feeling like he had just been a voyeur. He's a bit sleazy. So he stood up and walked up to Chingi to look at her openly. Chingi was raising her hands to shoulder level and twisting her waist left and right when she saw Lu Yi walking over and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Xiao Yi?" "Chingi, your beauty has attracted me here," Lu Yi blurted out. But then he realized that it might not have been the right thing to say, but once the words were spoken, they were like water spilled and could not be taken back. A faint smile appeared on Chingi's lips, and her eyebrows curved into a beautiful crescent moon. "Sigh, Sister Chingi is already 26. She'll be old in a few years." Chingi pretended to be a little disappointed. "In my heart, Chingi, you will always be 18 years old," Lu Yi replied smoothly. Chingi's eyes were full of doting affection. She walked around the desk, pulled Lu Yi aside, and whispered, "I know you came to keep me company today because you were worried that Professor Lu would come and cause trouble, right? Don't worry, I'll only be stupid once, I won't be stupid a second time." After Chingi finished speaking, she blinked her bright almond-shaped eyes twice and pursed her lips into a thin line, looking like a cute little girl. Lu Yi couldn't resist and gave her a gentle pat on the head. "Chingi, you really don't care about what's going on outside at all," Lu Yi chuckled. "What happened?" Chingi stared at Lu Yi with curiosity in her bright almond-shaped eyes. Lu Yi pulled her to sit on the sofa and recounted everything that had happened to Professor Lu that afternoon. After hearing this, Chingi covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. "So, he's definitely going to jail?" Chingi asked tentatively. "Of course, but I don't know how many years he'll get," Lu Yi said with a faint smile. He didn't tell Chingi about Professor Lu's upcoming trip to the mental hospital. Chingi shook her head and didn't say anything more. Perhaps this is a case of wicked people getting their just desserts. When he got home, Zhu Lingshan was still not back. Shia sat on the sofa, her cold eyes fixed on Lu Yi and Chingi. Lu Yi looked puzzled. Why did he feel a hint of resentment in Shia's cold eyes? Like a young widow who has been abandoned? Lu Yi walked over and asked in a low voice, "Sister Xia, what's wrong?" "Hungry." Xia uttered a single word. Lu Yi was at a loss for words. He glanced at the time. It was only 7 o'clock. Well, usually they would have already eaten dinner by 7 p.m., but today was an exception. Chingi was working overtime. Although Lu Yi was a little puzzled, Chingi used to work overtime occasionally, but Xia would never do what she did today, preferring to go hungry rather than cook for herself or order takeout. Despite his confusion, Lu Yi acted decisively. "Sister Xia, I'll go help. It'll be done soon." After saying that, Lu Yi got up and ran into the kitchen to help Chingi get busy. Xia saw the two people busy in the kitchen, and the resentment in her eyes lessened a bit. Thankfully, the two of them didn't secretly go out to eat behind my back. Chapter 86: An unexpectedly completed mission. After finishing his meal, Lu Yi went into the gym to work out. After finishing in the kitchen, Chingi greeted Xia and went into the yoga room. Her action caused Xia to frown slightly. "Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it." After all, Chingi used to practice yoga often. She leaned back on the sofa. It was almost October, and she hadn't been able to close the deal last time, so she was scolded by the company's shareholders. If she can't resolve this by mid-December, her position as general manager will be in jeopardy. But after looking around, Mr. Zhang's company is the most suitable. There's still a month left. If we still can't find a suitable one, we'll try contacting Mr. Zhang again. At worst, we'll give him some of our profits. After an unknown amount of time, the door opened, and Zhu Lingshan skipped and hopped in. "Sister Xia, where's Lu Yi?" She walked casually to the back of the sofa and flipped over onto it with a somersault. "Exercise." Xia glanced at her and said indifferently. Zhu Lingshan glanced at the gym. "Another workout? Wouldn't it be more effective to work out in bed at night? It burns more calories." She pouted, bent down and took out a bag of potato chips from the drawer. After opening it, she picked up a chip and popped it into her mouth. Then she started chatting with Xia about interesting things that happened at school. "Sister Xia, let me tell you, this afternoon one of our school's Professor Lu went crazy and actually exposed his own scandal. TSK, it's outrageous, forcing his students, it's utterly despicable. Fortunately, he was eventually taken away by Uncle Hat. Given what he did, he'll probably be in jail for several years. Oh, and today when Yun and I went to play basketball, we saw a calico cat that was pregnant. Zhu Lingshan talked a lot, her mouth was either eating or talking, and she finished 2 bags of potato chips. Stop eating and go back to your room. What time is it? Why aren't you asleep yet? Shia glanced at Zhu Lingshan and snatched the potato chips she was eating. Zhu Lingshan looked at her empty palms, opened her mouth as if to say something, but could only swallow it down. Humph. Zhu Lingshan snorted, got up and walked upstairs with extra force in her steps. Shia ignored her and instead reached out and picked up a potato chip, putting it in her mouth. Professor Lu? Could it be such a coincidence? Did Ono make it? Given Ono's personality, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold back after Chingi told him what happened last night. According to Zhu Lingshan, Professor Lu confessed. Could Ono really have made a professor confess? She tossed potato chips into her mouth one by one, her brows furrowing slightly and her nose twitching. Ono will come out and ask him later. The sound of clattering came from the stairwell. Shia looked up and saw Zhu Lingshan carrying a piece of clothing, her chin held high, looking arrogant, and walking straight to Lu Ye's room on the first floor. It was as if he was telling Shia, I'm going to sleep with Lu Yi. I'll make you so angry. Shia looked somewhat surprised, but finally shook her head slightly without getting angry. Not getting angry doesn't mean you're not jealous. But all I can do is sulk. She felt like a somewhat incompetent wife. Sigh, I guess I've been watching too many movies. Shia smiled and leaned back on the sofa, shaking off her slippers and crossing her long, shapely legs on the coffee table. A hint of purplish red was visible on her fair, jade-like feet. She went to paint her nails yesterday, but unfortunately, because of Chingi's matter last night, she didn't talk much with Lu Yi. When Lu Yi comes out, we can chat with him and let him appreciate it at the same time. A soft creak sounded. Shia looked up, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. It turned out that Chingi, wearing a tank top and yoga pants, had come out. Chingi wiped the sweat from her forehead, tucked the stray hairs behind her ear, and was about to go upstairs when she suddenly stopped as her gaze swept across the living room. She rubbed her eyes, her gaze somewhat incredulous. Chingi strode to the coffee table, pointed at Shia's jade-like feet, and asked suspiciously, Are you wearing nail polish? Are you trying to seduce Xiao Yi? Shia raised her head slightly, her cold eyes fixed on Chingi, without saying a word. The latter smiled, gave her the middle finger, and then went upstairs. Okay, you've rolled it up, haven't you? It's as if she doesn't know how to apply it. Only after Chingi's figure disappeared from Shia's sight did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I can pretend. She focused her gaze on her big toe, twitched it slightly, and her purplish red nail gleamed alluringly under the light. Shia couldn't help but wonder, is Xiao Yi really interested in this? After waiting for a while, Lu Yi finally came out of the room. He went to the bathroom to take a shower and rest. Xiao Yi, come here. Lu Yi heard Shia's voice as soon as he reached the bathroom door. He turned his head with a puzzled look in his eyes and strode towards the living room. The look of doubt vanished instantly, replaced by surprise. Today, Shia was wearing a purple silk nightgown with thin straps hanging on her rounded shoulders. The deep V-neck design revealed the safety buckle tucked into her cleavage. She leaned back on the sofa, her legs crossed on the coffee table. The hem of her nightgown wasn't very long, revealing a small section of her fair thighs and shapely calves. Under the light, the purplish red nail polish on her beautifully shaped feet shone like gemstones. Lu Ye's throat moved, and he sat down, keeping his distance from Shia. Sister Xia, what's wrong? His voice was a little hoarse. Xia observed Lu Ye's every move, a faint smile unconsciously curving her lips. I heard from Shanshan that Professor Lu from your school had an accident today, she said, turning slightly to the side, resting her elbow on the back of the sofa, and supporting her chin with her palm. Yeah, that guy really deserved it, Lu Yi replied naturally. Although he didn't know why Shia was asking this, he still didn't intend to do what he had done. These things are my own secrets. You didn't do it? Shia stared coldly at Lu Yi, as if trying to see right through him. Lu Yi's eyes darted away instinctively, but in less than a second, he came to his senses, met Shia's gaze without fear, and said firmly, no. His subconscious dodge did not escape Shia's eyes. When a person feels guilty, subconscious actions are unavoidable. It was indeed Ono who made it. However, it seems Ono doesn't intend to say much more. Well, he has his own secrets too. He's 18 now, so I shouldn't be too controlling. Xiao Yi is doing well now, and Shia doesn't want him to turn back into the way he used to be. To be able to send a professor in, especially through self-destruction, shows that Ono knows how to outsmart people. She had previously thought that Ono would go over and beat up Professor Lu, and she was already prepared to pay compensation. It looks pretty good now. Xiao Xia's favorability has increased. Xiao Xia's affection level increased. Go and rest, Xiao Xi's voice rang in my ears. At this point, Lu Yi had no time to pay attention to it. The sound in my mind kept ringing. The strategy missions were also completed. Chapter 87 Causal Regression Card. Daily Task completed, Reward, Cause and Effect Retrospection Card 1. Strategy completed. Rewards, Constitution +1, Endurance +1, Charm +4, 24,482 coins, Information Card 1, Brainless Traffic Card 1, Intelligence Lowering Card 1, Stock Train Card 2, Intermediate Driving Skill, Advanced Bamboo Flute Skill. He first glanced at Xiao Xia's stats. The favorability rating reached 38 and the affection value was exactly 20, barely completing the task. These two values seem to be very close. Sister Xia, you don't think you got Professor Lu in there yourself, do you? Even though I hid myself so well, I was still discovered. However, the other party didn't ask any further questions, so let's just pretend we don't know anything. Lu Yi turned his attention to the new item card just from the name, he knew it was awesome. Causal Reversal Card, disappears after use. Can be used by either party in a causal relationship, A or B, to revert the causal relationship between B and A to its initial state. Lu Yi's eyes widened. A causal relationship between A and B? Does that mean you can distance yourself from the situation and let the other side fight each other? Lu Yi thought for a long time and finally came up with the simplest example. That means A helped B, B eventually prospered, and then after A used the causal regression card, B was brought back to his original state. Okay, so it's basically for those ungrateful wretches. Lu Yi couldn't help but think of the scenario where the hero who saved people in the past unfortunately sacrificed himself, and the person he saved shouted, "It wasn't me who asked you to save him." If I throw this past into my head, I think I can change the ending. Once I have enough cards, I'll find someone to try it out with another day. Compared to other factors, Lu Yi is more optimistic about the stock's performance. 2 of these cards are enough to make him a millionaire at a young age. This is the lifetime of so many people. When Lu Yi came to his senses, Xiao Xia was no longer on the sofa. He felt a little regretful, as he hadn't had a chance to properly appreciate it yet. The purplish-red nail polish is really something. Sister Xia actually knows how to use this, she's never used it before. It's food grade. Thinking of this, Lu Yi felt a jolt, his mind reeling. After taking a shower in the bathroom and returning to his room, Lu Yi was dumbfounded as soon as he turned on the light. There was a girl in his own bed. Zhu Lingshan wore her hair in pigtails, a white sailor uniform with a blue tie, a JK skirt, and white knee-high socks. She sat on the bed in a duck-like position, leaning slightly forward with her hands supporting her body. "Gigi, you're finally here," Zhu Lingshan said in a sweet, coquettish voice. Lu Yi's throat bobbed incessantly, and his dark pupils flashed with raging firelight. He slowly closed and locked the door. He walked to the bedside, rubbing his hands together, and sat down in front of Zhu Lingshan. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "Shanshan, who learned this from?" Zhu Lingshan leaned forward again, bringing her head close to Lu Yi's chin. She blinked her bright, doe-like eyes and spoke in a sweet, drawn-out voice, "Gigi, just tell me, do you like it or not?" Looking at the girl in front of him, Lu Yi was speechless. Words can no longer express it. On the second floor, Chingi had just finished showering and returned to her room. As she lay down on the bed, she felt like she heard a sound. She frowned, got up and walked out of the room, knocking on Zhu Lingshan's door. No one answered the door. She shook her head and chuckled softly. Back in my room, I took out my headphones, put them on, pulled the covers over me, stretched my arms out from under the covers, folded them over my chest, and closed my eyes peacefully. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom on the second floor, Xiao Xia put on her slippers and quietly opened the door. She glanced into Chingi's room but couldn't see any light through the crack in the door, so she must have been asleep. She tiptoed downstairs, step by step. As they approached Lu Yi's door, the sound grew clearer and clearer. She pressed her ear against the door, her pupils widening, her arms unconsciously clenching the hem of her pajamas, and a faint blush rising to her ears. The sinful hand unconsciously rested on the doorknob. At that moment, she felt her heart pounding so hard it was about to burst out of her body, and her hand gripping the doorknob trembled slightly. Xiao Xia took several deep breaths, a hint of determination flashing in her bright peach blossom eyes. Xiao Xia was taken aback when she pressed the doorknob down slightly, but it didn't budge. Then she realized what she was doing, and a blush instantly spread across her cheeks from the base of her ears. She turned and left, as if she had made up her mind. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Lu Ye's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. The pressure on his chest made him lower his eyes slightly, and Zhu Lingshan was hugging him like a koala. Lu Yi gently rubbed her head, slowly pulled her hand away, lifted the blanket, and got up. Just as I put on my pants, I heard Zhu Lingshan's languid and soft voice behind me. Yi, where are you going? Hearing that intimidating voice, Lu Yi almost couldn't resist fighting her. Class is in session, it starts at 8 a.m. today, Lu Yi said gently. Oh. Zhu Lingshan said, then immediately buried her head under the covers. At noon. I want to eat the food you cook. Good. Lu Yi got dressed and went to the bathroom. Luckily, I'm in good health. If it were someone else, I probably wouldn't have been able to get up today. This girl looks gentle and weak, but when she gets crazy, she's really fierce. Just like a small electric motor. While washing up, Lu Yi glanced at today's tasks. Daily task, kiss Chingi's hand. Daily task, have Zhu Lingshan feed them. Daily task, buy Xiao Xia a cup of milk tea. They are all simple tasks, and they are very easy to complete. Although most of them cost a few hundred yuan, you can occasionally find some strange and new things. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chingi was still the only one busy in the kitchen. Lu Yi glanced upstairs but didn't see Xiao Xia. He then lifted his leg and walked straight into the kitchen to Chingi's side, took her slender hand in his and gave it a polite kiss. Chingi turned her head, looking at Lu Yi's actions with a hint of doubt in her gentle almond-shaped eyes, before blurting out, "Do you want to eat?" After she finished speaking, she twitched her slender index and middle fingers. This question stumped Lu Yi. He gave an awkward smile and slowly left the kitchen. That's strange, why is Chingi being so bold? Could it be because of the increase in her favorability and admiration? While she had only pampered herself in the past, she would never have done anything so provocative. Sitting down in the dining chair, Lu Yi glanced at the reward he had just received. It was still money, nothing special. A moment later, Chingi came out with a bowl of noodles, gently placed it in front of Lu Yi, and said with her mouth slightly open, "Come on, Ono, try the noodles I just learned to make." Lu Yi looked down and saw that the noodles were covered with shrimp and mushrooms, and there were some egg flowers floating on the surface of the soup. Lu Yi picked up a piece with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The fresh and fragrant flavor immediately filled his mouth. Sister Chingi, it's not that your noodles are so delicious, it's that your noodles are so good. Looking at Lu Yi's incoherent speech, Chingi smiled faintly. Chapter 88 Xiao Xia's Abnormal Behavior. Xiao Xia woke up at noon. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, her brows furrowed with exhaustion. She had insomnia last night. As for why she had insomnia, she didn't know, she just couldn't fall asleep. I took out my phone and contacted a renovation company to remodel my master bedroom. Add some sound insulation. After getting up and going downstairs, Zhu Lingshan lay casually on the sofa, watching TV with her body turned to the side, holding snacks in her hand, one leg raised high and draped over the back of the sofa. The hem of her skirt slipped down to her upper thigh, and a corner of her white inner layer could be seen. You have no manners when you sit or sleep. Xiao Xia sat down at her feet, her tone stern. Zhu Lingshan stuck out her tongue, obediently got up, and then curled up in a corner of the sofa. You skipped class again today? Xiao Xia picked up an apple from the coffee table and took a small bite. Zhu Lingshan shrank back and retorted softly, "Didn't you skip work too?" Xiao Xia paused for a second while chewing, then continued chewing, her gaze coldly fixed on Zhu Lingshan. What's wrong? Zhu Lingshan raised her chin. It's a case of the magistrate is allowed to set fires, but the common people are forbidden to light lamps. Xiao Xia picked up an apple from the coffee table and tossed it into Zhu Lingshan's arms, where the latter caught it instinctively. How did you handle the task I gave you before? Xiao Xia asked calmly. Zhu Lingshan opened her small mouth and took a small bite, chewing it a few times before casually saying, "What, can't wait?" As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the temperature around her drop by tens of degrees, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Oh no, Sister Xia is serious. Zhu Lingshan immediately sat up straight, placed the apple in her hand on the coffee table, and, looking like a well-behaved girl, said loudly, "Report to Sister Xia, the mission was not completed, but I have discovered an even more terrifying problem." Xiao Xia stared at her expressionlessly and uttered a single word, "Speak." I've been bringing it up with Lu Yi these past few days, but he seems to think I'm jealous, Zhu Lingshan confessed honestly. Xiao Xia frowned. She had overlooked this problem. It was indeed her mistake. However, Zhu Lingshan's approach was also problematic. I don't care how you handle it, the task is yours. If you can't complete it, you know the consequences, Xiao Xia said firmly. Zhu Lingshan pouted, her doe-like eyes filled with resentment. What does she know? Should we drug her? Forget it, if I really did that, she'd be beaten to death. The medicine has side effects. Xiao Xia ignored the resentful Zhu Lingshan and got up to go out. Sister Xia, where are you going? Work. Lu Yi will cook lunch for me when he gets back later. Do you want some? Eat. Xiao Xia sat back down on the sofa, leaned against the back, and placed the laptop on her lap. Zhu Lingshan pouted. Going to work? Not going to work? Haha, what a hypocritical woman. Zhu Lingshan picked up an apple from the coffee table, but caught a glimpse of a purplish red color out of the corner of her eye. She turned her head sharply and looked at Xiao Xia's feet, which were wearing slippers. Sister Xia, when did you go to get your nail polish done? She asked, looking up in confusion. Xiao Xia didn't look up, her gaze remaining fixed on the laptop screen. You talk too much. Zhu Lingshan shut her mouth. She had lived with Xiao Xia for a year and had never seen her wear nail polish, let alone with such a seductive look in her eyes. Temptation? Zhu Lingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was she in such a hurry? Are you really worried that you'll be considered an older mother after 30? Sigh. I need to hurry up and brainwash Lu Yi properly. Lu Yi returned alone at noon. He greeted the two women on the sofa and then went into the kitchen. Zhu Lingshan got up and rushed into the kitchen. Yi, let me help you. It's okay, just sit and wait for your food. He just wants to keep you company. Teamwork makes the dream work. Okay, you wash the vegetables, I'll chop them. The sounds of the two people in the kitchen reached Xiao Xia's ears. She frowned slightly and glanced at the kitchen. Wilderness? Or someone else? She can't learn this. But it seems that men are quite susceptible to this. Xiao Xia refocused her attention on the screen, closed the work page, and opened a short video search engine to find the keywords people and repetitive words. After watching a lot of video materials, she finally came to a conclusion. Zhu Lingshan has turned into a green tea BTCH. This conclusion sent a chill down Xiao Xia's spine. It's probably not, it's just a misconception on my part. During the meal, the two were very affectionate, feeding each other bites, almost to the point of mouth-to-mouth feeding. But Xiao Xia couldn't say much. If Zhu Lingshan and Lu Yi hadn't crossed that line in their relationship, she could have said a few words. But now. With a crack, the chopsticks in Xiao Xia's hand broke. The sound startled the two people who were engrossed in their conversation. Lu Yi was stunned. He had completely forgotten about Xiao Xia's presence. Now he was in an awkward situation. However, Zhu Lingshan didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, she asked playfully, Sister Xia, would you like to come too? After saying that, she picked up a piece of pork rib and held it to Xiao Xia's lips. She turned her head slightly to the side, and after getting out of Lu Yi's sight, she blinked her eyes frantically. Xiao Xia was taken aback, seemingly understanding Zhu Lingshan's meaning. She leaned forward, slightly opened her mouth, and bit into the rib, chewing it a few times. Zhu Lingshan nudged Lu Yi with her elbow and said in a serious tone, What are you daydreaming about? Pick up some food and feed Xie. Oh, okay. Lu Yi came back to his senses, immediately picked up a piece of tofu and held it to Xiao Xia's mouth, saying softly, Come on, Sister Xia, open your mouth. Xiao Xia gave Zhu Lingshan a sensible look, spat out the pork rib bone from her mouth, and then opened her mouth. The tofu was a bit big, causing some juice to stick to Xiao Xia's lips. Before she could even stick out her tongue to lick it, Zhu Lingshan had already spoken up, Yi, what's wrong with you? Didn't you see the juice on Shiyu's lips? You can't even feed her properly. Hurry up and get a tissue to wipe Shiyu's lips. Lu Yi didn't suspect anything. He quickly got up, took a tissue from the tissue box, folded it, and leaned down in front of Xiao Xia. He placed one hand on her fair cheek to hold it in place, and with the other hand, he carefully wiped the corner of her mouth. Xiao Xia was a little confused. By the time she came to her senses, Lu Yi had already finished. That's too fast. She glanced at Zhu Lingshan, who was secretly laughing beside her, and suddenly didn't know what to say. I'm full, Xiao Xia said, getting up and walking upstairs. Sister Xia, aren't you going to work? Zhu Lingshan reminded her. Xiao Xia stopped in her tracks, mechanically turned around, went to the shoe cabinet, changed into high heels, put on a blazer, grabbed her bag, opened the door, and left without hesitation. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Lingshan's voice echoed in the living room. Lu Yi touched his nose, wondering why Shiyu's reaction seemed a bit strong today. Chapter 89. Zhu Lingshan's title at school. A tree-lined path on campus. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Zhu Lingshan clutched her stomach, laughing without any regard for her image. Lu Yi, who was standing next to him, was speechless, but he also laughed. Zhu Lingshan's laughter never stopped after Xia left. Alright, don't laugh yourself sick later. Lu Yi patted her back and said with concern. Yi, you have no idea, Sister Xia went the wrong way on her way to work, it was so cute. Zhu Lingshan was still chattering away. Lu Yi pursed his lips, recalling scenes from home. He hadn't expected Xiyu to have this side to her. She was indeed quite adorable. The two laughed all the way to the playground of Jiangnan University. The purpose of coming here is to get Lu Yi to join the club. He wasn't really keen on coming, but he couldn't resist Chingi telling Zhu Lingshan. Joining a club allows you to participate in activities, meet more people, and earn academic credits. The constant nagging in his ear made Lu Yi realize that this made sense. Going to university means experiencing a different kind of life. At this moment, rows of red parasols were erected on the playground, and members of various clubs sat in front of tables. Meanwhile, the green lawn next to them was bustling with people, full of freshmen who had come to join the club. Long queues formed in front of some popular clubs. The most popular clubs are dance club, anime club, basketball club, and e-sports club. Besides these, there are also quite a few less popular ones. Lu Yi was particularly curious about one of them, Yunkunsh. The club had only 3 members standing in a triangle, all dressed in white suits, wearing black sunglasses, with their hands in their pockets and looking up at a 45-degree angle. The speakers on the desktop were playing EOM's hit song on a bridge. When the Morincourt horsehead fiddle plays, even the dogs passing by cry for a while before leaving. Ignore them, these guys are crazy. They keep saying things like life is not worth living and our world shouldn't be like this, acting like they've been abandoned by the whole world. Zhu Lingshan said as she pulled Lu Yi away. Lu Yi chuckled softly. That's quite interesting. However, he had no intention of joining, and instead followed Zhu Lingshan to the music club. As a music major, joining the music club is perfectly reasonable. There were quite a few people in the music club, and Lu Yi saw several familiar faces from his class. Wu Mengmeng and her friends, along with Xin Yusin and her small group, also came over. Lu Yi greeted them remotely. Hey, you haven't even eaten the 2 at home yet, and you're already eyeing the ones outside? Zhu Lingshan said sourly. Lu Yi was speechless for a moment, and hurriedly explained, he's a classmate of mine. It's nothing, just saying hello. If we say hello today, does that mean we'll watch the sunrise together tomorrow? Zhu Lingshan teased. She naturally knew that these people were all Lu Yi's classmates, and judging from their appearances, apart from the one named Xin Yusin who had a larger chest, they didn't have any other advantages. Lu Yi naturally wouldn't be interested in them. But if you don't tease Lu Yi, wouldn't life be much less fun? Boyfriends are just for fun, aren't they? Lu Yi leaned close to Zhu Lingshan's ear and whispered, you jealous thing, I didn't satisfy you last night. Zhu Lingshan's ears turned red, but she managed to cover it up well. She was well fed last night, otherwise she wouldn't have been unable to get up this morning. Moreover, her leg injury wasn't as severe as it was last time. But I'm full, but Chingi and Xia are still hungry, Zhu Lingshan said matter-of-factly. Lu Yi shut his mouth. He felt that he couldn't win an argument with Zhu Lingshan. Forget it, I should just pamper my woman. It's normal to lose an argument. When we get back, Zhu Lingshan will have to give him a verbal reprimand. Joining the music club is simple, either sing a song or play a piece on an instrument. But Lu Yi passed the test directly. Because Zhu Lingshan is the honorary president of the music club, she got in through connections. However, even without using back channels, Lu Yi was confident he could get through. The two strolled around for a while longer, when a figure in white in the distance instantly caught Lu Yi's attention. He pulled Zhu Lingshan along and walked quickly over. Ancient-style society. The 2 young men, dressed in white hanfu, had striking features and a commanding presence, exuding an air of chivalry. There were also 2 young ladies in hanfu, one in green and one in white, whose expressions exuded a timeless charm. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Every Chinese person has probably fantasized about the chivalrous life of a lone swordsman riding through the martial world. Yi, you want to join the Hanfu Club? Zhu Lingshan asked with a strange expression. Yes, I want to be a great hero. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he walked up to the Hanfu Club and politely asked, Hello, seniors, I want to join the Hanfu Club. The 4 members of the Hanfu Club did not answer immediately, but instead focused their attention on Zhu Lingshan behind Lu Yi. Following their gaze, Lu Yi also looked at Zhu Lingshan. The latter coughed awkwardly a few times. Ahem, let's add him. Yes, President, the young lady in blue replied respectfully. Lu Yi's eyes widened, his pupils filled with disbelief. Ahem. Honorary President, Honorary President. Zhu Lingshan touched her nose, her tone a little unnatural. Lu Yi leaned close to her ear and asked, How many positions do you hold? Zhu Lingshan held up her fingers and counted on her fingers: music, traditional Chinese style, esports, anime, dance, yoga. I couldn't even finish counting on both hands. They're all honorary presidents, they don't have any real power, it's just a title, hee hee. Zhu Lingshan smiled shyly. Lu Yi gave him a thumbs up, saying, You're awesome. With over a dozen honorary president titles, they're practically untouchable at Jiangnan University. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Zhu Lingshan is the second most beautiful woman at Jiangnan University. Chingi is a teacher, so Zhu Lingshan is the most beautiful among the students. It's normal for these groups to use her name and banner. After registering, Lu Yi lost interest in other clubs. Zhu Lingshan went to find her best friend Yang Yun. Lu Yi strolled leisurely toward the teacher's building with his hands in his pockets. On the way, they encountered Xiang Tua and his 2 companions, exchanged a few words with them, and then paid them no further attention. Arriving at the foot of the teaching building, he knocked on the door of Chingi's office. Unfortunately, no one responded. Lu Yi frowned, took out his phone and called Chingi, only to learn that she had gone out of the school to run errands. This puzzled Lu Yi, and after asking a few more questions, he received no answer. Chingi simply told him to wait for her surprise that night. A surprise? Lu Yi was indeed quite looking forward to it. As he walked out of the school gate, Lu Yi ordered 4 cups of milk tea at the milk tea shop at the entrance of his residential area. Zhu Lingshan's task reward at noon was just a few hundred yuan, nothing special. In the evening, there was also a task from Shia to buy milk tea, which I completed. She had no reason to refuse, since everyone would have a cup. Lu Yi looked at his balance, 3,452.52. When the market opened in the morning, he used a stock chart card and deposited 380,000 yuan into it. After 3 days, it will double. Then I flipped through it again 3 days later. Just thinking about it is exciting. Chapter 90 features a cat on the outside and a dog on the inside. Lu Yi put the milk tea in the refrigerator, and then used the remaining ingredients in the refrigerator to prepare a sumptuous dinner. The first one to return was Shia. She took off her black and red stilettos, removed her bag and suit jacket, walked to the kitchen door, glanced at Lu Yi who was busy inside, gave him a brief greeting, and then went upstairs. A short while later, she came down in a purple silk nightgown. I sat down on the sofa, put my legs up on the coffee table, and casually placed my laptop on my lap. The second person to return was Zhu Lingshan. It smells so good. Taking off her shoes, she hurried to the kitchen doorway and was surprised to find Lu Yi inside. She exclaimed, It's you. Where's Chingi? She's busy with something and hasn't come back yet, Lu Yi said calmly, without stopping what he was doing. Zhu Lingshan didn't think much of it and prepared to go in to help, but found that Lu Yi had already prepared everything, so she went back to her room to change her clothes. It's more comfortable to wear loungewear at home. She quickly changed into a peach-colored slip dress and went to the kitchen to help Lu Yi bring out the dishes. Sister Xia, time to eat. Yi cooked this. Zhu Lingshan called out to Xia as she brought the last dish to the table. Xia put down her laptop, got up and sat down in the dining chair. Looking at the 3 dishes and soup in front of her, she nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Give. Zhu Lingshan served her rice and placed it in front of her. Finally, she ran into the kitchen and served Lu Yi's rice as well. When will Chingi be back? Xia asked softly without touching her chopsticks. I just texted her, saying I'm downstairs. Zhu Lingshan served herself a bowl of rice and placed another bowl of rice where Chingi was sitting. We'll eat when she gets back, Xia said calmly. Zhu Lingshan pouted, staring longingly at the dishes, her mouth practically watering. Lu Yi cleaned up the kitchen and sat down next to Zhu Lingshan. With a creak, the door to the house opened, and Chingi walked in from outside. She hung up her bag, changed her shoes, and sat down on the dining chair. Where did you go? Shia glanced at her, her eyes filled with inquiry. It's just some personal business. Let's eat. Chingi kept everyone in suspense. Shia frowned slightly, but didn't say anything more. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Li took out milk tea and distributed it to them. As he expected, Shia did not refuse. The reward was nothing special, just a few hundred yuan. The four of them were each busy with their own things. Li was in the gym, while Chingi was in the yoga room. Shia still had her legs propped up on the coffee table, showing off her purple toenails. Zhu Lingshan curled up on the side playing games. Without Luya's help, she couldn't win a single game. Her normally smooth hair was now a mess from her own grabbing, making her look like a madwoman. After a long while, the door to the yoga room opened, and Chingi came out covered in sweat. She went upstairs to take a shower, changed into a mint-colored nightgown, and came down. She walked over and sat down next to Shia, imitating her by putting her legs up on the coffee table, her nude pink nail polish gleaming under the light. Shia glanced at it, her hand that was typing on the laptop suddenly stopped, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if she had seen something unbelievable. She put down her notebook, pointed to Chingi's delicate feet, and unconsciously raised her voice. Is this the private matter you were talking about? Chingi's long, smooth, black hair framed a confident smile. Yes. Shia gave him the middle finger, but didn't know what to say. What the hell are you doing? What private matter is it? Zhu Lingshan, who was standing next to her, asked instinctively as her screen was black. Neither Shia nor Chingi spoke, which made Zhu Lingshan even more curious. She looked up at the two of them. One of them had a grim expression and seemed to be gritting his teeth. One corner of his mouth turned up, and his eyes were full of smugness. A fight broke out? Zhu Lingshan pursed her lips, about to look at her phone, when something caught her eye. She subconsciously shifted her gaze and saw Chingi's nude pink nail polish resting on the coffee table. It was so dazzling. Holy crap! Sister Chingi, you. Zhu Lingshan jumped up on the spot. It's one thing for Shia to wear it, but why is Chingi wearing it too? Okay, is this how you play it? Looking at it this way, I seem really clueless. Calm down. Chingi looked at the surprised Zhu Lingshan, her tone gentle, her bright eyes filled with tenderness. I can't stay calm. Zhu Lingshan said with a resentful look in her eyes. Then why don't you get one tomorrow too? Chingi chuckled, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze, instantly calming the listener's heart. Zhu Lingshan pursed her lips, sat back down on the sofa, and was about to say nothing more when Shia spoke up beside her. You're too young to do that. These words immediately ignited Zhu Lingshan's anger. She immediately jumped up, stood on the sofa, pointed at Shia, and shouted, Shia, I'm 19. Shia glanced at her and said indifferently, I am your sister. These words made Zhu Lingshan so angry that she puffed out her cheeks like a pufferfish. Sister Xia, do you know how to tell the difference between a cat and a dog? Hearing Zhu Lingshan's words, Xia and Chingi were completely confused. Why not just use your eyes to see? Chingi said cooperatively. Zhu Lingshan shook her head, got off the sofa, put on her slippers, and then looked at the two of them. You can tell by the way they drink water. Xia glanced at it, then ignored it and put the laptop back on her lap. Oh, so you're saying you can tell by drinking water? Chingi smiled faintly, her voice gentle and light. When a cat drinks water, its tongue curls outwards, as if it's lifting the water up to drink. When dogs drink water, their tongues curl inwards, as if they are scooping up the water to drink. As Zhu Lingshan spoke, she slowly moved her feet. Chingi frowned slightly, not quite understanding what she meant, and asked softly, and then? So, the cat is the one that curls outwards, and the dog is the one that curls inwards. After saying that, Zhu Lingshan dashed upstairs to the second floor and slammed the door shut. Chingi and Xia were taken aback and looked at each other in surprise. They were just insulted? That's Shan. Xia put down her laptop, stood up, and prepared to go up and teach her a lesson. Chingi grabbed her hand and said gently, all right, why bother arguing with a little kid? She's 18. Didn't you just say she's very young? Xia sat back down on the sofa, arms crossed, her tone cold. I won't say anything about how you spoil Xiaoyi, but you spoil Shan too? I am her older sister. The two looked at each other from a distance, remaining silent. With a creak, the gym door opened, and Luyi walked out, wiping away his sweat. Chingi ignored Xiao Xia, looked at Lu Yi with tender eyes, and said in a light and cheerful voice, "Xiao Yi, come here and see if Chingi Jie's nails look good." Chapter 91: The Stolen Cucumber. "Xiao Yi, come here and see if Chingi Jie's nails look good." After Chingi finished speaking, she playfully twitched her toes. Beside her, Xiao Xia's pupils widened slightly, her heart churning with turbulent emotions. "Sister, you're making me look really silly." Her eyes were cold as she moved her legs toward Chingi, her 4 little feet side by side. Lu Yi was a little confused. Chingi said she had something to do, but actually she was going to get her nails done? With curiosity in his heart, he slowly walked towards the sofa, his eyes fixed on the 4 little feet on the coffee table. The 2 colors, purplish red and nude pink, are particularly dazzling under the light. Purple gemstones and pink gemstones. They are also round and beautiful, yet each has its own unique style. Lu Yi sat down on the sofa, his gaze intense, his throat bobbing incessantly. "Is it pretty?" Chingi asked, her big toe slightly bent, her voice gentle as water. "It looks good." Lu Yi nodded subconsciously. "Want a bite?" Upon hearing this, the living room fell silent, except for the clear sound of Lu Yi secretly swallowing. Xiao Xia, standing beside her, stared wide-eyed, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chingi actually said such a thing. Is this still the Chingi she knows? Chingi pretended to ignore Xiao Xia's shocked gaze, suppressing her violent heartbeat, and silently breathing in and out with her lips slightly parted. The blush on her ears was no longer important. Her gaze was quietly fixed on Lu Yi. Lu Yi moved his lips and said in a slightly hoarse voice, This isn't quite right." Happiness came so suddenly he wasn't prepared at all. Looking at those fair and tender little feet, it would be a lie to say I didn't want to. "Come and eat if you want." After saying that, Chingi lifted her leg and stretched it out towards Lu Yi. At the crucial moment, another long leg was placed on top of Chingi's raised leg, pressing her leg down. "Chingi, you've gone too far," Xiao Xia's deep and cold voice rang out. "If you don't dare, then blame me." Chingi turned her head and glanced at Xiao Xia, her eyebrows raised and a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. Xiao Xia remained silent, unsure how to respond. The current Chingi felt somewhat unfamiliar to her. I'm going to take a shower." Lu Yi got up and hurriedly ran to the bathroom. He sensed that the atmosphere between the two was somewhat awkward. It wasn't the kind of deep-seated hatred that was fiercely opposed, but rather a contest of jealousy and rivalry. Is this, could it be a side effect of increasing favorability and affection levels? Lu Yi leaned against the bathroom door, his mind replaying the words Zhu Lingshan had spoken to him over the past 2 days. Is she testing me? Or is she really jealous? If Zhu Lingshan brings it up again later, I'll just go along with what she's saying and see how she reacts. If she's not just jealous but really serious, then what am I afraid of? Taking a few deep breaths to calm his excited heart, Lu Yi walked to the shower and let the cold, icy water hit him. Meanwhile, in the living room, Xiao Xia and Chingi glared angrily. Xiao Xia's tone was as cold as ice, and her eyes were filled with undisguised dissatisfaction. "Chingi, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Chingi shrugged indifferently, pointed at Xiao Xia's feet, and said in a somewhat self-righteous tone, "Sister Xia, you can't say that. You were the one who started it first." Xiao Xia remained silent, only staring coldly at Chingi. Chingi pursed her lips, withdrew her gaze, turned and left, heading towards the 2nd floor. If Xiao Xia hadn't started the war first, would she be in this situation? But thinking about Lu Yi's expression just now, it seems he's more interested in me. This manicure was definitely worth it. 80 yuan is worth it. In the living room, Xiao Xia's chest rose and fell slightly, her eyes were cold, her nose twitched twice, and the corners of her mouth were pulled up. That's a huge loss. She glanced at Lu Yi, who was taking a shower, shook her head slightly, and walked upstairs to the 2nd floor. Xiao Xia did not immediately return to her room, but instead abruptly pushed open Zhu Lingshan's door. The latter seemed to be leaning against the door when Xiao Xia pushed him, causing him to fall backward and land on his bottom. Ouch! What are you doing? Zhu Lingshan looked at Xiao Xia at the door, a slight upturn at the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Get up, you're sleeping with me tonight, Xiao Xia said before turning and walking back to the master bedroom. Zhu Lingshan opened her mouth, but in the end, she swallowed the curse she wanted to utter. With a resentful look in her eyes, she got up with a wronged expression and obediently went into the master bedroom. But she only felt wronged for a second. Although I can't sleep with the scalding hot Lu Yi, I can sleep with the soft and fluffy Shia. Zhu Lingshan closed the door, rushed to the bed, and excitedly shouted, "Sister Xia, I'm here." "What are you doing?" "Let's compare and see whose is bigger." Neuropathy. The next day, Lu Yi woke up alone in bed, feeling like something was missing. He looked around and realized that someone was missing. Although he had been alone before, he hadn't slept alone since breaking off his relationship with Zhu Lingshan, and now he actually felt a little uncomfortable. I got up and went to the bathroom, glancing at the task at hand. They're all very simple, so let's not go into details. Chingi was still busy in the kitchen, and Lu Yi, who was standing at the door, subconsciously looked down at her toes. It's truly art. Chingi noticed Lu Yi's gaze, a faint smile appeared on her lips, and her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. "They're not here now, do you want to eat or not?" After speaking, Chingi pulled her foot out of her slipper and lifted it slightly. This operation completely baffled Lu Yi. He quickly waved his hand. No, I was just joking last night." After saying that, Lu Yi ran to the dining chair and sat down as if fleeing. "I'll talk to Zhu Lingshan and get the answer I want before deciding whether to eat it or not. He can't give up any of these three, he has to win them all over. Only in this way can he openly and legitimately protect them for the rest of his life." Chingi blinked her bright almond-shaped eyes in the kitchen, and the corners of her mouth curved upwards even more. "Oh no, got shy. I wonder how far Zhu Lingshan's progress is, and whether she has mentioned it to Xiaoyi." After the two finished their meal, Chingi walked to the refrigerator, opened the refrigerator door, and frowned slightly. "What's wrong, Chingi?" Lu Yi noticed her expression and asked softly. "I remember there was a cucumber last night, where did it go?" Chingi asked, puzzled. "I was planning to have it as dessert, but it looks like I won't be able to eat it." "I guess Shanshan sneaked some food last night," Lu Yi said casually. Chingi didn't pay too much attention. She went upstairs to change her clothes, ignored the two who hadn't gotten up yet, and left home with Lu Yi. After an unknown amount of time, a furious roar came from the master bedroom. "Zhu Lingshan, look what you've done. Sister Xia, please stop hitting me. Please spare me, considering how well I slept last night." Chapter 92. Oh wow, I got gold. Several days have passed in a daze. The tasks these past few days haven't been anything special, and the rewards are all in cash, just a few $100s each time. The money increased from 380,000 to 760,000. Lu Yi then used a stock trend card to put the 760,000 into the account, which would double in value. When I got home that evening, I found Zhu Lingshan dragging her suitcase downstairs. "Shanshan, where are you going?" Lu Yi asked curiously. "Oh, I have a program for National Day, I'll be there for 4 days." Zhu Lingshan smiled sweetly. 4 days is fine. Tomorrow is the day when Zhu Lingshan and Chingi's strategy missions will refresh. We can complete them when she comes back in 4 days. "Are we leaving now?" Lu Yi asked. Zhu Lingshan approached Lu Yi, put down her suitcase, tilted her head slightly forward, and stared at Lu Yi with her bright, doe-like eyes, her gaze teasing. "What, reluctant to part? Or do you want to play with me for a bit first?" Lu Yi was speechless after being choked by Zhu Lingshan's outrageous words. "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Lu Yi rolled his eyes at her. Zhu Lingshan remained unmoved, instead bringing her head even closer, her nose touching Lu Yi's. "I was just worried you'd have a hard time these next few days. I heard that once a puppy has tasted meat, it can't hold back." Lu Yi reached out and put his arm around Zhu Lingshan's waist, pulling her into his embrace, his eyes burning with passion as he looked at her. "Shanshan, you're playing with fire. TCH. I don't have time to play with you, I have to catch my flight." Zhu Lingshan slipped out of Lu Yi's arms, grabbed her suitcase, and turned to walk towards the front door. "Oh, by the way, if you really can't resist, go find Sister Chingi or Sister Xia." Zhu Lingshan's voice rang out behind Lu Yi. He turned around abruptly to look at Zhu Lingshan's back, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Shanshan, you always talk about these things, I'm going to start taking it seriously later. Go ahead and do it if you really want to. I won't be jealous." Zhu Lingshan didn't turn around, she just waved her hand. "I really went," Lu Yi repeated. Zhu Lingshan opened the door, stopped outside, turned to look at Lu Yi, her eyes serious and her tone earnest. "If you don't go, you're my child." After she finished speaking, she closed the door, a faint smile playing on her lips. I wonder if I'll be able to be a mother when I get back." Lu Yi, who was inside the room, was a little confused. Zhu Lingshan's tone and expression just now didn't seem fake. Does she really not mind? If that's the case, then Lu Ye's gaze turned to the second floor. Xiao Xia has no idea yet. Oh no, it's not that I have no thoughts, but rather that I feel a little uneasy. He was afraid that he would panic halfway through playing games. In comparison, Sister Chingi is much better. She's gentle and lovely. Lu Yi sat down on the sofa, his eyes lost in thought. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow is National Day. Zhu Lingshan is not at home. Only he, Sister Xia, and Sister Chingi are home. Sister Xia did not take a break during the National Day holiday. She worked during the day. So, the daytime would be the time he spent alone with Sister Chingi. This seems like an opportunity. The next day, the first thing Lu Yi did upon waking up was to check on the three people's missions. Daily Task 1, Hug Chu Chingi. Daily Task 2, Wishing Lingshan a special blessing once. Daily Task 3, Have Xiao Xia wash your feet. Okay, Zhu Lingshan's matter is not going to be finished. She's not even here, so what's the point of kissing her? Chu Chingi's was simple, but Xiao Xia's was exceptionally difficult. If he could wash her himself, that would be fine, but to have her wash him? Lu Yi shook his head. He absolutely couldn't complete this task. It was a bit scary. He then turned his attention to Chu Chingi's conquest mission, and couldn't help but feel excited. Strategy Mission 1, Make Chu Chingi wear an investigator's uniform and whip her severely. Strategy Task 2, Confess your feelings to Chu Chingi. Strategy Mission 3, Complete a melee combat battle. Lu Ye's pupils widened. Good heavens, is this mission really that outrageous? The first flogging? Even if she wanted to, Sister Chingi probably wouldn't do it. As for Mission 3, Lu Yi shook his head, deciding to skip it. In the end, he decisively chose Task 2. After all, Mission 2 is completed, and you can fight now. 7 days, no, 3 days. It has to be completed before Zhu Lingshan returns, so time is quite tight. Tomorrow, the 1st, is an auspicious day. I need to plan this out properly today. I can't just go through the motions when I confess my feelings. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Zhu Lingshan's strategy mission. Strategy Task 1, Have Zhu Lingshan play the role of an incompetent wife. Strategy Task 2, Increase Zhu Lingshan's affection level to 30. Strategy Task 3, For 7 consecutive days, prepare 3 meals a day for Zhu Lingshan. Both meals must be prepared. Lu Yi was speechless. This mission was absolutely outrageous. Fortunately, there was Task 2 to balance things out, otherwise he would have had a really hard time making a decision. Zhu Lingshan's current admiration level is as high as 62, and it was completed in a matter of seconds. Strategy Mission 2 completed. Rewards, Stamina +2, Charm +4, Appearance +1, 43885 gold, Brainless Data Card 2, Intelligence Lowering Card 1, Obedience Card 1, Time Reversal Card 1, Kidney Enhancement. Wow, I got gold. It can even strengthen one's own organs. This is truly a wonderful thing. With this, next time I'll beat Zhu Lingshan until she screams in terror. Lu Yi glanced at his attributes. His stamina and endurance had both reached 31, more than 3 times that of an average male, which should be comparable to some soldiers. Both charm and looks have reached 29, just a little short of unlocking the limited time mission. Lu Yi estimated that once he completed Chu Chingi's conquest mission, both his charm and appearance should be able to break through 30. He was really looking forward to the time-limited mission. The rewards will definitely be more generous. I finished the last day of classes feeling great and chatted with my classmates a few times. When Lu Yi got home, he found Xiao Xia tidying up her clothes in the living room, with a large suitcase next to her. Sister Xia, what's wrong? Lu Yi walked over and asked in confusion. I'm going on a business trip for a few days to discuss a project. Xiao Xia said calmly as she folded her clothes one by one and put them into her suitcase. Lu Yi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. If Sister Xia was also going on a business trip, wouldn't that mean that only he and Chu Chingi would be in the house at that time? Thinking about this, his heart started racing involuntarily. That's exciting. Sister Xia, are you going away for a few days? Lu Yi asked, trying to sound calm and speaking in a very soft tone. Xiao Xia put the last piece of clothing into the suitcase, zipped it up, stood up and looked at Lu Yi, saying in a calm tone, it will probably take about 10 days. 10 days? Lu Yi exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Xia reached out and placed her slender hand on Lu Yi's head, instructing him, while you're at home, listen to Chingi and don't cause trouble, understand? Don't worry, have I been good these past few days? Lu Yi grinned. Xiao Xia nodded slightly, feeling very satisfied with Lu Yi's performance during this period. They're gone. After saying that, Xiao Xia pulled her suitcase and left home without looking back. These past few days, Chingi has really benefited. I wonder if she will finally confess her feelings to Ono. Chapter 93 Chingi practicing yoga. The house was empty, with only Lu Yi remaining. He sat down on the sofa, pondering where to go for fun tomorrow. Amusement park? Aquarium? Shopping? These all seem like good options. Then buy a bouquet of roses, and then make a heartfelt confession to Sister Chingi? Okay, he seems a bit like a jerk. So what if he's a jerk? Zhu Lingshan made such harsh remarks. If he were to back down, would he still be a man? Moreover, Chingi's affection and admiration for him are so high that it cannot be faked. She certainly felt more for herself than a sister would for her brother. Just as Lu Yi took out his phone to plan his route for tomorrow, the door opened and Chingi walked in. Seeing Lu Yi on the sofa, Chingi smiled and greeted him before turning and walking towards the kitchen. Lu Yi put down his phone, got up and went to the kitchen to help Chingi prepare dinner. Chingi, tomorrow is National Day, do you have any plans? Lu Yi asked, pretending to be nonchalant. Yes, I'm going out tomorrow, so you'll be home alone. Chingi said gently. Lu Yi, who was washing vegetables, was taken aback and stopped what he was doing, but he quickly covered it up and casually asked, Sister Chingi, where are you going? Going back to my hometown for a visit. Lu Yi put down the groceries he was holding, turned to look at Chingi, and asked, Chingi, are you going back for a few days? 2 days. Chingi shook the water off her hands, placed the washed pork on the cutting board, and casually turned to look at Lu Yi. Do you want to come with me? Is it okay? Lu Yi's throat moved. Of course you can. Lu Yi was quite curious about Chingi's hometown. He had never heard Chingi mention her parents, her brothers and sisters, not one of them. Not only Chingi, but also Zhu Lingshan and Shia are the same. It was as if these three people had no relatives. Lu Yi hadn't paid attention to this issue before, but now it seems very unusual. No matter what, everyone needs to have some relatives, right? Although his parents are gone, he still has an unreliable aunt. We no longer keep in touch, but the kinship remains. Lu Yi also knew that unreliable relatives like himself were actually in the minority, and it was impossible that Chingi and the other two were also like that. Now is a good time to go back with Chingi and see her. Otherwise, if we accept Chingi as a wife, it will be difficult to explain to my parents-in-law. The same applies to Zhu Lingshan. Thinking about this, Lu Yi felt his head start to spin. Suddenly, I realized that I had indeed overlooked the issues concerning Chingi and Shanshan's parents. Even if Zhu Lingshan agrees to be with Chingi, will their parents agree? Lu Yi sighed inwardly, realizing that he would have to wait until Chingi returned from her hometown before making any further plans. After the two finished their meal, Lu Yi didn't go to exercise today, but instead leaned back on the sofa. Chingi changed into a yoga outfit and came down from the second floor. Anyone who has seen a woman in yoga clothes knows how incredible they are. You can see almost anything. Xiaoyi, why didn't you go to the gym today? Chingi saw Lu Yi on the sofa and walked over with a smile. I'll take a break today. Lu Yi rubbed his neck, trying his best not to glance at Chingi. Slacking off isn't what good kids do, you know. I'll exercise with you today, Chingi said, reaching out to pull Lu Yi up. Lu Yi chuckled and let Chingi pull him to the gym. You go for a run first, I'll come over later. After saying that, Chingi reached out and rubbed Lu Yi's head before turning and leaving the gym. Lu Yi rubbed his chin, a faint smile playing on his lips, and walked to the treadmill to begin his run for the day. A moment later, the gym door opened, and Chingi walked in carrying a yoga mat and a tablet computer. She laid the yoga mat on the floor, then pulled over a chair and placed the plank on it to secure it. Then I clicked play and started practicing yoga following the movements in the video. Anyone who has seen women practicing yoga knows that it is extremely attractive to men. Lu Yi's gaze kept glancing towards Chingi, entirely out of physical instinct. At this moment, Chingi was lying face down on the yoga mat, her body stretched straight, her hands clasped behind her back, and her upper body slightly raised. Unfortunately, you can't see much from Lu Yi's angle if it were from the front. Lu Yi unconsciously slowed down his running speed. He was no longer stealing glances, he had his eyes fixed on Chingi. Chingi stretched out her arms and casually used her elbows to slightly prop up her upper body, making her look similar to a sphinx. She then pulled her arms back, placed her palms on the ground, and used her knees to push against the ground while slightly raising her buttocks. This pose. After completing this movement, she used her palms to support her upper body, with her legs straight against the yoga mat, like an upright snake. With arms bent backward and legs slightly raised, hands grasping ankles, the body forms a curved bow. Then, the body closes to the ground, and the hands change from holding the ankles to holding the big toes, like a frog. Lu Yi, engrossed in watching, unconsciously stopped in his tracks. He stopped, but that doesn't mean the treadmill stopped. Lu Yi slipped and lost his balance, falling off the treadmill with a thud and letting out a muffled groan. Ouch! Upon hearing the commotion, Chingi immediately stopped what she was doing and hurriedly got up and ran over. Her forehead was still damp with sweat, and a few strands of hair clung to her wet cheeks, adding a touch of naivety to her originally aloof appearance, making her gentle and charming. Xiao Yi, are you alright? Chingi quickly squatted down to help Lu Yi up, her voice filled with anxiety, and she even wanted to check if he had any injuries from the fall. I'm fine, Chingi, I just slipped. Lu Yi quickly shook his head, supported himself on the ground to stand up, patted the dust off his body, and even stretched his arms and legs to make sure she wouldn't worry. Are you really alright? Chingi was still a little worried. Of course. Lu Yi stood up and jumped up and down. At this moment, Chingi was still squatting on the ground, and Lu Yi's perspective was perfect. As he jumped, he naturally stopped, his gaze fixed intently on the target. Chingi noticed Lu Yi's burning gaze, and a subtle smile appeared on her lips. She didn't get up immediately, but instead reached for a towel on the treadmill and wiped the sweat from her forehead and cheeks in front of Lu Yi. Stretching downwards, carefully wiping the neck and collarbone. She was exceptionally gentle and attentive in every way, and her movements were extremely soft. Lu Yi's throat bobbed repeatedly. He took several deep breaths, took 2 steps back, and said, Sister Chingi. I'm going to take a shower. He would only dare to make a decision after Chingi returned to her hometown tomorrow. He is not like himself, who is only driven by his lower body. She has to be responsible for Chingi, so naturally she also has to consider her parents and elders. Zhu Lingshan is the same. Chapter 94, the first day of National Day. National Day, a day of universal celebration. Lu Yi glanced at the task as he got up. He realized that neither Zhu Lingshan nor Xiao Xia could complete it. The person in question had to be present. However, Chingi's breakfast was alright, I made it for her. But when Lu Yi came out of the room and into the kitchen, Chingi had already cooked breakfast. 2 boiled eggs, a glass of milk, and a few slices of toast. Chingi, let me make you some noodles, Lu Yi said softly. Chingi looked at the breakfast in front of her. It was worlds apart from noodles. Okay. She nodded slightly, her tone gentle. Lu Yi's noodles are absolutely delicious. Chingi opened her cherry-like mouth, picked up a noodle, and gently blew on it a few times. Once the noodles were no longer too hot, she slowly put them into her mouth, her movements light and elegant. Chingi, where is your hometown? Lu Yi asked casually while peeling an egg. Gue City. Chingi swallowed the noodles in her mouth and answered softly, her tone calm. Upon hearing those 2 words, Lu Yi's hand, which was peeling an egg, suddenly paused. He slightly raised his eyes to look at Chingi, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Sister Chingi, are you also from Gue City? Chingi met his gaze, a faint smile playing on her lips, her tone slightly teasing. Surprised? I was indeed a little surprised. Lu Yi withdrew his gaze, continued peeling the remaining eggshells, and casually replied. He did not see any of the characteristics of people from Gueshire in Chingi. But he also knew that Chingi wouldn't lie to him. It was just too much of a coincidence that it was the same place as his hometown. After finishing her meal, Chingi went upstairs to pack her things. Although it was only a 2-day trip, Chingi still brought a large suitcase. Chingi, are you bringing so much stuff? Lu Yi asked curiously. He was only carrying a backpack with a change of clothes inside. Yes, there are also some things inside for my family, Chingi said gently. Lu Yi didn't ask any more questions. He helped Chingi pull her suitcase, and the 2 walked out the door one after the other. I took a ride-hailing car straight to the train station. Jiangnan City is more than 400 kilometers away from Gue City, and it only takes a little over 2 hours by high-speed rail, which is quite convenient. If you ask where the most people are outside of tourist attractions during the National Day holiday, Lu Yi thinks it would be the train station. As far as the eye could see, there were heads everywhere, densely packed like ants. Today, Chingi wore a braided hairstyle that fell naturally to her side. She wore a white tank top, a matching sun-protective cardigan, a mint-colored mesh skirt, and low-heeled sandals. Combined with her gentle temperament, she is both lively and mild-mannered, resembling a friendly older sister next door. As she walked, her tulle skirt swayed gently, revealing glimpses of her slender, long legs. Almost everyone in the station square unconsciously turned their gazes toward them, their eyes filled with surprise. There are many beautiful women, but this is the first time they have ever seen a woman this beautiful in person. Just like celebrities. Many people came up to try and strike up a conversation, but were all driven away by Chu Chingi's cold gaze. Only Lu Yi could enjoy her gentleness. Some people braved her cold gaze and stepped forward, but they were all blocked by Lu Yi's tall figure. Lu Yi reached out and grasped Chu Chingi's palm, shielding her behind him. His gaze swept firmly across the surroundings, his actions asserting his dominance over everyone. Chu Chingi tilted her head slightly and looked at the big boy who was blocking her way. The corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up, revealing a faint smile, and her eyes were full of undisguised dependence and joy. The two followed the flow of people through the ticket gate and didn't encounter any inconsiderate people along the way. Chu Chingi bought seats DF. Lu Yi put the suitcase on the luggage rack and let Chu Chingi sit by the window, while he sat on the outside. As soon as she sat down, Chu Chingi put her arm around Lu Yi's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. Lu Yi felt the softness and warmth on his arm, and when he turned his head slightly, he saw a beautiful view. If you can see clearly from your own perspective, what about the pedestrians coming and going in the aisle? He quickly said, Chingi, put your sun protection shirt on in front. Chu Chingi looked up, her eyebrows curving and a faint smile playing on her lips as she met Lu Yi's possessive gaze. She looked up, and the moment she took off her sun protective shirt, her rounded shoulders and fair arms were revealed. But it was only for a moment. Chu Chingi had already put on her sun protective shirt and covered her chest as well. Satisfied? Chu Chingi teased, her voice light and gentle, like that of a little girl. Lu Yi smilingly, letting Chu Chingi hug his arm again. His gaze drifted to the receding scenery outside the window, and his thoughts drifted to Guilin City. He has been away from the place where he was born and raised for 3 years, and he only comes back once a year during the Qingming festival. Time always slips away silently, giving people no chance to react. If my parents were still alive, I might have lived a completely different life. I will not know Sister Xia, nor Sister Chingi, nor Shanshan. He might not have run away from home because of his rebellion, and therefore he wouldn't have had a second chance. He'll probably go to an ordinary high school, maybe not even get into university, and then he'll go south to Dongguan to work as a screwdriver. Or perhaps they went to a not-so-good junior college and learned a skill to make a living. He might meet other girls, or he might wait for his parents to arrange blind dates for him. To marry someone you may not like and live a life completely contrary to your childhood dreams. To live a simple and ordinary life. But now, he has a new option. Lu Yi turned his gaze back to Chu Chingi, who was leaning on his shoulder, and a sweet smile appeared on his lips. Although my parents are gone, I now have someone by my side to take care of me in their place, someone I want to take care of. Dear passengers, the next train has arrived at Guilin South Station. Please take your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. We wish you a pleasant journey. As the train conductor's announcement rang in his ears, Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes. He lowered his eyes, just as Chu Chingi looked up. Sleepy eyes met those affectionate yet languid eyes. Lu Yi almost couldn't resist kissing him. Reason ultimately prevailed over instinct. Chingi, we've arrived at our stop. Lu Yi opened his mouth slightly, his voice gentle as water. Chu Chingi let out a lazy and soft voice. Lu Yi took a deep breath, pulled his arm out of Chu Chingi's arms, and got up to take his suitcase off the luggage rack. The final stop of this train is not Guishir South Station, so the stop time is only 5 minutes. Lu Yi pulled Chu Chingi up, took her hand, and led her to the car door, following the flow of people out of the station. Upon arriving outside the station square, Chu Chingi hailed a taxi. Driver, to the beautiful welfare home. Chapter 95. Chu Chingi's hometown. Beautiful welfare home, formerly known as Beautiful Orphanage. It was renamed a welfare home 3 years ago. Lu Yi frowned, not understanding why Chu Chingi would go directly to an orphanage. But since they were in the car, he couldn't say much. The vehicle drove out of the city and stopped in front of a house half an hour later. I was ripped off for 120 yuan. Lu Yi wanted to argue with the driver, but Chu Chingi stopped him and said to let it go. Lu Yi simply noted down the license plate number and then pulled out his phone to report the vehicle. Whether it will work out is still unknown. No wonder everyone says you shouldn't take a taxi at the train station. But this is only a small minority. Most taxi drivers are good people. I guess I just had bad luck today. I should have gotten a lucky card before I went out. Lu Yi placed his suitcase beside him and looked toward the entrance of the welfare home. A huge arched stone gate, with a large iron gate at the entrance, surrounded by a tall wall, estimated to be more than 3 meters high. Through the iron gate, you can see a large open space inside, where many children are playing, and occasionally you can see a few elderly people taking a leisurely stroll. There was a security booth nearby, where an old man, about 50 years old, was sitting with his head down, doing something I couldn't tell. Chingi, what are we doing here? Lu Yi asked, finally getting to the point. This is my hometown. Chingi smiled and strode towards the security booth. Lu Yi's mouth was slightly open, and his eyes widened. What did he just hear? Is this Chingi's hometown? His gaze fell upon the arched stone gate, upon the 5 large, elegant characters. No wonder I hadn't heard Sister Yi mention her parents or relatives before. Now I know why. He recalled Zhu Lingshan and Chingi's previous actions. Zhu Lingshan will donate half of the pocket money given to her by Shia to charity, and she also said that she wants to become a big star and then call on more people to get involved in the charity industry. Chingi is the same. She donates more than half of her monthly salary to charity and has said that she wants to become a great pianist and use her influence to promote charity. So, Zhu Lingshan, like Chingi, also came from an orphanage? They even all came from this beautiful welfare home. Lu Yi felt a mix of emotions. After speaking with the security guard, Chingi walked to Lu Yi's side, saw that he looked somewhat dejected, and asked softly, Xiao Yi, what's wrong? And nothing. Lu Yi forced an awkward smile. I just didn't expect that you, Chingi, would come from here. Chingi smiled gently, her eyes filled with happiness. I don't feel anything is wrong, on the contrary, I feel very happy. At this point, she reached out and ruffled Lu Yi's hair. Don't you think the name of this orphanage sounds familiar? Lu Yi's pupils dilated, and he looked up, staring intently at the word beautiful. His mother's name was Zheng Meili. A common and somewhat rustic name. Lu Yi didn't know exactly what kind of work she did, but she worked from sunrise to sunset every day. She is a very gentle person. She would spend her evenings playing with me, watching TV, playing games, and doing my homework. She would do her best to fulfill any desires she had. She is a great mother. But that afternoon, after he woke up, he could no longer see her. I never expected that my mom would do such a great thing. Sister Chingi, this is where my mother opened it? Lu Yi opened his mouth slightly, his voice a little hoarse, as if it were being squeezed out of his throat. Chingi nodded slightly, her tone firm, that's right. After saying that, she turned around and her gaze fell on the 5 large characters on the stone gate. After Aunt Zhang left, Sister Xia spent almost all her savings to renovate the entire place and renamed it the welfare home. Nowadays, we not only adopt homeless children, but also some abandoned elderly people. They have formed a big family in this small place. Lu Yi's head was buzzing at Chingi's words. He had never heard anyone mention these things. According to Chingi, Xiao Xia has now taken over her mother's job and continues to run the welfare home. The money donated by Chingi and Zhu Lingshan naturally ended up here. At this moment, Lu Yi's mind suddenly cleared. Sister Xia, Sister Chingi, and Shanshan all came from here. They all received financial support from their mothers, which is why they treat themselves so well without reservation. Lu Yi gave a wry smile. Everything has a cause and an effect. Their kindness towards themselves was simply to repay their mother's kindness. He said that he wasn't a handsome guy before, and he was just a scoundrel, so why should they treat him well? All of this is the fruit of the kindness planted by the mother, which she herself is now enjoying. Lu Yi let out a long breath. Now that he knew the cause and effect, he felt an even greater sense of guilt towards the 3 of them. Fortunately, he was given a second chance. He not only ensured that the 3 of them lived a carefree life, but also fulfilled their dreams and inherited his mother's kindness. Kindness is not a transaction, but it will bear sweet fruit over time. The kindness you showed to the world will eventually return in another form. The essence of kindness is the gentlest response to life. Lu Yi looked at Chingi, his eyes filled with even more tenderness and love. My mom has helped so many people, and there must be some ungrateful ones among them, but none of that matters anymore. But eventually, people like Chingi, Xia, and Shanshan appeared. When kindness meets kindness, it is the most beautiful encounter in the world. Xiao Yi, let's go inside. Chingi's gentle voice brought Lu Yi back to his senses. Okay. Lu Yi nodded emphatically. Chingi placed her hand on the warm iron railing and gently pushed open the door to happiness. Lu Yi followed behind her, pulling his suitcase, and entered the place where his mother had poured her heart and soul. Sister Chingi. As soon as Chingi walked in, many children ran over and surrounded her. Xiao Yi, give me the suitcase. Chingi reached out to Lu Yi. Lu Yi stepped forward and handed her the suitcase handle. Chingi squatted down and opened the suitcase, which was full of toys and snacks. The children lined up in a long queue on their own, each one of them incredibly well behaved. Not far away, many children ran over, and the staff of the welfare home couldn't hold them back. They hurriedly followed the children to prevent them from falling. Lu Yi noticed that these children were all around a few years old, with the oldest probably not exceeding 10 years old. A beaming smile graced everyone's face, and happiness filled the small courtyard. Some elderly people in the distance also had kind smiles on their faces. A man and a woman walked out of the house next door. Lu Yi estimated they were probably in their 40s. They stood under the eaves, their faces beaming with contentment. Chapter 96 Beautiful Welfare Home. Lu Yi and Chingi entered the house and learned the names of the man and woman from the previous conversation through introductions. The woman was the director of the welfare home, and her name was Jiang Chui. The man is the vice dean, Zhao Wei. The two have been working here for 10 years. After learning that Lu Yi was Zhang Meili's son, both of them looked at him with doting eyes. Feeling a little embarrassed by Jiang Chui and Zhao Wei's blatant staring, Lu Yi found himself in an awkward position. I never imagined that Sister Zhang's son would grow up so big, Jiang Chui said gently. Not bad, kid, you're in great shape. Zhao Wei patted Lu Yi's shoulder heavily, his voice booming. Aunt Zhang, brother Zhao, it's mainly because Sister Chingi took such good care of us. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he looked at Chingi with gratitude in his clear eyes. The four chatted casually, and Lu Yi knew why Chingi had come here. Besides visiting the children, I also check if there are any other problems at the welfare home, as some things cannot be explained clearly over the phone. Lu Yi was a little confused by what he heard, so he simply looked around. The room was not very spacious, and the furniture was somewhat old. A simple wooden sofa was placed in the middle, next to an old television with a slightly yellowed casing. There was no air conditioning, only an old-fashioned ceiling fan hanging from the ceiling. After chatting in the room for a while, Chingi stood up first and followed Jiang Chui toward the cafeteria. Lu Yi and Zhao Wei followed closely behind, observing their surroundings as they walked. The cafeteria is only one floor, but it is exceptionally clean, with not a speck of dust visible on the floor. The blue metal tables and chairs were neatly arranged, similar in style to those in the school cafeteria, exuding a simple and orderly feel. As Jiang Chui walked, she explained that she and another aunt usually take charge of cooking for the children. Lu Yi walked curiously to the food serving window and looked inside. He saw ribs, chicken, and duck meat, as well as several kinds of fresh vegetables, laid out on the cutting board. It's clear that the children are eating a very plentiful meal. Every day I will customize a nutritional plan. In the morning, each person will have an egg and a carton of milk. The meals for lunch and dinner are also different, Jiang Chui said slowly and methodically, reporting every detail clearly. This made Lu Yi feel as if Sister Chingi had come to inspect the place. After leaving the cafeteria, everyone went to the dormitory, with the children and the elderly separated into two buildings. Lu Yi noticed that each room was equipped with air conditioning, and the beds and bedding were all clean. The classroom was the same. The chairs, benches, and books on the desks were all neatly arranged. In addition to these, there is a playroom with things for children to play with, such as drawing and doodling. The playground is fully equipped with all kinds of facilities for children to play on. One by one, the children climbed up the slide and slid down like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Occasionally, a few bumped their heads, but they didn't cry or make a fuss. They just got up, touched their heads, and continued playing. Several children were swinging on the swings nearby, while several elderly people watched with loving concern in their eyes. These elderly people are the ones we brought here 3 months ago after receiving a request for help. Jiang Chui pointed to several elderly people in the distance. Lu Yi listened carefully and learned some of the details. It's nothing more than having no children, or having unfilial children, making it impossible to continue living. Jiang Chui learned about the elderly people's situation by visiting the villagers around them, and that's when she decided to take them in. After all, although the elderly are pitiful, sometimes there is something hateful about those who are pitiful. If we end up with 1 or 2 difficult people, it could cause chaos at the orphanage. After these elderly people arrived, they took the initiative to take care of the children, which indirectly reduced the workload of Jiang Chui and her colleagues. The welfare home doesn't have many staff members: a security guard, a canteen auntie, 2 teachers, and volunteers who occasionally come to work part-time, plus Jiang Chui and Zhao Wei. These 2 teachers were also from the orphanage. They came back to repay the kindness they received. He's just not here today, he's out. Back inside, Chingi checked the expenses with Jiang Chui. After all, the orphanage had nearly 20 children, and their food, drink, and toileting expenses were a significant amount. Lu Yi leaned back in his chair, turned to look at Zhao Wei, and prepared to chat with him for a bit, but found that Zhao Wei's gaze was tenderly fixed on a certain spot. Following his gaze, Lu Ye's eyes fell on Chingi, and he chuckled softly. Sister Chingi really does have admirers wherever she goes. Lu Yi secretly slipped Zhao Wei an information card. He had to be extremely careful now, to avoid a repeat of the situation with Professor Lu. Name, Zhao Wei. Age, 43. Safety value, 90. Note, the deputy director of the beautiful welfare home is a hardworking and dedicated workaholic. My inner thoughts, to provide children with a healthy environment to grow up, and I admire and respect Chingi. Sure enough, Lu Yi knew he hadn't misjudged the situation. He's a man, so naturally he understands men's thoughts. With such a high safety level, there shouldn't be any unexpected problems, right? As the sun set, Chingi finished checking with Jiang Chui and then got up to go to Lu Ye's side. Let's go, Xiao Yi, let's go see the children? Okay. Lu Yi stood up and followed Chingi toward the main gate. Zhao Wei's gaze remained fixed on Chingi's back. Jiang Chui came to his side, glanced at him, and then sighed softly, "Give up, you have no chance." Although she was reporting the situation to Chingi, she noticed that Chingi's gaze would occasionally fall on Lu Yi. That tender affection, brimming with love, is an undeniable form of doting. Not to mention, Lu Yi is Aunt Zhang's son. Zhao Wei looked away, turned to meet Jiang Chui's gaze, and gave a bitter smile. Of course I know, but my liking for her has nothing to do with whether or not I can be with her. At this point, Zhao Wei walked to the door and looked at Chingi playing with the children in the distance. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Seeing her happy and content, isn't that a joyful thing for me too? If every act of kindness were rewarded, there wouldn't be so many heartbroken people in the world. Jiang Chui walked to Zhao Wei's side, her gaze following his as she looked at Chingi, who was laughing in the distance, and Lu Yi beside her. She opened her mouth slightly, her tone tinged with admiration. Those two look so well matched to me. Lu Ye's eyes are clear, and his gaze is as gentle as Sister Zhang's. Indeed, Zhao Wei agreed. He will protect Chingi and give her a better life. Chingi will definitely be happier with him than before. Jiang Chui smiled and gently patted his shoulder twice. Let's go prepare dinner. Zhao Wei nodded emphatically, then turned and followed Jiang Chui to the cafeteria. He knew that loving someone didn't necessarily mean possessing them, it was enough to see them happy. As for myself, running this welfare home well and educating these children into adults is the best way to repay Chingi. Chapter 97 Chingi's Memories. After finishing their meal, everyone went to the courtyard. The children gathered around Chingi, listening to her tell stories. Lu Yi was pushed to the outer edge, his eyes filled with resentment. Chingi noticed Lu Ye's gaze and winked mischievously. Lu Yi laughed. He felt that Sister Chingi had changed a lot compared to before. Previously, Chingi seemed to him like a machine that only cared about people. He mechanically goes about his household chores every day, and his seemingly gentle instructions actually make him feel like he's on a mission. But now, Chingi still gives him the feeling of a mother's care, but with a touch of little girl's mischief. It's as if I've transformed from a machine into a living, breathing person. She also expresses her emotions, occasionally acts coquettishly, and even shows signs of jealousy. For example, the nude pink nail polish on her fair, white feet. Actually, he had feelings for not only Chingi, but also Zhu Lingshan and Shia. Zhu Lingshan seemed carefree and noisy, but Lu Yi could sense her growing dependence on her. Although Xiao's expression was not obvious, Lu Yi could sense her emotions. Just like when I first took over, my rebelliousness would make Xia lose her temper and scold me harshly. But gradually, she stopped disciplining him as much, and it seemed that as long as Lu Yi was alive, she would not have much emotional fluctuation. But during this time, Lu Yi clearly felt that the Xia from before had returned. Lu Yi chuckled to himself, thinking that this must be the change in favorability and affection levels. Are you unhappy? Chingi's voice rang in my ears. Lu Yi looked up at Chingi's stunningly beautiful face, his bright almond-shaped eyes filled with concern and affection. How could that be? Lu Yi grinned sheepishly. In this society full of scheming and backstabbing, I'm overjoyed to see this side of things. Chingi gently smoothed her skirt, sat down next to Lu Yi, and casually tucked the stray hairs that had been blown by the evening breeze behind her ears. Oh no, you're only seeing the surface. She opened her mouth slightly, and her soft voice was carried to Lu Yi's ears by the evening breeze. Lu Yi frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. Chingi looked at the children playing nearby and continued, they look cute and carefree now, like blank sheets of paper. But when they enter society and are corrupted by its big dye vat, very few of them will be able to maintain their original intentions. At this point, Xu Qingyi turned her gaze back and looked at Lu Yi with tender affection. Many people have left this welfare home. They are involved in various industries. Some have risen to high positions through their own efforts, while others have worked as laborers in factories and construction sites. Many of these people send money to the welfare home every month, and some come back to visit during holidays. But most of them have forgotten about this place. Lu Yi's eyelashes twitched slightly. He had actually anticipated this. That's human nature. If you send out 10 people, and 1 or 2 still remember them, that's enough. Not every well-intentioned act or decision will receive a response. But it is enough if a small number of those who have received help extend a helping hand to others in return. Goodwill will be passed on. In this somewhat dirty society, there are still some who hold fast to their original aspirations. Therefore, Lu Yi did not blame those who left this place and then forgot about it. They have their own pursuits and their own dreams. Just like her mother did back then, she naturally expected that not every child will grow up to be kind. But how can we know whether a child is good or evil before they grow up? Lu Yi chuckled and rested his head on Xu Qingyi's shoulder. Sister Chingi, I think that no matter what, at least there is someone like you in this orphanage, so the existence of this orphanage is worthwhile. Xu Qingyi chuckled softly, reached out and gently tapped Lu Yi's head, not scolding him, but more like a playful fight between lovers. She didn't speak again, but instead put her arm around Lu Yi's shoulder, gently patting him with her hand, her thoughts drifting back to that summer 3 years ago. 3 years ago, at Haicheng Conservatory of Music. On her way back to her dormitory after class, Xu Qingyi was blocked by a cold and aloof woman. Xiao Xie. Sister Xie, what brings you here? Xu Qingyi opened her mouth slightly, her tone full of surprise. Xiao Xie looked at her, her eyes filled with complex emotions, and finally uttered 4 words in a cold tone, one by one. Aunt Zhang is gone. Aunt Zhang, is she gone? Xu Qingyi seemed not to understand. She staggered and had to grab a tree trunk to steady herself. Her mind was buzzing, and all her strength seemed to have been drained away in an instant. She slowly raised her head, her eyes already red-rimmed, her voice trembling. Sister Xie, this was just a joke, right? This is no joke. Xiao Xie's voice was lower, but still clear. Just a week ago, she was in a car accident. Xu Qingyi could no longer hear what was said after that. She felt a deafening roar in her ears, her vision gradually blurred, and finally, everything went black as she lost consciousness and collapsed. When Xu Qingyi woke up again, she was already in a hospital ward. Xiao Xie sat on the chair next to her, talking to someone on her phone. Sister Xie, Xu Qingyi began in a hoarse voice. Xiao Xie looked up and put her phone in her pocket. I've brought Aunt Zhang's son, Lu Yi, here with me, she said directly, without any unnecessary words. Jiangnan City? Xu Qingyi propped herself up, her dim eyes regaining a glimmer of life. Xiao Xie nodded slightly, her tone flat and devoid of any emotion. I will take care of him for the rest of my life. What about you? I will take care of him for the rest of my life, Xu Qingyi blurted out, her eyes resolute. Without Aunt Zhang, she would have frozen to death that winter. It was Aunt Zhang who gave her a new lease on life, allowing her to experience love and care. Now that Aunt Zhang has passed away, her son has become her only source of emotional support in her life. She wanted to give this person named Lu Yi the best care and protection in the world. Come find me in Jiangnan City after you graduate. I will cover all your expenses before graduation, Xiao Xie said to Xu Qingyi as she stood up. Okay. Xu Qingyi nodded heavily, her eyes unwavering. Xiao Xie left, and Xu Qingyi didn't say anything more to her. Based on her understanding of Xiao Xie, she would definitely contact more people that Aunt Zhang had helped to pave the way for Lu Yi. As for how many people will be able to join later, that remains to be seen. But Xu Qingyi knew that she was one of them. A year later, after completing her studies, she came to Jiangnan City and met this man named Lu Yi. Chapter 98 Lu Yi's Preparations. Lu Yi and Xu Qingyi left the orphanage the next day. Watching the scenery rushing past on the train, Lu Yi put his arm around Xu Qingyi's shoulder and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the train had already pulled into Jiangnan City railway station. On the way out, Lu Yi held Xu Qingyi's palm the whole time. Amidst the envious glances of those around them, the two got into a ride-hailing car and sped away. Back home, Lu Yi helped Xu Qingyi carry her suitcase into her room. When he went downstairs, he saw Xu Qingyi busy in the kitchen. Lu Yi didn't go in to disturb them, but instead sat down on the sofa and took out his phone. The money in the stocks was withdrawn, and the 760,000 yuan doubled. Adding the remaining amount, the savings now amount to 1.56 million yuan. It's a huge sum of money. Money wasted is just burning your pockets. Louis opened his phone and searched for nearby high-end restaurants, eventually choosing a 2-Michelin-starred one. He had never eaten there, but he had heard that it was a very high-end place. Stepping onto the balcony, Louis dialed the reservation number and discussed with the other party about home delivery. Finally, a romantic candlelight dinner was arranged, costing $5,200. Louis couldn't help but sigh, damn, this price is really expensive. He couldn't afford it before. However, Sister Shia had taken him out for a few fancy meals before, which were even more expensive than this. That was shortly after he arrived. After that, Sister Shia never took him out to eat again. Louis ordered another bouquet of roses, 99 in total. It was agreed that they would be delivered that evening. Besides this, Louis scratched his head, unable to think of anything else he needed to prepare. This was also the first time he had ever confessed his feelings to a girl, and the first time he had ever acted like a jerk. He felt confused about what happened with Zhu Lingshan before, and he would have to make it up to her later. Just as Louis was pondering, Chingi's gentle voice rang out, "Shia, come and eat." "Here I am." Louis put down his phone and walked over quickly. Simple noodles, yet brimming with love. After finishing her meal, Chingi cleaned up the kitchen and said to Louis as she came out, "Shia, I'm going out for a bit and won't be back until tonight. You'll be home alone tonight." Louis was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Sister Chingi, where are you going?" "There's an event that requires me to play a piece." "Are you coming back for dinner?" "Of course." Louis did not follow, but had his own plans. After Chingi left, he took out his phone and searched for companies that could set up scenes. Soon a company came into view. After Louis reached an agreement with the other party, there was a knock on the door less than half an hour later. Louis opened the door, and 5 women were standing outside. "Hello, Mr. Liu, we made an appointment with you to come and help you set up a romantic scene," the girl in the lead said with a smile. "Oh, come in quickly." Louis invited the person in. "As we discussed online, if you have any dissatisfaction or other ideas along the way, you can bring them up, and we will arrange things according to your requirements," the leading girl said politely. Louis nodded slightly, feeling quite favorable towards the company. Their service was truly excellent. Soon, the 5 people began to work. Popping balloons, arranging ribbons, hanging decorations, and so on. Everyone was busy with their own things, creating a chaotic yet orderly scene. In this respect, women are indeed more reliable. Louis wasn't idle either. He bought all the roses from nearby flower shops and had the shop that ordered the bouquet of 99 roses delivered ahead of schedule. With Chingi not around, I can do whatever I want. When she comes back, I'll shock her for a million years. Haicheng City. Inside a private room of an upscale coffee shop. Shia leaned back on the sofa, closed her tired eyes, and gently pressed her temples with both hands. On the coffee table in front of her were 2 cups of warm coffee, while the chair opposite her was empty. After a while, Shia finally got up, gave a soft hum, and shook her head helplessly. "I just had a discussion with a company. Their performance indicators are no match for Mr. Shang's, but the conditions they offered are incredibly outrageous. Either the other party is unfamiliar with the market, or someone has instructed them behind the scenes to deliberately make things difficult for them." A knocking sound rang out on the door. "Please come in," Shia said calmly, her tone icy. The door to the private room opened, and Xia's 3 capable assistants entered. "Zhang Wei, Shen Na, Shirlei." "Mr. Xiao, how did your talks with Mr. Li go?" Zhang Wei asked, his voice trembling with excitement and his eyes darting around anxiously. Xia glanced at him indifferently, her tone flat and devoid of any emotion. "Don't deal with this kind of customer again next time." Zhang Wei hurriedly lowered his head and said in a fearful voice, "President Xiao, after comparing various options, Mr. Li's company is the one that best meets our requirements, apart from Mr. Zhang's company." Xia remained silent, ignoring him, and reached for the coffee on the table, taking a small sip. "Has Mr. Zhang still not given the green light?" "No, I've been following up on it all this time, but Mr. Zhang's terms are very firm." Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Xia's face remained largely expressionless, as if she had anticipated this outcome. "Shen Na, arrange to meet with President Zhou tomorrow. I want to have a talk with her." "Okay, Mr. Xiao, I'll make the contact," Shen Na said and left the private room. Shirlei stepped forward and said in a low voice, "President Xiao, we actually have enough time. There are still 2 months until the deadline given by the shareholders, so you don't need to be too anxious." These words made Zhang Wei frown and he quickly retorted, "Old Shir, you're wrong. What do you mean by 2 more months? We've contacted so many companies, and apart from the one with President Zhang, none of them meet our requirements. You've been searching for so long and haven't found it yet. Do you really think you can find it in just 2 months? At this point, Zhang Wei looked at Xiao Xie and said earnestly, President Xiao, I think we should focus on President Zhang's side. If it doesn't work out, you can give in and let them have some benefits. After all, the loss is the company's, not yours. You're being ridiculous. This is betraying the company's interests. If the company's shareholders find out, we'll be facing a lawsuit, Shirley retorted on the spot. I'm also. Zhang Wei had just started to speak when he was interrupted by a cold voice. Go out. Zhang Wei opened his mouth, sighed deeply, shook his head, and left. Shirley didn't say much and left, giving Xiao Xie some time to calm down. Silence fell over the private room again. Xiao Xie tapped her fingers lightly on the table, holding a cup of coffee in her other hand, sipping it slowly, her eyes sharp. At this moment, her mind was unusually calm, and she didn't take Zhang Wei's words to heart. If you harm the company's interests and are found out, in addition to facing a lawsuit, you might also face imprisonment. What will Ono do then? But if she were to be fired, she would be unwilling to accept the position she had worked so hard to get, one she hadn't even had a few months to settle into. And their own families will also face economic pressure. And the welfare homes funding is also about to run out. Xiao Xie pursed her lips, put down the empty coffee cup in her hand, and got up to leave the private room. Chapter 99: A surprise for Chingi. Dusk painted the sky. In their cozy little home, Lu Yi had just seen the person off. He stood at the doorway, his gaze sweeping across the room as he looked at the results of his work that afternoon, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. Several warm white light strips hung from the ceiling, with several dazzling crystal balls in the middle rotating slightly in the breeze. The sofa was piled high with pink roses, while blue roses were neatly arranged on the coffee table, their cool colors creating a striking contrast with the pink. The ground was covered with red rose petals, and the air was filled with a rich yet pleasant floral fragrance. The restaurant was the same, except the 2 candles were lit on the table, their flames flickering gently. Several delicate side dishes were placed next to it, on large plates but in small portions. There was an opened bottle of red wine on one side of the table, and a decanter next to it was half full of red wine. Lu Yi turned around, first turning off the main lights in the living room and dining room, and then pressing the switch for the light strip. Multicolored lights instantly illuminated the entire living room, and the rotating crystal ball refracted the light into every corner. The entire space is like a glowing, dreamlike painting, romantic and warm. Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Otherwise, if he were to think of something, the most he could come up with would be sending a bouquet of roses. What kind of expression will Chingi have when she comes back and sees the scene? Lu Yi took out his phone and sent a message to Chingi. Oh no, Sister Chingi, how long until you come back? Chingi, almost there. I'm just waiting at the traffic light. It's the last intersection. I'll be home in 5 minutes. Chingi, is Xiaoya hungry? Have some snacks to fill your stomach first, and I'll cook something delicious for you when we get home. Seeing the reply that came instantly, Lu Yi's lips curled up slightly, and his brows were full of smiles. He chatted with Chingi for a few words, then turned off the lights, left the house, and went to the underground parking lot to wait. A short while later, an Audi A6 slowly drove up. After the car was parked, Lu Yi quickly ran over and considerately opened the driver's side door for Chingi, playfully saying, Princess, please alight from the carriage. Chingi's eyes lit up, her eyebrows instantly curving into a beautiful crescent moon, and the corners of her mouth turning into a sweet and happy smile. She gently lifted her leg, and her bright white long skirt slipped down slightly, revealing her fair and jade-like calves. When Chingi got out of the car, Lu Yi realized that Sister Chingi had changed her outfit. She used to wear just a regular dress when she went out, but now it's a strapless dress. Her hair was half tied up, covering her rounded shoulders, revealing only her delicate collarbones. The strapless dress features a weighty fabric edge to prevent any wardrobe malfunctions. The waist is slightly fitted, accentuating a slender waist, while the skirt trails on the ground, layered like a cake. Elegant and dignified, lively and graceful. Lu Yi stared blankly, his brain seemingly shutting down. Chingi reached out a hand to stroke Lu Yi's cheek and whispered, Does it look good? It looks great. Lu Yi answered without hesitation, then asked curiously, Chingi, why did you change your outfit? This is my performance costume. I was too lazy to change when I got back, Chingi said gently, making people feel very comfortable. Being too lazy to change is just an excuse. Such a beautiful side naturally needs to be seen by Ono. Chingi opened the back seat, took out a bag of clothes and a pair of high heels, and then, in front of Lu Yi, changed out of her flat shoes and put on the crystal high heels. The main reason is that she can't drive in high heels, otherwise she wouldn't want to change. Lu Yi stood there watching intently, his gaze unwavering. Watching Chingi put on high heels and lightly stomp her feet, her entire demeanor suddenly seemed to rise to a higher level. Looking at Lu Yi, her heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, Sister Chingi also gave him a surprise. This outfit is absolutely irresistible. Let's go, are you starving? Chingi looked at Lu Yi, who was still in a daze, walked to his side, pinched his cheek, and spoke in a gentle, warm voice. Lu Yi scratched his head and couldn't help but reach out and pinch Chingi's fair and tender face. It is smoother and more elastic than a freshly peeled egg. Chingi pursed her lips into a thin line, a happy smile spreading across her face, her affectionate eyes filled with undisguised love. The two walked side by side to the elevator. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and the two stepped inside. Xiao Yi, why did you come down? Chingi pressed the elevator button and asked softly. I want to see Sister Chingi as soon as possible, Lu Yi said honestly, his eyes filled with sincerity. Chingi's eyelashes fluttered, and she looked at Lu Yi with bright almond-shaped eyes, smiling broadly. No one is home tonight. It was just her and Ono. This is an opportunity. Chingi felt that Lu Yi's feelings for her were definitely not the attachment a younger brother has for his older sister. She couldn't wait any longer. Zhu Lingshan was such an unreliable girl. She has to do everything herself. As the elevator doors opened, Lu Yi stepped out first and stood at his doorstep. Chingi walked up behind him, her high heels clicking softly. Lu Yi took a deep breath and slowly opened the door to his home, which was completely dark inside. He reached out, took Chingi's soft little hand, and pulled her into the house before closing the door. The room was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, except for a faint candlelight flickering in the distance from the restaurant. Chingi subconsciously reached out to touch the light switch by the wall, but then she heard Lu Yi's voice beside her. Chingi, don't rush to turn on the light, I have a surprise for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yi pressed the light strip switch hidden behind him. Suddenly, colorful lights lit up one after another along the light strip on the ceiling, slowly spreading outwards. The hanging colorful crystal ball rotated, refracting dazzling light that illuminated the living room and kitchen like a laser, instantly enveloping the entire space in a dreamlike atmosphere. Chingi stared at the scene before her, her eyes widening slightly, her gaze filled with shock. She subconsciously raised her slender hand to cover her mouth, gently suppressing the gasp that was about to escape her lips, but tears welled up in her eyes. This was prepared by Ono for herself? But today isn't a special day, so what is Ono planning to do with this? Could it be that he's going to confess his feelings to me? Chingi's body trembled involuntarily, a blush spreading from her ears to her cheeks. Her heart was racing, and she could clearly hear the thump-thump-thump sound in her mind. Lu Yi looked at Chingi, who was still in shock, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. Chingi, do you like it? Chingi turned her head and looked at Lu Yi, her almond-shaped eyes, glistening with tears, filled with deep affection. She nodded heavily, then suddenly hugged Lu Yi tightly, as if she wanted to merge herself into Lu Yi's body. Chapter 100. Chingi's excitement. In the cozy living room, besides the scent of roses, there was also a fragrance called happiness. At the dining table, Lu Yi and Chingi sat facing each other, the candlelight flickering between them. Lu Yi raised his wineglass, slightly lifted his arm, and held the glass above the table, looking brightly at the person opposite him. Chingi, cheers. Chingi smiled faintly, gracefully picked up her wineglass, and gently clinked it against his glass, producing a crisp ding sound. She then brought the wineglass to her lips, opened her soft, red lips and pressed them against the rim of the glass. She tilted her head back slightly, and the scarlet wine slowly flowed into her mouth along the rim of the glass, her Adam's apple bobbing gently. She seemed to have drunk it rather hastily, as a trickle of red wine flowed down the corner of her mouth, down her beautiful jawline, and onto her neck, settling tightly in the hollow of her collarbone. Lu Yi pulled out a few tissues, stood up, bent down slightly, and carefully wiped her clean. Chingi, you're so careless. If you spill red wine on your clothes, it'll be hard to wash off, Lu Yi teased softly. Then I'll take it off? Chingi blinked her bright almond-shaped eyes quickly twice. These blunt words caught Lu Yi off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat. Chingi reached out and gently tapped Lu Yi's head, like a couple playfully teasing each other. Lu Yi came to his senses and didn't mention the matter again. But he felt that Chingi was getting bolder and bolder. He almost couldn't resist that unintentional temptation. No matter how urgent things are, a little while won't make a difference. Lu Yi sat back down in his dining chair, and the two of them began to whisper sweet nothings to each other. They fed each other bite by bite. Even a deity would shed a few envious tears before leaving. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Yi rested his elbows on the table, his chin on the back of his crossed hands, and looked at Chingi with a deep and passionate gaze. The latter seemed to understand what Lu Yi was going to do next. She sat up straight, placed her hands elegantly on her knees, smiled gently, and looked at him with tender eyes. Chingi, do you know? I've fallen in love with someone I think is the most worthy of my love. No matter what the future holds, I will always love her. In my opinion, there's no such thing as worth it or not worth it, only whether I'm willing or not. And that person is you. Although she still expected Lu Yi to confess his feelings to her, Chingi's heart still raced when Lu Yi said those words. Her bright, affectionate almond-shaped eyes welled up with tears, gradually blurring her vision. Her nose twitched slightly, her throat bobbed twice, but a happy smile spread across her lips. Lu Yi placed his hand, which had been supporting his chin, flat on the table and stretched it straight towards Chingi. Seeing this, Chingi quickly released her hands, which were on her knees and gripping her skirt, and placed them on the table, tightly holding Lu Yi's palm. The warmth of her palm made it all feel so real. This is not a dream, but something that actually exists. Lu Yi felt the soft, delicate hand in his palm trembling slightly, and it was damp with sweat. He sighed inwardly, not expecting Chingi to be so nervous. He tightened his grip on Chingi's delicate hand, his deep affection and seriousness filled with determination, his tone resounding and powerful. Chingi, I want to give you all my goodness. My willingness is the best answer. Perhaps my love is not yet mature, but I have no ulterior motives towards you. Time will prove that I am not just acting on a whim, but am committed to seeing you through to the end. Chingi was speechless. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and tears of happiness slid down her cheeks, gathering into two crystal-clear droplets on her chin. She gently shook them, and they dripped onto the dining table. Oh no! Chingi opened her mouth, but found that she could not utter any sound except for the two words Xiao Yi. Lu Yi stood up, slowly walked around the dining table to Chingi, knelt down on one knee, and placed Chingi's hand on his face. He stared at Chingi's flushed cheeks, unsure whether it was from shyness or from the alcohol she had just drunk, yet they looked exceptionally beautiful and alluring. Sister Chingi. As soon as Lu Yi opened his mouth, Chingi suddenly threw herself into his arms. She wrapped her arms around Lu Yi's body, hugging his back tightly, resting her head and chin on his shoulder, and soft sobs sounded in his ear. Lu Yi felt somewhat helpless at Chingi's agitation. He really didn't know how to coax a woman, so he could only reach out and gently pat her smooth back. After a while, Chingi opened her mouth, gently bit Lu Yi's earlobe, and said two words shyly yet firmly. Lu Yi's eyes lit up immediately. He stood up and carried Chingi in his arms in a princess carry. The latter buried her head shyly in Lu Yi's arms, her small hands tightly clutching his clothes, her body trembling slightly, but a happy and sweet smile appeared on her lips where Lu Yi couldn't see. Lu Yi took a deep breath and carried Chingi towards his room. The candles on the table burned out, and with a gentle breeze, the flames flickered and slowly went out. Only the light from the crystal chandelier in the living room spun alone. Lu Yi completely ignored the system notifications ringing in his ears. At this moment, he could only hear some unspeakable sounds. The sun was blazing overhead. At the entrance of the residential compound, a ride-hailing car slowly came to a stop. The car door opened, and a lively young girl stepped out of the back seat. She wore a white round neck short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, revealing her slender and long legs, which attracted the attention of passers-by. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Zhu Lingshan turned around and went to the trunk of the car, taking out her suitcase. Instead of going into the residential area immediately, she went to the milk tea shop next door and bought 3 cups of milk tea to give to Chingi and Shia when she got back. Carrying 3 cups of milk tea and pulling her suitcase, the wheels making a gurgling sound, Zhu Lingshan strode into the residential area. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. Zhu Lingshan walked to the door and scanned her face at the access control system, and a soft click sounded. She placed her hand on the doorknob and slowly pushed open the door, instantly revealing the scene inside. The living room floor was covered with red rose petals, and the sofa and coffee table were piled with pink roses and blue roses. The crystal ball under the ceiling was still slowly rotating, and the light it reflected was no longer so bright, but it still exuded a romantic atmosphere. Zhu Lingshan's bright, doe-like eyes were filled with shock and confusion, and her mouth was wide open, big enough to fit an egg. She swallowed hard, then subconsciously looked up at the door number to make sure it was correct before pulling her suitcase and slowly walking inside, her mind full of questions. There was no one in the living room or dining room, so Zhu Lingshan turned her attention to Luya's room. Humph. She'd like to see what's going on.